is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1581. Do you think I'm a rat? Although the mutated burrowing thorn beast wanted to split in Fengxi's face, it didn't dare. This female devil has great cultivation, so she can be killed easily. It suppressed its anger and gestured again. The others were still confused, but Fengxi, who often dealt with monsters, asked tentatively, "You want me to go with you?" The mutated burrowing thorn beast nodded hurriedly. It thought to itself, as expected of a female devil who knows the art of turtle evolution, she is smarter than others. Fengxi immediately said, "Lead the way." When Ji Daong and others heard this, they hurriedly said, "Captain, we will go with you." They did not intend to stop Fengxi, because now they were desperate, and the appearance of the mutated burrowing thorn beast was undoubtedly a ray of hope, which naturally could not be missed. But it would be too dangerous to let Fengxi go alone. The mutated burrowing thorn beast immediately spit in their faces. Finally, I got rid of the anger. Fengxi asked it, "Do you only want to take me with you?" The mutant burrowing thorn beast nodded patiently. Fengxi pointed at Junwen and said, "Others can stay, but he is my brother, and I must take him with me. If you don't agree, I won't go with you." The mutated burrowing thorn beast originally wanted to object, but when it saw that Junwen was also a god, it was shocked. This person must be a great master with Mahayana cultivation. The human race nowadays is so cunning that every one of them likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Fortunately, it is smart and this little trick can't be hidden from it. So not only did it not object, it also nodded to Junwen. Junwen thought that the mutated burrowing thorn beast was giving face to Fengxi, so he didn't care. Fengxi thought so too. Again, her personal charm is getting stronger and stronger. Commander Lu couldn't understand why a demon beast in the middle stage of fusion seemed so afraid of a small deity. Even if his spiritual consciousness was injured by the spiritual brick before, it shouldn't be like this. Of course, he was more curious about where the mutant digging thorn beast wanted to take Fengxi and what it wanted to do. At this time, Fengxi said to the mutant digging thorn beast, "Lead the way." The mutant burrowing thorn beast burrowed into the ground in a flash. "Fengxi, do you think I'm a rat?" Fortunately, after a while, the mutated burrowing thorn beast came out from underground again and started to lead the way on the ground. It thought to itself, humans are such a waste, they can't even burrow into the ground. Fengxi gave everyone some instructions before taking Junwen to follow the mutated burrowing thorn beast. Although the mutated burrowing thorn beast is better at underground, its speed on the ground is not so. Seeing Fengxi and Junwen following it slowly, it became more and more certain of its guess. There is no doubt that these two have achieved Mahayana cultivation. Humph, no animal or human in this world can deceive me. The mutated burrowing thorn beast carried Fengxi and Junwen all the way at a rapid speed, and a river appeared in front of them. There is a stone tablet by the river with the words, "Jianghe," inscribed on it. Fengxi was puzzled. The water in this river is not red, so why is it called Jiang River? Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. Jianghe refers to the Milky Way, not because the water is red. Read more books in the future. Fengxi felt that it was the fault of the person who erected the monument. Why didn't you just carve the two words, Tianhe? Why did you have to write, Jianghe? What a nonsense. The secret realm of the heavens is quite interesting. With the 28 constellations and the Milky Way, it's quite grand. Does the mutated burrowing thorn beast want to take them across the river? Before entering the secret realm of the universe, all Master Teng specifically instructed them not to cross the river because the monsters on the other side of the river were of a higher level and the outer disciples would not be able to deal with them. I can't care about so much now. However, what Fengxi didn't expect was that the mutant digging thorn beast had no intention of crossing the river, but instead crashed into the Crimson River monument. Fengxi and Junwen. After all this trouble, you just let us watch you commit suicide. The key is that you have thick skin and tough flesh, so this collision won't kill you. The next moment, a miracle happened. The figure of the mutated burrowing thorn beast disappeared on the spot. The next chapter will be longer, around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1582, it encountered a double yolk egg this time. Fengxi and Junwen stared at each other. Are they going to hit the stone tablet too? The key is this thing reliable? As two geniuses who are afraid of death, they cherish their lives, okay. When the two were struggling, the mutated burrowing thorn beast crawled out from the stone tablet and barked at them. Even though they didn't speak the same language, Fengxi and Junwen could guess that it was urging them to follow it into the stone tablet quickly. However, Fengxi still confirmed it, and after getting a positive answer, he made up his mind and decided to just crash into it. Anyway, as long as you don't use too much strength, you will just bleed a little and your life won't be in danger. When she was about to try, Junwen said, "I have thick skin and tough muscles, I'll go first. As a senior brother, I must take responsibility at this time." Junwen immediately crashed into the stone tablet and his figure disappeared in an instant. Fengxi now had a clear idea in mind. He made a takeoff pose, then sprinted and crashed into the stone tablet. The next moment, a scream was heard. There was a big bump on my forehead. He even fell down on his butt. She didn't understand, she really didn't understand. Clearly, fifth brother had already rushed in, so why was she being turned away? The mutated burrowing thorn beast also had a confused look on its face, then it tentatively charged towards the stone tablet, and disappeared in an instant. Fengxi was so angry that he pounded the ground. Isn't this obviously a distinction? She thought that the mutated burrowing thorn beast or Junwen would come out, but after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Fengxi was a little worried about Junwen's safety. She tried to hit the stone tablet again, and there was another bump on her forehead. Mu Jian gave her a bad idea. "Master, let's say you didn't hit him hard enough. If you hit him harder, you could hit yourself hard enough to make your head bleed." Fengxi. Although she felt that Mu Jian's idea was a bad one, she was anxious to find Junwen, so she could only try her best. She made up her mind and rushed towards the stone tablet. His forehead was immediately broken and blood gushed out. Commander Lu felt emotional in his heart. This girl looked heartless, but in fact, she valued feelings the most, especially towards Zhang Wen. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have tried it even though she knew it was a stupid idea. Fang Shi wiped the blood from his forehead with his sleeve, thinking about how to break the deadlock. Before she could figure out what was going on, a huge suction force came from the stone tablet and sucked her in. The wooden swords didn't know how to show off, and they started to show off the little black ball. How about it? You still need me at the critical moment, right? I admire myself for being both civil and military, and I can do anything except giving birth to a child. None of the Strud pets paid any attention to it, they just thought it was making a sound. Besides, everyone is busy figuring out how to change their appearance, so who has the time to talk nonsense with it? When the wooden sword beeped, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were performing a touching scene of brother and sister meeting each other. Zhang Wen felt so heartbroken when he saw Fang Xi's face covered in blood. Little sister, how did you do this? As he asked, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the remaining blood stains on Fang Shi's face. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Because Fang Shi would bleed from all 7 orifices from time to time, Zhang Wen had become very familiar with this process. Fang Shi was relieved to see that Zhang Wen was safe and sound. At this time, the mutant-digging thorn beast urged, "This little blood won't kill anyone, let's get down to business." Fang Shi was surprised. "Can you speak human language now?" The mutant-digging thorn beast snorted coldly. "It's not that difficult, it's just that I don't want to talk about it most of the time." Before Fang Shi could speak, it continued. "I can speak your words, but you can't speak my words. What does this mean?" It felt that what it said was simply brilliant. The female devil will definitely be speechless after hearing this question. The next moment I heard Fang Shi say, "It means you envy us humans, so you learn to speak like us. We are different, we think being human is good and we are too lazy to learn messy things." Mutated digging thorn beast. In fact, it didn't learn it on purpose, it just got here and suddenly started speaking human language. It decided to change the subject. What happened just now is not important. The assessment has already begun. We can only move forward, otherwise we will die. Fang Shi raised an eyebrow. "After all this talk, how did you know this place, and why did you lead us in?" The mutant digging thorn beast shook its head and said, "This is a long story. When I was still an ordinary digging beast, I once got stuck while digging for a star soul stone underground. I dug for 3 days and 3 nights, and then I dug into a stone chamber. An immortal enlightened me and allowed me to awaken my ancient bloodline, which allowed me to successfully advance to the fusion realm. The immortal asked me to help him find someone who knows the turtle evolution technique, and bring the person to this stone tablet, and then he will give me a great opportunity. For so many years, I have been searching, but unfortunately I never found it, until I met you." Fang Shi was really shocked this time. How did this thing know that she knew the turtle evolution technique? "Commander Lu, are you not sure about this?" Fang Shi said confidently, "I have already worshipped Elder Gu Liang as my master, so I am naturally the successor of the turtle evolution technique." "Commander Lu, you are pretending to know everything. What will you do during the assessment?" "Master, didn't you hear it say that the assessment has begun? There is no turning back for us now." Commander Lu was speechless. "Now that you are here, you have to learn how to do it even if you don't know how." Just when Fang Shi was about to ask the mutant burrowing thorn beast in detail, an old voice sounded. "Why is the river outside called Jiang River?" Zhang Wen said to Fang Shi, "I've asked you twice just now, and I didn't get the answer. This room is obviously smaller than before. I guess if I can't answer it again, we'll be squeezed into meat patties." Fang Shi sighed. "Brother, I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now you know what it means to regret not having read enough books when you need them, right?" "Commander Lu, this seems to be my word." Fang Shi ridiculed Zhang Wen and copied Commander Lu's answer. The Jiang River refers to the Milky Way. There are 28 constellation runes in the secret realm of the universe, and this river runs through it, so it is named the Jiang River. As Fang Shi finished speaking, a stone door appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Wen and the mutated burrowing thorn beast both looked at Fang Shi with admiration. Too talented. Fang Shi put his hands behind his back and walked into the stone gate like a master. Zhang Wen and the mutated burrowing thorn beast followed closely behind. What comes into view is a sky full of stars. Even though Fang Shi and Zhang Wen knew that this was fake, they still felt how insignificant they were in the universe. The mutant burrowing thorn beast looked at it with fascination, and even tried to jump up and touch the stars to see if they were real. Fang Shi could understand its behavior. This thing could stay up for 3 days and 3 nights to dig for star soul stones. One can imagine how attractive these shining stars are to it. At this time, the old voice sounded again. "Since it has led the 2 of you here, it means that you are all descendants of the turtle evolution technique. Now take out the tortoise shells you use for divination." Although Zhang Wen knew that he was a fake, he was not stupid and certainly would not say it out loud at this time. But Elder Gu Liang only gave him the tortoise shell and did not give it to his junior sister. What should he do? Fang Shi glanced at him and signaled him to just take it out. So Zhang Wen took out the turtle shell. The mutant burrowing thorn beast, which was feeling somewhat guilty at first, suddenly had its eyes brightened. This guy actually knows the turtle evolution technique. Did it encounter a double yolk egg this time? Just when it was feeling proud, it saw Fang Shi take out a little turtle. What's going on? Do you want to peel the shell on the spot? This is too cruel. It turns out that the most cruel people in this world are humans. It is kinder than them. When it hunts, it always eats the entire family of the prey to avoid making them sad. The old voice was obviously confused. What do you mean? Don't you have other ready-made turtle shells? Fang Shi explained. You don't know, I am different from other Tianyan masters. I don't use ordinary tortoise shells for divination, but the shell of this live tortoise. This turtle is not an ordinary turtle, but a distant relative of the Shuangwu clan. Using its shell for divination is very effective. The old voice didn't speak for a long time, obviously it was frightened. Has the turtle evolution technique developed to this extent now? However, he still felt that Fang Shi was talking nonsense. How could a live turtle be used for divination? He calmed down and then said, "In that case, let's start this level of assessment. Now use your divination skills to calculate whether the number of stars in the sky is odd or even." Fang Shi. Zhang Wen. Mu Jian started giving Fang Shi bad advice again. "Master, one of you said single and the other said double. One of you must have answered correctly." Fang Shi, "Then what? What about the one who made the mistake?" Mu Jian, "Then it depends on who has the better luck." Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and recalled how Elder Gu Liang had told fortunes. His first step was to use his right hand to raise a spiritual flame. Very smooth. But, as expected, an accident happened. When she was practicing Nirvana, she always used the spiritual flame in her right hand to ignite the bone fire in her left hand. Out of inertia, she lit her left hand again. Now both hands are covered with flames. You can't use two spiritual flames to roast the little turtle, wouldn't it be burned to a crisp? So, Fang Shi added a scene for himself on the spot. He gestured with his left and right hands, and the spiritual flames flew up and down like butterflies, and he was muttering to himself. Zhang Wen next to him couldn't even handle it. "Junior sister, your procedure is different from that of Elder Gu Liang. Should I learn from you or copy Elder Gu Liang's approach?" The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1583, Turtle Raising Day, use turtle for 1 hour. Zhang Wen finally decided to respect his teacher and follow Elder Gu Liang's instructions. The key is that someone's movements are too fast and he can't remember them at all. This process is easy to handle, but the key is whether to say single or double. Never mind, let's go through the process first. He followed the procedure step by step, and Fang Zai's fancy performance finally came to an end. He extinguished the spiritual flame in his left hand, leaving only the spiritual flame in his right hand. She didn't dare to keep the spiritual flame on her left hand. Although the little finger bone had returned to normal, what if bone fire came out while roasting? The next step is to use the spiritual flame to roast the little turtle's shell. Fang Shi was somewhat hesitant to do it. Mu Jian said in a sly voice, "Master, just feel free to burn it. The little turtle asks the little fat bird to burn its shell every day just for this moment. As the saying goes, you can raise a tortoise for 1,000 days but only use it for a moment. It would be a waste if you don't burn it." Although the little turtle wanted to chew the wooden sword into a toothpick, now was not the time to argue, so he said to Fang Shi, "Master, what Mu Jian said is right, just go ahead and burn it, there will be no problem." After hearing what it said, Fang Shi felt relieved. But then there is another problem to be faced. When Elder Gu Liang is fortune-telling, he will use magic to make the turtle shell hang in the air and then roast it. What should she do? Get a barbecue grill. Finally, she took out a table from her storage ring and said in a mysterious voice, "Borrowing the armor of the black tortoise, drawing the power of the stars, burning the tortoise shell with fire, peeking at the hidden patterns, shaking up and down, the black tortoise is in place." The little turtle climbed onto the table with a grunt. In fact, it can jump onto the table. Although it has just hatched from the shell not long ago, it still has this ability. But now, my legs are weak. Although it has been asking the little fat bird to burn its shell these days, it was just a rehearsal after all. Now it is time to get serious. The little turtle was feeling nervous, and Zhang Wen beside him was also feeling nervous. "My junior sister keeps mumbling a lot, what should I do?" "Forget it, I'll just silently recite 1, 2, 3, west, 5, A, B, C, ding, E." After roasting the tortoise shell, I pretended to calculate and waited for my junior sister to give me the next instruction. After the little turtle climbed onto the table, Fang Shi continued to mutter to himself, and said to the little turtle with his spiritual sense, "If you can't bear it, you must tell me, don't force yourself to hold on." The little turtle hummed. It's not that it doesn't want to say a few more words, it's just afraid that the voice will reveal its nervousness. Fang Shi made up his mind and brought the spiritual flame closer to the little turtle's shell. The ancient fire breaks the illusion and reveals the future. Rise. While roasting it carefully, she asked the little turtle, "How is it? Can you still bear it?" The little turtle said in a brisk voice, "It's okay, nothing happened, master, you can burn it without worry." Fang Shi felt half relieved. As for the other half, she didn't know how to break the situation. If there were real stars in the sky, it would be easy. She would just count them. If the old voice disagreed, then he could count them himself. But the stars here are artificially created, so the other party naturally knows the specific number, and the odd and even numbers are fixed. It's really difficult. Commander Lu thought, "I told you not to pretend, now let's see how you're going to explain it away." Although Fang Shi was anxious, he still looked like a shaman. After roasting the tortoise shell, he pretended to meditate for a while, and then began to calculate. As for Zhang Wen, he had been calculating for a long time and his fingers were numb. The mutated burrowing thorn beast watched curiously from the side, thinking, this turtle evolution technique looks so magical. I just don't know if the calculation is accurate. I think it's accurate, especially this female devil. She even used a living turtle to count. You can tell her level is very high. Finally, Fang Shi stopped calculating and smiled slightly. Senior, I actually figured it out a long time ago. Do you know why it took me so long? The old voice asked in confusion, why? There is no fixed number of stars in the sky. Stars may fall or rise at any time. The idea of odd or even numbers is nonsense. Of course, the stars in the senior's house are artificially set, so naturally there are odd and even numbers. I originally wanted to calculate the odd and even numbers, but after some deductions, I found that I couldn't say it, and I dared not say it. Although this star is not that star, it still has the suspicion of prying into the secrets of heaven, which is a taboo for Estinian masters. But if I don't give an answer, you will definitely think that what I said before was all excuses, so I can give the answer now. The number of stars is odd or even, just like the number of thorns on the body of the burrowing thorn beast. You can tell whether it is odd or even by counting them. Digging thorn beast. How does this have anything to do with me? I myself don't even know how many thorns I have, let alone whether they're odd or even. Yes, there are countless stars in the sky, just like its thorns, aren't they? The female devil is worthy of being a female devil, her calculations are so accurate. The next chapter will be longer, around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1584. This is a closed book exam. Commander Lu felt that Feng Zai's nonsense was hard to get past. When he asked you to count the odd and even numbers, you talked a lot of nonsense, saying things like you can say, and didn't dare say. In the end, you asked people to count the thorns of the burrowing thorn beast. Is that reasonable? Feng Shi is full of confidence. Master, you don't understand this. In our world of shamans, all questions can be answered in just 2 sentences. Which 2 sentences? The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Everything has its destiny. Commander Lu. No matter how speechless he was, Zhang Wen felt that the answer given by his junior sister must be the standard answer, so he stopped calculating immediately. He is very familiar with copying answers. You have to know how to copy. You can't just copy everything. You have to add some of your own things. Then he touched his hair with his hand, and then showed an expression that the secret could not be revealed. If you have the ability, count my hairs. Maybe a few will fall out while you are counting. How can you tell the odd and even numbers? After a moment, the old voice sighed. As expected, the old is replaced by the new. The young are really formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone door appeared in front of him. Commander Lu. They actually let them get away with it. It turns out that only charlatans understand charlatans. Regardless of whether she knows the art of turtle evolution or not, this damn girl is always deceiving people. Isn't she a complete charlatan? Feng Shi put the little turtle and the table into the spread beast bag, and then took Zhang Wen and the mutated burrowing thorn beast into the stone gate. As soon as I entered, I saw a tortoise shell the size of a millstone, covered with golden spots of various sizes. Commander Lu was surprised and said, "This seems to be the legendary Golden Gang Fantasy Ruins turtle. Count the golden spots on the tortoise shell. Are there 28 of them?" Feng Shi counted and found that there were indeed 28 golden spots. It seemed that Commander Lu was right. This thing should be the Golden Gang Fantasy Turtle. Master, what's so special about this Golden Gang Fantasy Ruins turtle? These 28 golden spots correspond to the 28 constellations in the sky. It is said that using the tortoise shell of this tortoise for divination is the most effective. It's just that I heard that this turtle lives deep in the fantasy sea, and has the ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Very few people can see it, let alone catch it. I have always thought that this is just a legend and that there is no such monster in the world. I didn't expect to see its tortoise shell here. After listening to this, Feng Shi said sincerely, "Master, you are really knowledgeable." Her step-grandfather was also knowledgeable, but what he knew was basically related to cultivation. Commander Lu's knowledge was obviously broader. The key is that everything they say is reliable. Unlike Zhu Shihuan, which is sometimes pure nonsense. Thinking of Zhu Shihuan, Feng Shi felt somewhat lost. Ever since entering Tiang continent, her adoptive grandfather had fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. I really miss the happy days of arguing with the old man. Master Lu Tongshui is good in every way except that he always speaks carefully, as if his filial disciple can do nothing to him. Alas, Xiao Chuanzi and Jiting were also silent. There were originally a bunch of poor people, but now she is the only Zhu Xiang left. When Feng Shi was feeling melancholy, the old voice said, "Do you recognize this thing?" Feng Shi hurriedly learned and replied, "If I am not mistaken, this is the tortoise shell of the Golden Gang Illusionary Ruins turtle, which is what our Chan Yan master has always dreamed of." Zhang Wen was stunned. Junior sister actually knows this. Could it be that Elder Gu Liang was secretly giving her some special treatment? The old voice was obviously satisfied. "Yes, it seems that you have a wide range of knowledge, otherwise you would not be able to recognize this thing." The next moment, the turtle shell was suddenly surrounded by flames, and the mutated burrowing thorn beast was so scared that it quickly hid behind Feng Shi. As for its overall grid, although it has been deliberately reduced in size, it is still much larger than Feng Shi and is quite lonely. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were quite calm. On the one hand, they both have fireproof beads on them, and on the other hand, it is also speculated that the person behind the scenes would not attack out of thin air. Sure enough, the flames went out quickly, and some more lines appeared on the tortoise shell. At the same time, writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone appeared in front of Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. "Draw the golden dark patterns you see." Zhang Wen heaved a sigh of relief. He only needed to follow his junior sister's answer. As he was thinking, he found that only the big turtle shell was left in his field of vision. Both Feng Shi and the mutated burrowing thorn beast had disappeared. Obviously this time it's closed book. Finish the calf. This is completely over. I can't hand in a blank paper, what shall I do? He racked his brains and thought, and suddenly remembered the patterns on the Liang Yi stele, so he drew the Kun Yin pattern on it. After finishing the painting, he made up his mind and said, "Senior, I'm done." "You finished it so quickly. Don't you check to see if there are any omissions?" "No need. It's useless to check because I can't draw any flowers anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, the piece of paper he had drawn disappeared from the spot. After a while, the old man asked Zhang Wen, "Did you see the pattern you drew?" Zhang Wen had just thought of a good explanation, so he said, "I didn't see it, but for some reason, I felt that the pattern of the Kun Yin stele matched it, so I drew it." The real reason is, he only remembered the patterns on this stele. The old man said, "You are honest, the hexagrams on this Golden Gang Wangsu turtle are difficult for ordinary people to see. However, among the 28 constellations on the back of the Jinggang Wangsu turtle, the 7 Xuanwu constellations are more obvious. Xuanwu is yin, so it is appropriate for you to draw the Kun Yin stele in the Liang Yi stele. This shows that you have good talent. As long as you work hard, you will definitely achieve something in the art of turtle evolution in the future." Jun Wen. Is this okay? Of course he wouldn't give a stupid explanation, he could only look at his nose with his eyes, his mouth with his nose, and his heart with his mouth, all with a calm expression. Seeing this, the old man looked up to him even more. On the other side, Fang Shi was reading Turtle Shell's fortune. Elder Gu Liang said before that she had the all-seeing divine eye, but why didn't she see anything? Could it be that he was trying to trick her? By the way, I almost forgot. Her all-seeing divine eye is blind. She does not see with her eyes, but visualizes in her mind. After a moment, Fang Shi picked up the brush and started to paint. As she was drawing, she complained in her heart that the patterns were too complicated and much more tiring than drawing a little turtle. In other words, she has the basic skills of a talisman master, otherwise she wouldn't be able to draw these crooked patterns well. It took her nearly half an hour and a stack of paper to finish drawing all the patterns she saw. She put down her pen. Senior, I'm done. As soon as she finished speaking, the papers she had drawn disappeared. After regaining her vision, Fang Shi looked towards Jun Wen. She originally wanted to give him a reassuring look, but she found that Jun Wen had a look that said, I have made it. Fang Shi was puzzled. Could it be the fifth brother suddenly gained clairvoyance and was able to draw it? But it's not convenient to ask now, so I can only suppress the doubts in my heart. The two waited and waited, but there was no movement for a long time. Fang Shi asked Jun Wen, brother, are you hungry? Jun Wen's eyes lit up, eat something. So, the brother and sister sat on the ground, each holding a big chicken leg, touched it, and started to eat. The mutated burrowing thorn beast kept swallowing its saliva. Fang Shi threw it a roasted chicken without legs or wings. Here, eat it. The mutant digging thorn beast was about to eat when Fang Shi asked it, did the meat buns I gave you earlier taste good? Its suspicion arises again. What does the devil lady mean by asking this? Was this roast chicken also poisoned? I treated her with all my heart, but she repaid me with hatred. But isn't this what humans are like? It can't be fooled. So, even though its drool was all over the floor, it didn't eat the roast chicken Fang Shi gave it. Fang Shi didn't care about it. It was up to her to eat it or not. After she and Jun Wen had eaten their fill, they took out the teapot and teacups and began to sip their tea. When the two were having a tea party, the old voice finally trembled again. You are the all-seeing eye. Well, maybe. Fang Shi thought to herself, it seems that her charlatan master is quite capable. There actually is such a term as the all-seeing heavenly eye. She thought he was just making it up. She waited and waited, but there was no further news. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, what's wrong with this old man? Why does he disappear all the time? Half a minute later, the old man's voice finally sounded again. Do you think the hexagram of the Golden Gang Illusionary Ruins turtle is auspicious or ominous? Fang Shi did not pretend to understand this time, and said, I have only been exposed to the art of turtle evolution for a short time, and I am not able to calculate such a complicated turtle pattern for the time being. I hope Senior will forgive me. How long have you been learning the art of turtle evolution? Fang Shi, it's not too short, 3 months. Old man. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1585, what a prisoner who is determined to be strong all his life. The old man thought he had misheard. How much did you say? 3 months. A full 3 months. Old man. Her divination skills are astonishing, and her understanding of Taoism is far beyond that of ordinary people. Yet she only studied for 3 months. How can this be? The old man asked again, and after getting a positive answer, he sighed. As expected of you, the myriad eyes of heaven. Your talent is truly unmatched. Who is your disciple? Fang Shi said respectfully, my master is Gu Liangchuan, the 697th generation disciple of Tianyin Dao sect. The old man said, he has a keen eye for talent, so his turtle evolution technique must be very sophisticated, right? Fang Shi nodded, yes, unparalleled in the world. Jun Wen, who was standing by, thought, is this the only person in the world who explodes his tortoise shell every now and then? It is indeed unique in the world. Language is indeed an art. The old man believed it and said with relief. I asked this little beast to help me find someone who knows the turtle evolution technique and bring him here, but there has been no news for so many years. I thought the turtle evolution technique had been lost. It seems that I am worrying too much. However, even if you have the all-seeing eyes and have been accepted by a famous teacher, you still have to take the necessary tests. Are you ready? Fang Shi thought, what I have been saying is just nonsense. It's a waste of my feelings. Senior, I'm ready. May I ask if I'm the only one taking the remaining tests? Where's my brother? The old man said calmly, although his aptitude is acceptable, he has not drawn the golden pattern of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle, so he is not qualified to enter the next round of assessment. As for his safety, you don't have to worry. If you can pass the test, he will be safe. If you can't pass the test, neither of you brothers and sisters can leave here. Fang Shi thought, this old man changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. We were chatting nicely just now, but now we are just doing business again. In other words, she was too cunning and didn't tell him the truth. If he knew that she hadn't started learning anything since becoming his disciple, and that her master was an unreliable charlatan, he probably wouldn't let her take part in the next assessment. Just as she was complaining in her heart, the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle was once again enveloped in flames and extinguished in an instant. Based on the hexagram above, can you calculate how many stone chambers there are here? Fang Shi felt bitter. She could see the dark patterns on the turtle shell, but she couldn't calculate. It's all her cheap master's fault. You should have given me a few books on fortune telling first. Even if I had to cram at the last minute, I could have learned the basics. Now, I am completely in the dark. What should I do? This was different from the previous odd and even numbers of stars, and she couldn't make it up even if she wanted to. I guess this is the simplest divination. She boasted so much before, if she can't even calculate this, then she's really exaggerating. Furthermore, this concerns the life and death of her and Jun Wen. What should they do? Although she was worried, she didn't show it on her face. She stared at the turtle shell and kept counting with her fingers. Seeing the golden spots on the turtle shell, her heart moved. There are 28 runes in this secret realm of the heavens, and 28 elders are needed to open it. Could it be that there are also 28 stone chambers? Thinking of this, she sent out her spiritual consciousness to observe the walls around the stone chamber, and sure enough, she saw the pattern of the 7 northern stars in the corner. She has a plan in mind. Senior, according to the hexagram, there are a total of 28 stone chambers here, and they are arranged according to the positions of the 28 constellations. I wonder if my calculations are correct. The old man exclaimed, yes, your calculation is very correct. You are worthy of being the all-seeing Sky Eye. You are indeed extremely talented. Not to mention the mutated burrowing thorn beast, even Jun Wen was stunned. Could it be that Elder Gu Liang really gave special treatment to junior sister? How else did she calculate it? This is amazing. Feng Shi said a few humble words, but in his heart he didn't know how to show off. Master, how is it? I don't even need to learn any turtle evolution techniques. I can pass the test just by using my little brain. Just tell me if I'm awesome or not. Although Commander Lu thought Feng Shi was quite smart, he poured cold water on her. You are just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The next level won't be so easy to fool. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the old man say. That last level was just a test to see if you really have the skills. Now it seems that although you have only studied for 3 months, your basic skills are still very solid. Feng Shi, solid, even more common than tofu dregs. The old man continued, the next step is the real test. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shi and the others were already in another stone chamber. The most special thing about this stone chamber is that it has 7 stone doors. Among these 7 stone doors, only one is the life gate. If your divination is correct, you can enter the next level. If your divination is wrong, you will bear the consequences of your mistake. After that, there was no movement. Feng Shi pretended to summon the little turtle, and it was the same process as before. She asked Commander Lu, Master, have you found any clues? Not yet. Feng Shi thought, if there is no, then there is no, not yet. I am really a prisoner of being strong all my life. If Commander Lu knew what she was thinking, he would be so angry that he would die. He really had no clue. These 7 doors looked exactly the same. Which door was the life gate? Feng Shi discovered that there were 7 stars painted in the corner of the stone wall. Their shapes looked a bit like a wine bucket. Could they be the Big Dipper? That's not right. Although she knew very little about astrology, she knew that the Big Dipper was not among the 28 constellations. How could the Big Dipper be drawn here? Commander Lu was speechless. Look carefully, is that the Big Dipper? It's clearly one of the 7 southern stars. Being uneducated is terrible. If it was someone else, it would definitely be embarrassing, but it doesn't exist at all in Feng Shi. Ah, so it's Xingshu, Master, you are so knowledgeable. Since they are the 7 southern stars, it means that we are now in the south of the entire underground palace. I was on the north side just now, but now I am on the south side. In other words, the 2 stone chambers are connected, so the door on the north side should be the exit. Master, do you think what I said makes sense? Commander Lu, have you ever thought that there is a teleportation array in the stone chamber? It doesn't matter whether it is connected or not. Feng Shi sighed, Master, now we only have this one clue. No matter if it is true or not, let's take a gamble. It would be best if we win, but we may not die if we lose, so just relax. Commander Lu, are you sure this is to comfort me? No matter what he thought, Feng Shi stopped calculating and walked towards the door in the north direction. Jun Wen took the lead. Little sister, is this the door? I'll go first. Commander Lu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the dead girl protected him in every way. He was indeed good to the dead girl. Jun Wen cast dozens of spiritual power protective shields on himself and activated all the defensive spiritual weapons on his body. Then he pushed open the stone door facing due north. Then they saw a familiar scene. It was the stone chamber where they were before, and the shell of the golden gang Wangsu turtle was still there. Commander Lu. The blind cat has caught a dead mouse again. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1586. Did she say something extraordinary? Commander Lu felt that there must be something behind this. How could he always run into dead rats? He asked Feng Shi, tell me the truth, what happened? Feng Shi chuckled, Master, I just noticed a faint smell of smoke from the door in the north direction. After analyzing it, I found that it must have come from this stone chamber. Because the old man was burning tortoise shells, and I was also burning little turtles, so the door to the north must be connected to the previous stone chamber, which is why the smoke came in. Commander Lu, why didn't you say so earlier? It's boring if I tell you. This is so exciting. Commander Lu. It's exciting. You're driving me crazy. The old man was obviously very excited. You figured it out so quickly. I thought it would take at least a few hours. Did you really only learn it for 3 months? Feng Shi nodded. Yes, it is true that I only studied for 3 months. Maybe it's because my master taught me well, so I learned faster. The old man nodded. It seems that Gu Liangchuan is indeed a good master. He can help you achieve such results in just 3 months. It's really good. You have outstanding qualifications, so other assessments will be omitted. Let's proceed directly to the ultimate assessment. Can you figure out why the Tianyin Dao sect gradually declined from being the largest sect in the past? Feng Shi. Even sect leader Dai doesn't know the reason, and you want me to figure it out. Is this something that someone who has only learned the turtle evolution technique for 3 months can calculate? You really think highly of me. But now that things have come to this, she can only bite the bullet and let it go. It was still the same process, but it was hard for the little turtle. It was roasted several times in a short period of time. Although it was not serious, it was still uncomfortable. It thought to itself that it seemed that its kung fu was still not perfect, and it would have to let the little fat bird teach it more in the future. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. I don't think you need to bother with this. Isn't there a ready-made turtle shell? Ask your master to get you that turtle shell. Next time when your master needs divination, you go out with the turtle shell on your head. It's wonderful to be able to stand out without suffering any pain. The little turtle's green eyes suddenly widened. Don't say it, don't say it. This bastard New Jian actually speaks human language sometimes. This is a good idea. But why is New Jian so kind? Why does it feel so abnormal? How could it know that New Jian felt that if Fang Shi had to burn the little turtle's shell every time she did divination in the future, she would definitely feel guilty, and then she would turn this guilt into favoritism and treat the little turtle better and better. This is not what it wants to see. So, it must find a way to stop it. It's so smart. Fang Shi didn't know that New Jian was being mean again. She was thinking about how to deal with the final test. She felt that the decline of Tianyin Dao Sect must be related to Tiank League, but she was not sure what the connection was. After all, even Commander Liu, the former commander of the Tiank League, didn't know. She changed her mind and realized that the old man must have some ulterior motive by going to so much trouble to find someone to come here. She wasn't bragging, but with her conditions, he wouldn't be able to wait for the next one even if he waited for 10,000 years, so as long as what she said wasn't too outrageous, she should be able to pass. Thinking this way, she felt more at ease. I went through the process again in a pretentious manner, but it only increased the time spent on visualization and calculation. Apart from anything else, my fingers are almost leaving after images. Cold sweat also seeped out of my forehead. Anyone who saw it would feel that her divination was very laborious and that she was a competent fortune teller. Finally, she stopped calculating, her face turned pale, and her body seemed to be shaky. Zhang Wen hurried forward to support her. Little sister, are you okay? Fang Shi shook her head. It's okay, it seems that some things can't be forced, I am still a little overconfident. But this time, the old man's voice sounded. It seems that you haven't figured it out. This is normal. Although you have the all-seeing sky eye, you have only learned the turtle evolution technique for 3 months after all. He wanted to say, I don't expect you to figure out anything, I just want you to have a clear understanding of your own strength, but before he could say anything, Fang Shi said. It's not that I haven't figured it out at all, I can only say that I have figured out a little bit. If you don't mind, I will tell you about it. The old man quickly swallowed back what he was about to say. You say it. Fang Shi considered some words before he said solemnly. The reason why the Tianyin Dao Sect decline can be summarized in one sentence, that is, the internal evil lurked and invited the external evil to invade. The external evil is most likely the Tiank Alliance, because the hexagram shows that the disaster will come from the northwest, which is where the Tiank Alliance is located. This internal evil does not mean that there is a traitor in the sect, but that our Guiyan technique has peeped into the secrets of heaven, which is why disaster has been brought upon us. But I can't tell whether it was a punishment from heaven or we took the initiative to avoid it. Of course, I have only studied for 3 months, which is very reluctant. I am sorry to make you laugh. As a result, the old man stopped moving. Fang Shi. How come there is no movement at all? Did she say something extraordinary? No, these were all analyzed by her and Commander Liu before, and they're out in the open. Many people have made such speculations. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, there was finally movement. Although your calculations are not correct, considering that you have only studied for 3 months, you have passed this assessment. You must be curious about what rewards you will get if you pass the assessment, right? Fang Shi was quite honest and nodded, yes. The old man smiled and said, the secret realm of the heavens contains a great opportunity, but I cannot give it to you now. Go out and bring the 2 yin and 4 symbols stellae in. Then we will see the result. Fang Shi. Are you sure this is a reward? The Liangyi stellae is easy to deal with, it is placed in the forest of stells. But the 4 symbols monument is at Xingyao Gate. Do I have to go there to collect the dead for you? Are you giving me an opportunity or asking me to work for you? When she was speechless, the old man said. Of course, in addition to this great opportunity, I will also give you some rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, a storage ring appeared in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi probed his spiritual consciousness into it, and his eyes suddenly turned into the shape of strud stones. Because it's full of strud stones, and they're all top-grade strud stones. She was so ignorant before. He actually secretly spoke ill of the old man. Just looking at his generosity, this old man must be an immortal. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1587, the hem of her dress may not be enough. Fang Shi immediately praised the old man. There is a technical level to flattering people. You have to say the same thing to different people and different things to different people. For someone like the old man, you can't be too direct in bragging, you have to be subtle. Fang Shi was naturally very familiar with this business, and she almost made the old man smile. Take the initiative to ask her, do you have any other rewards you want? Mu Jian urged the little turtle, hurry up and ask the master for the ready-made turtle shell. The little turtle was too shy to speak, so the wooden sword spoke for it. Master, the little turtle wants that turtle shell. Fang Shi thought that the old man valued the shell of the Golden Gang Fantasy Ruins turtle very much, how could he give it away so easily? But you can try it, it doesn't matter anyway. She pondered it in her mind, and then said to the old man. Senior, to be honest with you, although my master has studied the turtle evolution technique quite a bit, many of the classics in the sect are missing. Can you give me a few sets of books on the turtle evolution technique? The old man's tone was quite appreciative. I thought you would ask for a reward like a spiritual weapon, but I didn't expect you to ask for a book on the turtle evolution technique. You are indeed a promising talent. As soon as he finished speaking, a storage ring appeared in front of Fang Shi. She probed her spiritual sense into the room and saw hundreds of books inside. She was immediately overjoyed and praised the old man highly. The little turtle was a little depressed. He thought his owner must have forgotten to get its shell, otherwise why didn't he even mention it? Mu Jian was full of confidence, thinking that the unscrupulous master must be planning something bad. At this time, the old man said, I will send you out of here. Bring the Liang Yi stele and the Si Xiang stele in as soon as possible after you leave. Fang Shi sighed, Senior, I was afraid that you would be sad, so I didn't tell you some things, but now I can only tell you the truth. Today, our Tianyan Dao sect is no longer as strong as before and has fallen to a third-rate sect. The Four Symbols monument was also snatched away by the Xingyao sect a long time ago. But don't worry, after I get out, I will find a way to take back the Four Symbols stele and bring the Liang Yi stele and the Four Symbols stele in as soon as possible. The old man was both shocked and angry. Xingyao sect. Isn't that a subsidiary sect of our Tianyan Dao sect? How dare they turn against Tiangang and snatch our Four Symbols stele? Fang Shi sighed again. Senior, a tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog. Who made our Tianyan Dao sect fall into decline? If my master hadn't pieced together some information about the turtle evolution technique from the remaining books, the turtle evolution technique would have been lost long ago. The old man took a long while to digest this fact, and then said sincerely, Gu Liangchuan is really the backbone of Tianyan Dao sect. Fang Shi still agrees with this statement. Although her master was unreliable, he single-handedly continued the inheritance of the turtle evolution technique. For this reason alone, he deserves the title of the backbone of the sect. If Fang Shi knew that Elder Gu Liang figured out that they were variables and indirectly helped her and Zhang Wen enter Tianyan Dao sect, her opinion of Elder Gu Liang would probably be even higher. Just as the old man digested this fact, Fang Shi said, Senior, there is one more thing. Among the 28 runes in the secret realm of the universe, only the Star Sun horse is intact. The other runes have been tampered with. By the way, before I killed that man, I stole a porcelain bottle from him. Can you see what's inside it? Fang Shi put the porcelain bottle snatched from Shi Fang on the ground and disappeared in an instant. After a moment, the old man's shocked and angry voice came. It's the soul erosion powder. If this powder is sprinkled on a rune, the properties of the rune will be reversed. It was originally used to protect and support the secret realm of the heavens. Once it is reversed, it will turn into absorbing the spiritual energy and vitality in the secret realm of the heavens. At that time, the secret realm of the heavens will become purgatory. What a vicious thought. Fang Shi followed the common hatred and asked, Senior, is there any way to remedy the situation now? The old man thought for a moment and said, you can draw a traceback rune under the 27 runes, but this rune is very complicated and can only be completed by a 6-character rune maker. Fang Shi was wondering, 6th uncle, 7th uncle and 8th uncle are not good enough. Commander Lu was speechless. In Tiang continent, talisman makers are divided into 1 book, 2 books, and 9 books according to their levels. They will embroider golden book patterns on the hem of their robes to show their status. Fang Shi suddenly realized, it was not her fault that she didn't know. The key point was that when she was a spy in the Tiang army before, she had never seen anyone wearing such a robe. Commander Lu said in a complicated tone, talisman makers are very valuable, so they naturally won't charge into battle. The same goes for alchemists. When Fang Shi heard him mention the alchemist, he suddenly remembered that he had seen some people in the dark prison who had been spying on the 9 nether continent through the chain of time and space. One of them had 5 alchemy tripods embroidered on the hem of his clothes. At that time, a prisoner told her that this was a sign of the alchemist's level. I guess formation masters, weapon refiners and beast tamers would also need to embroider something. If that's the case, the hem of her clothes might not be enough. Commander Lu. You were so confident. While Fang Shi was daydreaming, the old man sighed and said, according to what you said, except for the 2 of you, everyone else is an outer sect disciple. Let alone a 6-book talisman maker, I guess there isn't even a 1-book talisman maker. Now the secret realm of the heavens is in danger and there is no way to reopen it. Otherwise, the talisman makers in the sect could be asked to come in and repair it. It's a pity that I have no power to do it, otherwise I could have repaired those runes. Fang Shi weakly raised his little paw. Senior, my master said that I not only have the talent to learn the art of turtle evolution, but also the talent to make talismans. He also told me that once I had mastered the turtle evolution technique to a certain level, he would let me learn how to make talismans with other elders. So, how about you teach me? Maybe I can draw the tracing back symbol you mentioned soon. Old man. Are you dreaming? No matter how talented you are, it's impossible. That is the tracing back and reversing talisman that can be drawn by a talisman maker of 6 scripts. However, when he thought that someone had achieved such a high level of accomplishment in the turtle evolution technique in just 3 months, he felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. How about giving it a try, just in case it works? Even if I can't repair 27 runes, repairing 2 will be fine. By then, he would be able to barely open the secret realm of the heavens and let other talisman makers in. In a moment, a jade sip, a stack of talisman paper, a talisman pen and a dish of talisman ink appeared in front of Fang Shi. You should start with the basics first, and then learn when you are proficient. Fang Shi probed his spiritual sense into the jade sip, which contained some basic knowledge of talisman making, and looked basically the same as that of the Jiyu continent. However, to be on the safe side, Fang Shi still started to study seriously. Zhang Wen had nothing to do so he meditated and practiced on the side. The mutant burrowing thorn beast asked the old man. I brought the person to you. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your previous promise? Where is the great opportunity? The old man said unhappily, stop making noise. If you disturb the little girl from learning to make talismans, I will pull out your thorns and count the odd and even numbers. The mutated burrowing thorn beast suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Being a monster these days really means having no dignity at all. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1588, Genius is still cute even if he is crazy. The mutated burrowing thorn beast originally wanted to curse the old man in his heart, but then he thought that this old guy must be able to use the turtle evolution technique. If he could figure it out, it wouldn't be as simple as pulling out the thorn. Therefore, it could only force itself to divert its attention and watch Fang Shi learn how to make talismans. Fang Shi had already put down the jade slip and was drawing with the talisman pen. Bastard. The mutant burrowing thorn beast thought. It turns out that making talismans starts with drawing eggs. If that's the case, it can work. Then it saw Fangshi start to add strokes to the turtle, and they turned out to be lifelike little turtles. Mutated digging thorn beast, so magical. The old man was very angry and said, I asked you to learn how to make talismans, and you are here drawing a turtle in front of me. He had thought things were too simple before, and actually placed his hopes on a little girl who had never been exposed to talisman making. How ridiculous. He wanted to stop, but then he thought better of it and held back. It's not that I think a miracle will happen, but I see Fangshi is happy painting. It's just a waste of paper and ink anyway, so just paint if you want to. Fangshi drew 10 little turtles, and then began to draw some basic patterns of the talisman. Every stroke is accurate, without any deviation. Old man. Is this the correct way to learn talismans? After Fangshi drew all the patterns, he said, Senior, I have almost mastered the basic knowledge. Please teach me how to make a formal talisman. The old man threw her another jade slip, which contained the process of drawing the fire talisman. The flame talisman is the most basic spiritual talisman, and talisman makers basically start with this talisman. Fangshi could actually learn it after watching it once, but since she had never tried it before, to be on the safe side, she patiently watched it 3 times. Then start painting. Ever since arriving in Tiang continent, all the talismans she had drawn previously in Juyu continent have become ineffective. According to Commander Lu, this is because the spiritual power contained in the talismans is insufficient. Now it seems that this talisman ink and talisman paper are somewhat different from those of the Juyu continent. It is estimated that the spiritual power contained in them is even more sufficient. In addition, the drawing method is slightly different, requiring the talisman maker to inject more spiritual power. The old man saw that she was eager to try and thought, she is still young and wants to rush into everything. After experiencing a few more setbacks, she will know the importance of things. When he was writing a short essay on educating people in his mind, he heard Fangshi say, Senior, what do you think of my painting? This is my first time and I don't have much experience, so please don't laugh at me. The old man thought to himself, what's the point of painting? It must be a failure. Then there was no movement. Fangshi pricked up his ears and listened for a long time but heard no sound. He wondered if there was something wrong with this old man. How come there is no movement at all? This psychological endurance is too poor. Forget it, I'll draw a few more pictures. The paper and ink were free anyway, so I might as well draw some. It's a pity that I can't use the mountains and rivers pen, otherwise both the speed and quality would be greatly improved. Ugh. If I don't bring 4th senior brother with me, who will be responsible for the seal engraving job in the future? 5th brother is clumsy and probably can't do such delicate work. By the way, you can give it to the inmates in the Chankan banner. Speaking of which, all the prisoners in the dark prison have lost their memories. I wonder if they can remember something now that they're in the Tiang continent. Maybe it will help her plan. If it was someone else, they would have to calm down and concentrate when making the talisman, let alone let go of random thoughts. But in Fangshi, this is not a problem at all. Not to mention doing 2 things at once, even doing 3 things at once is no problem. She had already drawn a pile of fire symbols, and the old man finally spoke, you. He only said one word, and then there was no movement again. Commander Lu felt somewhat sympathetic and thought that the old man must have fainted again because he saw the dead girl draw a bunch of fire talismans in such a short time. Even if he didn't faint, he must have lost consciousness, otherwise he wouldn't be so motionless. I don't know if I can bear being frightened like this all the time. Don't be scared to death anymore. Fangshi felt that she was innocent. She didn't use both hands to draw, nor did she try to stamp. This was already very good at hiding her shortcomings, okay. Commander Lu, your ability to conceal your shortcomings is the limit of a normal person, okay. No, it's more than the limit, it's a height that I can't reach even if I jump. Fangshi was afraid of scaring the old man again, so he simply stopped drawing and just took out a fire talisman and activated it. The effect is very good. The mutant burrowing thorn beast's eyes are full of admiration. It turns out that I found this person, and I am so proud of him. Fangshi saw the stupidity on its face and thought of Jun Wen in the past. I think that 5th senior brother was so easy to fool back then, but now he has become a cunning person. I don't know who he learned this from, it's not honest at all. Commander Lu. Don't you know who he learned this from? You two have 1,000 ideas in total, that boy has 8, and the rest are yours. While Fangshi was reminiscing about the past, the old man finally spoke, but he stuttered. You drew all of this. Fangshi didn't say anything and drew another one for him on the spot. Senior, please don't teach me one talisman after another. It's a waste of time. Just teach me 100 or 80 kinds. Old man. You were crazy, I let you be crazy, okay? A genius is still so cute even when he is crazy. So cute. The old man threw a pile of jade slips to Fangshi without saying a word. The tone was even kinder than before, even a little bit harsh. Good boy, take your time to learn, and just let me know if you need anything. But don't tire yourself out, your health is important. The mutant burrowing thorn beast thought, look at you are so worthless. Why don't you talk to me like this? You old fool. It also started to get scared after thinking about it. Could it be that the old guy could figure out that it was scolding it? Fortunately, after waiting for a while, there was nothing unusual, so it felt relieved. It seems that the old man's attention is all on the female devil and he can't take care of it for the time being. What a close call. Fangshi started learning immediately. In the beginning, he learned very quickly and had no questions that needed the old man's answers. But later on, he slowed down and asked a few questions from time to time. The old man was shocked as he answered, because Fangshi's learning of talismans at this time had already reached the level of a talisman maker of the 4 books. With her learning speed, she will soon be able to reach the level of a 6-character talisman maker. However, he was obviously too optimistic. After Feng Shi learned the Talisman Maker's 5-book Talisman Maker's Field of Talismans, he began to fail one after another and not a single one was successful. The smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a frown. The mutant digging thorn beast thought, why don't you laugh? Is it because you don't like to laugh? It was gloating over its misfortune when Feng Shi picked up a fire talisman and threw it over. Are you laughing at me? Are you tired of living? Mutated digging thorn beast. The female devil is so smart and terrifying. Dog. Chapter 1589. This child has a pure heart. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is almost scary. It didn't see the female devil calculating, so how did it know that she was gloating over others' misfortune? Could it be that the art of tortoise shelling has reached a certain level of proficiency that one can even do mental arithmetic? Little did it know that Feng Shi was upset because he could not draw a talisman in the category of the 5 books, and when he suddenly caught a glimpse of its gloating eyes, he naturally took his anger out on it. Zhang Wen is much smarter. He knew the character of his junior sister, so he had kept his distance from her long time ago. After dealing with the mutated burrowing thorn beast, Feng Shi continued to ponder the reason for the failure. At this time, the old man said, "You are only at the level of a spirit, your spiritual power is limited." At this point, the old man finally realized that the genius in front of him was only at the level of a spirit being. Is this reasonable? How did you become a god? Feng Shi told the old man about her and Zhang Wen's miserable life stories, and the old man suddenly felt that he deserved to die. Considering the circumstances of these two children, it is a blessing for them to be alive, let alone cultivate to the level of a spirit. The mutated burrowing thorn beast on the side had its eyes wide open. Impossible. Totally impossible. How can a little incarnation of the spirit have such a powerful consciousness? Could it be that the old guy was also deceived by the female devil? Well, that must be the case. The female devil is definitely not a deity, she must be at the Mahayana level. The old man sighed and said, "Good boy, although your current cultivation is not high, as long as you practice diligently, your future will be limitless. In addition, your spiritual power is not enough to support you to complete the 5 books talisman, so give up for now. It won't be too late to try again when your cultivation level improves in the future." Feng Shi said with a firm face. "Senior, if I give up, once the secret realm of the universe collapses, whether I live or die is not a big deal, but the books you gave me will not be handed over to my master. How can our Tinyan Dao Sect regain its glory? In addition, you have been holding on here all this time, and you must have shouldered a very important responsibility. If you die here, it will be an immeasurable loss to the sect. So, no matter what, I must learn how to trace back to the reverse symbol." The old man was quite moved. This child has such a pure heart. Unfortunately, some things are beyond human control, and no matter how unwilling you are, it is useless. As he was thinking, he heard Feng Shi ask him, "Senior, is there a talisman that can quickly increase spiritual power in a short period of time?" The reason why she asked this was that she remembered that when she was in Wangu Xianzong, she was unable to draw the heaven-grade Nirvana talisman because her Nirvana power was not enough. Later, she thought of a way to activate the Nirvana talisman in the middle of the process to replenish her Nirvana power. Since the Nirvana talisman can work, the spirit talisman should be able to work too. Although the old man didn't know why Feng Shi asked this, he still said, "There are many kinds of talismans that have this effect. Aren't there some in the ones you learned before?" Feng Shi shook his head. "The effects of those talismans are too mild. I want a talisman that can instantly replenish a large amount of spiritual power as long as it is activated." The old man thought for a moment and said, "You mean the burning spirit talisman? This kind of talisman can indeed achieve the effect you mentioned, but it has a fatal drawback. The sudden surge of spiritual energy in the body will cause a huge burden on the meridians, and if you are not careful, it will result in the meridians bursting. Therefore, unless their lives are at stake, few people would use the burning spirit talisman." Feng's eyes lit up. "Senior, I'm going to learn this." The old man understood Feng Shi's intention after a little thought. She and her brother were both only minor gods, and had no power to resist when faced with danger, so they could only take the risk and use the soul-burning talisman. "What two poor children?" The old man said with some pity, "Okay, but remember that unless it is an emergency, it is better not to use it." As soon as he finished speaking, a jade sip appeared in front of Feng Shi. Feng Shi probed his spiritual consciousness into it, and saw the process of drawing the soul-burning talisman. In fact, if it were an ordinary person, he would never be able to learn just by reading the jade sips even if he died of exhaustion. Feng Shi is obviously not among them. After reading it twice, she started to draw. It worked in one try. But she didn't stop and continued painting. He drew dozens of soul-burning talismans in a row before finally stopping. She ate something, drank some water, and then said, "Senior, what I'm going to do next may surprise you. Please don't stop me, I know what I'm going to do." The old man was very puzzled, and when he was about to ask for details, Feng Shi had already picked up the talisman pen and started to draw the Ice Soul Cold Light talisman from the category of the 5 books talismans. The old man thought, this child is quite resilient, but resilience alone is useless. As he was thinking about it, he saw Feng Shi continue to draw talismans with his right hand, while his left hand activated a burning talisman. The old man almost screamed out loud. He finally understood why Feng Shi wanted to learn the burning spirit talisman. Is this to borrow the burning spirit talisman to make up for her lack of cultivation? This is really nonsense. Let's not talk about whether this method works or not, the key is whether her meridians can withstand it. Don't play with your life again. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was not worried at all. Because it was certain that Feng Shi was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The other person had already reached the Mahayana stage of cultivation, so his meridians were naturally very strong. There would be no problem with just burning the talisman. Sure enough, after Feng Shi activated the soul-burning talisman, apart from frowning slightly, there was nothing unusual. The movement of drawing talismans with the right hand is also very smooth. With one push, the talisman is completed. Because there was still some spiritual power left from the injection, Feng Shi continued to draw talismans in the other 5 categories. When the spiritual power is exhausted, activate another soul-burning talisman. The mutated burrowing thorn beast felt more and more that his guess was correct, and it was also conservative. This female devil might have reached the middle stage of Mahayana cultivation. What new outer disciples? They are all lies. Only that old man was so stupid that he believed it. As for why the female devil did this, it felt that it must be to take advantage of the great opportunity that the old man had mentioned. How insidious. Fortunately, it was smart and had already seen through her true identity. Again, no one animal in this world can deceive its great intelligence. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1590. I just enjoy the sense of accomplishment of being praised as a non-human. Feng Shi drew all the talismans in the 5 book categories in one breath. Of course, this only contains the talismans in the jade slips given to her by the old man, which is definitely not complete. But it doesn't matter, she just needs to prove that she can draw talismans within the scope of the 5 books. She put down the talisman pen and wiped the sweat from her face with her sleeve. In fact, not only her face, but almost all her clothes were soaked with sweat. The old man was right. After activating the burning spirit talisman, the sudden increase in spiritual power in the body would impact the meridians. However, she was struck by lightning from time to time, and her tendons and veins had been washed by the power of lightning several times, so this amount of spiritual power was no problem at all. But in order to hide her incompetence, she could only break out into a sweat, which meant that she was actually in quite some pain. Commander Lu, could you please consider the situation of normal people next time when you act? You activated a bunch of soul-burning talismans, but ended up sweating all over. Don't you think it's outrageous? Feng Shi wiped the sweat off his face and said respectfully, Senior, I have already learned the talismans in the 5 books category. Now you can teach me how to trace back to the reverse talisman. No movement. There was no movement at all. Feng Shi fainted again. In that case, let's draw another stack of soul-burning talismans. They will be useful in the future. After Feng Shi drew a thick stack of soul-burning talismans, the old man trembled and said, Okay, good boy, have you ever had any adventures? Why are your meridians so strong? Feng Shi's face was full of bitter smiles. A fortuitous encounter, I guess so. When my brother and I were wandering around, we were poisoned once. We had no choice but to go to the mountains to find herbs to detoxify. We knew nothing about pharmacology. We just stuffed any herbs that showed signs of being eaten by evil insects or beasts into our mouths. I don't care whether the medicine is suitable for my condition or whether the medicines conflict with each other. I just want to stay alive and I can't care about all that. Maybe we were not destined to die, so we finally survived and the poison was cured. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. My brother and I have stronger tendons and veins than ordinary people, and I am also immune to all poisons. Commander Lu, you are really good at making up stories. What he said sounded very convincing. If I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would have believed it. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the old man believed it. Because only this kind of adventure can explain why she, a small god, has such strong tendons and veins. His compassion overflowed. In his eyes, Feng Shi and Junwen are simply the epitome of poor little things. The old man originally thought that what he had given Feng Shi before was enough, but now he feels that it is not enough, far from enough. He wished he could give everything in this underground stone hall to Feng Shi, leaving only the load-bearing walls. However, it is not the right time yet. As the saying goes, it is a crime to possess a treasure. Her cultivation is so low, giving her too many things would harm her instead. If Feng Shi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely yell at the top of his lungs. Herd me as much as you can. The old man calmed himself down before giving Feng Shi the jade slip engraved with the tracing back talisman and gave him some explanation. Although Feng Shi had performed very well before, the old man was still unsure. Because although the Suyun Huini Fu belongs to the category of 6 characters, it is actually close to 7 characters. Can it work? Feng Shi did not try to draw the tracing back talisman right away, but practiced drawing it on ordinary paper first. This way he could shorten the time as much as possible when drawing it officially and also reduce the loss of spiritual energy. Commander Lu couldn't help but sigh. Although this girl was arrogant, she was still very methodical when doing things, no wonder she could reach her current height. After Feng Shi mastered the patterns, he officially started painting. The first time failed. The old man sighed inwardly, thinking that it was indeed too much of a stretch. No matter how talented she is, it is still too difficult for her to trace back to the source of the reverse talisman. Feng Shi was reviewing the situation, trying to find the reason for the failure, when she heard Niu Jian say, Master, I think the reason you failed is because you didn't worship the demon god. Why don't you worship him? Feng Shi, get lost. There aren't even any demons in Tiang continent. How can the demon god bless me across the continent? I am now the master of 2 worlds. Isn't it shameful to worship the devil at every turn? She ignored the wooden sword and continued to summarize her experience and lessons. In the end, she discovered that she was too impatient and her spiritual power output was a bit hasty and not stable enough. After finding the reason, she took a deep breath and started painting again. The old man thought, the little girl is still too impetuous. You should summarize it more and try again. This thought was quickly broken by Feng Shi's voice. I did it, Senior, I succeeded. I finally succeeded. As expected, the old man was silent again. Feng Shi was already used to it. She calmed herself down and drew a few tracing back talismans. After ensuring that the success rate was 100%, she stopped to rest. Feng Shi asked Commander Lu, Master, what do you think of my performance? Commander Lu was speechless, but he dared not remain silent, so he said indifferently, You are so powerful that you are not human. Feng Shi smiled so brilliantly. Master, I just enjoy the sense of accomplishment of being praised as a human being. Please praise me a few more times. Commander Lu. WTF. Perhaps Feng Shi had trained the old man's psychological endurance, because after a short while, the tracing back talisman drawn by Feng Shi disappeared. I guess the old man took it and checked it carefully to see if there was anything wrong. After a while, the old man said tremblingly, "Good boy, there is nothing wrong with the origin tracing talisman you drew, and except for one which is of medium quality, the rest are of high quality. Your master is right, you are indeed gifted in making talismans, and your future achievements will be no less than your achievements in the art of turtle evolution. However, using the burning spirit talisman is not a long-term solution after all. You still need to practice hard and improve your cultivation as soon as possible, so that you can go further." Feng Shi nodded respectfully. The old man gave some more instructions, and then said, "Although I would like to keep you for a while longer, the secret realm of the heavens is in danger now. You should hurry up and repair the runes." After the old man finished speaking, he gave Feng Shi a storage ring, which contained a map of the locations of the 28 runes, as well as the special rune ink and rune pen needed to repair the runes. The old man thought about it and asked Feng Shi to stretch out his right hand again. Feng Shi thought, does the old man want to read my palm? He is indeed a charlatan, and now he is using all his special skills. When she was daydreaming, the word, forbidden, suddenly appeared on the palm of her hand. As long as you are in the secret realm of the universe, no matter what monsters or other living creatures you encounter, as long as you extend your right hand, you will be able to pass unhindered. Feng Shi originally saw that more than a dozen of the 28 runes were on the other side of the river, and she was a little worried about those high-level monsters, but she didn't expect that the old man had already thought of a solution for her. The mutated burrowing thorn beast on the side was almost jealous to death. He said he was giving it a great opportunity, but in the end, it got nothing. But this female devil made a lot of money and earned a fortune. However, because of the previous experience, although it felt sad, it did not dare to scold Feng Shi, and only dared to scold the old cricket. Feng Shi was about to thank him when the old man said, "If you have any other requests, just let me know. I will try my best to satisfy you." Feng Shi glanced at the shell of the Jingang Wangsu turtle and hesitated whether to say it or not. It seems a bit excessive. Otherwise, forget it and wait until we get the Four Symbols monument back. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the old man said, "You want the shell of the Golden Gang fantasy turtle. You want it for your master, right? Well, Gu Liangchuan is the backbone of the sect, and he is indeed worthy of using the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle. You can give it to him now." Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1591. What belongs to you is yours, no one can take it away. The reason why the old man said this was that he felt that since Feng Shi was good at divination with live turtles, he naturally did not need the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle. She has a pure heart and is very filial to her master. I had helped my master get the classics on the turtle evolution technique before, and now naturally I want to help my master get the tortoise shell. Naturally, he had to fulfill her filial piety. For a moment, Feng Shi didn't know whether to praise the old man for his generosity or to envy the luck of her cheap master. Since the old man said it was for her cheap master, she naturally can steal it. She still has this bottom line. As for the little turtle wanting a shell, I will find a way to help it find it later. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. "Master, it's all right. When you give this tortoise shell to the old charlatan, flatter him a little and make him feel so proud that he won't be able to find his way around. Then he will be willing to give you this tortoise shell. He won't be happy if you don't want him. This means that what belongs to you is yours, and no one else can take it away from you." Feng Shi. You are more shameless than me. I, the Lord of Two Worlds, would never do such a shameful thing. Isn't it just the shell of a Golden Gang fantasy turtle? When I have time, I'll go to the Fantasy Sea and catch 10 or 8 of them. You can pick any little turtle you want. Commander Lu thought to himself that he didn't know who was so frightened when he was teleported to the depths of the Fantasy Sea. If that group of high-level fantasy beasts hadn't just been passing by, the grass on your grave would be as tall as a person. Going to catch the Golden Gang fantasy turtle? You're talking in your sleep. Feng Shi pretended to refuse, but seeing that the old man was sincere in wanting to give it to her, she had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Now the old man's status in Feng Shi's mind has risen sharply. He is simply a god of wealth. Commander Lu said calmly, "On the one hand, he treats you well because he values your talent, and on the other hand, he hopes that you can get the Four Symbols stele back, so don't be too self-indulgent. Besides, if he knew that you passed the test by cheating, do you think he would still be so nice to you?" Feng Shi, yes. Commander Lu. Suddenly I felt it was meaningless and didn't want to talk anymore. Feng Shi comforted the little turtle and rewarded it with a black animal core. The little turtle was so moved that it burst into tears and wished it could peel off its own shell and give it to Feng Shi right now. Feng Shi put the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle into a separate storage ring. He did this because he was worried that the fire-swallowing Pixiu would secretly show off to him. It's hard to guard against thieves within the family. This thing may not show off anything, so it's better to be careful. Even the golden pig is a glutton but not as greedy as it is. The key is that it sleeps all day long. It definitely eats for nothing. After Mu Jian noticed Feng Zai's thoughts, he immediately gave the fire-swallowing Pixiu a flying kick. Sleep, sleep, sleep until you die. The fire-swallowing Pixiu didn't react at all, even its snoring didn't change. Of course, this was also because the wooden sword had only poked it with the hilt. If it had made a bloody hole, at least it could turn over and continue sleeping. Feng Shi once again flattered the old man. Although the old man was quite pleased with her, he ran out of time and had to urge him. "Okay, next time you bring the yin-yang and 4 elephant stele, we'll have plenty of time to chat. Now hurry out and fix the runes." Feng Shi hurriedly said, "Senior, wait a minute. I saw that Shifeng made the runes appear after he made a series of seals. You have to teach me this method." In fact, Feng Shi had almost learned it by watching Shifeng make seals, but the matter was of great importance, so it would be safer to learn it again. The old man said hurriedly, "It is my fault that I forgot about this matter. Please wait a moment." After a moment, a jade sip appeared in front of Fangxi, containing the method of forming seals. "Senior, after I repair the rune, how can I cover it up?" "You'd better come up with a different seal method from before, so that it looks the same as before, and then dig a few pits inside, and if foreign enemies sneak in, let them suffer the consequences." The mutated burrowing thorn beast that was watching the fun shrank its neck. "The female devil is so scary." The old man praised Fangxi highly, saying that she was brave and resourceful, and that she would definitely grow up to be a pillar of the Tianyan Dao sect like her master. The old man pondered for a while, then gave Fangxi a jade sip, which contained the improved concealing rune seal. After Fangxi learned it, the old man reminded her, "After you go out, you must practice diligently. No matter how good your talent is, it will be useless if your cultivation is not good enough. Do you understand?" Fangxi and Junwen both nodded in agreement. Although these words were directed at Fangxi, Junwen was very conscious of the fact that he was being polite and had to observe the proper etiquette. The old man then said to the mutant digging thorn beast, "I said before that I would give you a great opportunity. Now I will give you two choices. One is that I will give you some elixirs that will help you practice. I dare not say that they can transform you completely, but as long as you practice diligently, you will have no problem advancing to the Mahayana stage in the future. Another option is that I can let you escape from the shackles of the secret realm of the universe and follow the Lu brothers and sisters to the outside world, but the prerequisite is that you must sign a contract with Lu Yi." The mutated burrowing thorn beast thought deeply and weighed the pros and cons. Advancing to the Mahayana stage was indeed very attractive to it, but it felt that the old man was moody and could turn his back on anyone. If he was unhappy one day, he might kill it. In addition, it felt that the old man was too honest and such a person had no future. As for following the female devil, it was not very happy about it. The devil can read minds, and it has no privacy in front of her. And so, well, can I sign a contract with him? The mutated burrowing thorn beast pointed its claws at Junwen, who was watching the fun on the side. Junwen. He almost thought he was hallucinating. No matter what it was in the past, didn't everyone rush to sign a contract with junior sister? Why would this mutant burrowing thorn beast choose him? Could it be that his personality charm is now stronger than that of the junior sister? Wow, he is getting better now. The old man was also surprised. Why did you choose Lu Qi as your master? The mutant burrowing thorn beast rolled its eyes and said, "Lu Yi already has a black turtle. I want to be a unique pet. I don't want to compete with other pets. It's boring." The old man actually wanted the mutant burrowing thorn beast to form a contract with Fangxi because he felt that she was too weak now and lacked help around her. Although the mutated burrowing thorn beast is only in the middle stage of fusion now, its combat power is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late stage of fusion, and its subsequent potential is also good. In addition, Earth-type monsters are relatively rare, especially high-level Earth-type monsters, which can play a big role at critical moments. However, the contract between the mutated burrowing thorn beast and Lu Qi is the same. After all, they have a good relationship as siblings, so it doesn't matter who they make the contract with. So, he said, "Okay, then you can make a contract with Lu Qi." "Junwen, don't you even ask for my opinion?" "Well, my opinion doesn't matter." Junwen immediately signed a contract with the mutant burrowing thorn beast. He found this feeling somewhat novel. He actually had a contracted beast. Even though this thing is ugly and doesn't quite match his reputation as a gentleman with a sword known throughout the world, but at least its cultivation level is pretty good, so I'll just keep it. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was thinking, this weakling is easier to deal with than that female devil. After I get out, I will kick him to death once I have gained a firm foothold, and then I will run towards freedom. The two guys, each with their own thoughts, both showed stupid yet clear looks. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1592 How important it is to learn a foreign language well. Fangxi thinks that the mutant burrowing thorn beast and Junwen are a good match. Well, it looks like he has a lot of ideas, but actually, it's just that simple. Fangxi's pets all had different thoughts. The vast majority felt relieved that there was one less person vying for favor. Especially the wooden sword. It is already tiring enough for it to defend against this and that. It does not want to have another opponent, especially since this mutated burrowing thorn beast is at the level of a combined power. It must be very difficult to deal with. But there are exceptions. Chaos feels so sorry. It hadn't done dirty work for a long time and thought it had the chance to do some work today, but the other party chose that silly boy Junwen. What a lack of vision. The old man gave some more instructions before sending Fangxi and the others to the ground. Fangxi actually had one question that she hadn't asked the old man yet, which was why Junwen was able to enter the stone tablet smoothly before, while she got a big bump on her head. Why did they let her in later? Could it be that he was moved by seeing her hit her head? But she refrained from asking because she was afraid of causing trouble. Ask again next time when you bring the Liangyi stele and see Xiang stele here. Fangxi took out the rune distribution map that the old man gave her and decided to repair this side of the river first and then go to the other side. Although the old man wrote the word, forbidden, on the palm of her hand, encountering a high-level monster would definitely delay time. It would be better to repair a few runes as soon as possible and temporarily stabilize the secret realm of the heavens. With the mutant burrowing thorn beast here, there is no obstruction on this side of the river. Fangxi quickly discovered the Jiaomujia rune, because she had seen the Xingrima rune before and could tell the difference at once. The runes of the Star Sun Horse give people a warm and gentle feeling, while the fierce and violent aura of the Hornwood Dragon is about to escape from the stone wall. It seems that what the old man said was right. Someone sprinkled soul-corroding powder on it, and the nature of the rune has been reversed. She immediately took out a special pen and ink and drew a tracing back to the source talisman below it. Of course, during the painting process, she activated the soul-burning talisman, otherwise it would not have been possible to complete it. This rune is even more difficult than the one on the talisman paper. Fortunately, Fangxi was well prepared and did not encounter any difficulties. At the moment the rune was completed, the fierce aura on the Jamuja rune quickly disappeared and became gentle. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief and hid the rune again according to the old man's teachings. Then, we rushed to the next rune location without stopping. Junwen felt that hurrying would drain Fang Zai's physical and spiritual energy, so he set his sights on the mutated burrowing thorn beast he had just contracted. Even though it's covered in thorns, that's not a problem. Junior sister had even ridden a hedgehog before, and its thorns were even denser than those of this thorn beast. So, he said to the mutant digging thorn beast, put away the thorns on your back and let my junior sister ride on you. Mutated digging thorn beast, you must be dreaming. I have a contract with you, but I am not your slave. It's okay to ask me to help you fight or something, but asking me to be a mount for you and your sister is impossible. This is an insult to me. I would rather die than surrender. So, it pretended that it heard nothing and bared its fangs at Junwen provocatively. Junwen's eyes turned cold and he turned to look at Fang Shi. Junior sister, this thing I contracted doesn't obey my command. What should I do? Should I kill it and eat its meat? Fang Zai's eyes fell on the thorns of the mutant burrowing thorn beast. Okay, let's kill it. It's just right for me to count whether the thorns on its body are odd or even. I have been curious about this question for a long time. Mutated digging thorn beast. Not human. Neither of you are human. It saw Fang Shi slowly raising her right hand, and thought of the word, forbidden, on the palm of her hand, and it shuddered. Does the female devil really want to kill it? No, it's just a mount, right. I'll do it. Although it has come out of the underground palace, it still has the ability to speak human language, otherwise it would only be able to howl. If you delay for just a moment, you might be skinned and have your thorns pulled out by the female devil. How important it is to learn a foreign language well. The thorns on the back of the mutant burrowing thorn beast shrank instantly, replaced by a layer of soft grey hair. Fang Shi and Junwen. Can it still be like this? When the mutated burrowing thorn beast saw their naive appearance, it felt a sense of superiority. Humans are so pathetic, their thorns can change freely, unlike their hair which can only hang down like a dog's tail. Of course, it would never dare to say this, and even dared to think about it only secretly, for fear of being caught by Fang Shi's mind-reading. Fang Shi and Junwen immediately sat on the back of the mutant digging thorn beast, and then Fang Shi patted the mutant digging thorn beast's head. Go. The mutated burrowing thorn beast felt extremely humiliated, but dared not say anything. It could only run away, wishing it could shake Fang Shi and Junwen off their back. Unfortunately, he was sitting very steadily and nothing happened to him. Fang Shi noticed the mutant burrowing thorn beast's little thoughts and said to Junwen. Brother, you haven't given it a name yet, right? How about I help you choose one? Junwen smiled and nodded. Okay, little sister, your naming skills are unparalleled in the world, you will definitely be able to give it a good name. Fang Shi thought for a while and said, let's just call him Erguzi. The mutated burrowing thorn beast staggered. Why did she call it Erguzi? Did she, hear it say that human hair is a dog's tail? Terrible. The devil's mind-reading ability is so terrifying. Now, let alone Fang Shi calling it Erguzi, even if he called it Gubaba, it would not dare to object. Fortunately, Fang Shi was just teasing it and finally gave it a rich name. Well, it means, wealth. Rich and noble, Fang Shi and Junwen both like him. One likes to be rich, the other likes to be expensive. So, wealth and honor are freshly baked. The acceptance of the mutated burrowing thorn beast is very good. Because the name Fugui is much better than Erguzi. With Fugui as his mount, Fang Shi's efficiency in repairing runes has been significantly improved. At the same time, Sect Master Dai and the others saw Fang Shi and Junwen riding a monster that looked like a big grey rat on the star screen, jumping around everywhere, appearing here and there. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1593. No, why are you running? Elder Bai was shocked. What are they riding? Hall Master Teng said uncertainly, didn't those outer disciples say they encountered a mutated earth-digging thorn beast? I guess that's what they were talking about. Elder Bai was a little confused. Even if it is a mutant burrowing thorn beast, it should have thorns, why is its back covered with long grey hair? Others also started talking about it. Elder Guliang curled his lips and said, it's not that I'm not nice to hear. Can you two grasp the key points when looking at the problem? Is it important what the big grey rat is? What's important is why my two beloved disciples are traveling back and forth in the secret realm of the heavens, and what are they doing? Obviously, they're repairing the 28 constellation runes. Elder Bai snorted coldly, we don't even know where the 28 constellations are, how can the Lu brothers and sisters know? Even if they knew, the two youngsters don't have the ability to repair the star rune. Elder Guliang rolled his eyes and said, have you ever thought about why the star screen turned completely dark before and then returned to normal? Isn't this obvious? After my two beloved disciples repaired a few runes, the star curtain returned to normal. You were indeed my disciple, you have quite a bit of my demeanor back then. Sect Master Dai didn't have time to correct Fang Shi and Junwen that they were not yet his disciples. After all, they had not passed the assessment for inner disciples. He felt that what Elder Guliang said made sense. It was impossible for the star curtain to return to normal on its own. It must be because someone had repaired the star rune. How did the Lu brothers and sisters do it? Could it be that they encountered the legendary great opportunity? The others also thought of this at this time. The originally heavy atmosphere was swept away, and they immediately began to discuss what this great opportunity was. It must be the magic of talisman making, otherwise the Lu brothers and sisters would not be able to repair the star runes. I also think it's the art of talisman making, but the star runes definitely require extremely high attainments in talisman making. It's good enough that the two of them can become talisman makers in such a short time. How could they possibly have the ability to repair the star runes? I guess this repair rune is different from what we understand. Maybe it doesn't require a very high level of rune making to complete it. Ellipsis. Even Elder Guliang felt that the great opportunity that Fang Shi and Junwen had obtained must be the art of talisman making, because only this could explain it. In addition, although the ancestors of Tianyan Dao sect were famous throughout the world for their turtle divination technique, they were also good at making talismans, but their technique fell into obscurity later on. If the Liu brothers and sisters could inherit the art of talisman making, it would definitely be a great joy for Tianyan Dao sect. At this time, Fang Shi had repaired all the runes on this side of the Jiang River, leaving only 12 runes on the other side of the river. The mutant digging thorn beast rolled its eyes and said, "Let me make it clear in advance. Although I can dig holes, I can't swim. Otherwise, I would have gone to the other side of the river a long time ago." Fang Shi said calmly, "You didn't go to the other side of the river because you were afraid of those high-level monsters. It has nothing to do with whether you can swim or not." Mutated digging thorn beast. She can even figure this out. Again, the female devil is so terrifying. Just as it was shocked, Fang Shi suddenly laughed. "Fugui, you just made a contract with my brother, shouldn't you behave yourself?" Mutated digging thorn beast. "I've been your mount, my legs are almost broken from running, how else can you expect me to perform? How about this, you jump into the river as bait, lure out an aquatic monster, and let it carry us across the river." Mutated digging thorn beast. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" It wanted to get mad, but didn't dare to, and said weakly. Don't you have a black turtle? Just let it carry you across the river." Fang Shi shook her head. "No, it's too dangerous, I can't bear it." Mutated digging thorn beast. "So, the little turtle's life is a life, but my life is not a life. How dare you call me rich? You might as well just call me a worthless life." In the end, it couldn't escape the fate of being used as bait and was kicked into the Jiang River by Zhang Wen. He originally wanted to treat the mutated burrowing thorn beast well, but he soon realized that for such a creature, you must use thundering means, otherwise it will cause chaos. Either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind overpowers the east wind. Fortunately, he has his junior sister Xi Fang as his backer, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Fang Xifeng Shi stared closely at the mutated burrowing thorn beast that was paddling, ready to rescue it at any time. The same goes for Zhang Wen. This is his first contracted beast. Even though it is a little stupid and ugly, it is still his own and he naturally has to protect it. At this moment, the mutated burrowing thorn beast was cursing in its heart. It didn't care whether Fang Shi could read people's minds or not. It was already in such a weak state, what else was there to worry about? It just curses. Scold hard. It was cursing vigorously when there was some movement underwater. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is almost scary. Not to mention that it can only doggy paddle, the key point is that its magical powers are useless in water. Any slightly powerful aquatic monster can kill it. How could it not be afraid? It swam desperately towards the shore. Help, help. Thump. Fang Shi jumped into the river, and Zhang Wen followed suit. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was a little touched. It seemed that this pair of non-human brother and sister could occasionally act like humans. Fang Shi dived into the water and saw the aquatic monster. It looks a bit like a walrus, but it has a black horn on its head. Commander Liu reminded, "This is Mo Zhao Huangjin, who is good at weaving illusions. Although you can easily see through illusions, there is no need to waste time on it. Just show the word, ban, on your right hand." Fang Shi thought so too. The most urgent thing now is to repair the rune. There is no need to waste time on this Mo Zhao Huangjin. However, what Fang Shi did not expect was that the black-horned phantom monster actually turned around and ran away. She was not even given the chance to show the word, forbidden, on her right hand. "No, why are you running?" Fang Shi was puzzled, and Zhang Wen was also confused. "But he has already run away, there is no way to chase him. Instead of wasting time, you might as well swim to the other side." The reason why Fang Shi was unwilling to swim over by himself was mainly because it would consume his spiritual and physical energy. Although I had Fugui to help me get around before, repairing the runes is tiring. Especially since she also needed to use the soul-burning talisman, it meant that she was determined, otherwise she would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Just as Fang Shi was about to swim over, the voice of the violent conger eel came to his mind. "Master, do you still remember me from the New Moon Sea?" Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1594. Now his Guliang clan is also getting better. Of course Fang Shi didn't forget about the violent moray eel, it's just that it can't see the light. Does anyone know if there is such a species in Tiang continent? What if someone recognizes it if it shows up rashly? "Master, look at me, how much do I look like before?" Fang Shi probed his spiritual sense into the monster bag and took a look. Wow. Did the violent conger eel give itself a facelift? Why does this look so similar to the black snake in the Xuanwu Phantom? "Master, do you think my new look is good?" Fang Shi, "Yes, it is true, but you are a demon beast. No matter how you change your appearance, this point cannot be changed. It is easy for people to see through you." The violent conger eel was a little proud. "Master, I recently discovered that I can temporarily suppress the evil spirit in my body and disguise myself as a spirit beast. I wasn't sure at first, but last time you put me in the spirit beast bag to help the little turtle play the role of Xuanwu, I found that I didn't feel uncomfortable at all." Fang Shi only then realized this matter belatedly. Yes, although the magical beasts can be put into the spirit beast bag, they will still feel some discomfort. The longer the time, the more obvious the discomfort will be. Last time, I didn't hear the violent moray eel complaining about something being wrong. How come this has changed? While she was in shock, the violent conger eel continued. "Master, you will release me secretly in a moment, creating the illusion that you have subdued me in the water. Then I will be able to see the light of day." Fang Shi. How come these two people are more cunning than me? However, this is a good idea, and other spiritual pets can be cleansed in the same way in the future. Fang Shi did not dare to act rashly, but transferred it to the spirit beast bag and asked the little fat bird to confirm it. After getting a positive answer, Fang Shi dived into the water and secretly released the violent conger eel. Mutated digging thorn beast. The female devil not only has a black turtle, but also a black snake. Turtle. Snake. Oh my god. Could it be that her spiritual pet is actually Xuanwu? No wonder it didn't choose her as its master. She didn't feel any regret at all. It turns out that it has a Xuanwu. Finish the calf. It had secretly cursed her in its heart before. Would she come after it? So scared. While it was having its dinner drama, Fangxi was already acting with the violent moray eel. The water splashes and you can even see violent moray eels discharging electricity. When the mutant digging thorn beast was in a state of confusion, Junwen said with his spiritual sense, Fugui, let's join in the fun. Mutated digging thorn beast, you were so stupid. Didn't you see that thing emitting electricity? Although it looks like a magical beast, it is actually a black snake. Maybe, like the female devil, she has hidden her abilities. No matter whether it is willing or not, Junwen has already dragged it forward. The mutated digging thorn beast is feeling miserable. If time could go back, it would rather choose to accept the old man's first choice and would never sign a contract with this idiot. After a fierce battle, Fangxi finally subdued the violent conger eel and successfully made a contract with it. Outside the secret realm, Elder Bai and others almost popped their eyes out. What did they see? Lu Yi has contracted a black snake. Master Teng said. Although this aquatic monster looks very similar to the black snake, according to historical records, the black snake is not only physically strong, but also good at poison and water attacks. I have never heard of it having a lightning attribute, so it should not be the black snake. However, I think this monster is somewhat similar to the thunder dragon recorded in ancient books. It is rumored that some demon snakes with the blood of black snakes can transform into thunder dragons if they swallow natural treasures with thunder properties by chance. Everyone felt that what Hall Master Teng said made sense. The burrowing thorn beast had mutated before, so it was not impossible for the demon snake to transform into a thunder dragon. Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he lost his way. Whether it is the black snake or the thunder dragon, they are both good things. He was so happy for his beloved disciple. As for what sect leader Dai said before, that you won't be allowed to become his disciple if you don't pass the inner sect exam, that's bullshit. The Liu brothers and sisters repaired the runes and got a great opportunity. Do you have the nerve to not let them enter the inner gate? These two of his apprentices are a done deal. Not only these two are doing well, but that unreliable eldest disciple has also become successful. Maybe after the retreat is over, I can advance to the 5th level of fusion. Now his Guliang clan is also getting better. If sect leader Dai knew what he was thinking, he would definitely kick him away. What is the Guliang clan? One of them has the surname Li and the other two have the surname Lu. How come they have become your Guliang clan? At this time, in the secret realm, Fangxi and Junwen had already sat on the back of the violent sea eel, and only the mutant digging thorn beast said shyly. Well, I can swim over by myself. I don't dare to trouble Master Black Snake. Fangxi. Look at how cowardly you are. You are not worthy of the good name of Fugui. However, this also shows that the violent moray eel's plastic surgery was very successful. Fangxi was too lazy to pay attention to the mutated burrowing thorn beast. He gently patted the violent moray eel, and the violent moray eel shot out like an arrow. The splashing water almost bounced the mutant burrowing thorn beast back to the shore. It quickly used its spiritual sense to speak to Junwen. Hey, you, put me in your strip beast bag. Junwen heard no movement. The mutant digging thorn beast made up its mind. Master, please put me in the strip beast bag. Junwen then put it into the strip beast bag. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was disheartened. It's over. It gave up its most precious dignity. From now on, it has completely fallen. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Junwen say. You have performed well before. As your master, I have clear rewards and punishments, so I will not treat you unfairly. I'll give you a meat bun as a reward. Junwen said this and threw a meat bun into the strip beast's bag. The mutated burrowing thorn beast sneered and said, you want to get rid of me with a broken bun? Am I that worthless? Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. Do not eat, white, do not eat. At least make some money back. As soon as the meat bun entered its stomach, its eyes widened. It seems like there is something put inside this meat bun. Could it be that these two idiots want to poison it to death? Just when it was about to vomit it out, it was stunned and its body felt warm and comfortable. No matter how suspicious it is, it knows now that this is a good thing. Very good stuff. It couldn't care about anything else and quickly refined it. Junwen put a red beast core inside the meat bun, and only by using both kindness and force could he completely subdue it. Inside Fangxi's strip beast bag, Mu Jian is teaching the little fat bird and the others. Look at little Loach. As a magical beast, he was the first to be whitewashed. Look at you guys, none of you are motivated to make progress. I am so disappointed. It won't be long before the little Loach will leave you far behind. You are ferocious beasts and chaos spirits, and this is the result. What a bunch of disgraceful things. I'm ashamed for you. Don't say you know me when you go out. I can't afford to be embarrassed by this. Ellipsis. As the wooden sword was beeping, the strip pet suddenly rushed forward. Wooden sword, master, save me, save me, save me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1595 I will serve my unscrupulous master as a traitor for my whole life. Fangxi felt that Mu Jian was right to scold her. A bunch of people ate for free, she was too embarrassed to scold them, so she could only use the wooden sword to scold them for her. But she didn't want to show too much bias, so after the pets had beaten her up, she said. Okay, stop fighting, just let out your anger. Mu Jian is indeed a bit mean, but his words are true. You should also hurry up and find a way to see the light of day, which will greatly benefit your advancement. Instead of beating up the wooden sword here, you should calm down and think of a solution. If a little Loach can conceal the aura of a demon beast, I believe you can do it too. I am waiting for your good news. After Fangxi finished speaking, he gave each of the strip pets a purple beast core and gave two to the violent conger eel. The violent moray eel is so beautiful that it blows bubbles. It turns out that opportunities are something you have to fight for yourself. Ever since it was contracted by its unscrupulous master, it has never been able to join the circle of regular strip pets, and has been living a miserable life of going hungry twice a year, and going hungry once every half a year. That's not all, I also have to act as a power bank for that lack of virtue by Kyle. It did not give up on itself, but kept working hard silently, because it knew that opportunities always come to those who are prepared. It turns out, it is correct. It finally gained the attention of its unscrupulous owner through its persistence and hard work. Moreover, ever since Kyle had the cloud core, he no longer stole its electricity, and would occasionally give it some lightning power for free. It's getting better now too. The violent moray eel was enjoying itself here, while the wooden sword lay dead where it was. This time it was beaten really badly. The spiritual pets not only beat its body, but also its spiritual consciousness. What's even more infuriating is that the black and white jade slips in the sea of consciousness actually came to take advantage of the situation and smashed it hundreds of times. It was careless this time and the attack covered too wide a range. If it had known this would happen, it would have come in batches. However, it has no regrets. Because it is the apple of its owner's eye, it must stand up at this time and say some words on behalf of its owner. The beating was not in vain, the owner must have remembered it, and its position as the #1 spiritual pet is more secure. Just as it was thinking about it, Fangshi secretly stuffed 3 purple beast cores into it. Wooden sword. I will serve my unscrupulous master as a traitor for the rest of my life. By the time Fangshi had dealt with the small disturbance in the spirit beast bag, the violent conger eel had already swam to the other side of the Jiang River. Fangshi was a little puzzled. There should be many high-level aquatic monsters in the Jiang River. The violent conger eel was just a minor god, so why didn't any of them come out? And why did the black horn phantom monster run away when it saw her? How strange. Forget it, I should hurry up and repair the runes. Junwen released the mutated burrowing thorn beast and still let it serve as a mount for Fangshi and himself. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was very active this time. Not only did it take the initiative to turn its thorns into long grey hairs, it also took out a few spiritual fruits that looked like dates and gave them to Fangshi and Junwen. This fruit is so sweet, try it. Junwen and Fangshi were quite considerate and not only ate the food but also praised it a few words. The mutant burrowing thorn beast finally breathed a sigh of relief. It has to behave well in the future and try to get more good stuff from the meat buns from Urshazi. After all the good things have been taken away from him, it will kick him away and run away to freedom. When it was having a sweet dream, it suddenly stopped and then burrowed into the soil without caring about its head or butt. It was a relief that Junwen and Fangshi reacted quickly, otherwise they would have had to eat a mouthful of dirt. Junwen was so angry that he yelled, "Fugui! What the hell are you doing?" The mutant digging thorn beast finally reacted and quickly got out of the soil, saying awkwardly, "I smelled the scent of a high-level monster, and I burrowed into the ground out of instinct." Junwen was a little speechless, but considering that the contract had only been signed for a short time, it was understandable that it forgot for a moment. As he was speaking, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, followed by the appearance of several snake heads. Their cold vertical pupils made people shudder. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is almost scary. He tried hard to hide his huge body behind Fangshi. "Fangshi. Fifth brother is your master, why are you hiding behind me?" Outside the secret realm, Elder Guliang was extremely nervous. He grabbed Elder Bai's arm tightly and strangled it to death. Elder Bai. He swung his arm violently, causing Elder Guliang to stagger. Elder Guliang glanced at him, with the subtext, "I have something to do now, I will settle the score with you later." "Elder Bai, how dare you come to me to settle accounts? It's better for me to come to you to settle accounts." However, now he is more concerned about whether the Liu brothers and sisters can escape safely. Those are all bone-eating green anacondas in the middle stage of fusion. If there was only one, they might be able to win with the help of the mutant burrowing thorn beast, but with such a large group, their lives would be in danger. Then, he saw Fangshi slowly raise his right hand and shake it. A magical scene happened. Those bone-eating anacondas that were still spitting out the tongue suddenly retracted their heads back into the bushes and became silent. Fangshi and Junwen sat back on the back of the mutated burrowing thorn beast and continued on their way forward in a swagger. Both Elder Bai and everyone else felt that the scene was too unbelievable. How did Lu Yi do it? Even if she had some powerful spiritual weapon on her, those bone-eating green anacondas would not give in so easily. There should be at least some process. Their minds are full of questions now, but they can only wait for Fangshi and the others to come out before asking. Fangshi was a little unsure before, but when he saw those bone-eating green anacondas were obedient, he finally felt relieved. It seems that the god of wealth is still very reliable. Commander Lu. You used to call the other person old man, but now you call him the god of wealth. It really goes like that, whoever gives you milk is your mother. Every time Fangshi approached the rune, the star curtain would become pitch black, and this time was no exception. Elder Guliang took advantage of this opportunity and began to attack Elder Bai. "Mr. Bai, I saw that you were too flustered just now, so I supported you out of kindness, but you threw me off. You are such an ungrateful old man." In the past, Elder Bai would just say, "I don't know," but since his last argument with Elder Guliang, he opened the door to a new world. He sneered, "Help me. I think you want to strangle me to death. Guliangchuan, everyone present is smart, don't try to be clever with your little tricks. Do you think that you can confuse right and wrong by calculating the variables? Do you want me to show everyone what you did to my arm? Don't always call yourself the master of the Liu brothers and sisters. They have got an opportunity in the secret realm of the heavens and may have already become your disciples there. You, a charlatan, can only stand aside." It has to be said that Elder Bai hit Elder Guliang's pain point accurately, and he was so angry that he hummed. "You are talking nonsense. Lu Qi and Yi only recognize me as their master, how could they possibly accept someone else as their master? I think it's you who's trying to steal my girl, you shameless old ungrateful bastard." Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1596. What is your cultivation level? Elder Bai smiled when he saw that Elder Gu Liang was anxious. Gu Liangchuan, no matter how much you say, it's useless. You know whether you are qualified to teach them or not. They will definitely find another wise master. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. I think you are just jealous that I have 2 good disciples, but I am too lazy to argue with you. Just wait and see. In fact, he had no idea at all. After all, he knows his own weight better than anyone else. The Liu brothers and sisters might have really found a new master in there, and the other party must be of higher seniority than him. At that time, he would have no choice but to give up his position in disgrace. His heart bleeds when he thinks that his 2 precious disciples are about to leave him before they even have time to warm up to him. It seems that the Guliang clan is about to fall again. Fangxi didn't know that her eyes were bruised from being pinched outside. She was repairing the runes. After the rest just now, her physical and spiritual power recovered a little, and she successfully completed the rune repair here. After covering the rune, he sat on the back of the mutant burrowing thorn beast again and directed it to the location of the next rune. She ate something and then closed her eyes to rest. She could only use the time on the road to rest. Commander Liu thought, it's not easy to kill that little girl. Yes, if you want to succeed you have to work harder than ordinary people. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is now eager to perform, and it can be said that it is running at full speed to maximize its potential. As it ran, it sensed the breath of a high-level monster, but it didn't take it seriously. Because the bone-eating green anacondas in front retreated obediently when they saw the word, forbidden, on Fangxi's palm, the other monsters would definitely be no exception. So it just slowed down a little and didn't burrow into the soil as hurriedly as before. Fangxi also sensed the dangerous aura, but she didn't take it too seriously. As the saying goes, when the gods are here, they will abdicate. She has the forbidden character technique, so what is she afraid of? Soon, she found out that she was totally wrong. Because they were surrounded by a large group of high-level monsters at this time, including the bone-eating anacondas. These high-level monsters are almost all in the middle and late stages of fusion. Each of them had a fierce look in his eyes. Fangxi raised his right hand to signal them to look at the forbidden words in the palm of his hand, but unfortunately his right hand became numb from holding it up, and the monsters showed no intention of retreating. Everyone was drooling as they looked at Fangxi. Fangxi. What went wrong? The only good thing now is that these monsters seemed to have some reservations and did not rush over, otherwise she and Zhang Wen would definitely be killed. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is trembling like a sieve. Terrible. It is terrible. It wanted to burrow into the ground for escape, but it remembered that it had signed a contract with Zhang Wen. If Zhang Wen died, it would die too, so it had no choice but to hold on. It placed its hopes on Fangxi. Female devil, it's already this time, don't hide your cultivation level, just reveal your identity as a Mahayana cultivator, maybe you can scare these monsters away. Thinking of this, it was stunned. And many more. It seems to have overlooked something. It asked Zhang Wen, what is your cultivation level? Zhang Wen ignored it. It's already this late and you're still asking nonsense. You have signed a contract with me, and you know my level of cultivation. Ever since the mutated burrowing thorn beast was contracted by Zhang Wen, it has been playing tricks and has never thought about cultivation at all. Now I find out that Zhang Wen is only at the 9th level of the spirit transformation level. So, is it true that the female devil is just a minor deity? Finish the calf. It's doomed now. As I said, I regret it so much. Just when it was in despair, Fang Zai's clear voice rang out. Are you gathered here to welcome me? I feel a little embarrassed. Mutated digging thorn beast. Are you crazy? They're clearly waiting to eat you, okay. Those monsters were obviously a little confused. 2 of them couldn't help but took a few steps forward, but they didn't move forward due to the roars of other monsters. Fangxi shook the forbidden character on his palm. Aren't you afraid of this? Fangxi said this and took a few steps forward. The nearest monster was only a few feet away. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is almost scary. Apart from anything else, the devil's courage even if dried up is bigger than its head. The people outside the secret realm were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Elder Gu Liang even covered his eyes with his hands. Then peek out from between your fingers. As if that wouldn't be so scary. But now no one is paying attention to his strange behavior, and everyone is worried about Fangxi and Zhang Wen. Fangxi discovered that when she was waving the forbidden spell, the monsters closest to her had obviously evasive looks in their eyes. This meant that they were not unafraid, but just wanted to kill her by force by relying on their large numbers. Maybe they're rebellious and don't want anyone to be superior to them. It could also be. Fangxi thought about what the old man had said before about releasing the secret realm of the heavens from the restraints on the mutated burrowing thorn beasts. Could it be that these monsters also wanted to break free from some kind of restraints? No matter what the reason was, force would not work, so she could only use her signature skills. She sneered. When the secret realm of the universe was on the verge of collapse, where were you? Were you all hiding in the cave waiting to die? Now I am risking my life to repair the runes, and it would be fine if you didn't help, but you actually want to take advantage of the situation. If you have any common sense, you should wait until I fix the rune before you take any action. What's going on? Have you all had enough of living? Do you want to perish along with the secret realm of the universe? Fang Zai's words made many monsters look regretful. Yes, we should at least wait until she has repaired all the runes before taking any action. Fangxi took in their expressions, and then said calmly. You may not know that I am Master Tian Yan. I had expected this to happen a long time ago, and I also know why you want to kill me. It is nothing more than related to the secret realm of the heavens. Fangxi spoke very slowly, especially at the end, because she had to decide what to say next based on the reactions of the monsters. Of course, outsiders can't see it. They just think she is calm and composed, and has the demeanor of a spiritualist. Fang Shi continued to speak slowly. You want to break free from your restraints, right or wrong? Without the monster's reply, she had already gotten the answer she wanted from the shocked eyes. She cast the Saint's Light a dozen times in the dark before slowly saying, according to the hexagram, all of you will not have a good end, but even though I am a Tianyan master, I do not believe in fate. My fate is determined by my own hands. Are you willing to let me help you change your fate? Sister is a real dog. Chapter 1597. You believe whatever she says. Where is your judgment? The monsters were in a commotion. Some had suspicious looks in their eyes, some had shocked looks in their eyes, and a few monsters even showed disdain. Fang Shi pulled the corner of her mouth lightly. What? Don't you believe what I say? Fugui, come here. The mutated burrowing thorn beast didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Fang Shi's gourd, and didn't want to go over, but it didn't dare, so it had to take small steps to get closer to Fang Shi. Fang Shi pointed at it. It's the perfect example. It was originally just an ordinary digging thorn beast, but because my master helped it to change its fate, it not only successfully transformed, but also signed a contract with my brother and will follow us to leave the secret realm of the heavens. Mutated digging thorn beast. You are really good at making up stories. However, it's not all nonsense. After all, its fate has indeed been changed. If it weren't for the old man, it might have died. Fang Shi released the violent conga eel again. And this one, it was originally just an ordinary water snake, but my master also changed its fate. Do you think it looks like it did before? Although it was facing a group of monsters in the fusion stage, no one dared to underestimate the violent conga eel because of its domineering aura. Especially, it has the appearance of the legendary black snake. Fang Shi put the violent conga eel back into the magic bag, and then took out the shell of the golden gang Wangsu turtle. Do you recognize this? This is the shell of the golden gang fantasy turtle that my master passed down to me. It is extremely effective in performing the turtle evolution technique. I used this tortoise shell to calculate that none of you will have a good ending. Every one of you will have a bad ending. To be honest, I originally thought that I had miscalculated. Although my turtle evolution technique was the true inheritance of my master, everyone is prone to mistakes. But now I look at it and I see that my calculation was absolutely correct. Your standing here is the beginning of misfortune. Fang Shi said this, glanced around, and then said lightly. Don't believe it. Let me analyze it for you right now. You surrounded us just to use me to threaten the person who gave me the forbidden spell, right? Fang Shi knew that his guess was correct from the performance of the monsters. She actually figured it out step by step. If this group of monsters wanted to kill her and Junwen, they should have killed them right from the start, but they surrounded them without attacking. Either they have a difference of opinion or they don't want their lives. Combined with the fact that they wanted to break free, the answer was obvious. They thought that she had the forbidden secret and must be related to the people in the underground palace, so they wanted to use her to threaten the other party. She said slowly. I don't know which of you came up with this stupid idea. You actually want to use me to threaten the owner of the underground palace. Absolutely ridiculous. The forbidden words he casually wrote can scare you away. If he really shows his power, you won't be able to threaten others, and you may not even know how you died. Maybe you think that he is keeping you around for some use and won't kill you all, but you are totally wrong. There are plenty of obedient monsters on the other side of the river. All we need to do is transport a batch of them over. As long as the senior takes action, cultivation is not a problem at all. Wealth is an obvious example. Are you thinking that if you give up now, nothing will happen? How naive. How can that be possible? You have already started to rebel. Do you think that senior can still tolerate you? You have only one way to survive now, and that is to trust me, because only I can help you change your fate and break this deadly situation. The monsters were in commotion. Some of the monsters that were timid by nature had even started to tremble, and the looks they gave Fang Shi no longer had the ferocity they had before, but instead had a pleading look in them. Mutated digging thorn beast. No, you just believe whatever she says. Where is your judgment? It seems that the brains of these monsters are not very useful. They're far worse than this one. Little did it know that Fang Shi had been applying the light of a saint to himself ever since he met this group of monsters. The power of the 1000-layer pancake filter should not be underestimated. In addition, Fang Shi's tactics are also very important. First, use the mutated burrowing thorn beast to calm the situation. This is a real thing that happened. Those monsters can't find any flaws. First, establish initial trust. Then summon the violent moray eels and use the black snake to shock them. Then she took out the shell of the golden gang Wangsu turtle, proving that she indeed knew the turtle evolution technique. On the other hand, she was telling these monsters in a disguised way that even the strange beasts in the depths of the fantasy sea had been skinned by her master, and for these monsters in the fusion stage, if they offended her master, they would be seeking death. At this point, the monsters' brains were already buzzing, and she would then advance the following words based on their performance, making them feel that no matter what they did, they would end up dead. Whether it is a human or a monster, when they are afraid or desperate, they are likely to believe people who show kindness to them. And Fang Shi is the one who shows kindness to them. Fang the great good man Shi continued to add the 1000-layer pancake filter to himself while raising his right hand and pressing down. Those monsters were really obedient. They suddenly shut up. Mutated digging thorn beast. It doubted its own judgment again. Maybe only that idiot Lu Qi was a divine being, while Lu Yi was really a Mahayana cultivator. Otherwise, why would the monsters become silent when the little hand pressed down like that? In fact, the reason why they were so obedient was, on the one hand, that they wanted to hear what Fang Shi would say next, and on the other hand, they were somewhat frightened when they saw the forbidden word on Fang Shi's right hand. I know there are some monsters among you who are skeptical of me. It doesn't matter, believe it or not. Just listen to me and tell you how to crack it before you decide. Not to mention those monsters, even the mutated burrowing thorn beast was curious about what Fang Shi would do next. Could it be that she wanted to contract all these monsters and take them out of the secret realm of the heavens? Let's not talk about whether she can contract so many monsters. The key point is that these monsters are not happy about it. In other words, it was confused for a moment and jumped into the pit. But when it thought of the good things Junwen gave it, it felt that this pit smelled pretty good. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1598 Elder Gu Liang's sky collapses. All the monsters pricked up their ears to listen to what Fang Shi had to say, and then they heard Fang Shi say. The 2 yin and yang and the 4 images contain mysteries, and the 28 constellations determine cause and effect. The Xingri horse tramples through thousands of mountains, the Shuo pig pushes open the gate of the sky, and the Dumoexi town locks up the foolish world of mortals. Although the monsters didn't understand, they thought these words were very profound. So awesome. I suddenly felt that the little charlatan in front of me was very capable. The key point is that when she said this, her fingers were still counting constantly, and her whole body seemed to be emitting golden light, like a god. Some monsters even wanted to crawl on their knees. Fang Shi muttered to himself and calculated for a while before saying, "You want to change your fate, there is only one way, that is to wait for me to get out and take back the 4 symbols stellae, and bring it and the 2 principles stellae into the secret realm of the heavens. When the 2 yin and yang and 4 symbols return to their positions, your mission will be accomplished. At that time, I will beg the seniors in the underground palace to remove all the restraints on you and give you freedom." However, as the saying goes, a divination will not go in vain, a method will not be sold at a low price, cause and effect cannot be disclosed lightly, only by giving away money can one exchange for life, only by carrying heavy supplies can one overcome disasters, you must show some sign of loyalty. Let me make it clear first, I am not asking for any favors from you. This is the necessary process for you to change your destiny. Logically speaking, you should give away all your assets to show your sincerity, but it's not easy for you, and I can't bear it. How about this, I'll think of a way to make it work. Each of you can give me 20 heaven-grade herbs or 20 heaven-grade spiritual fruits, and that will be considered as reserving a spot. How about that? The monsters were reluctant. 20 heavenly grade medicinal herbs or 20 heavenly grade spiritual fruits. Why don't you go and grab it? Although there are indeed many good things in this secret realm of the heavens, heavenly herbs and heavenly spiritual fruits are also rare, okay. Although we have saved some, we are still saving it for advancement. How can we give you so much at once? So the monsters howled and bargained with Fang Shi. Although the two sides don't speak the same language, they can still use gestures. Finally, the deal was concluded with 10 heavenly grade medicinal herbs or 10 heavenly grade spiritual fruits. The monsters felt they had gotten a great deal. Little did they know that Fang Shi's original psychological price was 10 coins, and calling out 20 was just to give them room for bargaining. In addition, it can attract their attention and make them have no time to analyze the rationality of things. In fact, even if you let the monsters analyze it, they won't be able to come up with anything. With Fang's eyes charlatan rhetoric, not to mention the monsters, even the cultivators would be fooled. It turned out that this strategy was correct. Both parties were satisfied and felt that they had gained an advantage. After the price was agreed upon, Fang Shi asked Junwen to take out the photo stone and record it, and she began to collect deposits from each monster one by one. The monsters thought to themselves, he is indeed a charlatan, look how rigorous he is in doing things. This way you won't make mistakes. In fact, some monsters were still a little suspicious of Fang Shi's words, but other monsters had already paid the deposit, and if they didn't pay, it would be as if they were at a disadvantage. What a hell. Why do you have such an idea? Forget it, just pay it. In case what she said was true, these 10 herbs were still worth it. It doesn't matter if what she said is false. People from their Tianyan Dao sect will come in for the trial anyway. Then they will capture them as hostages and force them to pay back the money. After thinking this way, I no longer had any doubts and paid the deposit without hesitation. After receiving the deposit, Fang Shi said, by the way, if I want to change my fate, I still need your blood. It doesn't need to be much, just give me a bowl of blood from each head. As Fang Shi spoke, she took out a bunch of bottles and jars from her storage ring and asked Junwen to distribute them to the monsters to collect blood. The monsters didn't doubt it. After all, the phrase, going against all of heaven and changing fate, sounded very high-sounding. If it didn't involve blood, they would think it was unreliable. Some people who are worried specifically choose the largest bowl, thinking that the more blood they have, the more thorough the change in their fate. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is somewhat skeptical about life. Didn't you come here to kill the female devil in the first place? How come now it has become that not only do you give her the heavenly grade herbs, but you are also willing to bleed her? Are you all crazy? Besides being able to read minds, could the female devil also be able to bewitch people? The value of the terrifying female devil is still rising. Fang Shi heard from the old man that the more types and higher levels of animal blood used in the talisman ink, the better the effect. In addition, these monsters bleed actively, so the quality will be better. She couldn't even imagine how good the effect of the talisman ink she made using the blood of hundreds of beasts would be. Fang Shi did not collect the beast blood immediately, but placed it on the ground, and arranged it in a special shape. Then, she took out the whisk that Elder Gu Liang had given her, muttered something mysteriously, and gestured a few times before putting the beast's blood into the storage ring. The monsters now believed it even more. Although this Tian Yan master is not very old, one can tell at a glance that he is very skilled in the art of Gui Yan. At this moment, Fang Shi staggered and Junwen quickly supported her. The monsters then noticed that her face was pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Junwen sighed, little sister, you are always hard on the outside but soft on the inside. You could have used the spirit blood to save the world next time, but you had to do it to them now. Look at what you have done to yourself. Besides, you will need to repair the runes later. Can you do it in your current state? Fang Shi said weakly, since they trust me, I can't let them down. At worst, I can use forbidden techniques to forcibly restore my spiritual and physical strength, and then slowly recuperate after we get out. Zhang Wen sighed again. Forget it, you should talk less and take a rest. As he spoke, he helped Feng Shi sit down next to the rock, then took out a pill from his storage ring and fed it to her. Feng Shi closed her eyes and said nothing. The monsters looked at Feng Shi, who looked like she was dying. Even the few monsters that were doubtful thought that she was a good person and that what she said should be true. Little did they know that someone was chatting with Commander Lu. Master, do you think I am going too far? Before Commander Lu could say anything, she continued, they wanted my life, so it's not too much for me to ask them for some interest. I'm already very merciful by not killing them. However, I really didn't expect that these monsters in the fusion stage would be easier to fool than the divine monsters in the Juyu continent. Could it be that the local climate and soil breed the local monsters? That's right, the people in Tiank League are not very smart, no wonder these monsters are so stupid. Commander Lu, silent. If you call it a monster, then call it a monster. Who are you targeting with your sarcasm? He felt that it was unnecessary for the old man to write the forbidden words on Feng Shi's palm. This girl could make those monsters run around in circles with just her broken mouth. Not only was Commander Lu silent, but there was also dead silence outside the secret realm. People cannot make any sound when they're extremely shocked. Just like Elder Guliang now, he has thousands of words in his mind but can't say a single word. After holding it in for a long while, he finally said, you are worthy of being my Guliangchuan's apprentice. He felt somewhat guilty when he said this, because the words Feng Shi said and the gestures he made were more realistic than those of his master. Strange, he didn't teach her these, where did she learn them from? When he was wondering, Elder Bai said with a half smile. Guliangchuan, I think what I said before was right. Lu Yi must have found a new master in the underground palace. She learned the turtle evolution technique from her new master. And the tortoise shell of the Golden Gang Fantasy Ruins turtle must have been given to her by her new master. Elder Guliang's world has collapsed. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1599. Zhang Wen felt that he was wrong. Elder Guliang's heart bleeds when he thinks that Feng Shi might really have a new master, and that the new master might be an expert in the turtle evolution technique. However, he soon overturned this conclusion. Because he recalled that when he had just learned the turtle evolution technique, he often ran out to play tricks on his fellow disciples using this set of mysterious tricks. Could it be that my beloved disciple is also pretending? Yes, no matter how talented she is, it is impossible for her to learn such sophisticated turtle evolution technique in such a short time. She must be acting. As expected of him, he is his disciple, just like him. But what about that turtle shell? No matter what, as long as I don't have a new master, it's fine. After he had a clear idea in his mind, he looked at Elder Bai with disapproval. Bai Lin, even though I used to dislike you, I just thought you were a little narrow-minded and useless, but generally you were okay. But today I see that you are such a narrow-minded person. If Yi really found a new master in the underground palace, whether it was talisman making or the art of turtle evolution, it would be a great thing for our Tinyan Taoist sect. Because in this way, we can obtain many lost traditions. As for whether Yi still recognizes me as her master, this is entirely my personal gain and loss and is not worth mentioning compared to the interests of the sect. You can't even see through this, and you are responsible for the outer sect. I am really worried that you will mislead the students. Elder Guliang's words were so righteous and powerful that many people looked at him with admiration. At least in today's matter, Elder Guliang is more visionary than Elder Bai. Elder Bai keeps trying to sow discord between the master and his disciple, which is really not good. Elder Bai's face turned blue, red, and white, almost like a chameleon. But this time, Sect Leader Dai glared at Elder Guliang fiercely. It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense here. If you were this energetic in doing serious work, you wouldn't have advanced to the third level of Mahayana only now. If I hear you say nonsense again, get out. Elder Bai, I think Elder Zhao is a little exhausted, you go and take over from him. Elder Bai knew that Sect Leader Dai was giving him a way out, so he nodded in agreement and took over from Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, who was exhausted, didn't know what to say, but he knew the character of Elder Guliang and stood farther away from him on purpose. Elder Guliang was very resentful. He was obviously in the right, but that damn Dai Chanfang scolded him. It was such bad luck to be his junior brother. But he didn't dare to say anything except glaring at Sect Leader Dai secretly. After all, in front of outsiders, he still gave Sect Leader Dai face. If he didn't have this foresight, he wouldn't be where he is today. Because of this episode, everyone didn't talk much and focused their attention on the sky again. In the secret realm, Feng Shi rested for a while, and then started to act weirdly, making the monsters mistakenly believe that she was using forbidden techniques to forcibly restore her spiritual and physical strength. They saw that Feng Shi's pale face quickly turned very rosy, and he was in much better spirits than before. They thought, this forbidden technique is quite powerful. However, I heard that the more powerful the forbidden technique, the more damage it will cause to the body. When I think about the fact that if she hadn't wanted to provide them with spiritual blood to overcome their misfortune, she wouldn't have needed to use forbidden techniques, I can't really blame her. Feng Shi stretched his arms and legs and said to the monsters, I have to continue repairing the runes, otherwise it will collapse midway and none of you will survive. Of course, I'm not doing this entirely for you, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden. Well, time is running out, so I won't say any more to you. We'll have a good chat next time I come. Feng Shi said this, inviting Zhang Wen to sit on the back of the mutated burrowing thorn beast. Under the complicated gazes of the monsters, he walked away freely. After running for dozens of miles, the mutant burrowing thorn beast finally slowed down. God knows, it has never run so fast in its life. Although those monsters seemed to have been fooled by the evil woman, if they could figure out what was going on, they would tear them apart. Just when it was feeling scared, Feng Shi said with a smile. Fugui, are you worried that they will chase after me? Don't worry, even if they chase after me, they're only here to protect me or to give me something good. Do you think I'm bragging? You don't understand, I am now the god who saves them from danger. Even if they realize they have been deceived, they will not admit it because it would make them feel stupid. Besides, I didn't lie to them. Next time I come, I will ask the god of wealth to help untie them, so that their things will not be in vain. Mutated digging thorn beast, you were so particular. Just as Feng Shi said, the monsters did not chase after them. The subsequent process of repairing the runes went very smoothly. Of course, smooth is only relative. The further along in the process, the more difficult it becomes for Feng Shi to repair the problem. Because her spiritual and physical strength had been overdrawn, she was completely relying on pills and willpower to hold on. Even the mutant burrowing thorn beast couldn't help but admire it. It turns out that one can't become a demon without being crazy. The female devil is crazy and insane. Finally, all the runes were repaired. At the same time, the 28 elders outside also opened the teleportation formation of the secret realm of the heavens, and the outer disciples who were taking the test were teleported out one after another. Maybe because Feng Shi and Junwen were on the other side of the river, they were the last ones to be teleported out. Junwen almost dropped the mutated earth-digging thorn beast into the secret realm of the heavens. Fortunately, the mutated burrowing thorn beast reacted quickly and hugged Junwen's thigh, so it was not left behind. The mutated burrowing thorn beast cursed in its heart. If I had known earlier, I would have made a contract with the female devil. Even though she is scary, at least she is reliable. Unlike this idiot, he almost lost it in the secret realm of the heavens. Junwen felt that he was quite wronged. He used to be alone and only needed to pay attention to whether his junior sister was there. He was not used to paying attention to a big grey rat. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1600, Elder Guliang's teeth almost fell off with laughter. Feng Shi and Junwen were surrounded as soon as they came out, and Elder Guliang rushed to the front. He stretched out his arms and protected Feng Shi and Junwen like an old hen. Stop pushing, stop pushing. Don't you see that my two beloved disciples are very tired? If you have anything to ask, let them rest first. Sect leader Dai also felt that this kind of chaos was outrageous, so he said, Junior brother Guliang is right. Let them rest for a while before asking. Only then did the crowd stop crowding. Sect leader Dai comforted and encouraged the outer disciples who were taking the test, asking them to go back and rest first and wait for notification on the next test. Although these outer disciples really wanted to eat melons, they could only walk away, looking back every few steps after the sect leader gave the order. After they left, Elder Guliang turned his palm upwards and asked the elders for something. Don't just stand there and watch. My disciple has become so weak because of the sect's plan. Hurry up and give us the best elixirs you have saved. Elders. How can a person be so thick-skinned? Finally, sect leader Dai scolded them, don't mess around. I have soul condensing and essence nourishing pills here, just let them take them. Elder Guliang's eyes lit up. The soul concentrating and essence nourishing pill is a good thing. It's rare that this damn Dai Chanfang is so generous. He didn't bother to look for other elders and friends, and quickly took the pill handed over by Sect Master Dai and gave it to Feng Shi and Junwen. After Feng Shi took the pill, his fatigue was relieved a lot. Junwen had even less to worry about. After all, his bodyguard was just a decoration and he had no chance to take any action. When Sect leader Dai saw that the two men had recovered, he asked, can you tell me in detail what happened? Feng Shi immediately began to describe the situation vividly. When Elder Guliang heard the old man praising him as the backbone of the sect, he almost fainted with joy. He just doesn't have a tail, otherwise it would definitely be sticking up to the sky. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? That old senior praised me as the backbone of the sect. You two all said that I was not doing my job properly, but now the senior has cleared my name. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Bai Lin, don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm talking to you, apologize to me now. Ellipsis. Elder Bai wishes he were deaf. Too heartbreaking. Every word is so heartbreaking. Sect leader Dai couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he kicked Elder Guliang to the ground, and finally the situation quieted down. Feng Shi and Junwen were really considerate, as they hurried forward to help Elder Guliang up. Many elders felt jealous. Guliang Chuan, this old charlatan, was once doted on by his master, and later he was protected by his senior brothers. Even when he was very old, he still accepted two such outstanding disciples. No, 3. Li Zhe was also a promising young man at first, but his development was delayed by him. He is so lucky. Where does this make sense? Elder Guliang's teeth almost fell off from laughing. He had never been so happy in his life. No, he was also very happy when Dai Chanfang was the sect leader. Because he knew he had someone to back him up for the rest of his life. Sect leader Dai motioned Feng Shi to continue. Feng Shi repeated what happened next and finally took out the shell of the Jingang Wangsu turtle. Master, the seniors in the underground palace said that you have inherited the art of turtle evolution and are the backbone of the sect, so this turtle shell is given to you. Elder Guliang never dreamed that this tortoise shell was actually given to him. Trembling, he touched the turtle shell 99 times and 81 times, and finally withdrew his hand reluctantly. Yi, when you became my disciple, my master didn't give you anything valuable, so I gave you this tortoise shell. Feng Shi was deeply touched. Regardless of whether Elder Guliang is reliable or not, he is really good to her. She hurriedly said, Master, this is a gift from the old senior, how can I have the face to accept it? Besides, I have just started learning the art of turtle evolution, so why would I need such a precious turtle shell? As for you, you're an expert in the art of turtle evolution, and using this turtle shell will be even more powerful. It will definitely take your art of turtle evolution to a higher level. Elder Guliang felt uneasy. I know my own worth very well. Using this turtle shell is simply a waste of resources. Before he could speak, Feng Shi continued, by the way, I also asked the old senior for a lot of books on the turtle evolution technique. You can study them carefully when you have time. Elder Guliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, it was quite bright. He didn't care about the tortoise shell and asked Fangxi to give him all the books. He picked up a book at random, flipped through it, and then entered a state of ecstasy, oblivious to what was happening outside. Seeing this, Fangxi had no choice but to put the tortoise shell into her storage ring and planned to give it to Elder Guliang when she had time. At this time, Master Teng asked about the matter of repairing the runes, and Fangxi repeated the relevant details. However, she wasn't telling the whole truth. The old senior said that although I have good talent, it is good enough for me to complete simple runes in a short period of time. It is impossible for me to complete the runes in the category of the 5 books. Fortunately, the old man had great powers, and I don't know what secret technique he used to enable me to create the 5 books runes in a short period of time. Although the process was a bit bumpy, fortunately, the rune repair was successfully completed in the end. After Fangxi finished speaking, Junwen seemed to be hesitant to talk. When Sect Leader Dai saw this, he asked, Lu Qi, do you have anything to say? Fangxi glared at Junwen, and Junwen lowered his head, disciple, I have nothing to say. Sect Leader Dai's face darkened. Let me ask you again, what do you want to say? Lu Qi then raised his head and gritted his teeth and said, my sister didn't let me say it at first, but since you asked, I can only tell the truth. Although my sister said it lightly, the old senior's forbidden rune technique has great disadvantages and has caused great damage to my sister's consciousness and meridians. Although the old senior gave my sister the elixir, she still suffered from the disease. According to the old seniors, if my sister is seriously injured or strongly stimulated in the future, she may bleed from all 7 orifices and her meridians will rupture and she will die. But she was afraid that you would worry, so she specifically told me not to tell anyone before she came out. If you hadn't asked, I would have kept it a secret. Sect Master, my brother and I are orphans, we have no place to live and have suffered from bullying. Since we joined the Tinyan Taoist sect, we have finally experienced what it feels like to be at home. For the sake of the sect, we are willing to sacrifice everything. This time the senior chose my sister. If he had chosen me, I would not have hesitated at all. Junwen's voice choked up as he spoke, but his tone was firm. Everyone present was moved. Well, except Elder Guliang. He was still immersed in the ocean of knowledge and had no idea what was happening. Junwen silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Although the lines he just said were designed by his junior sister, his performance was also crucial. Both his tone and expression are impeccable, and his acting skills are now almost as good as those of his junior sister. Sect Leader Dai felt a little ashamed. He thought Junwen was hiding some secret, but the result turned out to be like this. He nodded. Your brothers and sisters have performed a great deed this time, the sect will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition to the rewards, you do not need to participate in the remaining inner sect assessments. From now on, you are the sect's direct disciples. Fangxi and Junwen both showed expressions of joy. Fangxi thought, you sound very generous, but actually you are just making empty promises. Originally, Elder Guliang accepted us as his disciples, and we were designated as his personal disciples. Can this be considered a reward? It seems that she has to find a way to wash away the good things she begged for in the secret realm of the heavens and reward herself. As I said, she never relies on others for things she can do herself. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1601, all we can say is that both the master and the apprentice are honest people. Fangxi immediately gave a speech to express his gratitude for receiving the award. He first thanked Sect Leader Dai for his respect and the sect for their training, then spoke a few more humble words, and finally expressed his loyalty, raising the tone of his speech by several degrees. Junwen stood aside, smiling and nodding, indicating that he thought so too. After Fangxi finished his acceptance speech, he excitedly walked over to Elder Guliang who was still reading a book. Master, the master has promoted us to personal disciples. Elder Guliang was so engrossed in reading that he didn't react at all. Fangxi took the book from his hand. Elder Guliang was immediately furious, but when he saw that the culprit was his beloved disciple, his mood suddenly turned sunny. Yi, return it to master. Fangxi said with a smile, Master, I didn't mean to disturb you from reading. The sect master just announced that my brother and I have been promoted to direct disciples. From now on, we can learn the art of turtle evolution from you. Elder Guliang was overjoyed and looked at Sect Leader Dai. Brother, is what Yi said true? Sect Leader Dai was happy now, so he looked at this disappointing junior brother with more favor than usual. He smiled for once and nodded. Elder Guliang was so happy that he looked at Elder Bai provocatively. Elder Bai just thought he was blind. At this time, Fangxi said to Sect Master Dai. Sect Master, my brother and I only need to hand over half of what we obtained in the secret realm of the universe to the sect according to the regulations. But as my brother just said, the sect has protected us from the wind and rain, so we should repay the sect well. Therefore, I am willing to hand over all the spoils I obtained in the secret realm of the heavens to the sect. Look, should we hand it over to Hall Master Teng now or hand it over to the miscellaneous affairs hall outside later? When Elder Guliang heard this, he became anxious. You silly child. Of course you should keep the good stuff for yourself, why would you hand it over to a sect? He quickly said, Brother, let me say a few words. Lu Qi and Yi made great contributions this time. If it weren't for them, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's more, Yi brought back so many books on the turtle evolution technique. Just for this reason, she deserves special treatment. Besides, the things she had tricked the monsters into giving back to them might have to be returned to them next time she went in. If she handed them over to the sect, what would she do in the future? And the turtle shell was given to me by an old senior. You can't ask me to cut off half of it and hand it over to the government, right? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Let's make an exception this time and let them keep them all for themselves. Fangxi gave Elder Guliang a 360-degree thumbs up in his heart. The reason why she deliberately woke up Elder Guliang was to serve as her mouthpiece. Some words are inappropriate coming from her, but it is natural for them to come from her, an old charlatan master. After listening to Elder Guliang's words, Sect Leader Dai did not express his opinion immediately. At this time, Master Teng said, Master, Lu Yi has developed a chronic illness due to repairing the rune. It would be a bit inhumane to ask her to hand over the spoils. I agree with what Elder Gu Liang said. Let's make an exception this time. Elder Gu Liang screamed. What did you say? Yi is ill. What's wrong? What's going on? He was so focused on studying classics that he neither heard nor saw Zhang Wen's wonderful performance. Master Teng told the story again. Elder Gu Liang's eyes were filled with heartache. He pointed at Feng Shi and sighed. You are. He wanted to say Feng Shi was stupid, but if it were him, he would probably do the same. Alas, I can only say that both the master and the apprentice are honest people. He looked at Sect Master Dai and said, my disciples have made such a great sacrifice. If the sect still wants to have a piece of the pie, then that would be a shame. If you don't agree, I will dig up my master's grave and give the burial objects inside to my apprentice. Sect leader Dai was almost angry to death. How did he end up with such a jerk of a junior fellow apprentice? Sect Master Dai glared at him fiercely and looked at the elders. Everyone, please express your opinions. Elder Bai spoke first. I agree with what Whole Master Teng said. This time the Lu brothers and sisters can be said to have turned the tide. We can make an exception and make all the spoils their own. Elder Gu Liang raised his eyebrows. Old Man Bai Lin would occasionally speak human words. The other elders also expressed their opinions, and all agreed that an exception could be made this time. On the one hand, what Feng Shi and Zhang Wen did was obvious to all, and on the other hand, they could also see that Sect Master Dai had already agreed in his heart and was just looking for a way out. Sect leader Dai nodded. In that case, Lu Qi, Lu Yi, you don't have to hand in the things you obtained in the secret realm of the universe, including the Star Soul Stone. Keep them all for yourselves. However, all books related to the inheritance of the turtle evolution technique must be handed in. Elder Gu Liang curled his lips and said, it has to be handed in, but unfortunately only the 4 of us in the sect can understand it. Master Dai, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were so moved that they burst into tears. In addition to expressing the gratitude, they also expressed their loyalty. Feng Shi felt very happy. Not only does she not have to give half to the sect, but in the future she can attribute all the things whose origins are difficult to explain to the god of wealth. She is such a clever little girl. At this time, someone suggested to see the forbidden words on Feng Shi's palm, and Feng Shi showed it to everyone openly. Feng Shi originally thought that the forbidden spell had disappeared after leaving the secret realm of the universe, but she didn't expect it was still there, just a little fainter. The elders studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, let alone feel its power. It is estimated that this forbidden word technique is now just an empty shell, and it will be of no use once it leaves the secret realm of the heavens. Elder Gu Liang felt sorry for his disciples, so even though everyone still had many questions, he addressed them all and let Feng Shi and Zhang Wen rest with him. As for the outer gate, there is no need to go back, in case there are villains causing trouble. Well, the villain with the surname Bai. If you want to go back to get something, it won't be too late for him to go with you another day. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen also wanted to find some quiet time, so they followed Elder Gu Liang to his yard. Although Elder Gu Liang's house was bombed every now and then, each time it was rebuilt, it was almost always rebuilt according to the original scale for the sake of face, so there were still a few empty rooms. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen randomly picked 2 rooms and went in to rest. But before taking a break, Feng Shi said to Elder Gu Liang, Master, those books are extremely important. I haven't had time to make copies because of time constraints. Please don't delve into them yet. Hurry up and make a few copies and store them in different places or in the hands of different people to avoid any accidents. It would be best to put the original copy in the library, and you can just study the replica. Elder Gu Liang felt that his young disciple was too cautious. There was no need for this. But since his beloved disciple said so, he nodded and agreed. Anyway, the reproduction won't take much time, so let's just make a few copies first. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1602 How can a person look this good? Feng Shi saw that Elder Gu Liang had listened, so he went into the house. The reason why she asked Elder Gu Liang to replicate it was because she was worried that he would accidentally explode the turtle shell again. If the classics were burned, the loss would be huge. Feng Shi entered the house and prepared to rest. He was really exhausted these days, not to mention the time in the secret realm of the heavens. He also had a battle of wits and courage after coming out. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. Commander Lu advised, the way of civil and military affairs is to relax and tighten. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Feng Shi sighed, Master, I don't want this to happen either. Commander Lu thought that she would definitely expound on some profound truth next, such as that she was shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Juyu continent, or that she was determined to become the master of the 2 worlds. Then I heard Feng Shi say, Master, let me tell you this, I don't want to be tempted. However, once I deal with people, I can't control myself, and all these conspiracies, intrigues, and brilliant plans just pop out. Do you think there is something wrong with me? Commander Lu. There's nothing wrong with you, you just have poor grades. Commander Lu decided to change the subject. By the way, why didn't you bring out all those combined monsters after signing contracts with them? Feng Shi was happy. Master, you are the commander of an army, but you didn't think about it. Before Fugui signed the contract with my 5th senior brother, the god of wealth said it very clearly. He released the shackles of the secret realm of the heavens on Fugui. By the same token, those monsters must also be restrained. Even if I contracted them, I probably wouldn't be able to bring them out, which would expose the fact that my spiritual power is powerful. Besides, they are only at the level of fusion cultivation, and are only slightly stronger than senior brother Li Zhe. What use do I have for them? If things go wrong, another group of people will just eat for nothing. If Li Zhe knew that Feng Shi had always treated him as a waste, he would probably cry in the toilet. Commander Lu decided to change the subject. You promised the old man to go to Xingyao Gate to ask for the 4 symbols stellae. What are you going to do? Fang Shi pointed at himself and said, Master, I am just a new disciple who has just been here for more than 3 months. Is this something I should consider? Commander Lu. You're going to turn the Tinyan Dao sect upside down. Why are you still pretending to be a new disciple? However, Commander Lu's mention of the Four Symbols monument reminded Fang Shi that she had an insider in the Xingya Gate. Wait until she has time, and then think carefully about how to make use of King Long as an insider. Fang Shi and Commander Lu once again acted out the deep affection between master and disciple, then she simply washed up and fell into a sweet dream. Half asleep and half awake, she saw the long, sparkling river again. She looked at her reflection and sighed, how could a person be so beautiful? Too beautiful. Just when she was indulging in self-reflection, she heard someone shouting for help. Fang Shi woke up almost instinctively, then went to check the small puddle and fished out the drowning Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen in the next room woke up from his fright and wiped the cold sweat from his head. It's good in every way to follow junior sister's advice, except that it's too scary to drown from time to time. Why does he always drown? What's the problem? As he was thinking, the curious voice of the mutant earth-digging thorn beast sounded in his sea of consciousness. What drowning? Zheng Wen then realized that he now had a spirit beast, and if he was not careful, the secret might be exposed. Although he felt a little annoyed, he said, nothing. I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that you carried me and Yi into the river. I almost drowned. After hearing this, the mutated burrowing thorn beast thought to itself, look at what you can accomplish. He must have been scared in the Jiang River before. In comparison, my psychological endurance is much better. I have suffered inhuman abuse from you brothers and sisters, but I am still alive and well. However, hey, why do I feel that your master doesn't have a very good status in the sect? Many people look down on him. Female demon, didn't your sister say that your master is very powerful? Zheng Wen said calmly, this is not something that a spirit beast like you should care about. You might as well spend this time cultivating well, so as not to hold me back. Mutated digging thorn beast. Doesn't your face hurt when you say this? How dare a little god like you say such things in front of me, who is in the middle stage of fusion? Just as it was about to struggle, Zheng Wen cut off the connection with its spiritual consciousness. It suddenly could no longer sense the situation outside, let alone perceive Zheng Wen's thoughts. It roars, it twists, it freaks out. Unfortunately, it was of no avail. It finally realized the cruel fact, even if Zheng Wen's cultivation was lower than its, he was still its master. It can only be used at the will of others. When the mutated burrowing thorn beast doubted its survival, Zheng Wen let out a long sigh. Finally I am free from the feeling of being watched all the time. He admired Fang Shi very much at this time. Junior sister has contracted so many spirit beasts, so doesn't that mean she has no secrets at all? It seems that he and his junior sister still have a lot to learn. Forget it, I won't sleep anymore, let's practice. During this practice, he found that his cultivation had greatly improved compared to before, and he should be only a step away from reaching the void refinement stage. He was overjoyed and practiced even harder. Fang Shi in the next room was still lying on the bed, thinking about how to prevent Zheng Wen from drowning. Although she can provide timely assistance most of the time, what if? She finally decided on 49 Sanskrit characters. These things sit in puddles all day long, doing nothing, so it's a good idea to recycle them. Fang Shi immediately spoke his thoughts to those Sanskrit words. No reaction. Fang Shi sneered, if you don't agree, do you believe I will kick you all out? Although the Sanskrits knew that Fang Shi had no way to deal with them now, it didn't mean that she wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. So, 49 Sanskrit characters formed a rope, one after another, and kicked off a Sanskrit character, letting him play the role of Zheng Wen and rehearsed rescue scene for Fang Shi. Fang Shi then praised them with satisfaction, grew a basket of pancakes for them, and then left. After solving Zheng Wen's drowning problem, she yawned and continued to catch up on her sleep. I was sleeping soundly when I heard a loud noise coming from the room next door. Then the house collapsed. Fang Shi. In other words, she was very good at escaping and jumped out as soon as she realized something was wrong, otherwise she would have been trapped inside. Zheng Wen who lived next door also escaped in time because he had been practicing. However, Elder Gu Liang was not seen. Fang Shi quickly called out, Master, Master, where are you? A cough was heard from the ruins, and then Elder Gu Liang crawled out from the ruins. Not only was her face covered in dirt, but her wig also got curled up at the edges. Except for the color, it is exactly the same as Li Zhe's curly hair. Fang Shi thought, she only knew about parent-child outfits before, but she didn't expect there were also parent-child hairstyles. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1603, people call him Gu Liangza behind his back. Fang Shi felt amused at heart, but looked concerned and ran over to ask about his well-being. Master, are you not hurt? Zheng Wen also hurried over, and the two brothers and sisters helped Elder Gu Liang to the open space. In fact, Elder Gu Liang was fine, but he was hurt. He embarrassed himself in front of his beloved disciple. Where is his master's dignity? Shame on you. When he found that his wig was blown into curls, his world fell. The backbone of the sect has become. Someone has stabbed its spine. He wanted to faint, but he had been bombed so many times that his body had adapted to it and nothing happened. Just when he was very embarrassed, Fang Shi said, Master, you've made such a big fuss, have you come to some realization? Elder Gu Liang, yes. Yes, Yi, you are absolutely right. I was just excited because of some enlightenment and accidentally made such a big scene. Fang Shi's face was immediately filled with admiration. Master, you have gained some insights right after receiving the book. You are amazing. It's a pity that I know nothing about the turtle evolution technique at the moment, otherwise I would definitely ask you to explain it to me in detail, so that my brother and I can learn more. Elder Gu Liang thought, it's a good thing you don't know anything, otherwise I would have been exposed. However, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen's admiring looks made him forget his previous embarrassment. He was just about to act like a master when a shocking cry came from the gate of the courtyard. Master, how come you have curly hair too? Elder Gu Liang looked up and saw his eldest disciple with green curly hair running towards him like a silly roe deer. Elder Gu Liang really wants to clean up the mess at this moment. Thousands of words are summed up into one sentence, you evil disciple. Li Zhe was very confused and felt aggrieved. He had just come out of isolation and rushed over when he heard the noise here. Wasn't it out of concern? How did he become an evil disciple? Master, has the turtle shell driven him crazy? Fang Shi came over and said with a smile. Brother, you are out of retreat. You must have gained a lot, right? Li Zhe shook his green curly hair and said with some pride. Of course, brother, I am already at the late stage of the 4th level of fusion, and the 5th level of fusion is just around the corner. Fang's eyes were full of admiration. Brother, you are so awesome. No wonder when we went to the secret realm of the universe to train a few days ago, many elders praised you for your accumulated experience and your ability to make a big splash. Poor Li Zhe, he had never heard such beautiful words in his life, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Fang Shi was thinking, after praising the older one, she now praises the younger one, is it easy for her? This family will fall apart without her. Fortunately, Zheng Wen was there to help her, otherwise she would be even more tired. Fang Shi changed the subject. By the way, senior brother, you don't know yet, right? A few days ago, my brother and I entered the secret realm of the heavens to participate in the selection of inner disciples, and met an old senior in the underground palace inside. Not only did he give us a lot of books on the turtle evolution technique, he also praised our master for his great contribution in passing on the turtle evolution technique, and he is considered the backbone of the sect. The angry elder Gu Liang suddenly straightened his back. Although the eldest disciple is an idiot, fortunately he still has 2 smart little disciples. How could he know that what Li Zhe was thinking about at this moment was the old senior in the underground palace? Could he be blind? Either the junior sister said something to him, otherwise why would the other party give such an evaluation of his master? It's not that he, as an apprentice, is disobedient or unfilial, it's just that his master is too unreliable. Look, isn't the turtle shell exploded again? There is a small explosion every 3 days and a big explosion every 5 days. People in the sect call him behind his back, Guliang Jia. Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart. If he said them out loud, his old charlatan master would strangle him to death. He suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Elder Gu Liang with horror. Master, you didn't blow up all those books just now, did you? Elder Gu Liang. You evil beast. Can you speak human language? Even if I blew it up, at most I would blow away 1 copy. How could I possibly blow away all of them? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, his apprentice had asked him to make several copies of those books in advance, and the one he was reading just now was also a copied version, otherwise. Elder Gu Liang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the classics were really blown away, not to mention others, Dai Chanfang would kick him more than 10,000 times. What a risk, what a risk. He calmed himself down and snorted, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Studying the original, I just blew up the replica. Li Zhe let out a long breath. Just be fine. As for Elder Gu Liang's tone, he was used to it. He couldn't sleep well if the master and disciple didn't pinch each other a few times a day. It doesn't matter if we hurt each other. Fang Shi also felt relieved. Although she instructed Elder Gu Liang, he still had to do it. Now it seems that her chief master is quite obedient. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over and happened to blow Elder Gu Liang's wig away. Elder Gu Liang quickly took out a new wig and put it on, returning to his image of an old charlatan with a sage look. Seeing this, Li Zhe said, Master, I think you should stop wearing wigs in the future. This thing is becoming a demon in your heart. Look at me now, with this head of green curly hair, I don't have any psychological burden at all. I think your inner demon is not a wig, but the same as mine, low self-esteem. Fang Shi was speechless. Her eldest senior brother is just like her 5th senior brother, a nice guy with a broken mouth. Can't you think it over in your mind before you speak? My chief master is such a face-conscious person, you should be more tactful in your words. How can he face you if you say that? Sure enough, Elder Gu Liang roared and kicked Li Zhe away. Li Zhe successfully hung on the same tree branch as last time. He stammered, wanting to say that he meant well, but swallowed his words back in the end. Forget it, the master just doesn't think highly of him. No matter how much I say, it's useless. Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1604 She decided to start fighting with her master from now on. Elder Gu Liang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Advise yourself and be your disciple. The disciple snatched from Bai Lin. At this time, Fang Shi said to Li Zhe on the tree branch. Brother, I have to tell you something. Although you said these words out of consideration for master, fearing that he would be troubled by the hair issue, you are underestimating our master too much. He is a man of strong will, how could he feel inferior because of his appearance? But he is an elder of the sect after all, and the sect master's junior fellow apprentice, and the direct descendant of the turtle evolution technique. He represents not only himself, but also the image of the sect. That's why I always pay attention to my personal image. Others don't understand master, but don't you? You've made him so sad by saying those things. After saying that, she looked at Elder Gu Liang with disapproval. Master, you too, my brother has good intentions, even if his words are a little tactless, you should teach him a lesson, how can you just come up and kick him? This is just his own disciple. If it was someone else, if you kicked him, wouldn't he blackmail you for 100 million spread stones? Thank goodness my senior brother was worried that something might happen to you, so he rushed over here, almost losing his shoes, but in the end he didn't even get a word of praise from you. Master, aren't you going a little too far? At this time, Zheng Wen had already helped Li Zhe down from the tree branch. In fact, there is no need for anyone to help, but Zheng Wen is very capable. Elder Gu Liang was also angry just now, and after hearing what Feng Shi said, he felt that he had gone a little too far. After 2 dry coughs, he said to Li Zhe, "Your junior sister is right. Use your brain when you speak next time. As for the kick, you can blame your uncle. I learned this from him." Li Zhe, "Why don't you learn something good from others?" However, he also knew that Elder Gu Liang was indirectly admitting that he shouldn't have kicked him. Elder Gu Liang saw his droopy look and felt somewhat guilty, so he took out a spiritual weapon from his storage ring. "You have successfully advanced to the 4th level of fusion, but I haven't given you a reward yet. I will give you this Sky Star Plate. Don't blame Master for being strict with you. After all, we are the only men in the sect who practice the turtle evolution technique. Shouldn't we fight for our reputation? Now that you have fellow apprentices, you have to stand up for yourself." Li Zhe was almost moved to tears. Master still loves him. He is too narrow-minded. "Master, don't worry, I will practice hard in the future and won't embarrass you." Elder Gu Liang thought to himself, "It is not your turn to be embarrassed, I will definitely go ahead of you." However, when he thought of the classics that Feng Shi brought back, he felt more confident. In the past, his skills were not very sophisticated because there were no complete classics. Now that the classics are available, Gu Liangchuan will soon become famous throughout the world. While he was having a sweet dream, Feng Shi said, "Master, this house has collapsed. Do we need to rebuild it?" Elder Gu Liang suddenly returned to reality from his beautiful dream. The road to fame began with building a house. Li Zhe was now enveloped by his master's love, his blood boiling, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves to clean up the ruins. Feng Shi stopped him. "Brother, the 4 of us are respected Tianyan masters, how can we do such rough work?" Li Zhe, "What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? And the Honorable Master Tianyan? My master and I are going to be hated by everyone. Junior sister, if we don't do it, who will? Of course we'll ask the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to send someone to do it. Our master is the backbone of the sect, and asking them to repair the house is giving them face." "Right, master." Elder Gu Liang, "Is this okay? He's never done this before. Is this appropriate?" "Master, what are you talking about? You have risked your life for the sake of passing down the turtle evolution technique. You have been very selfless in not asking the sect for compensation or rewards. What's wrong with asking them to repair a house?" Elder Gu Liang, "Why didn't I think of it before? If I had known this would be possible, Li Zhe and I wouldn't have to practice carpentry in addition to our training." Elder Gu Liang immediately sent a message to Deacon Yi from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, asking him to send someone to repair the house. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Master, you are of noble status. How can you personally handle such trivial matters? Let my senior brother inform Deacon Yi." Elder Gu Liang, He suddenly grew 2 inches taller. "Yes, I am the noble backbone of the sect. Why would I be needed for such trivial matters?" Feng Shi then said to Li Zhe, "Brother, when you pass the message to Deacon Yi later, remember to be tough and even a little arrogant. He has half an hour to send someone over, otherwise he will bear the consequences." Li Zhe scratched his green curly hair. "Junior sister, this is not good." Feng Shi curled her lips. "Brother, do you know why you and master are so passive in the sect? Because you are too easy to bully. Although the master did not do well in some areas, it is undeniable that he saved the sect's turtle evolution technique which was on the verge of being lost. For this reason alone, he deserves the position of elder. You don't owe anyone anything, so why should you be so humble? If no one had cleared the master's name in the past, it would have been fine, but now that our master is the backbone of the sect, we must stand up. If anyone dares to bully us, we will fight back until they're convinced." Li Zhe said weakly, "What if we can't defeat him?" Feng Shi, "If we can't defeat him, let our master go." Elder Gu Liang, "Why is this so awkward?" Li Zhe, "Just as your junior sister says, if he doesn't give me face, I will go talk to that ungrateful old man Bai Lin." Li Zhe had no choice but to do as he was told. He followed Feng Shi's instructions and said to Deacon Yi, "My master blew up the house because he was studying the art of turtle evolution. You should send someone to repair it immediately. If you don't see anyone within half an hour, you will bear the consequences yourself." Li Zhe was in a state of confusion. Would this be possible? Elder Gu Liang was also unsure. A few years ago, when he was not very skilled at blasting, someone from the miscellaneous hall came to help repair the house. Later, because he blasted too many times, people stopped paying attention to him. Because of this matter, he even went to Elder Bai and made a big scene, but was scolded by Sect leader Dai and was also confined to his room for a month. After that, he never went to the Zashaitang again. He didn't want to save face by making steamed buns. He had hands and feet, so he could fix it himself. This time, the other party probably won't buy it. He doesn't mind, but he's afraid that his beloved disciple will get angry. Commander Lu asked Feng Shi, "What are you going to do if the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall doesn't send anyone over?" Feng Shi, "Let my master destroy the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall." Commander Lu, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy, I'm just a little full from eating Sect Master Dai's cakes. I have to let my cheap master stand up so that I can have a better life as his apprentice. Otherwise, maybe someone will come and step on us." She had not forgotten the scene where Su Chao and others bullied Li Zhe. Just from a single instance, she could tell the whole story. It was obvious that Elder Gu Liang's status in the sect was not very good. Sect leader Dai has been promising her the same thing all the time, and this is also due to Elder Gu Liang. Even though Sect leader Dai was very indulgent towards Elder Gu Liang, he didn't take him seriously either. If Elder Bai is her master, do you think Sect leader Dai would still dare to make empty promises? So, she decided to roll up her master from now on. He wants his master to become the true backbone of the sect. Elder Gu Liang felt inexplicably cold, as if someone was bullying him from behind. Snort. It must be that ungrateful old bastard Bai Lin. It would be fine if the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall sent someone to me today, but if they didn't, I would kill you and fight you for 300 rounds. I won't stop until I foam at the mouth. Is a real dog. Chapter 1605, we are both honest people who abide by the rules of the sect. Elder Bai is in a bad mood right now. In front of so many people, he was pointed at and scolded by the old charlatan Gu Liangchuan, and he had no way to refute it. He was so embarrassed. He has never been so embarrassed in his life. Especially since Fangxi and Junwen have now officially become disciples of Elder Gu Liang, this makes him feel even more upset. Just when he was feeling upset, Deacon Yi came. Elder Bai, Li Zhe just sent me a message asking me to send someone to help Elder Gu Liang repair my house. How do you think this matter should be handled? Normally, repairing houses for sect elders is the responsibility of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, but Elder Gu Liang's situation is rather special. At the beginning, the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall also repaired it for him, but he kept blowing it up every few days. In addition, Elder Bai gave the order, so they stopped repairing it for him later. Fortunately, Elder Gu Liang did not look for the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall later. Unexpectedly, this came back again suddenly. Elder Bai was angry, and when he heard what Deacon Yi said, he immediately said, let him pay for his own sins. Don't bother with him. Deacon Yi had the support of Elder Bai, so he did not reply to Li Zhe and pretended that nothing had happened. Half an hour flies by. Seeing that no one came over, Li Zhe said dryly, Junior sister, you see, I told you that the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall would definitely not send anyone over, and sure enough, they ignored us. Forget it, let's fix it ourselves, I'm used to it. Fangxi put her hands on her hips and said, how dare you treat our honorable Master Chanyan with such contempt? This is really too much. Master, what do you think we should do about this? Elder Gu Liang was not actually very angry, after all, he had been through this for all these years. But when he saw his little disciple's angry look, he gritted his teeth and said, the man surnamed Yi doesn't have the guts to do that. It must be that ungrateful old man Bai Lin who did that. I'm going to send him a message and give him a good scolding. When he was about to send a message to Elder Bai to vent his anger, he heard his beloved disciple say, Master, what's the point of scolding people? Let's go blow up the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Elder Gu Liang stumbled. I'm a mixed up person enough, but you're even more mixed up than me. Even though he usually did a lot of bad things, they were all in the same circle, and even if Sect Leader Dai was angry, he wouldn't really do anything to him. But if he blew up the Miscellaneous Hall, he would definitely not be let off easily. His life is getting better now, and he doesn't want to get into bad luck. So he quickly said, Yi, it's not a big deal, there's no need to make such a big fuss, I think we should just forget it. Repairing the house is very simple. Just stand aside and watch while your brother and I do the work. Li Zhe also said, yes, junior sister, forget it, the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall is probably very busy, so they can't take care of us. Master and I have been practicing it ourselves before, so let's do it ourselves. Fangxi's face suddenly sank. Master, brother, what are you talking about? This is not a big deal, so we can just let it go. Not only did the Miscellaneous Hall trample on our reputation, but they also spit on us. Do you think this is a trivial matter? How could our respected Master Chanyan endure such injustice? There's nothing wrong with the three of us, but the key point is that I feel sorry for you, Master. If the courtyards of other elders were destroyed, would the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall take it so lightly? I would have rushed to get it fixed a long time ago. Isn't this just looking at people to serve them differently? It would have been fine if no one had given you a good name before, but now that you are the backbone of the sect, they still do so, which shows that they don't take you seriously at all. It would be such a coward if we just let it go like this. Of course, if you are afraid of Elder Bai and dare not show up, then forget it. If you can be patient for a while, you will have peace and tranquility. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. If you can be patient, your life will pass by. Elder Gu Liang, who wanted to calm things down, suddenly exploded. I'm afraid of someone with the last name Bai. Are you kidding me? Isn't it just to blow up the Zashaitang? Let's go now. Not only did I blow up the Miscellaneous Hall, I also blew up that old ungrateful guy's yard. Today I will let everyone in the sect see that the backbone of my sect is not easy to bully. Li Zhe is about to cry. Although his master was unreliable before, he was not crazy. Now, ever since the little junior sister came into being, his master has become visibly crazy. If this really blew up the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, would the four of them still have a chance to survive? He wanted to persuade her, but before he could figure out how to do it, he was pushed aside by his master. He had no choice but to say to Fangxi, Junior sister, this is not a joke, you should quickly persuade master. If master really blows up the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, we will all be in trouble. He thought to himself, Junior sister looks quite smart, why did she make such a mistake today? Fangxi nodded. Brother, you are right. We are both honest people who abide by the sect rules, and we cannot do things like blowing up the Miscellaneous Hall. Although Li Zhe felt that the word, honest man, was debatable, he was relieved. The master was framed by the junior sister. As long as she gives in, the master will not be able to make any mistakes. The next moment, Fangxi said, since the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall won't build a house for us, let our homeless master stay in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall temporarily. I usually study the classics, and in my spare time I can tell fortunes for Deacon Yi and others for free, so that they can also share in our master's good fortune. Li Zhe. With the character of our master, his turtle shell will explode in less than 2 days. Is this any different from going to bomb the Zashaitang now? Fangxi saw his confusion and kindly explained to him. Brother, if our master goes and blows up the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall directly, then we will be the ones making trouble without reason. But if our master was staying in the miscellaneous affairs hall temporarily because he was homeless and accidentally blew up the miscellaneous affairs hall while concentrating on studying the turtle evolution technique, then it would be an unintentional mistake. If we trace it back, the culprit is Zashitang, who told them not to do anything. Li Zhe. Elder Gu Liang. While the master and disciple were still confused, Fang Xi and Junwen had already dressed up. Each of them carried a small package, and they also thoughtfully prepared one for Li Zhe. Master, brother, let's go to the miscellaneous affairs hall to stay overnight. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1606. What is this act you're acting out? Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe were confused. Monks all have storage rings, so who needs packages? Fang Xi saw through their thoughts at a glance. Master, senior brother, by making us look miserable, we can win the sympathy of others and stand on the moral high ground to make trouble in the miscellaneous affairs hall. Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe. Elder Gu Liang wanted to back out. Yi, how about? Fang Xi takes on everything. Master, you don't need to say anything when the time comes, just leave it to me. If we win this battle, not to mention that you will blow up the turtle shell every now and then, even if you blow it up 8 times a day, the Zashitang will have to come and repair the house for you. Of course, as I said before, if you're afraid of Elder Bai, forget it. Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly and strode out of the yard. Fang Xi hurriedly followed in small steps. Junwen followed closely behind. Li Zhe, whose hair was disheveled by the wind, was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Soon, he discovered that Fang Xi and Junwen were not only frowning, but also wiping tears with their sleeves from time to time. Li Zhe. Which song is this from? However, he soon found out why Fang Xi did this. Because the 4 masters and apprentices were followed by a large group of disciples who were eager to eat the melons. Li Zhe felt a headache. This junior sister is just hoping for chaos in the world. He felt that his biggest headache in the future might not be the unreliable master, but his junior sister. By the way, there is also my junior brother Lu Qi. This is not an easy task. As the eldest senior brother, he is so tired. Elder Gu Liang was also feeling very nervous. He knew that his young disciple was trying to provoke him, but in order to show his courage as a master in front of his young disciple, he had no choice but to jump into the pit. What if this play goes wrong? Whatever. If something went wrong, he would take full responsibility. At worst, he would go to his master's grave and cry. Deacon Yi from the miscellaneous affairs hall was handling official business when he saw a disciple running in a panic. Deacon Yi, it's bad, Elder Gu Liang is here. Deacon Yi's heart trembled, but he immediately calmed down. Based on his understanding of Elder Gu Liang, he was just cursing him for the sake of venting his anger, and the elder would just ignore it. He stood up and left the house. Then froze. Although Elder Gu Liang's face was gloomy, he still looked normal. The key point is why each of his 3 apprentices carries a small package. Although Fang Xi and Junwen had just been promoted to personal disciples, Sect Master Dai had already had the news announced, so basically everyone in the sect knew about it. When he was a little confused, Fang Xi stepped forward and said angrily, Deacon Yi, let me ask you, my senior brother sent you a message asking you to send someone to repair my master's house, why didn't you send anyone? Even if you don't have the manpower available, shouldn't you still give a response? But you didn't react at all, it's obvious that you're trying to bully my master. My master risked his life to study the art of turtle evolution and was nearly blown to pieces. Yet, he was treated like this by a deacon like you. This is outrageous. Although he is broad-minded and doesn't want to argue with a snob like you, as his apprentice, I can't just sit back and watch. You must apologize to my master right now and personally lead people to repair the house, otherwise I will never forgive you. Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe were puzzled. This was different from the script. What scene are you acting in? Deacon Yi was very dissatisfied. Not to mention that Fang Xi had just been promoted to a direct disciple, even other direct disciples would not speak to him like that. After all, he is also a deacon of the miscellaneous affairs hall. Although his status cannot be compared with that of the elders, he is also a well-known figure. What's more, Elder Bai is behind him. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said to Fang Xi, this is a complete misunderstanding. I have been busy with official business. I just saw Li Zhe's message and was about to reply when your master and disciple arrived. However, there are a lot of things going on in the miscellaneous affairs hall recently, and I really can't spare any manpower for the time being. I will send someone to repair the house for Elder Gu Liang in 2 days. Fang Xi thought, even though they had come to the door, they still dragged it out for 2 days. Deacon Yi had no intention of apologizing to Elder Gu Liang, which showed how high Elder Gu Liang's status was in the sect. This also explains why Li Zhe was bullied by other disciples. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. The status of this disciple in the sect depends entirely on the status of the master. As she thought about it, she said, if that's the case, then let's practice slowly. Anyway, my master and I plan to stay in your miscellaneous affairs hall for a long time. Deacon Yi was stunned. You, what do you mean? Fang Xi sneered, literally, our master and disciple are now homeless and can only stay in your miscellaneous affairs hall. Don't worry, we won't stay here for free. My master will tell your fortune for free every day and calculate your ancestors for 18 generations. Deacon Yi is in a dilemma now. What the hell? You and your disciple are going to stay in the miscellaneous affairs hall. Accommodation is not a problem, the key is that Elder Gu Liang also wants to tell fortunes for them. Who doesn't know that he explodes his turtle shell every now and then? If he were allowed to stay, the general affairs hall would soon be in chaos. No, you can't live here. Fang Xi raised her eyebrows. You don't build a house for us, and you don't let us live here, are you trying to drive us out of Tianyan Dao sect? My master worked so hard for the sect's inheritance and nearly lost his life, but you, a deacon, want to kick us out. It seems I have to have a good talk with my master. If it doesn't work, the 4 of us can only go to my master's grave and cry our hearts out. Elder Gu Liang thought to himself, he is worthy of being my disciple, he knows how to bring me forward when he encounters difficulties. Deacon Yi was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Lu Yi, stop spitting bloody words at me here. When did I say I would expel you from the sect? Fang Shi snorted coldly, you didn't say it, but you thought so in your heart, and you put it into action. Otherwise, why don't you build a house for my master? Why don't you let us stay in the miscellaneous hall temporarily? Tell me, why? Deacon Yi, I. Fang Shi raised her voice. What do you mean? I feel guilty. If you want to prove your innocence, it's very simple. Just swear now that you just saw the message my senior brother sent you, and you didn't deliberately not reply. If you dare to swear, I will not only apologize to you, but also let you do whatever you want with me. How is it? Do you dare to swear? Deacon Yi certainly didn't dare to swear, so he could only talk about something else. Lu Yi, you are just making trouble, I am too lazy to argue with you. Elder Gu Liang, I was indeed negligent in this matter. I will immediately assign some people to repair your house. Elder Gu Liang felt mixed emotions. You just said there was a shortage of staff, but now you have people. It seems that Yi was right, he was indeed too weak. Before he could figure out how to answer, he heard his apprentice say coldly. You just said it was an oversight and that's it. Is this your attitude to admit your mistake? Can't you even apologize? Deacon Yi gritted his teeth and bowed to Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang, I failed in my duty this time. I apologize to you. Fang Shi raised an eyebrow, just a verbal apology. There has to be some sincerity. Deacon Yi glared at her. Lu Yi, don't go too far. Fang Shi smiled. Am I overdoing it? Do you think that not sending anyone to repair my master's house is a small matter? My master has been repairing the house himself these years. Whether he is tired or not is secondary. The key point is that it has delayed his research on the art of turtle evolution. If it hadn't been for the delay in repairing the house, my master's turtle evolution technique might have been perfected and would have restored the glory of our Tianyin Dao sect long ago. It is because of your selfishness that our Tianyin Dao sect has stagnated. Even an inferior sect like Xingyao sect dares to step on us. You are the sinner of the sect. You are sorry to the sect master, to your fellow disciples, and even more sorry to the ancestors of the sect. Deacon Yi, stop talking. You might as well skin me alive. The Real Dog. Chapter 1607. I just want to ask you, why are you running? When Elder Gu Liang first heard Fang Shi ask him to come to sect leader Dai to apologize, he thought she had eaten too much salt and had too much free time. Why did he come to Dai Chanfang to ask for forgiveness for no reason? He didn't want to see Dai Chanfang's big donkey face. If you're not careful you might get kicked a few times. Deacon Yi has already apologized and admitted his mistake. It would be great if he could just go back to studying the classics. He doesn't want to make things difficult for himself. Master, although we have a legitimate reason to go to Deacon Yi, some people may not see it that way. If you go to the sect master to complain, won't you be in a passive position? Besides, whether the compensation promised by Deacon Yi can be fulfilled in the end depends on the sect master. If you play this scene well, you will definitely make a lot of money. In addition to these two reasons, there is another more important reason. Master, you are now completely different from before. You are the backbone of the sect. Since you are the backbone of the sect, you must be responsible. Your trip here is not just to apologize, but mainly to prepare for expanding the influence of the turtle evolution technique in the sect. Elder Gu Liang, who had been somewhat resistant at first, suddenly became excited. Yi, I'll do as you say. I'll go and apologize to Dai Chanfang right now. But in this hurry, where can I find brambles? Li Zhe hurriedly said, Master, I have a whip here, a bone-burning whip, very strong. Elder Gu Liang, you evil disciple. Li Zhe. I lend you the whip with good intentions, why are you scolding me again? Where am I doing wrong? Fang Shi saw a bush nearby, so he broke off a branch as thick as a rolling pin and handed it to Elder Gu Liang. Master, please use this instead. Elder Gu Liang thought, they're both disciples, why is there such a big difference? The silly roe deer wished that Dai Chanfang would whip me until I vomited blood. The little disciple broke a piece of windbreak wood which looked very strong but broke with a little force. The difference was obvious. Elder Gu Liang glared at Li Zhe fiercely, then took the shrub branch handed to him by Fang Shi and put it behind his back. You know what, it's quite interesting. Fang Shi began to teach Elder Gu Liang his lines again. As a veteran charlatan, his memory is naturally impeccable and his acting skills are also flawless. Elder Gu Liang learned it quickly. Fang Shi reminded Li Zhe, brother, if you can keep silent then, just lower your head and look at the tip of your shoes. Li Zhe. Elder Gu Liang warned, if you mess up your performance, I will poison you and make you mute next time this happens. Li Zhe, you are truly my dear master. But this time, sect leader Dai was eating melon from the miscellaneous affairs hall in the study. As a leader who loves to eat melons, he naturally has a way to eat the freshest melons. He thought to himself that his unreliable junior brother, who usually just threw tantrums and made excuses, was actually doing things in a more methodical manner today. It was probably Lu Yi's idea. After all, she was the one who was in charge of the whole process. Did she think that by making such a scene, she could help junior brother Gu Liang gain a foothold in the sect? You are still young and act too impulsively. Just as he was thinking about it, someone came in and reported, Master, Elder Gu Liang wants to see you. Sect leader Dai was stunned, but still said, let him in. After a while, Elder Gu Liang came in with Fang Shi and others. As soon as he came in, Elder Gu Liang knelt down with a cry. Brother, I am guilty. Please punish me. Sect leader Dai was shocked. When I looked at Elder Gu Liang's appearance again, I was so happy. Not only did he play the game of military strategy, but he also made me apologize by carrying a thorn stick on my back. He did not let Elder Gu Liang stand up, and said calmly, "What crime have you committed?" Elder Gu Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, since I got the classics, I have been studying hard and accidentally blew up the house. I asked Lise to send a message to Deacon Yi from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, asking him to send someone to repair my house. However, that bastard didn't even reply. It seems like he doesn't even take me seriously at all. I wanted to blow up the Miscellaneous Hall at that time, but Yi stopped me and said that everything must be done with reason, so I took the three of them to the Miscellaneous Hall to argue. Deacon Yi was in the wrong, so he apologized to me in public and promised to compensate me." Sect leader Dai raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this good? Why did you come here to apologize to me?" Having said that, he suddenly thought of a possibility and grabbed Elder Gu Liang by the collar. "You wouldn't blow up the ancient books, would you?" When Elder Gu Liang saw the man's cannibalistic look, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. Fortunately, he listened to his beloved disciple and replicated it in advance, otherwise, he would definitely be in big trouble. "Brother, no, I didn't do anything to the ancient books. I copied them in advance and studied the copied version." Sect leader Dai then let go, somewhat embarrassed. "Don't blame me for the misunderstanding, it's mainly because you didn't explain it clearly." Elder Gu Liang. "What did I say? Didn't I make it clear?" If Fang Shi hadn't warned him in advance, Elder Gu Liang would have definitely thrown a tantrum at this moment. "If I don't extort some good stuff from Sect leader Dai, I will never be able to get through this." Sect leader Dai was also afraid that he would act like a scoundrel, so he quickly changed the subject. "Tell me, what exactly are you asking me to do to apologize for?" Elder Gu Liang sighed. "Brother, after my experience in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, I figured out a lot of things. I have been obsessed with the art of turtle evolution over the years. Although my starting point was good and I wanted to continue the sect's heritage, it has also caused you a lot of trouble. As the clan leader, you have to carefully weigh the interests of all parties. Not only can I not share your worries, but I am holding you back. Now that I think about it, I was such an asshole. I'm sorry for you and for my master's cultivation of me. I'm worse than pigs and dogs. Senior brother, please beat me up to vent your anger." As he spoke, he pulled out the Feng Zhemu behind him and raised his hands above his head. Sect leader Dai never dreamed that ivory could really come out of a dog's mouth. Although he was skeptical about what Elder Gu Liang said, he still felt a little bitter. He has been under a lot of pressure over the years because of Elder Gu Liang. After all, Elder Gu Liang did not just blow up his own house, he also blew up the mountain gate. It's just that the mountain gate was of good quality, so nothing happened. As for the incidents that have occurred due to inaccurate fortune-telling, there are too many to count. It would have been fine if he had caused trouble within the sect, but he also went out to tell fortunes for people from other sects. One can imagine what the consequences will be. In a word, the already poor life of Tianyin Dao sect became even worse. It was only in recent years, after he put him under house arrest in disguise, that things calmed down a bit. As he thought about it, he picked up the wind-breaking wood and hit Elder Gu Liang with it. He didn't use much force, he just wanted to scare Elder Gu Liang. As a result, Elder Gu Liang jumped faster than a rabbit and reached the door in no time. "Fang Shi. What are you running for? I'm asking you, why are you running?" The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1609 How can a little sparrow defeat a thief from the old house? Elder Gu Liang also rushed to the door, and realized belatedly that the performance had gone wrong. Mainly because he was beaten so many times, his legs have their own minds. How can this be done? It's a waste of time that my little apprentice wrote such a good script. How to get back together? Elder Gu Liang used all his life's cleverness at this moment. He pushed the door open and pretended to look outside, then came back and knelt down properly. "Brother, I was afraid that someone outside might be eavesdropping, so I went over to take a look." "Go ahead and hit me. If I hide, I will be your grandson." Sect leader Dai. "If you were my grandson, I would have broken your legs long ago." He snorted coldly, raised the Feng Zhemu again and hit Elder Gu Liang on the back. Elder Gu Liang really didn't dodge this time and was hit hard. Sect leader Dai did not say anything and continued to fight. Fang Shi thought that Sect Master Dai was very fond of Elder Gu Liang, his junior brother, otherwise, with Feng Zhemu's fragility, how could he have survived so many hits? Finally, with a snap, the wind-breaking wood broke. Sect leader Dai threw the piece of wind-broken wood in his hand to the ground and said, "Get up." Only then did Elder Gu Liang stand up. To be honest, although Sect leader Dai hit him many times, to Elder Gu Liang, it was just like tickling. Normally when the turtle shells were blasted, the pain from the beams hitting your body would be much more painful than this. He said with a playful smile, "Brother, did you vent your anger this time? If you don't, beat me up again another day." Sect leader Dai, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you here just to apologize to me?" Elder Gu Liang sighed. "Brother, I was really irritated today. Even Deacon Yi didn't take me seriously. Do you think I am too much of a failure as an elder?" Sect Master Dai snorted coldly. "If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? But, having said that, senior brother, you said that I am your close junior brother after all, and they're bullying me like this, which is also a slap in your face. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog, and I am much more precious than a dog." Sect leader Dai, "Stop stirring up trouble here. If they don't give me face, can you still sit here peacefully?" "Brother, that's wrong. They did give you face, but not that much. Let me give you an example. You know, even the eunuchs around the emperor in the secular world can hold great power. Do you think I am worse than a eunuch? After all, you, senior brother, have no authority at all." Sect leader Dai. He originally thought that this was Fang Shi's plan, but when he heard Elder Gu Liang calling him dog and eunuch, it didn't seem like the words a little girl could come up with. Could it be that his unreliable junior brother finally came to his senses? He stared at Elder Gu Liang and said, "You've gone through so much trouble. What exactly do you want to say?" Elder Gu Liang immediately stopped laughing and said seriously, Brother, I have thought about becoming your right-hand man before, but I know myself well and I am not worthy. But it's different now. The seniors in the underground palace cleared my name, and Yi also brought out so many books on the turtle evolution technique. With time, I will definitely be able to achieve some success. There is nothing to say about my 3 apprentices, each one is more outstanding than the other, and they are all pillars of society. The most important thing is, I am your close junior brother, and they're your close nephews, and no one is closer than us. Sect Master Dai chuckled. You said that you want me to promote you 4 masters and apprentices. Is this what you mean? Elder Gu Liang nodded hurriedly. Brother, you can become the sect leader, you understand everything at once. Sect leader Dai looked Elder Gu Liang up and down, which made Elder Gu Liang feel creepy. Junior brother, it's not that I don't want to use you, but you have a long history of bad deeds, how can I trust you? Okay, let's talk about this later. If there is nothing else, you can go back now. Elder Gu Liang was stunned. It's not right. Didn't his beloved disciples say that as long as he said this, Dai Chanfang would wholeheartedly plan for their future? That's not the case. Brother, don't talk about it later, just give us some real power now. I think the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall is pretty good, and it just so happens that the position is vacant right now, otherwise Deacon Yi wouldn't be jumping around like that. Before he could finish his words, Sect Leader Dai kicked him out. Get out. Fang Shi and the other 2 shrank their necks, bowed quickly, ran to the yard, helped up Elder Gu Liang who had fallen to the ground, and walked away in disgrace. After leaving Sect Master Dai's courtyard for a distance, Elder Gu Liang asked Fang Shi. Yi, this is different from what you said. Also, how can a little sparrow like you fight against that old thief Dai Chanfang? Fang Shi smiled and said nothing. Li Zhe saw something, and asked curiously. Junior sister, you didn't expect this to happen a long time ago, did you? Fang Shi then said slowly. Master, don't forget that Uncle Master is the leader of a sect. If we try to calculate everything, he will dislike us. Now this kind of thing, which is a little clever but under his control, just suits his preferences. Just wait, good news will come soon. Of course, it will be just a small fight at first. When Master sees the satisfactory results, let alone the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, he may even make you the deputy head. Elder Gu Liang's eyes widened. Deputy leader. He never dreamed of doing this. Only when he was fortune-telling for the sect leader, he didn't know how he could predict that he would be the sect leader. Isn't this nonsense? Fortunately, the result calculated later was Dai Chanfang, which is more like the authentic result. So fortune-telling is just like doing a homework, you have to verify the calculation. Although he found it very mysterious, he felt a little excited when he saw his young disciple's confident look. Deputy leader of Gu Liang. What beautiful words. He bared his teeth and said, if I can become the deputy sect leader, I will make all 3 of you elders. Zhang Wen said with some difficulty, Master, if my sister and I both become elders, and we both have the surname Lu, how will others call us then? Elder Gu Liang was delighted. This is not difficult, a big elder Lu and a small elder Lu. Fang Shi immediately bowed to Zhang Wen and said, Greetings, Elder Da Lu. Zhang Wen was overjoyed. Elder Xiao Lu, you are too polite. Ellipsis. Li Zhe looked at the 3 people who were daydreaming. Why did he feel like he didn't fit in? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1610 Master, why do you have to deduce inside the house? The 4 masters and apprentices chatted and laughed as they arrived at Elder Gu Liang's courtyard. Deacon Yi was afraid that Elder Gu Liang would do something bad, so he specifically instructed the disciples who were doing the repairs to repair it according to the highest standards of the Elder's courtyard. So, this yard is much more magnificent than before. Not only is it magnificent, but the details are also much better than before. Elder Gu Liang couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that professional matters should be left to professionals. However, this house is built so magnificently, it would be a real disaster if it exploded. Fang Shi asked the question that had been on her mind for a long time. Master, since you know that turtle shells often explode when you are fortune-telling, why do you have to do it in the house? Have you ever thought about finding an open space to do divination? Even if it explodes, it will only create a hole and won't cause any major damage. Elder Gu Liang coughed a few times and said, well, I have something else to tell you. Let your senior brother tell you. After Elder Gu Liang finished speaking, he hurried into the house. Fang Shi had no choice but to ask Li Zhe, brother, what's going on? Li Zhe suppressed his laughter and said, let me make it clear first, I also heard about it, as for whether it is accurate or not, you two can figure it out for yourselves. I heard that after our master blew up the house several times, he thought of the method you mentioned and ran outside to do divination. It can be said that he caused explosions wherever he went and was annoying to everyone, so he was finally chased to the back mountain. Guess what happened? In less than 2 days, he caused dozens of forest fires, turning the mountain behind into a barren hill. That's not all. You also know that the mountain behind was originally the sect's heart-cleansing pool, which contained many heart-searching stones. He made such a fuss, and somehow he activated the heart-searching stones, causing him to go crazy. Running around all over the sect, and still not wearing anything. Li Zhe was speaking excitedly when Elder Gu Liang came out of the house and gave Li Zhe a flying kick. Poor Li Zhe was hanging on the tree branch again. Elder Gu Liang looked at this evil disciple and wished he could go back to the time when he tried to snatch his disciple away, so that he and Elder Bai could be tied together for life. Li Zhe felt so wronged. It was you who asked me to say it, and now you kick me. You were so fickle. Besides, I didn't say anything excessive. It was obvious that you were not wearing shoes at the time. That's what everyone in the sect said. Fang Shi saw Elder Gu Liang's red face and thick neck, and fearing that he would get angry, he quickly helped him sit down on a stone bench nearby. It has to be said that the people sent by Deacon Yi are really capable. They even set up a stone table and stone benches in the yard. Master, my brother was just relaying some gossip from other people. There's no need for you to be so angry. My brother and I are not stupid, so we naturally know which words are true and which are false. Besides, the reason they slander you so much is because you are so outstanding that they envy and hate you. The anger in Elder Guliang's heart disappeared in an instant. The younger disciple is really good at talking. He is much better than the older disciple who is a fool. While Fangxi was comforting Elder Guliang, Junwen helped Li Zhe down from the tree branch. Practice makes perfect, and now he is very familiar with the process of helping Li Zhe get down from the tree. At this time, a question occurred to him. Elder Guliang's house had been bombed so many times, why did this tree show no signs of damage? Is it so strong? However, he was soon attracted by Fangxi's words and forgot about it. Fangxi asked Elder Guliang, Master, since there is no suitable place for you to do divination in the sect, why don't you find an open space outside the sect to do divination? Elder Guliang's expression froze. It's not that I haven't been there before, but your uncle was worried about me, so he didn't let me go. When Li Zhe heard this, he obviously wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Elder Guliang glared at him and said, if you have something to say, just say it. I won't suffocate you to death. Li Zhe, Master, you asked me to say this, please don't kick me. Elder Guliang. Can't you tell the difference between good and bad words? He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Junior sister, do you know why the sect master doesn't allow our master to go out for fortune-telling? Last turtle shells is a small matter, after all, he can choose a place with few people. The key is that he always can't help but tell fortunes for others, and every time he does it, he gets into trouble. Take the time 5 years ago, for example. He did divination for Elder Miao from Xuanji Pavilion, and he insisted that the elder was destined to have a son. You have to know that the Xuanji Pavilion is full of female cultivators who have no feelings or love. What's the difference between him saying this and cursing their ancestors for 8 generations? The result is predictable. He was hunted for more than half a month before he escaped back to the sect in a panic. The Xuanji Pavilion refused to give in and came to demand an explanation. The leader not only apologized personally, but also gave them a lot of compensation before the matter was resolved. You said, just like that, does the sect leader dare to let our master go? The suzerain weighed the pros and cons and thought that blowing up the house was better than going out and causing trouble, so he ordered our master to do divination inside the house and not to hang around outside for no reason, let alone do divination outside. Fangxi. She said to Commander Lu, Master, I was wrong. I don't think Deacon Yi is being too much. Commander Lu. Elder Guliang felt the need to explain, so he said, don't listen to your brother's nonsense, it was clearly Elder Miao who insisted that I do the calculation for her, so I did it. Otherwise, why would I bother with an old woman? Besides, that's what the hexagram shows. To be rigorous, I checked it several times. It turns out that she was destined to have a son. I just told her that, but who would have thought that the old woman would get so angry out of shame? It's really unreasonable. Fangxi. She seemed to know why Elder Guliang accepted Li Zhe as his disciple. You two really look like master and disciple. She managed her expression for a moment before asking Elder Guliang. Master, why do you explode the tortoise shells from time to time? Is it because the quality of the tortoise shells is poor, or is there another reason? Does my senior brother often fry turtle shells? Li Zhe hurriedly cleared his name. Junior sister, I only exploded twice when I first started learning, and I haven't exploded once since then. No, it exploded once before when I was considered a junior sister. But he felt there was no need to add anything, so he didn't say anything. Elder Guliang glared at him fiercely. You have a mouth, don't you? You evil disciple. That's because you've just started learning the art of turtle evolution, and you've only used simple spells, so naturally the number of times your turtle shell explodes is very small. When you learn to my level, you will probably explode more frequently than I do. Fangxi thought for a while and said, Master, it's not a good thing for you to always explode the turtle shell. Now that I have accepted you as my master, please quickly teach me the art of turtle evolution. Then I'll try it myself to see what's going on. Elder Guliang, is this how you test the law with your own body? Although he wanted to teach Fangxi Gian right away, but thinking of his own half-baked level, he said, you just came out of the secret realm of the universe, so you should take a good rest first. It won't be too late to study again later. He can use this time to study the ancient books and improve his teaching skills. If you sharpen your gun before the battle, you will lose all your happiness. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1611 Lei Jiao Perm, you deserve it. Fangxi was not in a hurry to learn, so he agreed after hearing what Elder Guliang said. While the master and his disciples were talking, Hall Master Teng arrived. Elder Guliang had a good impression of Hall Master Teng, because Hall Master Teng was one of the few people in the sect who had never gossiped about him. Moreover, we are always polite when we meet. Not to mention Fangxi. I have already labeled Master Teng as a good person. Therefore, Master Teng felt the enthusiasm coming towards him. After some greetings, Master Teng stated the purpose of his visit. When we were in the secret realm of the universe before, I saw you two collect 2 spirit pets. Can you let me see them? When Junwen heard this, he remembered that he had put the mutated burrowing thorn beast in solitary confinement, and immediately restored spiritual contact. He warned, Master Teng is going to take a look at you. After I let you out, you have to behave better. Otherwise, HMPH. Although the mutant burrowing thorn beast was not imprisoned for a long time, it felt like every day was a year. Now that I have regained the light, I almost cry with joy. It decided to pretend to be nice in the future, at least not to provoke its stupid owner again until it took the initiative. So after hearing Junwen's words, he agreed without hesitation. Junwen then let it out. Because the yard is limited in size, the mutated burrowing thorn beast has shrunk in size. But it still looks very majestic with thorns all over its body. Hall Master Teng was surprised and asked, why do I remember that its back was covered with long grey hair? Could it be that it can change its appearance at any time? Junwen nodded, you are right, it can indeed change its appearance. When it is used as a mount, its thorns will be transformed into long grey hair. Master Teng nodded, asked a few more questions, and then said, "You are lucky, an Earth-type mutant monster is rare. However, Earth-type monsters grow slower than monsters of other attributes, so you must be mentally prepared. Also, don't always lock it in the Spirit Beast bag, let it contact the Earth's energy, so that it can be beneficial to its cultivation." Zhang Wen nodded in agreement and expressed his gratitude sincerely. The mutant burrowing thorn beast's eyes lit up. What it hates most is being locked in the Spirit Beast bag. With Old Man Teng, it will probably be able to come out for a walk more often in the future. Hall Master Teng turned to look at Feng Shi. "Where is your Thunder Dragon?" Feng Shi was still a little nervous at first. Although the violent conger eel had undergone plastic surgery and turned into a black snake, it seemed that Hall Master Teng knew a lot about monsters. Would the secret be exposed? Now when she heard Hall Master Teng mention the Thunder Dragon, she felt happy. It seemed that Hall Master Teng had mistaken the violent conger eel for a Thunder Dragon. Sure enough, there are some things that she doesn't need to explain at all. There are great scholars who will argue for her. She immediately released the violent conger eel. There is no need to give any instructions. After all, the violent conger eel is the second smart beast besides the wooden sword that actively undergoes plastic surgery. Hall Master Teng circled around the violent sea eel several times. Elder Gu Liang was also very curious and touched it twice. Finally, he said to Feng Shi, "Let it release electricity and shock me." As a filial apprentice, Feng Shi met his request. In order to show off, the violent conger eel used at least 80% of its strength, although it did not use its full strength. After all, Elder Gu Liang was at the level of Liangsu, so he didn't suffer any injuries, except that his wig was permed into curls. Hall Master Teng was too embarrassed to laugh, and pretended to lower his head to observe the violent conger eel, giving Elder Gu Liang the opportunity to quickly change his wig. When Feng Shi saw this scene, she had an idea. She could start a perm business in the future. "Lady Yao Perm, you deserve it." After observing for a while, Master Teng said, "Your spirit pet is most likely the legendary Thunder Dragon. Although its cultivation is a little low, it has great potential. However, it is not easy for spirit beasts with lightning attributes to advance. You have to find a way to find natural treasures with lightning attributes for it. But natural treasures with lightning properties are extremely rare, so it all depends on your luck." Feng Shi's heart moved. "Master Teng, since lightning attributed treasures are so rare, how about I just replenish the lightning power for it?" Hall Master Teng was stunned. "Directly replenish it with lightning power? What does that mean?" Feng Shi said with a smile, "For example, when it rains and thunders, or when there is a natural disaster, I can just release it to absorb the power of thunder and lightning, right? The key is that this lightning power is natural, and no one has snatched it from me yet. What a bargain." "Master Teng, it's okay to have rain and thunder, but can you even imagine the thunder of natural disaster? Aren't you afraid of being chopped into ashes?" Elder Gu Liang also said with a straight face, "Nonsense. It's okay to take it out for a walk when it's raining and thundering, but if you take it out when it's thundering, you're courting death." Hall Master Teng nodded. "Yes, your master is right, the power of the thunder is extraordinary, you must not do anything reckless." Feng Shi nodded obediently. "I just said that, I won't do anything stupid." Elder Gu Liang and Hall Master Teng believed it to be true and did not continue the topic. At this time, Elder Gu Liang began to brag to Hall Master Teng about how he had killed so many people in the miscellaneous affairs hall today and scolded Deacon Yi until he was crying. Feng Shi's comment on this is that a dog's stomach cannot hold two tails of oil. Even though Elder Gu Liang was bragging, he still knew what to say and what not to say, so Feng Shi didn't stop him and even agreed with him from time to time. Master Teng was actually not interested in these things, but he liked Feng Shi and Zheng Wen very much, so he patiently listened to Elder Gu Liang's bragging. While Elder Gu Liang was playing the flute here, Elder Bai had already met Sect Master Dai. Sect Master, Elder Gu Liang brought his 3 disciples to cause a scene in the miscellaneous affairs hall, which had an extremely bad impact. It's not that Zashaitang didn't want to repair his house, the point is that he would blow it up every other day, who could afford to repair it? If we repair it for him, he will become even more aggressive, maybe exploding once a day. Not only did he ask Deacon Yi to apologize to him and promise to repair his house at any time in the future, he even asked for compensation for the time he had spent repairing the house himself. How outrageous. How do you think this matter should be handled? Elder Bai felt that Sect Master Dai would definitely call Elder Gu Liang to give him a good scolding, and would also let him repair the house himself in the future. After all, this was what Sect Master Dai had done in the past. When he thought of the scene where Elder Gu Liang was scolded, the bitterness in his heart was finally relieved a little. After listening to this, Sect Leader Dai did not express his opinion immediately. He was silent for a moment before he said, "Junior brother Gu Liang was indeed a bit reckless. It was fine before, but now that he has been vindicated by the seniors in the underground palace, he is still acting so rashly. It's outrageous. He just came to admit his mistake to me, and I whipped him with a cane dozens of times, which should be considered as teaching him a lesson. However, he studied the turtle evolution technique for the sake of Sect inheritance, and he did not intend to blow up the house. After all, it would be life-threatening for him. Therefore, we should repair it for him. As for compensation, our sect is not well off, so don't give him spirit stones. Let someone collect 100 tortoise shells for him." Elder Bai. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1612 This is a real disciple. Elder Bai really didn't expect that Sect Leader Dai would give such an answer. 100 turtle shells. The tortoise shell used for divination is not an ordinary tortoise shell. Even an ordinary tortoise shell for divination costs several thousand spirit stones, not to mention the good ones. Therefore, these 100 turtle shells will cost at least 1 million spirit stones. Although Sect Master Dai also took care of Elder Gu Liang on a daily basis, he only helped to protect his position as elder and basically ignored other aspects. Even if the people in the sect mocked and ridiculed Gu Liangchang and his disciples, he pretended to know nothing. If Elder Gu Liang came into conflict with other elders, he would definitely be the one to be scolded, and might even be kicked a few times by Sect Leader Dai. Why is it different this time? Yes, the seniors in the underground palace gave the old charlatan a good name, so his status naturally rose. Now there is a classic book on the turtle evolution technique, and no one else understands it except him, so his status naturally rises. What's more, he has 2 good disciples. The more Elder Bai thought about it, the more sour he felt. He was about to become a jealous jar. However, except for being easily angry in front of Elder Guliang, he is relatively rational in front of other people. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Master, let's do as you say. But, I have something I don't know whether I should say it or not. Sect leader Dai smiled and said, there's no need to be so reserved between you and me. Just speak up if you have anything to say. Come, sit down and talk. Elder Bai thought, why didn't you let me sit down and talk? Wasn't it because I promised to compensate your junior brother? Ugh. There is still a difference between close and distant relatives. Even if Gu Liangchen is an idiot, he has a good senior brother. After Elder Bai sat down, he considered his words. Sect Master, the Lu brothers and sisters are only at the spiritualization stage right now, so they can put the practice of turtle evolution on hold for now. The most urgent task is to improve their cultivation as quickly as possible. Even if I can't catch up with other disciples, I have to be almost as good as them. At least I have to advance to the level of refining void cultivation first, right? Although Elder Guliang is good at the turtle evolution technique, he is still lacking in other aspects, especially since he has been focusing on studying those classics recently, so. Before he could continue, Sect leader Dai agreed. Elder Bai, you are right, I have the same concerns. Then let the Lu brothers and sisters go to the Dharma Hall to study with the inner disciples for the time being. After they advance to the refining void stage, they can learn the turtle evolution technique from junior brother Guliang. I will inform junior brother Guliang and Hall Master Teng right away. As he spoke, he took out his identity jade token and sent messages to Elder Guliang and Hall Master Teng respectively. Elder Bai felt very disappointed. His original intention was to have Sect leader Dai hand over Fengxi and Junwen to him for teaching, but he ended up sending them to the Dharma Hall. However, it is better than the Lu brothers and sisters being harmed by the old charlatan Elder Guliang. On the other hand, although Elder Guliang was very unhappy when he received the message from Sect Master Dai, he really had no time recently. After all, he had to study the classics that Fengxi brought out. Besides, the Dharma Hall was the territory of Hall Master Teng, so he felt at ease. So he smiled and said, Old Teng, Lu Qi and Yi are both honest children. Please help me take care of them more in the future to prevent them from being bullied. Li Zexan on the side said, Master, if you said they were honest before, it would be okay, but now they have gone to the miscellaneous affairs hall and made such a big fuss, do you still think they are honest? Especially junior sister Yi, she dared to challenge a group of direct disciples. It was good enough for her not to bully others, how could she be bullied? Unfortunately, Hall Master Teng also has a thick filter for Fengxi and Junwen. Even after seeing their outrageous actions in the secret realm of the heavens, he still thinks they are honest children. He immediately promised Elder Guliang. Don't worry, I will pay more attention and won't let them suffer any injustice. Considering that Fengxi and Junwen had just come out of the secret realm of the heavens, they were asked to report to the Dharma Hall in 3 days. Fengxi and Junwen were more than happy to do so, because it looked like their old charlatan master would not teach them anything for the time being, so they might as well go to the law enforcement hall to learn more. After Hall Master Teng left, Elder Guliang couldn't wait to go back to his room to study ancient books. Li Zhe also went back. Junwen and Fengxi were the only ones left in the yard. Neither of them wanted to go back to the house because they felt too insecure and were afraid something might explode at any time. Junwen whispered to Fengxi, Little sister, why don't we set up a tent in the yard? Fengxi rolled his eyes and sent a message to Deacon Yi from the miscellaneous affairs hall. Deacon Yi, I'm Lu Yi. My master is very satisfied with the house you built, so let me express my gratitude to you. Besides, my brother and I have been promoted to direct disciples. Have you arranged our housing? Where is it? We will move in right away. Deacon Yi now feels a headache when he hears the 3 words, Lu Yi. Because some unforgettable lessons are only enough once. Even though he knew that Elder Bai had gone to Sect Master Dai to complain, and Elder Guliang might be scolded by Sect Master Dai, this did not prevent her from instigating Elder Guliang to cause trouble in the miscellaneous affairs hall if he offended Lu Yi. Therefore, after receiving the message, he immediately began to check the living conditions of his disciples, and then quickly replied to Fengxi, for fear that he would be picked on again if it was too late. I just took a look and there are 2 empty courtyards next to your senior brother Li Zhe's courtyard. How about you 2 live there? Fengxi thought it was a good idea, so she could have someone to take care of her, so she smiled and said, then let's take these 2 rooms. Do we still need to go over and handle the formalities? No, just go directly to the courtyard. I will go there and handle the formalities for you personally. Thank you so much, Deacon Yi. You are such a kind-hearted person. Deacon Yi. I don't know if I am kind-hearted or not, but I know you are a black-hearted person. Fengxi and Junwen went into the house to find Elder Guliang. Master, Deacon Yi just sent me a message, saying that he has arranged a yard for my brother and me, and asked us to move in. He also said that the yard was right next to the senior brother's yard, so it would be convenient for the senior brother to take care of us. Junwen was secretly happy in his heart. It was obviously us who didn't want to worry here, but in the end Deacon Yi had to take the blame. Elder Guliang didn't think much about it. The key point was that his mind was on the classics, so he waved his hand and said, then you can move over. If you have any problems, just find your senior brother. Before leaving, Fengxi said to Elder Guliang, Master, I know you want to learn these ancient books as quickly as possible, but haste makes waste. Don't be too anxious. You should rest when you need to. I have some defensive talismans given by the old senior from the underground palace. Please keep them. When you are doing the deduction, if you feel something is not right, activate them immediately to avoid getting hurt. Elder Guliang was almost moved to tears. This is what a real disciple is. Unlike that evil creature Li Zhe, who only knows how to expose his scars. is a real dog. Chapter 1613 Two Poor Students. In fact, Lise didn't mean to expose Elder Gu Liang's scars. It was mainly because he had been holding it in for so many years. As the only disciple of Elder Gu Liang, he naturally could not talk about his master with others, so he could only endure it. Some melons have been buried in my heart for a long time and have sprouted. Now that he finally has fellow junior brothers and sisters, of course he has to vent. We are all family anyway, there is no shame. If Elder Gu Liang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely let him know that sometimes it is more shameful to make a fool of yourself in front of your own people. Elder Gu Liang criticized his eldest disciple in his heart, and then said to Feng Shi, "Yi, master knows what's going on. Let alone blasting turtle shells every few days, even if he blasts them 800 times a day, master will definitely be safe. Your cultivation is low, so you should keep this talisman for self-defense." Feng Shi nodded. "Okay, since you don't want it, then I will give it to Elder Bai. After all, he took good care of me and my brother when we were in the outer sect." Elder Gu Liang snatched the talisman away. Snort. It's better to feed the ungrateful old man than to feed him to the dogs. Ha. Something seems wrong with this statement. Feng Shi expressed his love as a disciple again, and then he and Zhengwen strolled to the residential area of the disciples. Feng Shi had informed Lise in advance, so Lise was waiting there early. As soon as Feng Shi and the others arrived, Deacon Yi came in panting. The miscellaneous affairs hall is not close to here. The fact that he was able to get here so quickly shows that he must have rushed all the way here. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Deacon Yi, I feel really bad for taking the trouble to come here." Zhengwen also said, "Yes, it seems that we have misunderstood you, Deacon Yi, before. In fact, you are a very conscientious person." Deacon Yi. Hypocritical. How hypocritical. Neither of you should have the surname Lu, but Zhu. Deacon Yi quickly completed the formalities for Feng Shi and Zhengwen, and then took them into the yard for an inspection. Although it is an empty yard, there are usually people cleaning it, so it is quite clean. Deacon Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Feng Shi and Zhengwen were very satisfied, and then handed each of them a storage ring. "These are the supplies for you two as personal disciples this month. I just happened to bring them to you." Lise. Deacon Yi, how did you become so strange? Isn't it stipulated that disciples can only receive the supplies themselves? If they don't receive them in person, will they be deemed to have given up the right to receive them? Why did you rush over to deliver it? The key point is that it's already the end of the month. In this case, shouldn't the supplies be distributed only starting next month? It seems that what Junior Sister said is right. People should be more assertive. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Deacon Yi was just about to say goodbye and leave, but unexpectedly Feng Shi called him. Deacon Yi's heart skipped a beat. What trouble was this damn girl going to make next? "Deacon Yi, thank you for your trouble. I don't want to let you run for nothing. How about this? When I learn the art of turtle evolution, I will give you a divination for free. How about that?" Deacon Yi. It's not that I look down on you, but considering your master's character, how good can your turtle evolution technique be? But he didn't dare to say this, so he could only say against his conscience, "Well, I'll shamelessly make a note of this, and I'll definitely come back to you to fulfill my promise in the future." After Deacon Yi left, Lise helped Feng Shi and Zhengwen settle down before returning to his own yard. After entering the house, Zhengwen heard the voice transmission into the secret passage. "Junior Sister, I realize that my cultivation is only one step away from the refining void stage, but you said that I am just piggybacking on you. If you don't advance, then I won't be able to advance to the refining void stage either." Feng Shi threw this question to Commander Lu. Commander Lu said helplessly, "I've never encountered a situation like yours before, so I can only grope my way forward. However, I can explain to you the steps and precautions for advancing from the spiritualization stage to the void refining stage." Commander Lu finished speaking and added, "But I am talking about the cultivators of Tiank continent. You also know that the spiritual energy of Tiank continent is richer than that of Juyu continent, so it is easier to advance. Take the transformation into a god for example. Many people in Tiank continent can achieve it very easily. It is not as difficult as in Juyu continent. So the advanced method of refining the void that I mentioned may not be suitable for you, and you will have to figure it out on your own when the time comes." He thought that Feng Shi and Zhengwen would be confused, worried, and even a little frightened when they heard him say this. In the end, these two acted like nothing happened. Zhengwen's idea was very simple. He was just a freeloader anyway, so even if he couldn't advance to the refining void stage, his junior sister would help him advance after she advanced to the refining void stage. Feng Shi was thinking that now she was only at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation realm, so there was no need to think so far ahead, just practice first. Besides, those people in Tiank continent who are not very smart can advance to the realm of refining emptiness, so she and 5th senior brother will naturally have no problem. Not to mention refining the void, even the Mahayana is just around the corner. After a while, Feng Shi told Zhengwen about the Sanskrit, lifebuoy. 5th brother, remember this. Next time you are drowning, don't struggle around. Hurry up and grab the Sanskrit. They will save you. Zhengwen sighed. Little junior sister, you don't know, every time I fall in there, I feel like I can't help myself, I can't stay calm. By the way, are those Sanskrit words reliable? I feel a little unsure. Feng Shi comforted him, don't worry, unless I have no time to clone myself, I won't be able to use them. Soon it was the day for Feng Shi and Zhengwen to report to the Dharma Hall. Lise originally wanted to send them off, but Feng Shi declined. Early in the morning, Feng Shi and Zhengwen strolled to the Dharma Hall. The Dharma Hall has a branch outside the outer gate, but Feng Shi and Zhengwen have never been there. On the one hand, Lise had already taught them the Wangxiang Xing Ju, and on the other hand, due to time constraints, they simply had no time to go. They were now at the main headquarters of the Dharma Teaching Hall, which was only open to inner disciples and direct disciples. As soon as the two entered, a deacon named Wei came over and said, "Hall Master Teng has explained that because your foundation is relatively weak, you only need to take the cultivation method classes for now. After you advance to the level of refining emptiness, you can selectively take other classes. Fang Shi thought that this was labeling them both as poor students. Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. In such a large sect, only you two have reached the state of divine transformation. If you are not the poor students, who else is? Fang Shi, but we are his direct disciples. Isn't that infuriating? Commander Lu, I don't want to talk anymore. Deacon Wei led the way and said, Hall Master Teng attaches great importance to your enrollment and specially invited Elder Bian to teach. Elder Bian has been painstakingly studying the various techniques of the sect in recent years. If it weren't for Hall Master Teng's repeated invitations, he would not have come out. Fang Shi felt that Master Teng's good guy card was becoming more and more shining. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1614 The two brightest kids in the room. Is a real dog. Chapter 1615 It's also good to smell it. Although Zhang Wen didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Fang Shi's gourd, he still followed Fang Shi to Elder Bian's yard. Junior sister, be brave and revel, senior brother will always be with you. When they reached Elder Bian's courtyard, Fang Shi stretched her neck and yelled. Elder Bian, are you there, are you there? Elder Bian had just calmed down and was about to study the martial arts when he heard a sound like a soul calling outside. He was immediately furious. When he came out, he saw that it was Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. He became even more angry. How dare you? Why are you making so much noise here? Fang Shi took out the myriad stars that the sect had distributed and said, Elder Bian, can you please sign it for me? Elder Bian. No, your brain was kicked by a strip beast, right? Otherwise, why would such an abnormal request be made? Signature, sign what? Seeing that he remained silent, Fang Shi blushed. Elder Bian, I know my request is a bit abrupt, but I really admire you. So, I thought of asking you to sign your name on The Secret of All Things and Stars. Whenever I get slack in my practice, I will take a look at it. This will definitely motivate me to start early and work hard to make progress. If you think this request is a bit excessive, then forget it, just pretend we have never been here. Sorry to bother you. Fang Shi bowed and turned around and ran away. Zhang Wen also bowed and ran away. Elder Bian, disheveled in the wind. He saw Fang Shi's little shoulders shaking and wondered, is she crying? Are you crying because you didn't get my autograph? Do you admire me so much? I've never seen it before. It seems that even if I have been in seclusion for many years, there are still legends about me in the sect. However, one thing is for sure, even if Lu Yi still has some ambition, it cannot change the fact that she is a waste. On the other side, the mutant digging thorn beast was curiously asking Zhang Wen. Why did she want that old man's autograph? Zhang Wen, this is not something for a fool like you to consider. Mutated digging thorn beast. You are the second fool. Your whole family are idiots. Humph, I know even without you telling me that the female devil wants the old man's signature, it must be for cursing. The female devil can actually cast a curse. It's terrible. In comparison, it's pretty good to follow the idiot, at least you don't have to worry about anything. Fang Shi originally wanted to go back to her residence, but she suddenly saw Elder Zhao heading towards the Dharma Hall. She immediately changed her mind and took Zhang Wen back to the Dharma Hall. Deacon Wei saw them go and come back, and wondered, why are you back again? We'd like to sit in on other classes, is that okay? Deacon Wei smiled and said, of course, but Elder Zhao will be teaching the alchemy class this afternoon, and this alchemy class has already lasted for dozens of classes. I don't think you will understand. Fang Shi smiled and said, it's okay, we'll just listen for fun. Zhang Wen nodded at the side, yeah, it's good to smell it. Deacon Wei, then go and listen. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen followed Deacon Wei's instructions and arrived at the alchemy classroom. When Elder Zhao saw the two of them, he was a little confused, but he didn't say anything. There are far fewer people attending the alchemy class than the exercises class in the morning. There are only about 20 people. Commander Lu sighed. It seems that even after so many years, alchemists are still very scarce in Tiang continent, and even rarer in inferior sects like Tianyan Dao sect. I think only a few of these 20 or so people can finally reach the level of a third-level alchemist. Fang Shi was very puzzled. Master, I have never understood why you said that refining the elixir is no different from stewing a dish, so why do so many people find it so difficult? Isn't that something that can be successfully made with eyes closed? Commander Lu. I shouldn't have spoken. He now suspected that the three of Zhu Xuan had not woken up yet just because they didn't want to hear this dead girl bragging. It must be that he was determined, otherwise he would have collapsed after listening to her saying such inhuman words every day. Fang Shi and Commander Lu have a deep relationship as master and disciple, and Elder Zhao has already started teaching. Today is the last time we have a class here. From the next class onwards, the class location will be moved to the alchemy room at the back. There was an immediate commotion among the crowd. They have been looking forward to this day for a long time. No matter how well you learn the theory, it is useless, you still have to practice it. If Elder Zhao had not strictly forbade them to try it in private, they would have been ready to try it long ago. Elder Zhao signaled everyone to be quiet, and then said, I know you all don't quite understand why we haven't allowed you to actually practice, because if you don't understand the theory thoroughly, the practice will inevitably fail. You all should also know about Elder Gu Liang exploding the tortoise shell. Elder Zhao felt a little embarrassed when he said this because he forgot Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were here. It seems inappropriate to talk about the master's embarrassing things in front of the apprentice. But now that I have said it, I can only move on. The reason why Elder Gu Liang blew up the tortoise shell was because he did not fully understand the theory of the turtle evolution technique. The same is true for us alchemists. If you don't have a thorough understanding of the alchemy theory, it will be impossible to succeed in refining. Not only will it waste the herbs, but it will also undermine your self-confidence. Fang Shi felt that what Elder Zhao said made sense, but this theory was only suitable for ordinary people and was naturally not applicable to a genius among geniuses like her. Commander Lu, haha. After Elder Zhao finished his lecture, he said, because we will be refining the elixir in the next class, let's review the basic process of refining the elixir now. Tan Fu, you answer the questions. Tan Fu said immediately, the first step in alchemy is to prepare the herbs, the second step is to start the earth fire or stimulate your own spiritual flame, the third step is to preheat the alchemy furnace, and then put the herbs in the order of the recipe. In this process, you also need to adjust the firepower and make the alchemy seal. It sounded to Fang Shi that the alchemy process was basically the same as that in the Juyu continent. It seemed that 9 alchemy cauldrons would be embroidered on her clothes soon. Oh, and I have to embroider 9 more books. Commander Lu, I think you should just embroider the 3 words, shameless. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1616, become famous as early as possible. After Tan Fu finished answering, Elder Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you have a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. With time, you will definitely achieve something. Although Tan Fu did not show it on his face, he was very proud in his heart. Elder Zhao has not accepted any disciples so far. He teaches in the Dharma Hall to select candidates for disciples. He is definitely the best among these people, and Elder Zhao values him the most on weekdays. If he performs well in practice, Elder Zhao will probably accept him as his disciple. He was promoted from an inner disciple to a direct disciple in one fell swoop. He is a real disciple, unlike the 2 sitting behind him, who, although they're his disciples, have only the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. As for the turtle evolution technique, although it sounds miraculous, who doesn't know that Elder Guliang hasn't made many accurate calculations over the years, and his tortoise shell explodes from time to time. I don't think the 2 of them will learn any real skills. Fang Shi didn't know that someone had already used her and Junwen as references. She was still thinking about how to reasonably sneak into the alchemy class in the alchemy room in the future. While she was thinking of a solution, Elder Zhao was already teaching her the various precautions in alchemy. Although he had mentioned them before, he emphasized them again. For example, some herbs themselves have poisonous smells, so an antidote must be taken before the refining process. For example, if the quality of the same herb is different, the recipe must be slightly adjusted when refining it. Fang Shi felt that what Elder Zhao said was of no use to her because she never cared whether the herbs were poisonous or not. As for the quality, sometimes there was mud on the herbs, and she would throw it all into the alchemy furnace. Commander Lu silently complained, what Elder Zhao said is directed at humans, so it naturally does not apply to someone like you who is not a human. When the get-out of class was about to end, Fang Shi finally thought of a way to sneak into the class. After class, Fang Shi and Junwen happily caught up with Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao had a good impression of her and asked with a smile, what's the matter? He thought, could it be that after listening to his class, the little girl wanted to learn alchemy instead? If that old charlatan Gu Liangchuan knew about this, he would be so pissed off that he would die. Fang Shi laughed dryly twice. Elder Zhao, shall we talk further? Seeing her mysterious, Elder Zhao was also curious, so he went to a secluded place and asked, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Fang Shi looked around and whispered, Elder Zhao, you should know that my master is a bald man, right? Elder Zhao, I know a little bit. My senior brother's hair was blown away just like my master's. After that, he took the hair growth pill I gave him and grew a head of green curly hair. My master also wanted to try it, but the casual cultivator only gave me 3 hair growth pills, and they were all used up. So I want to ask you, can you find a way to refine that kind of hair growth pill? Elder Zhao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When Li Zhe came out with green curly hair, he went to ask Li Zhe and even plucked a few strands of Li Zhe's hair to study, but he found nothing. He coughed twice. Li Zhe said that the hair growth pill was given to you by a casual cultivator. Can you tell me in detail? He was just a somewhat slovenly casual cultivator, his robe was tattered, and he was holding a wine gourd in his hand. I traded the wine for the hair growth pill from him. Elder Zhao thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who this person was, but there was no doubt that this person's alchemy skills must be very high. He was honest and said with a wry smile, I have studied Li Zhe's hair, but I have no idea about the hair growth pill he took. Fang Shi was a little disappointed, so my master's hair is hopeless. Elder Zhao, actually, wearing a wig is pretty good. Fang Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, Elder Zhao, I have been very sensitive to smells since I was a child. If I knew more about herbs, I might be able to tell what herbs were used in that hair growth pill. So, can I continue taking your alchemy class? Don't worry, I know my own strengths and weaknesses. I will just watch and won't get involved. Elder Zhao felt that Fang Zai's words were too naive, even a little ridiculous. Although for some high-level alchemists, sometimes they can roughly tell what herbs are used in the pill just by smelling it, but this requires years of accumulation. She is a little girl who has never been exposed to alchemy, so it is useless no matter how good her nose is. But when I thought that she did this for Elder Gu Liang, I felt somewhat moved. This little girl is really filial. That old charlatan Gu Liangchuan is really lucky. Besides, there were many empty seats in the alchemy room, and as long as he didn't do anything, there was nothing wrong with just looking at it, so he nodded in agreement. Junwen, who was standing by, said, Elder Zhao, my nose is sharper than a dog's. Elder Zhao, you can go with us too. Junwen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the one hand, he wanted to protect Fang Shi, and on the other hand, he didn't want to miss the good opportunity to eat melons. When Fang Shi and Junwen saw that Elder Zhao was so easy to talk to, their favorable impression of him immediately doubled. They rushed to flatter him, giving him full emotional value. Although Elder Zhao didn't care about these things, no one was unwilling to hear good words, so when he was in a good mood, he gave each of them a bottle of top-grade hemostatic pill. Although hemostatic pills are very common elixirs, top-quality hemostatic pills are still rare. Of course, for Fang Shi and Junwen, nothing is as delicious as candy beans. Even Fang Shi's spiritual pets looked down on it. After Elder Zhao left, Fang Shi came to Deacon Wei to ask for the course schedule for the alchemy class. Deacon Wei was confused. You guys are going to take alchemy classes in the future. I heard that all the alchemy classes will be held in the alchemy room. I'm afraid Elder Zhao won't agree to you continuing to take classes. Fang Shi smiled and said, Elder Zhao has already agreed, and he also gave me and my brother a bottle of top-grade hemostatic pill each. Deacon Wei. Not only did Elder Bin take special care of the brother and sister, but even Elder Zhao was fond of them. Are these siblings so charming? As he was thinking, Fang Shi said, why don't you give me a copy of the course schedule for all the courses? My brother and I have plenty of time, so it won't hurt to learn more. Deacon Wei thought, a person's energy is limited, it's good enough if he can learn one thing, why do you want to learn everything? Don't be afraid of biting off more than you can chew. But it's true, I heard that these two had been wandering outside before. Maybe they were eager to study, so they turned back naturally when they hit a wall. So I gave the course schedule to the two of them. Fang Shi thanked him with a smile, and then said, when I have mastered the art of turtle evolution, I will give you a divination for free. Although Deacon Wei said a few polite words with a smile, what he was thinking in his heart was similar to Deacon Yi's, you are the only one who is worth a fortune, so don't blow me up again. On the way back, Zhang Wen joked, little sister, you haven't even learned anything yet, but you've already promised to tell 2 divinations. Fang Shi smiled, do you know why I do this? Why? Because you have to become famous as early as possible. This is where our master suffered the loss. Brother, just wait and see, it won't be long before I become the divine fortune teller of our Tianyan Dao sect. Zhang Wen. You just made a promise, and you didn't pay them, so what fame are you going to gain? The two returned to their residence, and as Zhang Wen entered the house, the mutated burrowing thorn beast was about to come out. Zhang Wen thought of what Hall Master Teng said, so he let it out, but warned. You can only move around inside the house and the yard. If you dare to run out, I will break your legs. The mutant burrowing thorn beast readily agreed. I thought to myself, you broke the dog's leg, not my leg, why should I be afraid? Sister is a real dog. Chapter 1617, the gap between your teeth is quite wide. The mutated burrowing thorn beast thought to itself, it had finally gotten out of the secret realm of the heavens, so of course it had to take a look around. Anyway, it's wandering around underground and no one will find it, so why be afraid? So, it waited until dark, secretly dug a hole in the corner of the wall, and burrowed into the ground. It drilled and drilled, and when it felt the distance was far enough, it poked its head out. It found that there was also a yard here, which was pitch black and no one was there. It immediately felt confident and bold as it crawled out from the ground. Seeing that the door was not locked, it jumped in. After walking around the room, it saw a bed, jumped onto it, and rolled over on it a few times. So this is what sleeping in a bed feels like. It was enjoying itself so much when it heard voices outside. It was so scared that it rolled off the bed. It was definitely too late to go to the yard. The house is paved with bluestone slabs, so it can drill into it, but it will leave traces. At this time, the voices were getting closer and closer. The mutant burrowing thorn beast had no choice but to shrink its body and hide under the bed. If it really doesn't work, it will just dig a hole and escape. It's better than being caught in the act. Just as it hid, 2 people came in. 1 male and 1 female. As soon as she came in, she went straight to the bed, and then started doing this and that. The mutated digging thorn beast under the bed. The human race is so unrestrained. Other things don't matter, just don't break the bed. Finally, the 2 of them calmed down. Woman said, this disciple competition is extremely important. You must find a way to come out on top so that you can get that thing. Otherwise, the higher-ups will definitely blame you and me. The man is full of confidence. Don't worry, these disciples of Tianyan Dao sect are more useless than each other. Only Su Chao has some ability, but he doesn't know my true strength. He will definitely be defeated by me when the time comes. Aren't there 2 more direct disciples? I heard that Lu Qi and Lu Yi are not simple. Before the woman could finish her words, the man sneered and said, how powerful can these 2 little gods be? They probably don't even dare to participate in this competition. I've had enough of this damn place. Once we get that thing, we'll leave. Ellipsis. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was confused. What a mess. However, it did understand one thing, these 2 people looked down on the female devil and its stupid master. It's a little unhappy. Even if the idiot owner is stupid, he is still its rich owner. What qualifications do you 2 have to look down on him? If I wasn't afraid of being exposed, I would stab you with thorns. In fact, it was just thinking about it. It had already realized that the man's cultivation must be stronger than its own, and even the woman had the cultivation level of the early stage of fusion. Fortunately, it was an earth-type monster, and its aura blended with the bluestone slab, so it was not discovered. After a while, the woman said, I can't stay here for too long, lest others get suspicious. I'll leave first. It just so happens that I also want to go to the old man to show my filial piety. Let's go together. The 2 were probably afraid of being discovered, so they didn't turn on the lights. They put on their clothes in the dark and went out. The mutated burrowing thorn beast waited for a while, and seeing that there was no movement, it crawled out from under the bed. It was afraid that the man would come back, so it hurried out of the house, went to the yard, and burrowed into the soil. When Zhang Wen was taking a break from training, he found that the mutant digging thorn beast had not made any movement. He thought, is this idiot doing something strange? So, I went to the yard to look for it. No mutated burrowing thorn beast was found, but a hole was found in the northwest corner of the yard. Zhang Wen. Very good. This bastard must have gone out to have fun. This shows that you don't take what he said seriously at all. Zhang Wen did not use his spiritual sense to contact the mutated burrowing thorn beast. He just stood beside the cave entrance, waiting for the prey to come and catch it in the act. After a short while, the mutated burrowing thorn beast was seen poking its head out. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was frightened when it saw Junwen, and subconsciously wanted to go back into the cave, but then it heard Junwen sneer. If you don't get out of here right now, I'll pull out all your thorns and use them as toothpicks. Mutated digging thorn beast. The gap between your teeth is quite wide. It thought to itself how unlucky it was all because of those 2 dogs that took so long, otherwise it would have returned long ago and would not have been discovered at all. It cursed in its heart as it crawled out of the hole. Junwen was stunned. Where have you been? The mutant burrowing thorn beast's eyes rolled around. Didn't that old man Teng tell me to get down to earth? So I stayed underground for a while and didn't go anywhere. It thinks it is so smart. The stupid owner can't dig underground to see where it has gone, so this reason is absolutely valid. It was just beautiful when Junwen took out the magic sword. It was startled. Are you really going to chop off its legs? The next moment, Junwen, with a bright red bellyband on the tip of his sword, sneered and asked the mutant earth digging thorn beast, is there such a thing underground? Mutated digging thorn beast. Where did this crap come from? Oh no, it must have dropped on the ground while the couple were putting on their clothes in the dark, and when the dog ran away, the thorns on its body happened to bring this thing back. It swallowed and said, well, listen to me and let me tell you something. No, explain it. Well, you also know that after a person dies, he must be buried underground, so there must be burial objects and so on, so. Looking at Junwen's cold eyes, it can continue making up stories. It had no choice but to confess, okay, I said it. I just sneaked into a yard and saw a couple making love, so I hid under the bed. I brought this thing back with me when I came back without noticing. Junwen. Is it so exciting? He felt that such explosive news must be shared with his junior sister, so he brought the mutated burrowing thorn beast to find Fangxi. Fangxi became interested as soon as she heard it. Fugui, tell me in detail, especially the process. Mutated digging thorn beast. Are humans so perverted? Let alone it, even Commander Lu was speechless. You are a little girl after all, can you be more reserved? Fortunately, Junwen is a reliable person, and he is very good at dealing with the mutant burrowing thorn beast. Let's skip the process and talk about something useful. The mutant digging thorn beast didn't know what was useful and what was useless, but in order to avoid being punished, it suddenly had an idea and said, those 2 bastards looked down on you and said you were the most useless among the disciples. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1618. His life is much more lively than before. Fangxi raised an eyebrow. Why did they mention us? They were talking about a contest for direct disciples, and the girl wanted the boy to take first place, and they were also talking about getting something, and then they left this damn place. He also said that there was someone called something who was quite capable, and that the other disciples, especially the 2 of you, were useless. Fangxi and Junwen looked at each other. Junwen said solemnly, tell me everything you heard. The mutated burrowing thorn beast has a poor memory. Even if something just happened, it only remembers the general idea and describes it in a half-complete way. However, Fangxi and Junwen have almost pieced together the whole picture. These 2 people must be spies sent by other forces. The identity of the woman is difficult to determine, but the man is definitely a direct disciple. They should be here for the reward of first place in the personal teaching competition. What reward is worth it? Fangxi immediately sent a message to Li Zhe. Brother, I suddenly remembered that Su Chao said he would compete with you in the personal disciple competition. Do my brother and I have to participate in this competition as well? Li Zhe is worried about this matter. Although there is still some time before the direct disciple competition, it is difficult for him to advance to the 5th level of fusion. He is still not as good as other direct disciples, not to mention Su Chao who is at the 6th level of fusion. If it were in the past, he wouldn't care, since it wasn't the first time he had embarrassed himself. But now he has fellow junior brothers and sisters, and they both admire him so much, he doesn't want to disappoint them. He suppressed his anxiety and replied to Fangxi. You and junior brother Lu will be promoted to direct disciples for the first year this year, and you can choose to participate or not. I suggest you don't participate, because your cultivation is still shallow, and you will suffer a great loss. Brother, what is the prize for first place in the personal teaching competition? Li Zhe thought she was just curious and didn't care, so he said casually. The winner of the previous year's personal disciple competition could choose a treasure from the sect's treasury, and I guess it will be the same this time. I have always wanted the Shweni pen in the treasure house, but unfortunately I am lucky enough not to be the last one, so I can only dream about it. As soon as he sent the message, he received a reply from Fangxi. I won first place in this competition. I'll help you get the pen. Li Zhe, okay. Even though what junior sister said was crazy, at least she had him in her heart, and that was enough. Ever since he had fellow junior brothers and sisters, his life has become much more lively than before. He felt very happy when he thought that he had personally brought his junior brothers and sisters back from Wonghai town. After Fangxi told Junwen what Li Zhe said, Junwen said, it seems that they're here for something in the treasury. Should we tell master about this? Fangxi thought about Elder Gu Liang's character and said, find an opportunity to meet other disciples and let Fugui identify them. Although he didn't see their appearance, he heard their voices after all, so he should be able to recognize them. I will make a decision once I find the candidate. The mutant burrowing thorn beast said weakly. In fact, if I drill underground again, I can find the yard. Isn't this faster than identifying the sound? Junwen glared at it and said, you were lucky that you were not discovered just now. If you were discovered, wouldn't it have alerted the enemy? The mutant burrowing thorn beast pointed at the bellyband with its claws. If they find that this thing is missing, won't they still be suspicious? Otherwise, I will send it back. Fangxi asked it, have you cleared all traces in the yard? The mutant digging thorn beast said confidently, it will definitely be no problem. I am a professional at digging holes. Then don't worry about it, let them be suspicious. Their relationship is not open to the public, so it is impossible for them to make a big fuss about looking for someone just for a bellyband. If there is no movement after a few days, they will naturally come up with a reason on their own. Fang Shi asked the mutant burrowing thorn beast to hide the bellyband in its storage space, because neither Fang Shi nor Zhang Wen wanted to touch this thing. The mutated burrowing thorn beast doesn't care. It only cares about how Zhang Wen punishes it. Zhang Wen asked it, do you want me to chop off one of your legs, or lock you up? Mutated digging thorn beast, can I choose neither? Zhang Wen drew out his sword. The mutant digging thorn beast howled, then you'd better lock me up. Remember to put more soil in the strip beast bag so that I can at least smell the soil. Fang Shi pleaded, brother, why don't you punish it this time? It can be considered as making up for its mistakes. Fang Shi was speaking from the heart, but the mutant digging thorn beast was suspicious and thought Fang Shi was setting a trap for it, so it quickly said. No, one thing is one thing. A good son is born under the stick. You must punish me, otherwise I won't realize my mistake. Fang Shi. This rich man is stupid, but he is quite aware. Zhang Wen immediately put the mutated burrowing thorn beast into solitary confinement. He and Fang Shi have different ideas. Spirit pets should not be spoiled too much. They must be punished when necessary. However, he thought of Fang Shi's pets, each one more bizarre than the other, and it seemed the punishment might not be effective, and some of them could not even be punished. As I said, luckily he only has one spiritual pet, this one is bad enough. Just like today, although we got a huge harvest by accident, what if it is discovered by others? You might even lose your life. The next morning, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen learned from yesterday's experience and rushed to the Dharma Hall before dawn. This time I finally got a seat near the front. When Elder Bin arrived and saw their seating arrangement, he thought that they did have some ambition. It's a pity that good seats like yours are wasted. They might as well be given to other people. What he was talking about today was still the Wangxiang Xing Yin Ju. After all, such a profound technique would take several classes to complete. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen listened very seriously, and appropriately showed expressions ranging from confusion to sudden enlightenment and then to amazement. Even though Elder Bin had a prejudice against them, he had to admit that the two seemed to be listening very carefully and understood. After finishing the class, he walked out and found someone following him. Looking back, they saw those two little losers, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. Do you still want him to sign? Although it's a bit confusing, it's not impossible if they insist. So he slowed down a little, only to find that the two little losers were dawdling and didn't catch up with him. Elder Bin's patience ran out, and he quickened his pace and left. When he returned to the yard and just sat down to drink half a cup of tea, he found Fang Shi and Zhang Wen wandering around outside the yard stealthily, looking into the yard from time to time. He was too lazy to pay attention and began to study the skills. But his mind just couldn't calm down, and from time to time he would use his spiritual sense to look outside the yard. Finally, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen walked away, looking back every few steps. Elder Bin thought of a saying, he has the desire to steal but not the courage to do so. However, it seems that they really admire him, otherwise they wouldn't be so persistent. He does have some vision, and it's not like he has no merits at all. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1619, where is your rebelliousness? Where is your arrogance? After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen punched in outside Elder Bin's door, they walked towards their residence. Alchemy classes are not held every day, only every 2 or 3 days, so they did not plan to go to the Dharma Hall in the afternoon. Just when he was halfway there, Fang Shi's identity jade token began to vibrate. It turned out to be a message from Elder Fang, who was in charge of the forest of Stells. Xiaoxi, come to my yard right now. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen happily went to Elder Fang's yard. Before the two of them could salute, Elder Fang said anxiously. Xiaoxi, King Long said he has something important to discuss with you. During this period of time, he spent his free time studying the rubbings of the Xiaoyang Stellae in his own yard. Just now, the shadow of a green dragon appeared, showed its might to him, and then asked him to call Fang Shi over immediately, otherwise he would not be polite. Elder Fang was in awe of King Long, and was at a loss when he heard this, and hurriedly sent a message to Fang Shi. After hearing what Elder Fang said, Fang Shi said calmly. In that case, please bring it out. She entered the secret realm of the universe some time ago and has been busy with classes these past 2 days. Plus, she felt the timing was not right, so she put the matter of the 4 symbols monument aside for the time being. Unexpectedly, King Long would take the initiative to find her. As I said, her personal charm is really too great, King Long probably misses her. Commander Lu. He learned a lesson from Fang Shi, that is, if a person has no shame, he will be invincible. Elder Fang immediately took out the rubbing of the Xiaoyang Stellae. The shadow of the green dragon emerged. Fang Shi said with a smile, hey, isn't this the leader of the 4 elephants? What do you want from me? King Long was in a bad mood because he felt that Fang Shi was deliberately leaving him alone, otherwise why had there been no movement for such a long time? It originally wanted to give Fang Shi a warning, but when it heard the words, the head of the 4 elephants, its mood suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. Forget it is a magnanimous person and doesn't bother with a small ant. Didn't you say before that you would make us 4 elephants famous and that people would build monuments and write biographies for us? Why hasn't anything happened yet? Are you lying to us? Fang Shi sighed. King Long, you are really wronging me by saying this. I'm more anxious than you. But you can't get fat in one bite, and nothing can be accomplished overnight. By the way, do you know what achieving everything overnight means? Do you want me to explain it to you? King Long, no need. Although it doesn't know, it can guess that it means something similar to, you can't get fat in one bite. Fang Shi, the biggest stumbling block on the road to fame for the 4 symbols is Xingyao sect, because their reputation is so bad that it has caused you, the 4 symbols, to be bullied. Therefore, we have to defeat Xingyao sect first. Only in this way can your character of upholding justice and eliminating violence and upholding justice be established. You are the leader of the 4 symbols, so you should understand the truth here, right? King Long seemed to understand, but he said, this is natural. Fang Shi praised, as expected of the leader of the 4 elephants, he has a broad vision and a great vision. King Long felt so happy that even his tail started to shake unconsciously. Fang Shi thought, it seems that there is no difference between dragons and dogs. They will both wag their tails when they are happy. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's gazes were rather reserved, but Elder Fang's gaze was fixed directly on the azure dragon's shaking tail. King Long suddenly became angry and his tone became unfriendly. Stop talking nonsense. Palace Master Cow comes every few days to ask if there is anything useful in the Phantom Scale record. Although I have always brushed him off, you will definitely become suspicious after a while. Have you ever thought about this, you idiots? It thought that after saying this, Fang Shi and the other two would definitely feel very ashamed, or even frightened. As a result, Fang Shi sighed. King Long, what can I say about you? I gave you such a good opportunity, but you not only didn't know how to take advantage of it, but you also turned the tables on me. You really disappoint me. King Long was confused. Good opportunity? What good opportunity? Fang Shi looked very disappointed. I've said this much, and you still don't understand. That Palace Master Cow is eager to let you and Xuanwu use the Phantom Scale to steal information from our Tianyan Dao sect, so you take the opportunity to make a request. Strud stones, elixirs, natural treasures, anything that is useful for your cultivation, just take it. The initiative is in your hands, what are you afraid of? When you have gotten enough benefits, I will cooperate with you to give him some true and false information, and then you can continue to ask for benefits. What a great thing. I thought you would know these things without me having to tell you, but I ended up wasting so much time. It's really hard for me to explain. King Long. Is this still possible? How can this be possible? In the past, it only knew how to vent its anger on Cow, and beat him down 800 times, and never thought of taking advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits. Its heart hurts so much. Fang Shi saw its silly look and felt no sense of accomplishment at all. This thing is not even as smart as the mutated burrowing thorn beast. But it is also true, without even a physical body, how smart can one be? As she thought about it, she said to King Long, first squeeze out some benefits, then come back to me. I will provide you with some useful information and I guarantee that I can catch them and turn them into black bass. Although King Long didn't know what it meant to catch a black carp, he understood the main idea of Fang Shi's words, which was to let it get the benefits first. Fang Shi said earnestly, we are allies, we should have basic trust and respect. If you had asked me earlier, would I have given you guidance? Remember, don't act on your own or keep it to yourself in the future, come and ask me immediately, or you will be the ones who suffer the loss. King Long nodded, okay, I'll listen to you from now on. Elder Fang. Where is your rebelliousness? Where is your arrogance? How do you deal with my bossy attitude? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1620. I don't mean to threaten you by saying this. King Long asked Fang Shi, do you have anything else to say? If not, I will go back to the rubbings. Things started to go wrong in Fang Shi. Has Xuanwu been quiet recently? King Long was silent for a moment. It's okay. The reason why it came to Fang Shi was because of Xuanwu, or to be more precise, because Xuanwu had been bullying it. Fang Shi looked at it and knew what was going on. King Long, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are the leader of the four symbols after all, you need to be more assertive. What's so scary about that black snake? I almost chopped it into dumpling stuffing before. You tell it that if it listens, it can happily be a Xuanwu in the future. If it doesn't listen, you can only change people, change beasts. King Long looked confused. What do you mean? Fang Shi immediately called out the little turtle and the violent conger eel, and then asked them to pose in the shape of a basalt. King Long was shocked. The first thought was how did Xuanwu come back to life? But when I took a closer look, I found out it was a fake. It sneered and said, you wouldn't let these two pretend to be Xuanwu, would you? Who would believe it? Fang Shi smiled meaningfully. How many people in this world have seen the real Xuanwu? It's just a picture in the classics. As long as the appearance is similar, the rest is just about creating momentum. Our Tianyan Taoist sect was once the #1 sect in Tian continent, and we are good at the turtle yan technique. If we deduce that these two things are the black tortoises, and create a few more miracles, do you think anyone will believe it? Plus, Xing our sect's reputation isn't that good to begin with, and if we spread some rumors, not to mention Xuanwu, all three of you will be fakes too. Even the four symbols stele is fake. It is better for me to say some things openly. Don't think you four elephants are so great. In fact, it is only out of sentimentality that we, the Tianyan Dao sect, want to take you back. Otherwise, there are only 4 broken stone tablets, what is there to steal? Of course, whether out of sentiment or morality, we are still willing to cooperate with you and invite you back. I say this not to threaten you, I just want you to put yourself in the right place. Especially the Xuanwu, if you tell it exactly what I said, I believe it will know what to do next. Although King Long knew that he couldn't believe all of Fang Shi's words, he still felt a little panicked, and his original sense of superiority disappeared completely. Fang Shi waved her hand. It's nothing, just go back to the rubbings and think about what I said. King Long hesitated for a moment and asked her, well, how many strud stones do you think it would be appropriate for us to find someone named Cow? Fang Shi held up a finger. 100 million. King Long. It quietly disappeared into the rubbing. Fang Shi looked at Elder Fang, who had a dazed look on his face, and said, Elder Fang, you can put the rubbings away now. Elder Fang then woke up from his dream and put the rubbing into his storage ring. Shaoxi, you just said that you would give Xing Yao sect some benefits. Are you really going to let King Long use the Huaninu to give them a few stone tablets? Fang Shi nodded. Yes, only in this way can we cast a long line to catch a big fish. Although Elder Fang felt a little pained, he also knew that he could not catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, so he made up his mind. Okay, then let's do as you say. But this time, King Long was repeating what Fang Shi said to Xuanwu and others. That Lu Yi said that we should take this opportunity to ask Cow for favors. Not only can we ask him for favors now, but we can also ask for favors every time we give him information in the future. Suzaku and the others. Hey. Can it still be like this? They missed so much. A hint of cunning flashed in the black snake's vertical pupils. That little girl is really full of ideas. This is a good idea. In fact, we can not only ask Xing Yaman for benefits, but also ask that stinky girl for benefits, so we can have the best of both worlds. King Long glanced at it and said, are you asking for benefits from her? You may not know, right? It made a fake Shuanmu, and when I first saw it, I thought you were resurrected. She asked me to tell you that if you don't know what's good for you, she will replace you with a fake Shuanmu. The black snake sneered at this. Impersonate me. She thinks she can impersonate us by getting a turtle or a snake. What a joke. Black Turtle's green eyes flashed with displeasure. What does turtle mean? Can you speak more elegantly? King Long immediately repeated Feng Shi's words verbatim, and then said, although there is definitely some truth in what that little girl said, if we take Kiao's words, that little girl might really come up with a fake set of 4 symbols, and then we will be in an awkward situation. Black Snake sneered, what's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real, what are you afraid of? King Long also became angry. If you are not afraid, then tell Cao that your phantom scale was taken away by a stinky girl, and you were almost chopped into dumpling stuffing. Black Snake. If you don't hit someone in the face, that's too much. At this time, the Sprue Turtle, who usually spoke very little, said, we can talk about other things later. The first thing we should do is to get some benefits from Cao. Duke and Baihu echoed, that's right, I guess Cao will come over today, let's discuss how to make him bleed more. Xuanzhi didn't care about the embarrassment anymore and hurried over to make plans. Just when we had decided on a countermeasure, here comes Lord Cao, the great enemy. He went to check the phantom scale stone screen first, and saw that it was still blank, which made him feel disappointed. It's been so long, why is there still no progress? Could it be that the Tianyan Dao sect discovered the phantom scale? No. Absolutely impossible. Those idiots don't have the brains to do that. Why is that? He walked up to the 4 symbols monument with doubt and began to form seals. This seal is not only complicated but also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. After completing the seal, Palace Master Cao was sweating profusely and his old face was extremely pale. He knelt on the ground obediently and kowtowed 9 times. The shadows of the 4 symbols then emerged. Palace Master Cao quickly said, for divine envoys, may I ask if there is any movement from the Tianyan Dao sect? Why has the phantom scale not been activated? Xuan Snake was furious because of King Long's words. After hearing what Palace Master Cao said, he was immediately furious. You are a blind man. There are obviously 5 of us. What do you mean by 4? It's really exciting. As a result, Palace Master Cao fell more than a dozen times. Palace Master Cao is feeling miserable. Is it easy for him to get some information? Come here to suffer every few days. But for the position of the sect leader, these are nothing and he can endure it. Besides, not everyone can make the 4 symbols appear after completing this process, and only he has this ability. At this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find a line of words on the stone tablet. He thought it was the information sent back, but it turned out to be written. There is something wrong with our divine consciousness, so we can't activate the phantom scales. If you are in a hurry, provide us with spiritual stones to repair our divine consciousness. Palace Master Cao suddenly realized what was going on. He had no doubt that Xi Xiang was taking advantage of the situation to blackmail him. After all, who could have thought that Xi Xiang would learn bad things? He asked, how many spiritual stones do you need? Open black lens bracket 1 million. Closed black lens bracket. Although Feng Shi told King Long to ask for 100 million, both it and Duke thought it was too outrageous. If they really wanted 100 million, wouldn't Cao be driven away? So, after discussing it, they decided to ask for 1 million. 1 million is a lot for them. Palace Master Cao readily agreed and immediately took out 1 million spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. For divine envoys, how long will it take you to recover your divine consciousness? Open black lens bracket half a month. Closed black lens bracket. Although Palace Master Cao felt that half a month was not a short time, at least he had some definite news, so he finally put his mind at ease. After he left, King Long and the others began to divide the loot. Divide into 4 parts, each part is 250,000 spirit stones. Every time this happened, the Black Snake and the Spirit Turtle felt like they were at a great disadvantage. Because they can only take 1 copy. Xuanzhi thought, this little girl has so many clever ideas, can she turn the 4 elephants into 5 elephants? If she could do that, it wouldn't mind obeying her in the future. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1621 How can talking about love be as good as practicing? When Black Snake was dreaming, Suzaku said with regret. The fact that Mr. Cao gave it to us so easily means that we want less. Why don't we listen to that stinky girl and ask for 100 million spirit stones? When the others heard this, they were also heartbroken. Yes, less. Even if each person wants 1 million, it's fine. They're still too conservative. Next time just ask him for 100 million. Palace Master Cao sneezed after leaving the 4 symbols holy land, but this did not affect his good mood. During this period, he was so anxious that his mouth was blistered. Now we finally have accurate information, which is really cause for celebration. When King Long and Xuan will recover the divine consciousness, they might be able to steal all the inscriptions in the Tianyan Dao sect Stellae Forest, and the sect leader might even announce that he is the next sect leader. While Palace Master Cao was having a sweet dream, Feng Shi was helping Elder Fang pick out a stone tablet to use as bait. Feng Shi initially tried to refuse. After all, she knew nothing about the inscriptions on the steles, so how could she choose? In the end, Elder Fang insisted on letting her choose. Yi, just pick whatever you want. I'm here to check things out, so what are you afraid of? Feng Shi really couldn't refuse, so he had to follow Elder Fang into the forest of steles. She knew that the stone tablets in front were relatively ordinary, so she just picked 3 at random. As a result, Elder Fang immediately made the decision, then let's go with these 3 pieces. Fang Shi, would you like to reconsider it, or discuss it with others? Elder Fang said confidently, you are lucky, your choice must be correct, these are the three. Fang Shi. Are you treating me like a koi? I don't know if there are any spiritual animals like koi. If she could contract one, wouldn't her luck be so good? The violent sea eel immediately volunteered, Master, koi should be fish, right? I am also a fish, so you can use me as a koi. Fang Shi. Black koi is not a bad idea. Mu Jian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Not good. This guy wants to seize power and usurp the throne. It was guarding against this and that, but it neglected this dead loach. If you want to blame someone, blame the donkey dung eggs for being so disappointing. So, it secretly said to the little fat bird, didn't our master tell Azure Dragon to make a fake 4 symbols? Now that Black Tortoise is here, you can pretend to be Vermilion Bird. Then you can go out openly, isn't it better than hatching eggs in a spread beast bag every day? The little fat bird was so angry that it immediately spit out a big fireball. You hatch the eggs. Your whole family hatches eggs. Although it was angry, it felt that what Mu Jian said made some sense. Although it cannot maintain the appearance of Suzaku for a long time, it should not be a problem for a short period of time. And Suzaku also has the fire attribute, so it is too easy for it to impersonate. Seeing that the little fat bird was moved, Mu Jian began to consider the candidates for Azure Dragon and White Tiger. King Long. It set its sights on the dead branch. Hey, how about you pretend to be King Long? Dead branches. I'm a demon plant, and you want me to pretend to be a blue dragon. What are you thinking? Are you crazy? Mu Jian argued confidently, why don't you just treat it as a wooden sculpture? Besides, Azure Dragon is originally of wood attribute, and you can just ask the owner to make up some lies for you, and you can fool it, right? Think about it, have you made any contribution since you signed the contract with the master? You eat dry food all day long, are you worthy of the master? Now you finally have the chance to contribute, why don't you seize it? The dead branch was fooled by it and was moved. It is not impossible. Mu Jian started looking for a candidate for White Tiger again, but unfortunately he couldn't find a suitable candidate after searching for a long time. They all look ugly, not to mention tigers, even cats are not as good looking. Finally, it looked at the little T-Fox, if it really doesn't work, you'll have to do it. At least your fur color matches, it's white. Little T-Fox. Frustrated at not being able to get close to the little T-Fox, Icefield Earthshaker immediately said. Why don't I do it? I'm white too. Mu Jian said disdainfully, forget it. Do you think anyone would believe that the white tiger is only at the early stage of the nascent soul? You look like a bear, but you're pretending to be a white tiger. You're almost pretending to be a bootlicker. Mu Jian looked down on the Icefield Earthshaker bear. He didn't think about how to improve his skills, and spent all day hanging around the little T-Fox. He had no ambition at all. How can talking about love be as good as practicing? If it weren't for the fact that the contract was signed earlier, the owner wouldn't even look at such a piece of stuff. After all the wooden swords were arranged, he went to Fang Shi to take credit. Master, I have arranged all the 4 symbols for you. The little fat bird pretends to be the Vermilion Bird, the dry branch pretends to be the Azure Dragon, and the little T-Fox pretends to be the White Tiger. Fang Shi, there is no need to pretend to be one of the 4 elephants. Just change your appearance so that your true form cannot be recognized. She was just trying to trick Azure Dragon before and didn't really intend to let the strip pets impersonate the 4 symbols. But no matter what, Mu Jian's coordination and organizational skills are still good, and he is a good candidate to be the chief eunuch. After Fang Shi helped Elder Fang select the stone tablets, Elder Fang took her to the depths of the Stellar Forest. Fang Shi looked at the deep pit full of stone tablet fragments and was a little puzzled. Why did Elder Fang bring her and Jun Wen here? Did he want to give her a few fragments of the stone tablet as a souvenir? Commander Lu, are you dreaming? The fragments of the stone tablet are the treasures of the Tianyin Dao sect. They belong to the sect. How could they give them to you? Of course, these were Commander Lu's secret psychological activities, and he would never dare to say them out loud. Elder Fang pointed at the deep pit and said, originally, I have pieced together some semi-finished stone tablets. Although they are not complete, they are also the result of my hard work over the years. Unfortunately, some time ago, the night before our first meeting, the unfinished stone tablets disappeared, and my hard work was wasted. Fang Shi didn't know what Elder Fang meant for a moment, so he could only say a few words of comfort. Elder Fang looked at her with burning eyes. You were lucky. Now you have learned the art of turtle evolution. Can you help me calculate the whereabouts of those semi-finished stone tablets? Fang Shi. Not only do you treat me as a koi, you also treat me as a charlatan. Ah, yes, I'm a little charlatan now. Well, Elder Fang, the Sect master said that my brother and I have too low a level of cultivation, so for the time being, my master won't teach us the turtle evolution technique. How about you ask my master to calculate it for you? Elder Fang shook his head like a rattle. I might as well hope that the stone tablet will give me a dream instead of looking for him. Besides, if his tortoise shell explodes while he's calculating, won't he blackmail me? It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it now. You can calculate it for me later when you have learned it. Fang Shi thought, I have to learn the turtle evolution technique from my master. If you can't trust him, then how can you trust me? You really trust me blindly. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1622 Elder Bian is eagerly waiting. Seeing that Elder Fang was determined, Fang Shi had no choice but to promise that she would help him figure out the whereabouts of the unfinished stone tablets after she learned the turtle evolution technique. Elder Fang was actually desperate and had tried all sorts of methods but to no avail. He could only pin his hopes on Fang Shi's turtle evolution technique. Elder Fang felt that he couldn't let Fang Shi and Jun Wen make the trip in vain, so he gave each of them 2 rubbings before they left. It is exactly the rubbing of the Liangyi stele. Although Fang Shi had memorized the patterns on the yin-yang monument, he still expressed his gratitude to the elder. Jun Wen also thanked him repeatedly. As expected, there is meat to eat if you follow junior sister. After leaving the forest of Stells, Jun Wen did not return to his own residence, but followed Fang Shi to her yard. As soon as he entered the room, Jun Wen said in secret, "Junior sister, Elder Fang said that the unfinished stone tablet was lost that night. Do you think it has something to do with those two chess pieces?" Fang Shi, maybe, perhaps, probably. In fact, when they were in the Stele forest that day, Commander Lu said that what happened might be related to the two chess pieces. Fang Shi was quite nervous at the time, but in the end, nothing happened afterwards. Unexpectedly, the heavy responsibility of finding the unfinished stone tablet fell on her shoulders. She took the two chess pieces out of her sleeve pocket, and they were still as good as dead. Fang Shi and Jun Wen studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so Fang Shi had to put the chess piece back into his sleeve pocket. The brother and sister discussed the content of Elder Bian's lecture today, and then talked about the two spies. "Junior sister, there are several direct disciples attending Elder Bian's training class. How about we find a chance to contact them tomorrow and let Fugui find out if it's them?" Fang Shi felt that the chances of those two people coming to attend the martial arts class were slim, but it would be okay to try. Even if not, it could narrow the scope. So, the next morning, the mutant burrowing thorn beast was released from confinement early. It had learned its lesson, and showed its determination as soon as it was released. Although Jun Wen was skeptical about this, he didn't say anything as he had to ask it to identify the spy. When they arrived at the place where the martial arts class was held, Fang Shi and Jun Wen found excuses to chat with all the disciples. Just as Fang Shi thought, there was no man and woman here. Elder Bian arrived early today, and saw Fang Shi and Jun Wen outside the door running around the place like two butterflies, chatting with one and then with that. The little good impression he had of Fang Shi and Jun Wen was instantly gone. It seems that their ambition is all fake. Maybe he is just pretending to know. "Humph, today I will show you your true colors." After he entered the room, he started the class. Seeing Fang Shi and Jun Wen performing the same act as yesterday, from confusion to sudden enlightenment and then to amazement. He sneered in his heart, "Lu Yi, stand up." Fang Shi didn't know what was wrong with him, but she stood up quickly. "How do you explain the fact that Tianshu penetrates the elbow and Xuanji splits the sky?" Fang Shi said immediately, "Tianshu is the head of the Big Dipper, corresponding to the stomach meridian of Foot Yangming." He asked Fang Shi to sit down and asked Jun Wen more questions, and Jun Wen answered them fluently. Elder Bian's frown relaxed a little. Although his aptitude was a little lacking, at least he listened to the lecture seriously. After class, Fang Shi and Jun Wen followed Elder Bian stealthily, but they kept a distance and did not dare to come forward. Elder Bian ignored them and returned to the yard. After a while, he used his spiritual sense to look over and saw two people peeking outside the yard, each holding a copy of The Secret of All Things and Stars in their hands. Elder Bian was somewhat moved and thought that if they came again tomorrow, he would reluctantly sign for them. The next day came in a blink of an eye. After Elder Bian finished his class, he thought Fang Shi and Jun Wen would catch up with him, but he looked back several times but didn't see them. A nameless anger suddenly rose in his heart. It's hard to achieve anything great if you are like that and work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. In fact, Fang Shi and Jun Wen wanted to follow along. After all, according to their strategy, they should at least hang around outside Elder Bian's courtyard for 10 days or so. This would be the only way to express their admiration for Elder Bian. As a result, the plan was disrupted by Deacon Wei. Because today is the first time to have a class in the alchemy room, Elder Zhao asked the students to go to the alchemy room an hour in advance. "You should go quickly." Fang Shi and Jun Wen hurried to the alchemy room, and naturally didn't care about Elder Bian who was waiting anxiously. There are actually many alchemy rooms behind the Dharma Hall, and the one where they were having their class was the largest one. After the two entered, they found that the alchemy platforms in this room were arranged in a circle. The alchemy platform in the middle was larger than the others. It was probably used by Elder Zhao for teaching. There was no room left on the alchemy tables in the first and second rows, so Fang Shi and Jun Wen found 2 adjacent alchemy tables in the third row. "There are no seats here, you have to stand and listen." The disciples who came to class were a little surprised to see Fang Shi and Jun Wen coming to listen to the class, and Tan Fu found it even funny. "We have been taking this alchemy class for dozens of times. Can you two understand what we are hearing if you come in halfway? It seems like what kind of master you have, what kind of disciple you have. Elder Guliang is unreliable, and these 2 disciples are not that good either. Maybe Elder Zhao will come soon and chase them both out." Just as I was thinking about it, Elder Zhao arrived. Elder Zhao looked around, saw Fang Shi and Jun Wen, and started the class without saying anything. He first introduced the alchemy platform. Because it was connected to the underground fire, he specifically reminded everyone to be careful to avoid getting burned. Then he asked everyone to take out the prepared alchemy furnaces, and he would check them one by one. Everyone did as they were told. There are some differences in the grades of these alchemy furnaces. Among them, Tan Fu's alchemy furnace has the best quality, which is the top grade of Shren level. The alchemy furnace is different from other spiritual weapons. It is rare to see a heaven-grade alchemy furnace in the Tiang continent, and an earth-grade one is already rare. Therefore, the top-grade Shren level is considered pretty good. Tan Fu was quite pleased with himself. He had a good talent in alchemy, so his family was willing to invest resources in him. If he becomes Elder Zhao's direct disciple, his future will be limitless. As he thought about it, he turned his head to look at Fang Shi and Jun Wen's alchemy tables, which were empty. It seemed like these two were not prepared at all and were just here to watch the fun. Elder Zhao probably didn't chase them out because of Elder Guliang's face. But it's just for this class. They will definitely not be allowed to come to the next class. After Elder Zhao checked the alchemy furnace, he took out the herbs and asked Tan Fu to distribute them. As Tan Fu was distributing more, he found that there were only 2 sets left. He was about to return the herbs to Elder Zhao when he heard Elder Zhao say, "Those belong to Lu Qi and Lu Yi." Tan Fu was stunned. 2 people came to take classes for free, and we still have to give them herbs. Isn't this a waste? But he didn't dare to disobey, so he gave the herbs to Fang Shi and Jun Wen. Fang Shi just picked up a herb to take a closer look, and the 5 dogs spread roots in his dantian began to make a heart shape. Fang Shi. Why aren't you so active when I ask you to work on weekdays? Now you are as lively as wild boars. 5 dogs spread roots. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1623 I really want to improvise one. The 5 dogs spread roots felt that their unscrupulous master was too uncultured. How can we use wild boar to describe something lively? No matter whether Fang Shi is educated or not, the 5 dogs spread roots dare not go against her. As long as I can eat medicinal herbs, wild boars and wild dogs don't matter. For the stutterers, they are fearless. Fang Shi ignored the 5 dogs spread roots and continued to study the medicinal herbs. The other disciples were not as curious as she was because they were more familiar with these herbs. Although I had never practiced alchemy before, I had attended many herbal medicine classes and even visited the herb garden. Among these herbs, Fang Shi only knew 2 or 3, and didn't know the rest. Mu Jian immediately started to slander. Master, you said that we have come to Tiang continent, shouldn't those jade slips also keep up with the times? Can you at least show me some jade slips about alchemy and talisman making? Master, you said before that no matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. I see this jade slip, no matter it is black or white, it is useless, it is just eating in vain. The wooden sword was making a few clanging sounds, and suddenly there was no movement. It turns out that the spiritual consciousness was locked up in the jade coffin. Fang Shi didn't save it either, because every time Mu Jian was imprisoned, his skills would improve. She didn't hold out much hope for what the wooden sword said. After all, the jade slips were brought from Juyu continent, how could they possibly know about Tiang continent? Just as he was thinking about it, a white jade slip lit up in his sea of consciousness. Fang Shi was stunned for a moment, then immediately probed his spiritual sense into it. She was surprised to find that it contained records of medicinal herbs and pill recipes, and the herbs on the first page were the same herbs she was holding in her hand. Whoops. Mu Jian reported the crime and it worked like a miracle. Commander Lu was very shocked. How could the jade slips from Juyu continent record things about Tiang continent? This doesn't make sense. But when I think about what happened to Fang Shi, it seems that few things make sense. At this time, Elder Zhao said, today we are going to refine the most basic hemostatic pill. Although the pill formula has been explained before, it has been a long time since then. I will repeat it again. Elder Zhao gave a very detailed explanation, even going so far as to explain each of the herbs needed. Fang Shi knew that Elder Zhao did this to appease her and Zhun Wen, and immediately labeled Elder Zhao a good person. After Elder Zhao finished his explanation, he began to demonstrate. He slowed down so that everyone could see each step clearly. Fang Shi thought that the alchemy process was similar to that of the Juyu continent, except that the alchemy seal was different. In addition to requiring the infusion of more spiritual energy, it also has another characteristic, which is that it is very fancy and even more verbose than those Nirvana Danyan. I really want to improvise and change it. Commander Lu, did anyone say that? After Elder Zhao completed the entire process, he opened the lid of the alchemy furnace and the aroma of medicine filled the air. All 10 pieces are top quality. Commander Lu said, although this Elder Zhao is only a 5-level alchemist, his foundation is very solid. I think he has worked hard every day. Elder Zhao emphasized the precautions again, and then asked the disciples who were listening to the lecture to give it a try. Everyone has been eager to try, and they're full of confidence. They all think that they're geniuses in alchemy and will succeed at once. Elder Zhao has taught many disciples and knows what they're thinking without asking. He thought, how naive they are. No matter how talented one is, one will have to fail dozens or even hundreds of times before one can refine the first pill. What's more, these disciples' talents are not good, only Tan Fu is slightly better. Sure enough, the alchemy room soon became a mess, everyone was busy and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Fang Shi whispered to Zhun Wen, brother, don't you want to smell it? Now you can smell it to your heart's content. Zhun Wen. Elder Zhao had anticipated this chaos and ignored it. Instead, he walked up to Fang Shi and asked her with a smile. Do these herbs contain the ingredients for the hair growth pill? Fang Shi shook his head, no. Elder Zhao picked up a herb and asked her, do you know what herb this is? He asked this with some testing intention. If Fang Shi could answer it, it would be worth his while to introduce so many things just now. He would allow her and Zhun Wen to attend his classes in the future. If she can't even answer the name of this herb, then find a reason to not let her and Zhun Wen come here in the future. Fang Shi was very shrewd, so she naturally knew what Elder Zhao meant, and immediately said. Kingling grass often grows by the water, likes water and shade, and is easily confused with lake orchid grass. The biggest difference between the two is that there is a little fluff on the back of the leaves of kingling grass. Kingling grass has the effect of stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis, and is often used to make hemostatic pills. Elder Zhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Fang Shi not only listened attentively, but also had a good memory. He immediately praised Fang Shi, then took out a few jade slips and handed them to Fang Shi. What is engraved here are some basic knowledge of alchemy. You can take a look at it when you have time. He didn't expect Fang Shi to become an alchemist, but he thought that the girl was studious and that learning some basic alchemy knowledge would be useful in the future. At least when you go out to gain experience, you will know what is poisonous and what is not, so you can seek benefits and avoid harm. Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. After thanking Elder Zhao, he picked up a herb on the alchemy table and said, Elder Zhao, you said before that the stamens of the purple calamus flower must be removed before it can be used as medicine. Why is that? Will it weaken the medicinal properties or will the medicinal properties conflict with each other? People like Elder Zhao like disciples who can find problems on their own and explain them patiently right away. This scene was very dazzling to Tan Fu. He was full of confidence, but the herbs in the pot turned into burned rice crust. He had originally hoped that Elder Zhao would give him some advice, but in the end Elder Zhao didn't even look at him, but instead asked about Fang's well-being. He suppressed his dissatisfaction, cleaned the alchemy furnace, and started refining again. As a result, not long after, another furnace of rice crust was produced. He had no choice but to ask Elder Zhao the reason. Elder Zhao did not tell him the reason, but said, "You have to find the problem yourself and then find a way to solve it, so that you can make progress. In addition, there is no shortcut to alchemy. You have to go through countless failures before you can succeed. Don't be impatient, but calm down." Tan Fu nodded in agreement on the surface, but he became increasingly dissatisfied in his heart. After saying a lot of big truths, in the end he just wanted to continue chatting and laughing with Lu Yi and didn't want to give me any advice. Elder Zhao naturally had no idea of what Tan Fu was thinking, so he chatted with Feng Shi for a while before going to check on the other disciples' alchemy progress. Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh to Commander Lu. "Master, you said that we are all from Tiang continent, so why are some people kind-hearted while others shamelessly invade our Juyu continent?" The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1624, hiding one's weaknesses is a lifelong lesson for her. Commander Lu, Shaoxi, your words are a bit arbitrary. Elder Zhao is indeed a good person, but if he needs to choose between Tiang continent and Juyu continent, he will definitely choose Tiang continent. Different positions lead to different choices, and this has nothing to do with whether one is kind-hearted or not. Fang's eyes tone was slightly cold. "You may have forgotten that your Tiang League is not about making choices, but about diverting disasters. The Juyu continent is so innocent, why should it sacrifice itself for your Tiang continent? In addition, you not only want to divert the trouble, but you also want to plunder the resources of the Nine Nether continent and even do some unscrupulous things." Commander Lu originally wanted to say a few more words in defense, but he held back because he felt that if he continued, he would be cut into pieces. Although he didn't say anything, Feng Shi's mood was not as bright as before. Everything has been going smoothly for her since she came to Tiang continent, but she is still a long way from achieving her goal. When Feng Shi was feeling upset, Tan Fu came over. "Lu Yi, you can't use these herbs anyway, why don't you give them to me and I will try to refine another furnace." Having said that, without waiting for Feng Shi's consent, he took away the herbs on Feng Shi's alchemy table. That's not all, he also planned to take away the herbs on Zhang Wen's alchemy table next to him. If it were normal times, Feng Shi might not care. Well, that's impossible. If you want to steal Pishu's things, you're courting death. But she won't let things get too serious and will use some shady tricks to deal with Tan Fu. But she was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't have that much patience. Just as Tan Fu reached out to take Zhang Wen's herbs, he heard Feng Shi say coldly, "You took my herbs without my permission. How is your behavior any different from that of a thief?" Many people were attracted by the commotion here, and their eyes were focused on Feng Shi and Tan Fu. Tan Fu immediately showed an innocent expression. "Junior Sister Lu, what are you talking about? I've already told you before. Besides, you don't want to learn alchemy, and you don't need these herbs." Feng Shi sneered. "Who said I don't want to learn alchemy? If I don't want to learn alchemy, what am I doing here? To smell the smell." Zhang Wen on the side. "What a strong murderous aura. Even my brother was injured by mistake." When Tan Fu heard Feng Shi's words, he laughed out loud. "Lu Yi, you mean that in addition to learning the turtle evolution technique from Elder Guliang, you also want to learn alchemy from Elder Zhao? Are you kidding me?" Feng Shi glanced at him, then looked at Elder Zhao. "Do you have an unused alchemy furnace? Can you lend it to me?" Elder Zhao was stunned for a moment, but still said, "Yes, there is, but the lid of the alchemy furnace is missing a corner, so it is no longer possible to make elixirs. Can you lend it to me?" Elder Zhao originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Feng's eyes stern face, he took out the alchemy furnace for some reason. After Feng Shi took it, he put the broken lid of the alchemy furnace aside, then took out a wash basin from his storage ring and placed it on the alchemy furnace. "You know what, the size is just right." Tan Fu was about to say something sarcastic when Feng Shi said coldly, "If you don't want to die, shut up. Also, give me back my herbs." Tan Fu wanted to resist, but when he saw Feng Shi wearing the uniform of a direct disciple, he swallowed the thought back. He felt a little regretful. He was so busy venting his anger that he forgot that Lu Yi was his direct disciple. In fact, it's not that he forgot, but he felt that sooner or later he would become Elder Zhao's direct disciple, and his status would be no different from Feng Shi. Feng Shi placed the alchemy furnace on the exit of the underground fire. After turning on the underground fire, he began to put in medicinal herbs. She didn't stuff all the herbs into the alchemy furnace at once, because she was afraid that the news would reach the ears of Gongsun Qian, the right protector who was exiled to Ningguta, and arouse suspicion. She put in the herbs and made the seal for the elixir step by step, and from time to time she would put the wash basin on the elixir furnace. Near the end, she deliberately made a mistake. As she said before, one should keep a low profile when one first arrives. "Commander Lu, I almost don't recognize the word, Loki, anymore." After Feng's eyes' fancy moves, the alchemy room was completely silent except for the occasional sound of someone inhaling. The sneer on Tan Fu's face gradually disappeared, because he hadn't smelled any burnt smell so far. Could it be that she had succeeded in refining this furnace? Impossible. Totally impossible. She had only taken 2 alchemy classes, and she was using a broken alchemy furnace, so how could she succeed in one try? A genius like him couldn't do it, so it's even more impossible for her to do it. Elder Zhao also thought it was impossible, but regardless of success or failure, his impression of Feng Shi was already extremely good. Although the seal made by Yin Feng Shi was a little sluggish, it was completely correct, without any error. The order of adding herbs was also completely correct, and there was no problem with the control of the fire. If things have come to this, then success doesn't seem impossible. He couldn't help but get excited. If he could really succeed, it would mean that Lu Yi was an alchemy genius, an ultimate one. Even if that old man Gu Liangchuan was unwilling, he would still teach her the art of alchemy. It doesn't matter whether he is a master or not, as long as the alchemy technique can be passed down. Finally, the time has come to solve the mystery. Feng Shi looked at Tan Fu and said, "Come here and open the basin." Tan Fu snorted coldly, walked over and took the wash basin away. He was not following Feng Shi's arrangements, but mainly wanted to see what the result would be. When he saw the 10 round pills in the alchemy furnace, his face turned green. Feng Shi's face didn't look very good either. We've clearly given some slack, so why is the success rate still 100%? Although they are all mid-range, they're too eye-catching. Ugh. Hiding one's shortcomings is a lifelong lesson for her. Commander Lu. He now envied Zhu Xuan, Lin Xiangchun and the little brat very much because they didn't have to suffer such inhuman torture. Elder Zhao pushed the dazed Tan Fu aside, and without caring about the heat, he reached out and took out the pill from the alchemy furnace. He looked at it carefully, smelled it, and finally picked one up and put it in his mouth. Then, he looked at Feng Shi excitedly. Is this your first time refining pills? Feng Shi nodded, yes. This is indeed my first time in Tiang continent, there is nothing wrong with it. Elder Zhao was so excited that he almost cried. Good, what a talent, what a talent. Feng Shi had become numb to this kind of praise, but still managed to squeeze out a trace of embarrassment. She was about to return the alchemy furnace to Elder Zhao, but Elder Zhao waved his hand. I'm giving it to you, but this alchemy furnace is too broken. You can just use it for now. I'll give you a better one another day. Feng Shi didn't act pretentiously and accepted it. The heaven-swallowing cauldron in the storage ring cried for joy. Finally, there's food to eat. As for the lid being missing a corner, it doesn't mind. Not only this alchemy furnace is its dish, but the good alchemy furnace promised by Elder Zhao is also its dish. Its days are getting better. Another day of successfully avoiding being cut by a knife. Tiantining was very happy. As a cauldron, no matter how delicious other things are, they're not as fragrant as the alchemy furnace. Not only can it satisfy your cravings, but most importantly, after you finish eating it, you can replace it. It can finally see the light of day. Humph, people like Mu Jian still have to rely on plastic surgery, but it doesn't need to be so troublesome. It can do whatever it wants and transform itself into any alchemy furnace. There's nothing I can do, it's just that excellent. Although Elder Zhao had many questions to ask Feng Shi, it was class time after all, so he had to suppress his excitement and continue to check on the other disciples' alchemy progress. Tan Fu returned to his seat, his heart filled with jealousy. Why? How could Lu Yi, a small god, succeed in refining the elixir on her first try? She must be lying. She must have known how to make pills before. Right, that is it. It doesn't matter, even if she hides the truth, he will surpass her sooner or later. While he was complaining in frustration, he heard Elder Zhao commenting on other disciples and clearly pointing out the problems, which made him even more dissatisfied. Could it be that Elder Zhao was targeting him on purpose? Otherwise, why would they point out other disciples' problems, but let him figure it out on his own? In fact, Elder Zhao felt that his talent was better than that of other disciples, so he wanted him to learn to think independently and stimulate his potential. Unfortunately, some people are born ungrateful. No matter how good you are to them, as long as something does not suit their wishes, they will hold a grudge against you. Tan Fu is such a person. He not only hated Elder Zhao, but also hated Feng Shi. He felt that she was deliberately stealing his limelight and making him lose face in front of everyone. As for the fact that he was the one who took the initiative to provoke Feng Shi, he chose to forget it. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Commander Lu took the initiative to talk to Feng Shi. I think that Tan Fu hates you, so be careful. Feng Shi sneered. There are many people who hate me, who is he? Besides, life is so boring, it would be nice to have a jumping autumn grasshopper. Commander Lu, you have a good attitude. Feng Shi knew that Commander Lu was just making small talk, but since this poor master had already accepted him, it was not a good idea to argue with him, so he said proudly. Master, you are right. My greatest strength is my good attitude. Even if someone buries me alive, I will thank them for digging my grave. Commander Lu. Anyway, the dead girl called him master again, so the previous part was over. Today is another day in which I have successfully avoided death by 1,000 cuts, which is cause for celebration. Finally, the get out of class is over. Elder Zhao couldn't wait to say to Feng Shi, Yi, if you have nothing to do, come with me. I have something to ask you. Feng Shi naturally wouldn't refuse, but she suggested that Zhang Wen go along as well. Elder Zhao agreed readily, saying that it would be fine if she could bring her brother or even a dog. Old man Zhao Chang was in high spirits when he saw the happy event. If he didn't have a little rationality left, he would have wanted to give out pills to everyone he met. God knows how much effort he has spent and how many disappointments he has endured over the years in search of good alchemy talents. Now we finally have a good candidate, and one that is better than expected. How can we not be happy? Feng Shi was also very happy. Although she could teach herself alchemy from the Jade Sips, she needed a formal learning channel. Elder Zhao is the best candidate. Originally she wanted to take it slow, but she didn't expect that big enemy Tan Fu would come up to her on his own initiative. She just went with the flow and completed her brilliant debut as the 9 Cauldron Alchemist. Commander Lu, 9 cauldrons. You don't have any now. Besides, it's not just you saying how many levels you have to take part in the assessment of the Dan Pavilion. At that time, Dan Pavilion was controlled by Tiang Li. I don't know if it is still the case now. Because he was not sure, he did not tell Feng Shi. Anyway, he would not need this for the time being. As he thought about this, he watched Feng Shi surrounding Elder Zhao and entertaining his parents with colorful clothes, and he felt a little sad. We are both masters, why is the treatment so different? Elder Zhao was in a good mood, Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were talkative again, so the three of them talked and laughed on the way and were very happy. However, this harmonious scene was not so harmonious in the eyes of Elder Bien. Normally, he should be studying martial arts in the house at this time, but he couldn't concentrate today. He looked outside more than 10 times but didn't see the two idiots. He was feeling a little restless, so he decided to visit the Dharma Hall. As a result, when they were halfway there, they saw those two idiots surrounding Elder Zhao and trying to fawn on him. The old man Elder Zhao's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Look at his lack of ability. He was so foolish after a few nice words. At this time, Elder Zhao also saw Elder Bian and immediately said with a smile, Elder Bian, why aren't you studying in the house today? Actually, there is nothing wrong with what he said, but it sounds a bit harsh to Elder Bian. He snorted coldly, ignored Elder Zhao, and walked straight past. As for Fangxi and Junwen bowing to him, he pretended not to see it. Elder Zhao was in a good mood today, so he didn't care. Besides, Elder Bian's personality was a bit weird. When Elder Bian walked more than 10 feet away, Fangxi whispered to Elder Zhao. My brother and I admire Elder Bian so much that we wanted him to sign our copy of the Wangxiang Xingyin Ju. Unfortunately, he doesn't think highly of us and refused to sign for us. Junwen immediately agreed, yes, if we hadn't had the alchemy class this afternoon, we would have gone to wait outside Elder Bian's courtyard. Maybe Elder Bian would be soft-hearted and sign for us. Elder Bian was walking quickly forward, but when he heard this, he immediately slowed down. In order to conceal his mistake, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring, giving the illusion that he was comprehending a technique. Elder Zhao didn't think much about it, thinking that Fangxi and Junwen were speaking from the heart, so he said. You have only known each other for a short time, and Elder Bian probably doesn't know you well enough yet. As time goes by, he will naturally see your strengths. As for the signature, instead of focusing your energy on it, you should practice it well. Elder Bian naturally agreed when he saw your progress. Fangxi nodded. You are right, I was thinking wrong. Even if we stay outside Elder Bian's courtyard, it won't mean anything. We might as well practice well. When I advance to the refining void stage, I will go find Elder Bian and ask him to sign for me. Junwen, me too. Logically speaking, Elder Bian should be relieved to hear them say this. After all, they would no longer be an eyesore in front of him, and the direction of their efforts was also correct. But I don't know why I felt unhappy, and I even felt that Elder Zhao was just an old dog trying to catch a rat. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1626. This child has been smart since childhood. Elder Zhao naturally didn't know that he had accidentally offended Elder Bian, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Although he has no real power in Tianyin Dao sect, no one dares to offend him. After all, he is the most powerful alchemist in Tianyin Dao sect. He brought Fangxi and Junwen to his study, treated them to spiritual tea and snacks, and then asked. Yi, you really have never been exposed to alchemy before. Fangxi thought for a moment and said, to be honest, my brother and I were poisoned, but we cured ourselves by accident, and I became immune to all poisons. Because I feel confident, I occasionally eat herbs as snacks, and sometimes I make herbal soup to drink. I watched you make the elixir today, and it felt similar to how I make herbal soup, except that I don't need to make the elixir seal when I make herbal soup. Junwen on the side said, Junior sister is really good at talking nonsense. I guess sometimes she herself doesn't know whether what she says is true or false. Elder Zhao believed it and immediately asked curiously, can you tell me the recipe for the herbal soup? Fangxi said a little embarrassedly. Recipe? To be honest, I just go with my intuition. My brother and I have been drinking this for years and nothing has happened to us. Although we are only at the spiritual transformation stage, our meridians and spiritual awareness seem to be stronger than others. I don't know the names of many of the herbs in the soup, how about you take me to the herb garden and I'll point them out to you if I see any. Elder Zhao was so curious that he immediately took Fangxi and Junwen to the medicine garden. Although the Tianyin Dao sect's medicine garden is very large, the quality of the herbs inside is not very high. But for the 5 dog spread roots in Fangxi's danshan, it is like falling into a honey pot. Everyone is craving for it. Making heart shapes and acting cute are not enough to describe their eagerness, they kowtowed to Fangxi. Fangxi was too lazy to pay attention to them and carefully compared the herbs in the medicine garden with the descriptions on the jade sips. Of course, it was impossible to match them all in a short period of time, so she selected a few and pointed them out to Elder Zhao. This one has small pink flowers, that one has long thin leaves, that one has vines, and that one has small black fruits. Fangxi also talked about the ratio of these herbs. She followed the recipe on the jade sip, but changed the proportions slightly. After all, it's just a soup, which cannot fully stimulate the medicinal properties, so some herbs have to account for a larger proportion. Elder Zhao was so shocked that he could hardly stand. Fortunately, Junwen was considerate and gave him a hand. Yi, did you figure this out on your own? Fangxi nodded. To be exact, I tried it time and time again, and only gave it to my brother when I felt there was no problem. This is just one of the medicinal soups, there are several more, but there are too many herbs in this medicine garden, I can't recognize them all at once. Elder Zhao's heart was like boiling water. He knew that he had met a genius, but he didn't expect it to be such a genius. Oh my god. It seems that what the old charlatan Gu Liangchuan calculated this time was absolutely correct. The Lu brothers and sisters can indeed restore the glory of Tianyin Dao sect. At least when it comes to alchemy, there is no doubt about it. He didn't even dare to imagine how high the little girl in front of him could reach in the future. He even thought that she could reach the highest level of 9-ding alchemy master. He is also floating. Kun He, a 5-ding alchemist, teach a 9-ding alchemist. While he was in a daze, Fangxi actually heard the sounds of the 5 dog spread roots for the first time. There is only one word, and the pronunciation is not very clear. Fangxi listened for a long time before he realized that it was hunger. Fangxi. I'm not hungry. Did I feed you not enough pills, or did I give you not enough beast cause to eat? If you are greedy, just say you are greedy. I am not hungry at all. She said with her spiritual sense, now is not the time yet. Wait until I gain a firm foothold, and then I will let you eat your fill. Although the 5 dog spread roots thought she was just talking nonsense, they also knew that it would be useless even if they continued to kowtow, so they instantly returned to the usual state of lying still. Fangxi, you guys are so realistic. Elder Zhao tried hard to calm himself down, but his speech was a little clumsy. The original tone of yi was the first tone, but it was pronounced as the second tone. Fangxi, aunt. How did I get to this point at this age? Elder Zhao can't care about so many things now, let alone calling Fangxi aunt, even calling her aunt grandmother will do. Yi, this is the complete works of medicinal herbs. This is the access token to the medicine garden. You can come in any time from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. When you have learned to recognize all the herbs in the herb garden, I will give you special lessons. In addition to the classes in the Dharma Hall, I will also give you individual lessons. Fangxi originally had this goal, but he didn't expect it to be achieved so soon. She is still so comprehensive. She immediately showed just the right amount of surprise, joy, and a bit of disbelief. After repeated confirmation, he happily agreed. After his joy, Elder Zhao thought of a difficult problem. There might be some trouble with your master. Let me handle it. Fangxi smiled and said, let me do it myself. I'll just say that I'm learning alchemy to save his barren bald head, and he will definitely not stop me. Elder Zhao. I guess after hearing what she said, Gu Liangchuan would not only not stop her, but would be so moved that his eyes would be filled with tears. Yi has been a smart child since she was young. Although he really wanted to continue accompanying Fangxi in the medicine garden to learn about medicinal herbs, it was almost dark, so he had to take Fangxi and Junwen out of the medicine garden. Fangxi returned to her residence and began to study the newly appeared jade sip. Although she had a good memory, she could not just memorize it by rote but also had to understand it thoroughly. It will take at least several days to fully understand it, which is somewhat of a waste of time. Commander Lu was too tired to complain. In just a few days, you have mastered the alchemy technique that many alchemists cannot learn in their entire lives, and you still think it is a waste of time. Does this sound human? Fangxi found a problem as he looked at it. There was only a pill formula but no pill seal on the jade sip. By the way, the same thing was written on the jade sip from the Juyu continent. Why? Is it because Danyin is not worth mentioning? Or is there another reason? Thinking of the Danyin, she felt that after she had thoroughly understood the contents of the jade sip, she would have to find a way to simplify the Danyin. It's not that what she said was unpleasant, it's just that the seals used by Elder Zhao were so fancy that they look more like a charlatan than her charlatan master. Form is more important than content. They are all flower stands. When Fangxi thought of this, a thought flashed through his mind, but he couldn't remember it anymore. She immediately asked Commander Lu, Master, what do you think was the aura I just had? Commander Lu. You don't even know it yourself, and you ask me, how should I know? Fangxi asked the Strugpets again what the fleeting flash of inspiration was. The Strugpets also expressed confusion and said they didn't know. If anyone guesses it, I will reward him with a purple beast core. As soon as she finished speaking, several voices sounded in her consciousness at the same time. Master, you must have just thought that Elder Zhao was an old loser, otherwise why didn't you simplify the Danyin? I guess you're thinking of those nirvanas, or the old skeleton. You must be thinking about that old charlatan, Elder Gu Liang, and want to go see him. Ellipsis. The Strugpets racked their brains to come up with ideas, but Fangxi felt that none of them were the fleeting thought she had. Finally, she called Junwen over. Let me borrow fifth brother's crazy IQ. Fangxi explained the whole process, and then looked at Junwen expectantly. Brother, please help me think about what I was thinking just now. Junwen looked at the expectant eyes of his junior sister and suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy, very heavy. He turned and yelled at the mutant digging thorn beast behind him, take your broken claws off. What a dog. He actually tried to walk upright like a human. The key is that you just need to learn. What does it mean to put your paw on my shoulder? Are they acting in collusion? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1627, can you make pills without a pill seal? When Junwen was about to express his thoughts, Fangxi seemed to be thinking, brother, what did you just say? Say it again. Junwen said with some disdain, I told Fugui to take off its 2 broken claws. Why is a big grey rat learning to walk upright? It's really idle. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was aggrieved. When did I say you had to learn to walk upright? I was just worried that you wouldn't be stable on 2 legs, so I helped you learn to walk on 4 legs, okay. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you actually scolded me. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Junwen, then I really thank you for your kindness, but what you did is totally superfluous. Fangxi murmured, adding legs to a snake. Adding legs to a snake. Junwen was confused, but he didn't dare to say anything, for fear of interrupting Fangxi's train of thought. Not only did he not say anything, he also used his spiritual sense to command the mutated burrowing thorn beast to keep quiet, otherwise he would put it in solitary confinement. The mutant burrowing thorn beast was so scared that it quickly covered its mouth with its claws, fearing that it would make a noise by accident. After a while, Fangxi looked at Junwen with sparkling eyes. Brother, do you think that making the Dan seal when refining the elixir is superfluous? Can this step be omitted? Commander Lu thinks Fangxi is crazy. It would be fine if you just simplified the Danyin, but you actually want to skip this step. Are you dreaming? Fangxi argued, when I was wandering with my brother, we didn't even use Danyin to make herbal soup. Why do I have to use Danyin to make pills? Commander Lu. No, you just made up that lie. Do you take it seriously? When did you two start wandering? When did you start making herbal soup? Before he could raise any questions, Fangxi continued. Also, there is no introduction to the Danyin in the jade sip, which is obviously not in line with common sense. Even if it's not important, at least mention it, right? But it was never even mentioned. There is only one possibility, that is, when the elixir was first refined, there was no need for any elixir seal at all. I even suspect that this alchemy was invented by some charlatan, who made random gestures to add a sense of mystery to the process. It is for this reason that when I see Elder Zhao refining the elixir, I think of my charlatan master. Commander Lu. Although you have said a lot, I still think your idea is extremely outrageous. While he was thinking about it, he heard Jun Wen excitedly say, "Little sister, you're a genius." "Do not. Calling you a genius is an insult to you. Genius is just looking up at your threshold. Your idea is simply too great. If you can really find a way to make pills without using the pill seal, you will be a 9-cauldron alchemist. Then you will be a 9981-cauldron alchemist." Commander Lu. If you had said these words after hearing the dead girl's explanation just now, I would be able to understand them a little bit. The key point is that the dead girl just spoke to me using her spiritual consciousness, and you didn't hear it. Is your trust in her too blind? If Jun Wen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely answer him with 6 words, "Believe in Fengshi and you will have eternal life." Not to mention that there is no need to make a pill seal. Even if Fengshi said that fire is not needed to refine the pill, he would believe it. After Fengshi finished explaining her reasons, Jun Wen wholeheartedly agreed with her idea, providing sufficient emotional value. Not to mention him, even the mutated burrowing thorn beast kept nodding, indicating that he believed what Fengshi said. This has little to do with Jun Wen. The strength of the mutant burrowing thorn beast against Fengshi is all based on imagination. If the female devil can curse people by name, is there anything she can't do? When Fengshi saw that Jun Wen agreed with her opinion, she immediately became full of confidence. She no longer cared about studying the jade sips and began to think about how to refine the elixir without the elixir seal. She continued her research until dawn, and although she had no clue at all, she was still full of confidence. However, because I had to go to the Dharma Hall for classes, I had to give up temporarily. Fengshi had been thinking about how to skip the Danyan all night, which exhausted her a lot, so she fell asleep during the martial arts class. This made Elder Bian very angry. "You were so good, Lu Yi. Yesterday you said in front of Elder Zhao that you would practice hard, but now you are sleeping in class. Fortunately, I felt that I was a little harsh on you and your siblings yesterday. Now I think I should have been stricter with you." No one knew what magic he used, but Fengshi, who was sleeping, only heard a rumbling thunder in his ears. If it was someone else, they would definitely be scared awake. But Fengshi slept even more soundly. "I haven't heard thunder for a long time, it feels so familiar." Elder Bian's face turned pale, and the next moment, he raised his hand and threw Fengshi out of the house. This time, Fengshi finally woke up. She was confused. Why did she go outside? Was she sleepwalking? The next moment, Elder Bian's roar was heard. "Lu Yi, you are the first disciple who dares to sleep in my class. It's really unreasonable, for someone like you too." The remaining disciples listened to Elder Bian scolding someone for half a class. Fengshi squatted outside and eavesdropped stealthily, nodding as he listened. "The scolding is right. The scolding is good. The scolding is awesome. Pew, bounce. Commander Lu. Is this damn girl crazy? Otherwise, why is this mental state so abnormal?" Elder Bian was so angry that he scolded Fengshi and left in anger. Jun Wen walked up to Fengshi with a guilty look on his face. "I was distracted in class just now and didn't notice that you fell asleep." He also didn't expect Fengshi to make such a low-level mistake. Fengshi waved his hand. "Brother, I don't blame you. It's mainly because Elder Bian's lectures are so good, and the hypnotic effect is really good." Jun Wen. "Fortunately, we were communicating in secret. If Elder Bian had heard it, we would never be able to enter the Dharma Hall in this lifetime. What should we do next? How about you follow our master's example and go to Elder Bian and apologize?" Fengshi shook her head. "No, it's fine for me to eavesdrop outside. Not only can I enjoy the scenery, but I can also sneak in to eat something or something." Jun Wen. "I'm a little moved by what you said. How about I sleep in class tomorrow too, and then eavesdrop outside hand in hand with my junior sister?" Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1628, a pair of big-tail wolves. Jun Wen was just thinking about it. He now has a stable personality and must listen carefully. The junior sister was sleepy because she was studying the omitted Dan seal. It would be too outrageous for him to do nothing all day and sleep in class. Besides, the junior sister had fallen asleep, and he was responsible for helping her record Elder Bian's lectures using the photo stone, so he certainly couldn't be lazy. As he was thinking, Fengshi blinked. "Brother, do you believe me? Not only can I get Elder Bian to invite me back to class, but I can also sleep openly in class in the future." Jun Wen, yes. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to our brotherly love. He believed it, but Commander Lu didn't. Elder Bian was extremely stubborn. How could he allow the little girl to sleep in class? Fengshi guessed his thoughts. "Master, nothing is impossible with me, just wait and see." Commander Lu thought to himself, "Go ahead and brag, but I wonder what will happen if your boast is exposed." Since there was no alchemy class in the afternoon, Fengshi returned to his residence and continued to think about the matter of omitting the alchemy seal, but still found nothing. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still somewhat anxious. Commander Lu gave her some advice. "Let's not talk about whether the omitting Danyan can be accomplished. Even if it can be accomplished, it can't be done overnight. I think it would be better if you start by simplifying the Danyan. If you simplify it to a certain extent, you might be able to omit it." Fengshi's eyes lit up. "Don't say it, don't say it. You old thief is still of some use." She immediately followed Commander Lu's instructions and began to simplify the Dan seal. Thinking about this, I stayed awake all night. The next morning, Fengshi arrived at the Dharma Hall yawning. She was quite self-conscious and did not go into the classroom. Instead, she took a small stool and sat under the window to eavesdrop. Elder Bian, accidentally, saw this and thought, "This idiot still has the will to change. Should we let her in to listen? Or should we leave it alone for a while?" After hesitating for a moment, I thought, forget it, since she sincerely repents, I will forgive her this time. As he was thinking, he looked out the window again and found that someone had fallen asleep again. Elder Bian was so angry that he almost died. He didn't want to go outside and scold Feng Shi, so he turned his attention to Zhang Wen and asked him more than 20 questions in one breath. Zhang Wen answered all the questions. The answers are fluent. Elder Bian's anger finally dissipated a lot. Although Lu Yi was unreliable, her brother was okay. Feng Shi slept so soundly. Elder Bian's class has ended, but she is still sleeping. Elder Bian was so angry that he walked up to Feng Shi and said, "You can't help a useless person." After saying that, he turned away. Feng Shi looked at his back and said to Zhang Wen beside him, "Brother, Elder Bian is a really nice person. He was afraid that I would lose heart, so he came to encourage me." Elder Bian paused. "Encourage you? Don't you even understand what people are saying? I really don't know what to say." Then, I heard Zhang Wen say, "Little sister, you too, you are so sleepy these days because of the illness you contracted in the secret realm of the universe. Why didn't you tell Elder Bian?" Feng Shi hurriedly warned him, "Brother, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear it. I don't want to be treated specially, as that would make things difficult for Elder Bian. He has always been very strict with his students, how could he make an exception for me? I just haven't been feeling well lately. I'll be fine in a few days. When the time comes, I'll sincerely admit my mistake, and Elder Bian might forgive me. Besides, it's also good to listen to the lessons outside. Although sometimes I can't hear clearly, it's much better than when we were wandering before. I'm very satisfied." Elder Bian was stunned. Is there a root of disease in the secret realm of the heavens? Hall Master Teng did seem to have mentioned this matter. Lu Yi fell ill while repairing the 28 constellations runes. No wonder she worked so hard but fell asleep in class. It turned out that her spiritual consciousness was damaged. In order not to embarrass him, she endured everything silently. He actually kicked her out of the classroom and scolded her in front of all the students. He scolded her very badly and said that she was a hopeless case. He too should have at least asked about the cause of the incident and then dealt with it, instead of just throwing the person out of the window without even knowing if he was injured. Elder Bian felt that he was not a human being. His heart was filled with regret and guilt, and he immediately turned around and went back. Seeing him coming, Zhang Wen seemed to want to speak, but Feng Shi stopped him with her eyes. Elder Bian noticed these details and felt more guilty. "Okay, I heard everything you said just now." Zhang Wen blurted out, "You heard it from so far away." Elder Bian ignored him and looked at Feng Shi with a guilty look on his face. "I was wrong about you this time. If you feel unwell in the future, you can skip classes or take a nap in class. Don't force yourself." Feng Shi was surprised and delighted, then her eyes turned red and her voice choked. "Okay, I understand. Sorry to bother you." As he said this, he bowed to Elder Bian. This gift magnified Elder Bian's guilt several times. He felt that if he didn't do something, he would have to slap himself twice in the middle of the night. "Don't you want me to sign for you? Here you go." Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were stunned at first, and then quickly handed the Wangxiang Tianyin Ju respectfully to Elder Bian with both hands. After Elder Bian signed his name, he told Feng Shi to take good care of his injuries before leaving. Commander Lu, who witnessed the miracle. They are all routines, hard to guard against. Not to mention Elder Bian, if it were him, he would also fall into the trap. Feng Shi and Commander Lu boasted for a while, then went to the alchemy room with Zhang Wen to take the alchemy class. Tan Fu snorted coldly when he saw the two people coming in. Feng Shi walked straight up to him. Tan Fu's heart skipped a beat. "Lu Yi, what do you want to do?" Feng Shi smiled brightly. "Brother Tan, don't be nervous. If you hadn't inspired me in the last class, I wouldn't have discovered my talent for alchemy. Senior Brother Tan, although you only made 2 batches of rice crust in the last class, you discovered me, a genius in alchemy, and you have made a great contribution to the sect. On my own behalf, I would like to express my sincere thanks and warm regards to you. Tan Fu. This is how murderous and heartbreaking it is. You are totally lacking in virtue." Tan Fu was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Feng Shi and said, You. Feng's eyes lit up. "Brother Tan, are you still trying to provoke me? Tell me quickly, I can't wait to know what potential I have that I haven't discovered yet." Tan Fu, you just wait. Feng Shi nodded. "Okay, I'll wait. But I still want to say something, will you consider changing your career? I think selling rice crusts is definitely more promising than refining pills." Tan Fu was going crazy. But he didn't do it. Because when Feng Shi was talking, Zhang Wen had been playing with the tortoise shell that Elder Guliang had given him when he first became his disciple. When Tan Fu saw the tortoise shell, he naturally thought of Elder Guliang. If he dared to attack Feng Shi, that old charlatan would definitely use the tortoise shell to blow him to death. When Zhang Wen was holding the tortoise shell to command Tan Fu, Elder Zhao arrived. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen immediately began to ask Tan Fu questions humbly. "Brother Tan, is it true that only the root of the red-blooded violet can be used as medicine? Brother Tan, is the efficacy of the Shuangxing grass best when its leaves turn red?" Tan Fu was so angry that he kept humming. "Pack. Just pretend. A pair of big-tailed wolves. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog." Chapter 1629. Let's not talk about money, we only talk about friendship. Sister is a real dog. Chapter 1631. The weather is quite cold, it's not good to be cold. Elder Guliang was so moved that he wanted to express Master's love. "However, I gave all the best things in my storage ring to Feng Shi last time, and I rummaged through the storage ring for a long time but couldn't find anything worthwhile. So he decided to offer flowers to Buddha. Yi, when Master's hand is healed, go find your master uncle and ask him to give you the reward he promised you and your brother. If he dares not give it to you, I will hang myself in front of your master's grave." Feng Shi, "Thank you, Master." The master and the disciple chatted for a while, and Feng Shi returned to his residence. Without even taking a break, he began to think about how to simplify the Danyan. Commander Lu thought to himself, no wonder the little girl could succeed, she is so hard-working. Feng Shi stayed awake all night again. The next morning, she swaggered into the classroom for the exercises, and while Elder Bian was giving the lecture, she fell into a deep sleep. In fact, she struggled, but Elder Bian's lectures had such a good hypnotic effect. When the disciples who were attending the class saw Feng Shi fell asleep, some of them showed a gloating look, thinking that Elder Bian would definitely throw Feng Shi out of the classroom. Sure enough, Boss Bian Chang walked up to Feng Shi with a sullen face. Then, he took out a blanket and covered Feng Shi with it. The weather is quite cold, it would be bad to catch a cold. Everyone. Has Elder Bian been possessed by someone? That's not all. Elder Bian's voice during lectures became several degrees lower than before, and in the end he simply let them meditate on their own. Everyone. This is too much. We are here to attend the class, not to sleep with you. When Feng Shi was sleeping soundly, the identity jade token began to vibrate. She dazedly probed her consciousness into it, and heard the voice of Elder Fang. Yi, King Long wants to see you. Let it wait until I wake up. Elder Fang. Shouldn't Lu Yi be taking a martial arts class at this time? Why is she still sleeping? King Long urged impatiently. Old man, how long will it take for Yi to come over? I warn you, I don't have that much patience. If she doesn't come within half an hour, I won't be polite. Elder Fang was an honest man and directly said Feng Shi's original words. Yi said she was sleeping, let's talk after she wakes up. King Long was furious. Forget it, for the sake of 1 million strut stones, it can barely forgive her this time. On the other side, when the get-out of class was over, Feng Shi finally woke up. She looked at Elder Bian with a look of self-blame. When she was about to say something, Elder Bian spoke first. You don't have to say anything, I understand everything. It's not easy for you to insist on coming to class. Others should learn from you. Everyone. What can we learn from her? Learning to sleep in class. Could it be that we opened our eyes incorrectly in the morning, so we had hallucinations? Elder Bian comforted Feng Shi for a while before leaving. Feng Shi yawned and stretched, then he remembered the message sent by Elder Fang. She was in a very deep sleep at the time and was a little grumpy when she woke up, so her reply was a little stiff. She had to make up for it. She immediately took Zhang Wen and went to Elder Fang's residence at a leisurely pace. To be precise, she traveled at a leisurely pace for 90% of the journey. When she was about to reach Elder Fang's courtyard, she sped up. Not only did he speed up, but he also got sweaty and panting. Anyone who saw her would think she was running towards them. Zhang Wen was no less impressive, his sweat beads could break into 18 pieces when they fell to the ground. Life is like a play, it depends on acting. Elder Fang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll explain it to you later. Elder Fang didn't actually care, but he must feel more comfortable knowing Feng Shi said so. What's more, seeing her forehead covered with sweat, even if Feng Shi didn't say it, he knew that something must have happened. He even suspected that he might have misheard, and Yi was not actually talking about sleeping. King Long wanted to show off, but before he could do so, Feng Shi asked him, last time I asked you to ask Lord Cao for 100 million strut stones. Did you come? King Long's momentum weakened instantly. Even the upright Elder Fang noticed it, because the shadow of the Azure Dragon had become much smaller. Feng Shi raised an eyebrow, not coming. It's coming, but it's just a little less than you said. Feng Shi, 10 million. King Long's head drooped even lower. Well, it's a little less than this, it's 4 million. It felt that the little girl would definitely ridicule it, saying that it was timid and had no courage, and would also blame it for not listening to her. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Feng Shi said indignantly. That Palace Master Cao is so stingy. He only gave you such a small amount of strut stones. I think he deserves to be punished. It turns out that there is nothing good in Xing Yao Sect. If it were our Tianyan Dao Sect, we would proactively deliver the strut stones to you without you even having to ask. It's a pity that you were robbed by those bastards from Xing Yao Sect, otherwise you would have lived a good life long ago. The Azure Dragon instantly stood up. Correct. It's not that I didn't dare to ask for so much, it's that Mr. Cao refused to give so much. It immediately scolded Palace Master Cao and told him how it had made him fall dozens of times. Feng Shi was shocked when she heard that Palace Master Cao not only had to expend a large amount of spiritual energy to form seals in order to see the 4 symbols, but would also fall flat on his face. Palace Master Cao looks like a decent person, but he is so humble in reality. Aren't they just 5 flat-haired beasts? Is that so important? Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. Do you think everyone is the same as you? In the eyes of normal people, the 4 elephants are very remarkable beings, so they're naturally in awe of them. Master, are you calling me abnormal? Commander Lu, I mean that a genius like you naturally thinks differently from ordinary people. Feng Shi was very satisfied that the old thief Lu was becoming more and more eloquent. After she and King Long cursed Xing Yao Sect and Palace Master Cao, she asked. You came to me this time, are you trying to give Palace Master Cao some sweet treats? King Long nodded, that's right. If you don't give him some sweet treats, he will get suspicious. Feng Shi was quite straightforward and asked King Long to record the 3 inscriptions she had chosen earlier using the Hunan scale. Now that we have the bait, ask for more this time. If Palace Master Cao makes excuses or bargains, you can just say this. King Long's eyes widened and he nodded frequently. After Feng Shi finished his instructions, he changed the subject. King Long, we are in a cooperative relationship. You said I help you so much, shouldn't you also show some appreciation? I am not asking for favors from you, but I am worried that with your character, you might not want to owe favors to others, which may be detrimental to your cultivation over time. King Long thought, do you think I'm stupid? No matter how nicely you speak, it's just for the sake of gaining benefits. Snort. He must be jealous of the huge amount of spiritual stones we are about to get, and wants to have a piece of the pie. No way. Just when it was about to refuse outright, it heard Feng Shi say, "As for the reward, can you pray for our Tianyin Dao sect in your spare time?" King Long was very shocked. It really didn't expect that Feng Shi had laid so much groundwork, but only made such a small request, which was not even a request at all. It's a little shameful. It seems that he is judging others by his own standards. It agreed without hesitation. Feng Shi praised, "You are not only courageous and capable, but also sincere. No wonder you are the leader of the four symbols. You go back now, I will continue to select the right bait so that you can continue to ask Xingyamen for benefits." King Long felt more and more that Feng Shi was a good person. Still a shining good man. It even felt that if it didn't give her some benefits in return, it would be unworthy of being the leader of the four elephants. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1632. Look how beautiful this little bow is. King Long was so excited that he blurted out the following impulsive words. Only a small part of the Shaoyang stele rubbing that Palace Master Cao gave you before was real. The rest was all fake. I can tell you the rest. Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Oh my god, I am not dreaming, am I? King Long, I still say that, either you are the leader of the four symbols, you really make me admire you. Zheng Wen also quickly agreed. That's right, when I first saw King Long, I felt that its aura was much stronger than the other three. The azure dragon is so beautiful that I can't even find the north. The phantom of the Shaoyang stele immediately appeared. Elder Fang was completely stunned. Shaoyang stele. This is the Shaoyang stele. Although it is just an illusion, the runes are real. Feng Shi reminded him, Elder Fang, please use the recording stone to record it. Elder Fang then woke up from his dream and quickly took out the photo stone from his storage ring to record the scene. In fact, even if he didn't record it, Feng Shi would have remembered it. After Elder Fang finished recording, Feng Shi fooled King Long a few more times and then sent him away. Elder Fang didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He looked at the contents on the photo stone and smiled foolishly. Feng Shi. This psychological endurance is really poor. She hasn't even started to exert her strength yet. If she gets all the inscriptions on the four symbols stele in one go, won't he go crazy? Finally, Elder Fang calmed down a little. Yi, you have performed a great deed this time. I will report this to the Sect Master and ask him to reward you well. Feng Shi thought that her master uncle, the Sect leader, was always making big promises, so this reward would probably be a long way off. However, she still sincerely thanked Elder Fang and explained. You also know that I got a chronic illness from my time in the secret realm of the universe. I have been feeling tired in the mornings these past few days, and even fell asleep during the martial arts class today. Fortunately, Elder Bian understood me and didn't say anything. When you sent me a message today, my consciousness was confused and my words were not appropriate. Please forgive me. Elder Fang asked with concern, how do you feel now? If I had known this would happen, I would not have asked you to come here and let King Long find you another day. It's fine now, and I'm just sleepy, nothing serious. The matter of Si Xiang is of great importance and cannot be delayed. You cannot let my little problem delay the important matter. You can call me anytime in the future. Elder Fang felt distressed and couldn't help but sigh that Liu Yi was such an enlightened child. If all the disciples in the sect had the same awareness as her, their Tianyin Dao sect would have regained its glory long ago. He decided to ask for some good things to nourish Feng Shi's body when he went to see Sect leader Dai to report the inscription on the Shaoyang stele. Otherwise, if it continued for a long time, her small body would be ruined. This is what he thought and did. After personally sending Feng Shi back to his residence, he went straight to see Sect Master Dai. After he finished telling the story, he said, Master, the Liu brothers and sisters have made great contributions. Now they have become your disciples. Is it time to fulfill the reward you mentioned before? Sect leader Dai laughed and said, Of course it will be fulfilled, but the sect is not so well off right now, and they both have low levels of cultivation and do not need very good things. Furthermore, it would be a crime to possess a treasure, and I am afraid that rewarding them would bring them disaster. When they advance to the realm of refining emptiness, I will definitely give them the rewards. Elder Fang was an honest man and nodded immediately. What you said does make sense, but Yi got sick in the secret realm of the universe before, and she looks very weak these past few days. Will you give her some medicinal pills or spiritual fruits to nourish her spiritual consciousness? Sect leader Dai. Lao Fang, you are not well informed at all. When it comes to eating melons, you are far worse than me. Do you need my reward? That little girl asked Deacon Yi for a large basket of spiritual fruits herself, and was appreciated by Elder Zhao. In the future, she will have more elixirs than you and me. However, he was too lazy to explain to Elder Fang, so he gave a vague answer and then changed the topic to the inscription on the Shaoyang stele. Elder Fang's attention was indeed diverted, and he was sent away by Sect leader Dai with just a few words. Sect leader Dai heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to see if there was anything new when his good junior fellow apprentice arrived. The dog came with his hands in his sleeves, looking sneaky. When Sect leader Dai was about to ask what was going on, Elder Guliang took out his hand that was wrapped like a pig's trotter. Sect Master Dai's face suddenly darkened. What happened? I was wondering why you were so quiet these past few days. It turns out you hurt yourself. You really make me worry. After a long scolding, he asked, have you applied the medicine? Elder Guliang said proudly, my beloved disciple asked Lao Zhao to give me the medicine. After applying the medicine on me, he also carefully bandaged me. Look how beautiful the little bow is. Sect leader Dai. Elder Guliang nodded and said, brother, you don't know that my beloved disciple not only helped me get the medicine, but also went to the alchemy class. Although she said that she wanted to help her senior brother solve his hair problem, it was actually for me. I must have done a lot of good things in my previous life, so I have such a good disciple in this life. Senior brother, you are lagging behind in this aspect. Up to now, you don't have a single disciple. When you die in the future, you can only count on me to burn paper for you. Dai Zongzhu didn't just want to kick him out because he was injured. Elder Gu Liang boasted for a while and said, "Brother, I won't beat around the bush. When will you give Lu Qi and Yi the rewards you promised them?" Sect leader Dai repeated the same rhetoric he had used to deal with Elder Fang. Elder Gu Liang curled his lips and said, "Forget it. After all this talk, you just don't want to give it to me. You have to give it to me today, whether you want to or not. Otherwise I will go and dig up my master's grave. Anyway, I know that our master's burial objects contain a lot of good things. Rather than letting future tomb robbers take advantage of it, it would be better to let his apprentice's grandson take advantage of it. Master Dai, you are so filial. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1633, you will get rich soon." Sect leader Dai looked at Elder Gu Liang and said coldly, "Do you think I don't want to give it to them? They're my nephews and the pillars of the sect. I want to give them the best for both public and private reasons. But have you forgotten that you have squandered all the wealth of our Tianyin Dao sect? I won't talk about the things you destroyed, but let's talk about the last time you told Elder Miao's fortune from Xuanji Pavilion. He insisted that the other person was destined to have a son, and as a result, the Xuanji sect came to me to ask for an explanation. Now our Tianyin Dao sect is a piece of fat meat, and every force wants to take a bite. You gave them such a blatant handle, how can they let it go? On the surface, I used my own private vault to help you settle the matter, but in reality, all my good stuff had already been coaxed away by you, so how could I have any wealth left? I had no choice but to transfer some money from the public funds to send him away. In the past few years, I have been trying to find a way to plug the hole, but unfortunately I am still a long way to go. How do you think I should reward them both? You say." Elder Gu Liang suddenly turned from a fighting cock into a quail. "Well, if you don't want to give it to them for now, then don't give it to them. They don't need it now anyway. Besides, young people still need to go through more hardships before they can succeed. It is not good to have too many material possessions. Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I will go back." As he said this, he wanted to leave because he felt a little guilty. When he was young, he asked Dai Chanfang to stand up for him whenever he did something bad. After Dai Chanfang became the sect leader, he often cleaned up his mess. Come to think of it, I feel quite sorry for him. Dai Chanfang did not let him go, and asked him, "How is your study of the classics going?" Speaking of classics, Elder Gu Liang became excited again and started talking incessantly. Sect leader Dai didn't really understand what was said, but he could tell that Elder Gu Liang hadn't been slacking off these past few days, so his expression eased. "Junior brother, from now on, just concentrate on studying the turtle evolution technique, and I will naturally take care of other things for you. As for Li Zhe and the Lu brothers and sisters, they're no different from my own disciples, and I will definitely not treat them unfairly." Elder Gu Liang felt a warm feeling in his heart, a sore nose, and tears almost fell. He has to be my real senior brother. He immediately expressed his determination and left with a feeling of being moved and guilty. Sect leader Dai looked at his back and breathed a sigh of relief. Although his junior fellow apprentice is unreliable, he has a kind heart, which is why he has always protected him. As for what he said just now, it was somewhat exaggerated. He did invest most of his private property, but he did not use any public property. The reason for saying that was to make Elder Gu Liang feel guilty so that he wouldn't always blame the master. Of course, the sect is indeed not wealthy, otherwise he would not be so stingy. As the head of the family, he has to be calculating. However, it must be said that Lu Yi is really the lucky star of Tianyin Taoist sect. I won't talk about what happened in the past. He actually managed to get the inscription on the Chaoyang stele without any effort. His unreliable junior brother is so lucky. Elder Gu Liang returned with a defeat and felt very sorry for his two disciples, so after leaving sect leader Dai, he took a detour and came to find Fang Shi. Because he was still deeply moved, Elder Gu Liang managed to say a few decent words. "Yi, I just went to see your uncle, and he promised to give you the reward after you and your brother advanced to the refining void stage. It's not that he's deliberately trying to hook you, he also has his difficulties. You also need to understand him. He is your dear uncle, how can he not be on your side? Alas, I was also a burden to him. If only I could make a fortune." Although Fang Shi felt that his cheap master had been fooled by sect leader Dai, he did not expose it and just followed his words to comfort him. "Master, what Grandmaster said is right. My brother and I are still at a low level of cultivation. If we have good things in our hands, it will inevitably attract people's covetousness. Let's talk about this later. As for getting rich, I calculated that you will be able to achieve it soon." Elder Gu Liang was amused by her. "It's fine if you fooled others, but you actually fooled a veteran charlatan like me." He had no hope for Fang Zai's getting rich. How could a new disciple like her make money? Rather than relying on her, it would be better to let that idiot Li Zhe take on some sect missions and make money to support him. Forget it, that kid is preparing for the personal teaching competition soon, so as his master, he should be more considerate of him. On the other side, King Long told Duke and the others what had happened, but he did not mention that he had revealed the inscription on the Chaoyang stele to Fang Shi. Because after it calmed down, it felt that it had been impulsive. If I say it out loud, I'll definitely get lectured by them. It is the leader of the four symbols and must not be criticized. As soon as King Long finished speaking, the black snake spat out its tongue and said, "She is so kind that she just wants us to pray for Tianyin Dao sect. I think there must be a conspiracy here." Baihu said in a muffled voice, "As long as the spiritual stones are truly in our pockets, it doesn't matter if she has any conspiracy or not." Duke agreed, "That's right. As long as there are benefits, it doesn't matter if she has a conspiracy. Are we, the four elephants, afraid of a little girl like her? I don't know if that old loser palace master cow will come today. How many straight stones do you think we should ask him for this time?" King Long immediately said, "That Lu Yi asked for 100 million. If Cow disagrees, let's say this. Suzaku and the others. This Lu Yi is so mean. A faint light flashed in the black snake's vertical pupils. This little girl is quite tricky. Maybe she can really turn the 4 symbols into 5 symbols. It's a pity that the rubbing was destroyed, otherwise it could have secretly gone to negotiate with her. When the 4 elephants were discussing, Palace Master Cow arrived. Although there are still a few days left before the half-month mentioned by Xixiang, he is anxious. During this period, several other hall masters would bully him from time to time. Although the sect leader didn't say anything, he was obviously a little disappointed in him. He had to hurry. Palace Master Cow made hand seals and kowtowed, and finally invited the 4 symbols out. The blue dragon's mouth opened and closed, and words appeared on the stone wall. Although our divine consciousness has not yet recovered, considering that you are in a hurry, we forcibly opened the phantom scale. This is the inscription recorded. When Palace Master Cow saw the 3 inscriptions on the stone screen, he almost cried for joy. He finally made it. King Long looked at him with disgust at his worthless appearance. How come you, a palace master, are not as steady as a little girl like Lu Yi? WTF. Because we forcibly opened the phantom scales this time, we damaged our divine consciousness again, so we need some spirit stones to repair it. Palace Master Cow was very excited. In addition, King Long only asked for 1 million last time, so he thought it wouldn't be too much this time. So he said openly. Spiritual stones are definitely no problem. Just tell me the number. Open black lens bracket 100 million. Close black lens bracket. Palace Master Cow. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1634 Bad bamboo produces good bamboo shoots. Palace Master Cow staggered and almost collapsed to the ground. How many? 100 million. Why don't you go and grab it? Blue Dragon Envoy, 100 million is too much. I can't gather enough of it right away. Can you give me a little less? Do you think we are asking for too much? There are some things I didn't want to tell you, but now I have no choice but to tell you. Do you know why there has been no movement from Xuanwu? Because Elder Fang was doubtful, he almost never took the Tian Stele rubbing out of his storage ring. In other words, part of the Shaoyang Stele rubbing is real, which is why he is so eager to take it out and comprehend it from time to time. However, once he entered the core area of the Forest of Steles, he would put the rubbings away. This is also the reason why the 3 inscriptions given to you are of relatively low levels. But, close black lens bracket. King Long stopped talking here. Because it forgot the words when it was excited. Palace Master Cow mistakenly thought that King Long was keeping him in suspense, so he did not dare to urge him and could only wait anxiously for what would happen next. Xuan Snake was speechless. How dare you, someone like you, dream of becoming the leader of the 4 symbols? You bastard. But now is not the time for internal fighting, so it quickly reminded King Long. King Long then continued. However, if you give us enough spirit stones, we will be able to break through the limitations of the storage ring, and we can help you record the inscriptions on the monuments wherever Elder Fang passed by. Not only that, but you can also hear what he and others say, and then relay it to you. Of course, if you think 100 million is too much, or you can't raise that much in a short period of time, then forget it. Anyway, there is no problem in recording some low-level inscriptions nowadays. Close black lens bracket. Palace Master Cow knelt down in front of King Long, his voice trembling. Are you serious? With just 100 million spirit stones, you can break through the limitations of the storage ring. After getting a positive answer, Palace Master Cow's heart almost jumped out of his throat. If what King Long said was true, then doesn't it mean that Tianyin Dao sect has no secrets in front of him? Whether it is the inscriptions in the Stele Forest or the important matters of the sect, he can know them clearly through King Long and Xuanwu. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his eyes turned red. Blue Dragon Divine Envoy, I will go to the sect master to ask for instructions on this matter. I believe he will find a way to collect 100 million spirit stones. Please wait for my good news. After saying this, he wanted to leave immediately, but King Long stopped him and said, Wait a minute, there is something I must say first. After all, this secret technique has never been used before. We cannot say for sure whether it will work or not, and whether the effect is good or not. So, you have to think it over carefully, don't regret it later. Close black lens bracket. Palace Master Cow quickly expressed that he had no regrets. If King Long hadn't added this, he would have felt a little uneasy, but now he feels much more stable. Even if the effect is not as good as expected, just hearing a few words will bring great benefits to their Xingya sect. He rushed to see Master Chu and told him everything that had happened. Master Chu hesitated for a moment and asked him, Yonglu, what do you think? Master, King Long's words are very convincing and well-founded, so what he said should be true. Furthermore, Xixiang is arrogant by nature and would not make up lies for the sake of spirit stones. Even if there are some mistakes in the 4 symbols secret art, as long as some useful information can be obtained from Tianyin Dao sect, the 100 million spirit stones will not be wasted. In addition, after this incident, the bond between the 4 symbols and our Xingya sect will become deeper and deeper, and it will also help my subordinates to extract the secret of the 4 symbols monument from their mouths. Therefore, I think this is feasible. Sect Master Chu nodded. In that case, then give it to them. Although 100 million spirit stones are not a small amount, it is still worth it if it can be exchanged for generous rewards. Soon, Palace Master Cow sent 100 million spirit stones to King Long and the others. 4 symbols. It actually worked. The little girl's bad idea is really useful. If they had met her earlier, they wouldn't have to eat coarse food and vegetables. Now even Xuanzhi couldn't say bad things about Fengshi against his conscience. The saying, whoever gives you milk is your mother, applies to any species. However, Xuanzhi's desire to negotiate with Fengshi became stronger and stronger. Especially when it saw that King Long and the others all had 25 million spirit stones, and it and the spirit turtle could only split it in half. Fengshi, who is being missed by the black snake, is staying up late to simplify the Danyin. Finally, she managed to simplify a Danyin. In fact, it would not be difficult for her if it was just simplified a little. But she set high standards for herself and simplified the Danyan almost to half of its original size. This is too difficult. If she told anyone, everyone would think she was talking crazy. But she succeeded. Although she has only simplified one Danyan so far, she has already grasped the rules behind it, and simplifying other Danyans will not be as difficult as before. Fang Shi couldn't help but show off to Commander Lu, and Commander Lu said calmly, "That's good, but it's still a long way from your goal. Besides, you should focus on improving your cultivation for the time being. After all, those below the level of Liangsu are not considered cultivators. Besides, the disciple competition will be held soon, shouldn't you take some time to find those two spies?" Fang Shi's little tail drooped instantly. She has so much to do. In addition to what Commander Lu said, she also had to deal with Azure Dragon, and after advancing to the refining void stage, she had to learn the turtle evolution technique. "Master, I think I should change my name to Fang Tuo Luo, because I am constantly being whipped by the whip of reality, without a moment's rest. I'm so tired." Quote. Commander Lu's heart softened, and when he was about to say a few words of comfort, he heard Fang Shi sigh softly. "But I enjoy it. How boring it would be if people had too much free time. Just like you stay in the Sect Master's order all day long, and I'm the only one who takes time to talk to you, otherwise you would have lost your ability to speak, right? How pitiful. Commander Lu. I just feel sorry for you." Seeing that there was still some time before dawn, Fang Shi took a nap. Because he had taken a nap, Fang Shi did not sleep during Elder Bian's class this time and listened very carefully. Elder Bian sighed in his heart, Lu Yi is such a strong child. Although his cultivation is a little lacking, his character is really good. It's a pity that he took that old charlatan Gu Liangchuan as his master. It's really a case of good things coming out of bad things. There was no class in the afternoon, so Fang Shi started thinking about finding the spy. The difficulty of this matter lies in the fact that the direct disciples are either out for trials or practicing in their own courtyards and rarely show up, let alone gathering all of them together. During the big competition, we had more people present, but we were more passive at that time. How to do it? As she thought about it, her eyes lit up, and then she said a few words to Zhang Wen. The two brothers and sisters immediately revealed the same sinister smile. The mutated burrowing thorn beast that was playing in the mud suddenly shuddered, it was so scary. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen made preparations and went to find Li Zhe. "Brother, come on, let's go and deliver the invitations." Li Zhe was confused. "Invitation? What invitation?" Fang Shi immediately handed him a big red invitation, and Li Zhe opened it and saw. "Thanks to the mercy of heaven and earth, my brother and I are able to worship Elder Gu Liang as our teacher. A ceremony of paying respect to one's master and a small banquet will be held at my master's residence on the 17th of this month. During the banquet, my master will also perform divination for the distinguished guests free of charge as a token of goodwill. We sincerely invite you to take the time to visit and witness this important moment of master-disciple inheritance. Inviters, Lu Qi, Lu Yi. Li Zhe. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1635 Scrape off all the land. When Li Zhe was confused, Fang Shi handed him another invitation. "I am blessed by the heaven and earth and am glad to have a good disciple. A disciple-taking ceremony and a small banquet will be held at my residence on the 17th of this month. During the banquet, I will also perform divination for the distinguished guests free of charge as a token of goodwill. We sincerely invite you to take the time to come and gather together to witness the friendship between master and apprentice. Inviter, Gu Liangchuan. Li Zhe. Understood. The master invited the elders, and you two invited the rest of the people. When the time comes, our unreliable master's shell explodes, and no one, young or old, male or female, will be able to escape. You are planning to annihilate the whole group." However, seeing Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's expectant eyes, he considered his words carefully. "Junior brother, junior sister, I understand your feelings, but our master's popularity, well, I guess no one will go to the banquet." Fang Shi suddenly smiled brilliantly. "Brother, isn't it better if no one comes? This way we can save money on the banquet and we only need to receive gifts. When we send out the invitations, we will also bring the gift list along, so that we can note down each item when it is received, so that we don't miss anything." Li Zhe. "I think we are not going there to send invitations, but rather to beg for alms." He was a little hesitant, so he said, "This is a serious matter, let's go ask the master first." Fang Shi had originally planned to do so the three of them came to see Elder Gu Liang. As soon as they met, Fang Shi said happily, "Master, your chance to make a fortune has come." Elder Gu Liang didn't take it seriously at all until Fang Shi took out the invitation. "Master, once we send out the invitations, I guess few people will dare to come, so we don't even need to prepare any banquets, we just need to collect the money. This is a business with no capital and huge profits." Elder Gu Liang was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. "Yi, you are such a smart kid. Just do as you say. You take care of the younger ones, and I'll take care of the older ones myself. Our master and disciple must make a lot of money this time and take all the land away from it." After saying this, Elder Gu Liang let out a strange laugh. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen also laughed strangely. Li Zhe. "Every time this happens, I feel like I don't fit in." When Li Zhe was feeling somewhat disappointed, Fang Shi smiled and said, "Brother, what are you standing there for? Come over and write the invitations. The four of us, master and disciples, should work harder and try to write all the invitations overnight. Remember, it is better to kill a group than to leave one person behind, and try to catch them all in one fell swoop." Li Zhe. "What kind of words are these?" Elder Gu Liang felt that what his young disciple said was right. One more person means one more gift, and no important person should be left out. All the disciples are also listed. As long as the inner disciples are familiar looking, they will be listed. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. The master and his disciples worked all night and finally finished writing the invitations. Because Fang Shi and Junwen had classes all day, they made an appointment with Li Zhe to deliver invitations to their disciples in the evening. As for Elder Gu Liang, he made his own arrangements. In fact, Fang Shi did not do this for the purpose of making money. She really did not value the little gift money. She sent the invitation as a cover, mainly to let the mutant burrowing thorn beast identify the identities of the two direct disciples as spies. There is no need to release the mutated burrowing thorn beast, just keep it in Junwen's spirit beast bag. In this way, the other party will not become suspicious and will not alert the enemy. The next morning, after Fang Shi and Junwen arrived at the martial arts classroom, they sent invitations to everyone. We are all old acquaintances studying in the same class, so it is natural for us to share in the good news. Everyone. Not only do we have to sleep with him, but now we also have to give gifts. If I had known this earlier, I would not have taken this crappy class. Everyone was whispering in private. No one in the sect said they would hold a banquet when someone became a disciple or accepted a new master, but they were the ones making trouble. The old charlatan taught 3 little charlatans, and they are all the same kind of people. No matter how much they curse, they still have to give the gift money, otherwise they are afraid of retaliation. Everyone knows about the glorious deeds of the 4 masters and disciples who caused a big disturbance in the miscellaneous affairs hall. If one goes to their doorstep to tell fortunes, the loss will be huge. So, after class, some people gave gifts in advance. Fang Shi took out the gift book that she had prepared long ago, and she registered it. Junwen collected the money, and his business was very skillful. After we finish collecting here, it will be time for the alchemy class. Fang Shi and Junwen walked into the alchemy room with the steps of a relative. Tan Fu had been waiting for Fang Shi for a long time. Lu Yi, give me back my money. Fang Shi was stunned. Give it back to you. The trick I told you doesn't work. Or should we find someone to judge the matter? If the other party says that my trick doesn't work, I will not only return the 5,000 spirit stones to you, but also give you an extra 5,000. How about that? Tan Fu was so angry that he almost died. There is no point in asking someone to judge, because diligence can make up for lack of talent, which works everywhere. He is really like a mute eating bitter herbs and can't express his pain in words now. He can win the argument with reason, and he didn't dare to use force. He was so angry that he almost died. Just at this moment, Fang Shi handed him an invitation. Brother Tan, we are inseparable, you must come to this apprenticeship banquet. Tan Fu almost cried out of anger. Not only did you cheat me out of 5,000 spirit stones, but you also asked me to give a gift. No one is as wicked as you. Fang Shi also sent invitations to other disciples. Those people were quite considerate and kept congratulating him. The reason is simple. They will all be alchemists in the future. Fang Shi's strength is there, and they will inevitably need her help in the future. Just when I was worried about having no way out, an opportunity came to me. Of course, you can give gifts, but attending the banquet is absolutely impossible. Your life is at stake. So, when Fang Shi finished class, he received another batch of gifts. She said to Junwen, brother, I made a mistake. Junwen wondered, what went wrong? Fang Shi sighed, we should do it separately. That way we can collect double the amount. Junwen, how about getting one for senior brother Li Zhe in a few days? Fang Shi silently gave a thumbs up. 5th senior brother has grown up now and is second only to her in terms of immorality. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1636 He is a spy who calls you too useless. Of course, Fang Shi and Junwen were just talking. Although the bottom line is sometimes high and sometimes low, there is still a bottom line after all. The two chatted and laughed as they came to find Li Zhe to deliver invitations to those disciples. Li Zhe was somewhat frightened. On the one hand, his disciples often bullied him, and he was unwilling to deal with them. On the other hand, he felt that begging for alms was somewhat shameful. Fang Shi saw through his thoughts. Brother, do you think that what we are doing is a bit embarrassing? Li Zhe didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Fang Shi said seriously, brother, it seems that you don't understand the deep meaning of our hosting this banquet. Li Zhe. What's the meaning? Isn't it just a way to make money? Brother, do you think we are here to make money? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. I want to establish the prestige of the 4 of us masters and apprentices, and let everyone know that we are not to be trifled with. If they dare to talk behind our backs again, we will hold banquets hundreds of times a year and pluck them all bald. Li Zhe, isn't it okay if they don't come to give gifts? If they don't give gifts, I'll send my master to tell their fortunes and ask them if they're afraid. Li Zhe. You are not establishing your authority, you are acting like a scoundrel. Brother, if you are embarrassed, you don't need to say anything when you see people. Just leave it to me and my brother. Seeing that Fang Shi had said so much, Li Zhe had no choice but to lead the way. The first one to be sent to is Su Chao, who led people to bully Li Zhe some time ago. Su Chao opened the gate and saw Li Zhe and the other two. He sneered. What, are you scared because you have to teach the competition in person? Are you coming to me to admit your defeat? Li Zhe was about to speak. Fang Shi curled her lips. Don't you have a mirror at home? Can't you look at yourself when you're fine? For someone like you, I don't even need my senior brother. I can beat you to a pulp. The Scottish Super League is happy. Who gave you the courage to say this, you little god? Fang Shi straightened his back. My master who can explode at any time. Su Chao. Is frying turtle shells a glorious thing? When he was speechless, Fang Shi took out the invitation and said, look, we are not here to provoke you, but to give you an invitation. Su Chao took it and looked at it. He was even more speechless. When a genius like me became your disciple, there was no talk of holding a banquet. How dare you two little gods hold such a grand banquet? Just as he was about to make some sarcastic remarks, Fang Shi asked him, are you giving the gift now or on the same day? As he said this, he took out the gift book. Su Chao. Are you crazy because of poverty? He crossed his shoulders and raised his eyebrows. What if I don't give the gift? It's okay if you don't follow me. Let my master tell your fortune for you some other day. Su Chao's face froze, and he gritted his teeth. I'll follow. Fang Shi kindly flipped through the gift book and showed it to him. You should at least give more than these inner disciples, right? Otherwise, it would not be in line with your status as the fourth eldest disciple, right? Su Chao was a little confused. Fourth? Yes, my senior brother is first, my brother is second, I am third, and you are fourth. Su Chao has never been so speechless in his life. He even wanted to laugh a little. Co Fang Shi's self-righteousness. In the end, he gave 1,000 spirit stones. He originally wanted to give 500, but after hearing Fang Shi's talk, he just gave 1,000. But Fang Shi still had a look of disappointment on his face. Senior brother Su, you said you were my direct disciple, but you spent so much time and effort and only got 1,000 spirit stones. I feel so ashamed for you. When you can't sleep at night, reflect on yourself and ask yourself why you are so poor. Scottish Premier League, at #% and asterisk at #ad. After leaving, Fang Shi looked at Zheng Wen, and Zheng Wen shook his head at her. Fang Shi thought, it seems that Su Chao is not a spy. She didn't doubt him in the first place. Su Chao's brain didn't make him qualified to be a spy. Next, Li Zhe took Fang Shi and Zheng Wen to send invitations to several of his disciples. No matter whether the other party was happy or not, they had to give the gift anyway. Junior sister, the courtyard in front is Dai Guan's. He is a disciple of Elder Heng. He is a low-key person and has good relationships with people. As they were talking, they arrived at Dai Guan's yard, and Zheng Wen went forward and knocked on the door. After a while, Dai Guan came out. Junior brother Li Zhe, how come you are so free today? These two are junior brother Lu and junior sister Lu, right? Zheng Wen's consciousness suddenly heard the ghostly cry of the mutated burrowing thorn beast. It's him. He's the adulterer. He's the spy who called you two good-for-nothings. Zheng Wen was afraid that it had made a mistake, so he asked it to listen again carefully. Yes, it's him. I recognized him right away. And the distance between his yard and yours is about the same. It must be him. Seeing that he was so confident, Zheng Wen gave Fang Shi a signal with a small gesture. Fang Shi actually felt that Dai Guan was a little suspicious the first time she saw him. As for the reason, it might be her intuition as a veteran spy. After a few pleasantries, Fang Shi handed over the invitation. Dai Guan's face froze for a moment, then he said he was busy practicing and would not attend the banquet, and gave the gift money to Fang Shi. Fang Shi thanked with a smile and continued to deliver invitations to other people. After seeing off a few more people, Li Zhe said, the courtyard in front is junior sister Yu Yin's. She has a lively personality and is very popular, but... Fang Shi saw that he seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he pressed on, but what? Senior brother, please stop keeping us in suspense. However, our master said that she was destined to die young. At this point, Li Zhe was speechless. Junior sister Yu Yin is alive and well, but he said she is destined to die young. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Fortunately, he only said this to me. If junior sister Yu Yin or her master, Elder Chu, knew about it, they would definitely be scolded again. Fang's eyes heart moved. If Yu Yin was really the female spy, then her fate of dying young might not have been wrong. She couldn't quite figure out Elder Gu Liang. You say he was capable, but he would explode turtle shells every now and then. You say he was incapable, but sometimes he could even get it right. For example, he said before that Li Zhe would have this green curly hair for a long time. No matter what the reason was, it was true. Commander Lu snorted coldly. What's so strange about this? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Commander Lu looks down on Elder Gu Liang. Not only is he a waste, he is also shameless. He lives off his parents, his senior brothers, and his apprentice. What a crap. Soon, Fang Shi met Yu Yin. As soon as Yu Yin spoke, the mutant burrowing thorn beast shouted to Zheng Wen with its spiritual sense. She is the one who is so sweet. She even calls the guy named Dai her sweetheart. The belly band must be hers. Zheng Wen, okay, I get it, shut up. I can't remember the useful things, but I remember the useless waste very clearly. Yu Yin looked at Fang Shi and Zheng Wen calmly. Although she tried her best to hide it, Fang Shi still saw the contempt in her eyes. Fang Shi was too lazy to argue. After taking the gift money, she continued to send invitations to other people. I worked until midnight and finally delivered all the invitations. Li Zhe walked a little unsteadily. His previous resistance was gone. Because the money comes so quickly. This is much faster than him going out and gaining experience and making money. What he didn't know was that Fang Shi was complaining to Commander Lu. This disciple of Tianyin Dao Sect is too poor. If it wasn't for finding those two spies, I wouldn't even bother with this. Xingyao Sect is really generous. King Long, that idiot, could easily cheat 100 million spirit stones. I will definitely go to Xingyao Sect for a stroll if I have the chance in the future. Commander Lu thought, you have already cheated them several times before you even went to Xingyao Gate. If you go there, wouldn't Xingyao Gate only have the mountain gate left? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1637 just relieves the embarrassment of drawing big cakes. After Fang Shi and Zheng Wen sent Li Zhe to his residence, they strolled back to Fang Shi's yard. Zheng Wen asked Fang Shi, what should we do next? Fang Shi said, let's find a time to meet with Sect Master Dai tomorrow, tell him everything, and let him solve it. Today she told Commander Lu that she was as busy as a top, and she said this from the heart. A person's energy is limited, and she is only a minor god now, a newly initiated disciple. There is no need for her to take on everything. If Daizong couldn't even handle two little spies, Tianyin Dao Sect would have been finished long ago. So, after finishing the martial arts class the next day, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen came to ask to see Sect Master Dai. Sect leader Dai thought that the two of them came to ask for a reward and thought, they're still young and cannot keep their composure at all. The same goes for his unreliable junior brother. I played the victim yesterday. Why don't you talk to your two disciples? I can never get enough of eating and I am not good at anything. Sect leader Dai was writing a short essay in his mind, but he looked very kind on the surface. Not only did he ask Fangxi and Junwen to sit down and talk, he also asked about their recent studies in the Dharma Hall. After asking about each other's well-being, he then asked, "What do you two want to talk to me about?" Generally in this situation, Junwen would pretend to be mute and leave it to his junior sister. This time is no exception. Fangxi smiled and said, "Uncle Master, we came here on the one hand to report to you on our recent cultivation progress, and on the other hand." Sect leader Dai thought, he must be here to ask for a reward. When he was thinking about how to refuse, he heard Fangxi lower his voice. "Uncle Master, walls don't have ears, right?" Sect leader Dai, "Just say whatever you want to say. No one will eavesdrop." "Uncle Master, then I will tell you. By the way, has my master sent you an invitation?" Sect leader Dai was stunned. What invitation? Fangxi was speechless. What happened? Could it be that her charlatan master didn't come to send the invitation? I guess his hand hasn't fully healed yet and he's afraid of losing face. She had no choice but to take out a blank invitation and let Sect Master Dai take a look. Sect leader Dai. Just as he was about to scold Elder Gu Liang for being unreasonable, Fangxi sighed. "Uncle, don't blame my master. He knows that you are not well off, so he resorted to this desperate measure. He said that his face was worthless, even if it could be exchanged for a stridstone, it would help relieve some of your burden. You should know my master best. He just has a bad mouth. In fact, you are the one he cares about the most in his heart." Sect leader Dai has never felt so warm in his heart in his entire life. "There's even a little bitterness in my heart. It's not easy." His unreliable junior brother finally became reliable. He was just feeling touched when Fangxi changed the subject. "Uncle Master, when my master said that, I wanted to dissuade him, but in order to verify something, I didn't stop him." Sect leader Dai asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Fangxi then recounted what the mutated burrowing thorn beast had heard. "Master, after Fugi's identification, Dai Quan and Yu Yin are the two spies. This matter is of great importance, so we dare not alert them. We hurried over to report to you." Sect leader Dai was very shocked. He asked Jun when to release the mutated earth-digging thorn beast and asked about it in detail. The mutant burrowing thorn beast also took out the red belly band. "Master, this is for you." Sect leader Dai. "What do I need this crap for?" However, he thought to himself, "Okay, give it to me. This thing will retain the wearer's breath and can be used to prove the identity of the spy." The mutated burrowing thorn beast didn't know this, so it started to imagine again. I didn't expect that this sect leader looked serious but was actually quite playboy. His eyes lit up when he saw the belly band. Dai Zong mainly knew what it was thinking, and he was so angry that he split his legs. He said to Fangxi and Junwen, "I will handle this matter, you don't have to worry about it. This time you have done a great deed again, I." Speaking of this, sect leader Dai felt a little embarrassed. It's fine if he makes a promise once or twice, but it's really unreasonable for him to make such a big promise all the time, so I can only say. Master Uncle remembers your contributions, but the sect is in a difficult situation right now. Otherwise, I will ask the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to allocate 1 million strut stones to each of you brothers and sisters first, and when your cultivation level improves, I will give you other rewards. When sect leader Dai said this, he felt somewhat unnatural. Fang Zai's heart was moved. "Uncle Master, the sect is in a difficult situation now, how can we brothers and sisters add to your burden? Just keep the reward for now, and you can give it to us whenever it's convenient for you." Sect leader Dai never dreamed that Fangxi would say such words. He just felt that the little girl in front of him was extremely sensible, even shining. Good, good. I am very pleased that you are so considerate. Junior brother Gu Liang is so lucky." Fangxi said a little embarrassedly. "Uncle Master, please don't praise me yet. I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it." "Any request? Isn't this the disciple competition? If my brother or my senior brother or I win first place, when we enter the treasury to select treasures, can we pick 3? Sect leader Dai. He wanted to refuse, but then he thought, with the cultivation level of the 3 brothers and sisters, it is impossible for them to get the first place, why not do him a favor? It just happens to ease the embarrassment of making empty promises. So, he said, "Okay. If any of you 3 can win first place, you can choose 3 treasures from the treasury." In fact, he originally wanted to make an exception and let Fangxi and Junwen enter the treasury to choose a treasure as a reward when they advanced to the fusion cultivation level. But he never said it. Because they are only at the level of straight transformation now, it would sound like he was just empty talk if he said that. Before leaving, sect leader Dai felt that it was not appropriate to let Fangxi and Junwen go back empty-handed, so he gave them some spiritual fruits and cakes. After Fangxi and Junwen left, sect leader Dai summoned a few of his confidants to discuss the matter of the spy. Fangxi was too lazy to care about these things. She had pulled out all the clues. If they still couldn't figure it out, they would be useless. What she is more concerned about now is when her master's 2 pig trotters will recover. The invitation hasn't been sent yet. So after leaving Sect Master Dai, she and Junwen hurried over to see Elder Gu Liang. When Elder Gu Liang saw the 2 of them, his eyes became evasive. "Yi, my hand is not fully healed yet, why don't you help me deliver the invitation?" Fangxi understood immediately. It doesn't matter whether the hand is healed or not, the key point is that the cheap master is a little scared of sending invitations. Yes, take Elder Bien for example, I'll probably give him a flying kick as soon as we meet. But it would not be appropriate for her to go and see him off, after all, there was seniority involved and it would seem disrespectful. She rolled her eyes and said, "Master, if it's inconvenient for you, you can ask Master Teng to deliver the invitation for you." Elder Gu Liang's eyes lit up. Yup. Lao Teng is much more popular than him, so sending invitations is just a piece of cake for him. My beloved disciple is really smart. If he had asked her earlier, he wouldn't have had to pull out several wigs. That night, Elder Gu Liang sneaked up on Hall Master Teng under the cover of darkness and shamelessly told him what had happened. Although Master Teng was a little surprised, he still agreed. Elder Gu Liang felt more and more that Hall Master Teng was a good person, and in excitement he wanted to tell Hall Master Teng's fortune. Master Teng, I help you with good intentions, will you repay my kindness with evil? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1638 How about letting my master do the math? Master Teng finally managed to dispel Elder Gu Liang's good intentions. The next day I started helping to deliver invitations. Although many elders secretly cursed Elder Gu Liang for being shameless after receiving the invitation, they did not want to show the displeasure to Hall Master Teng. Some even asked Hall Master Teng to send a gift or gift over. However, there were still a few invitations that had not been sent out because some elders were away or in seclusion. Hall Master Teng gave the remaining invitations and gifts to Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang's big teeth were almost falling off from laughing. No wonder the young apprentice said this is a good business with great profits, it really makes money. How about holding a disciple recruiting banquet for that idiot Li Zhe in a few days? Hall Master Teng couldn't bear to look at him when he saw how worthless he was, but he was a kind man and didn't say anything. In Fangxi, people are still busy like a top every day. In the morning, I take Elder Bian's practice class. In the afternoon, if there is an alchemy class, I will take it. If not, I will practice or think about simplifying the alchemy seal. Occasionally, I have to visit Elder Fang and ask about the latest news at the Qinglong Xingya sect. Very busy. As soon as she finished class that day, she received a message from Sect Master Dai, asking her and Zhun Wen to meet him immediately. Fangxi guessed that the matter about the spy might have been solved, so she brought Zhun Wen to see Sect Master Dai. As soon as I entered, I found that there were several people in the room, all of whom were powerful figures in the sect, including Master Teng and Elder Bai. Without her cheap master. However, the atmosphere in the room was a bit solemn, and she was startled. Could it be that things were not going well? After she and Zhun Wen exchanged greetings, Sect Leader Dai said. Both Dai Quan and Yu Yin were possessed by others, just like Shifang in the secret realm of the universe. Fortunately, we were well prepared and did not let them escape. However, although their souls were searched, their consciousness was restricted and the information obtained was very limited. We only knew that they came for something in the treasure house. Out of caution, we went to the treasury to check and found that 2 Tianyan chess pieces were missing, 1 black and 1 white. They were the chess pieces that you two used in the past. Judging from the results of the soul searching, they should not have succeeded, but how come these 2 chess pieces suddenly disappeared? I called you here to ask you about the details of Thorny Beast's eavesdropping that day. Also, do you have any clues? Fangxi. She even forgot about those 2 chess pieces. I didn't expect that the truth would be revealed when I was completely unprepared. She was too tired to complain. The 2 chess pieces had been with her for several months, but the sect only discovered they were missing. This level of vigilance is really poor. What to do now? Be honest. Who would believe that the 2 chess pieces flew out to find her? The key point is that those 2 bastards are as good as dead now, and there is no way to prove that what she said is true. Besides, how could she explain why she had not yet handed this matter over? It would be better to just say you don't know and wait for those 2 broken things to wake up, and let them go back to the treasure house on their own. While she was thinking about it, Zhun Wen had already released the mutated burrowing thorn beast. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was somewhat nervous, after all, it was facing Mahayana monks. But on second thought, no matter how cruel they are, they're not as cruel as the female devil, so what is there to be afraid of? So he answered everyone's questions fluently, and at the end he specially emphasized that the belly band had been given to Sect Leader Dai. Sect Leader Dai. Since no one could get any valuable clues from their questions, they turned their attention to Fangxi and Zhun Wen. These 2 guys look like they're racking their brains to think, and their attitudes are impeccable. Sect Leader Dai and his men did not suspect that the chess pieces were stolen by the 2 of them. Even if they had the intention and courage to do so, they did not have the ability to do so. Calling them over is just a last-ditch effort to see if these 2 variables can provide some clues. Fangxi pondered for a long time. Master, logically speaking, the chess pieces are locked in the treasury, so they shouldn't be lost. If someone stole, why did they only take 2 chess pieces when there were so many things in the treasury? This doesn't make sense. There must be something fishy going on here, could have fallen into some corner. Sect Leader Dai shook his head. We have searched everywhere, nothing is found. Fangxi hesitated for a moment. How about letting my master calculate it? Sect Leader Dai. Other people. Although it's a bit unreliable, it's not impossible. So, Elder Gu Liang was invited. Sect Leader Dai did not tell him about the spy as he was afraid that he would not keep a tight lid on the matter. He only said the 2 chess pieces were lost and asked him to count the numbers. Elder Gu Liang is so arrogant that he doesn't even know where to go. Brother, everyone, it seems that you have finally realized how powerful I am. At critical moments, you still have to count on me, the divine fortune teller. As long as I take action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Sect Leader Dai could no longer bear it. If you want to settle the score, do it now. If not, get out. Elder Gu Liang rolled his eyes and said, okay, that's it. His hand had recovered, and he immediately took out the tortoise shell. Sect Leader Dai quickly said, go to the yard and count. If his study was blown up, he would have no place to cry. When they arrived at the yard, Sect Leader Dai was still worried, so he worked together with Hall Leader Teng and others to set up several layers of barriers, which allowed Elder Gu Liang to deduce. Everyone stayed away, fearing that they would be affected. Fangxi and Zhun Wen even hid behind Sect Master Dai, and then tried their best to add protective shields to themselves. Everyone. You two really trust your master? Elder Gu Liang gritted his teeth secretly, a bunch of people looking at people through the crack of the door. This time I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. A spiritual flame rose from his right hand and began to burn the tortoise shell, muttering to himself. You know what, he has the temperament of a charlatan. When everyone felt a little bit of anticipation in their hearts, boom. The tortoise shell was blown to pieces, and even Elder Gu Liang's wig was blown away. If Sect Leader Dai hadn't set up the barrier in advance, everyone would have been affected. Elder Gu Liang got up from the ground and felt that he needed to say something to save some dignity. He opened his mouth and a puff of black smoke came out. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1639. Congratulations, congratulations. Elder Gu Liang felt a little embarrassed. If it were in the past, he really wouldn't care. Anyway, this is not the first or second time that he has exploded the turtle shell, but it's different now. He is the backbone of the sect praised by the old seniors in the secret realm of the universe. He just made some big talk and ended up hitting himself in the face. At this time, Sect Master Dai removed the barrier. Fang Shi and Junwen quickly ran up to Elder Gu Liang and asked about his well-being. Elder Gu Liang. Don't think I didn't see you two hiding behind Dai Chanfang and trying hard to put on protective shields. Two evil disciples. When he was cursing in his heart, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking very stylish. Everyone, as the saying goes, the number of great derivations is 50, and its use is 49. These two missing chess pieces contain a mystery. Forgive my incompetence, but I cannot and dare not tell you the whereabouts of these two chess pieces. Although Sect Leader Dai and the others had some doubts that Elder Gu Liang was talking nonsense, they also felt that what he said made sense. At this time, Master Teng said, "It was because of those two black and white pieces that broke the chessboard that we were able to discover the Tianyan Enlightenment diagram. Now he has disappeared without a trace, perhaps there is indeed a mystery behind this." After hearing this, Elder Gu Liang felt that whole Master Teng was an even better person. I even want to become sworn brothers with Master Teng. He straightened his back and felt that this moment was extremely glorious. Well, it's not only beautiful, but also cool. When I touched it with my hand, the sky fell down. Where's his wig? Where's his carefully styled wig? He quickly took out another wig and put it on. Fortunately, I bought a lot at the beginning, otherwise it would not be enough. Sect Leader Dai was skeptical about what Elder Gu Liang said, but with no other clues, he could only give up for the time being. His heart was heavy. To be precise, he has never felt relaxed since he discovered that the Dark River had been tampered with. On weekdays, I just eat melons to adjust my mood. Even though their Tianyan Dao sect has fallen into such a state, there are still many forces coveting it. I originally thought they were just encroaching and suppressing him, but I didn't expect that they actually planted spies into Tianyan Dao sect. We found an outer disciple and two direct disciples. Could there be more? Maybe there are spies among the elders. He didn't even dare to think about what kind of consequences their Tianyan Dao sect would have to endure if it weren't for the Liu brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, he felt that Elder Gu Liang was more pleasing to his eyes than ever before. Thanks to this useless junior brother for calculating the variables. He couldn't help but think of what his master had said to him: although your junior brother is lazy, greedy, cunning, and his turtle evolution technique is not very effective, he is lucky, so you should just treat him as a good omen. Although he felt that his biased master was just fooling him and wanted him to take over and continue to look after Gu Liangchuan, he still did it. Now it seems, good people will be rewarded. Sect Leader Dai ultimately did not come to a conclusion on the matter of the missing black and white chess pieces. He dismissed Elder Gu Liang with a few words and asked him to take Junwen and Fang Shi away as well. When they returned to their residence, Elder Gu Liang praised. "Yi, I didn't expect that you haven't learned the art of turtle evolution. You are so good at speaking. If it weren't for you, I, the master, would be embarrassed today." That's right, Elder Gu Liang's set of great derivations, the number is 50, and the uses are 49, was told him by Fang Shi through secret telepathy. "Master, I was worried about you, so I came up with a quick idea. In fact, even if I didn't tell you, I think you would be able to come up with a solution quickly." Elder Gu Liang burst into laughter and praised Fang Shi like a flower. Fang Shi was very happy, and she used her spiritual sense to show off to Commander Liu. "Master, how can you say that I am so talented?" "Commander Liu, I think I told you that." Fang Shi, "Master, look at what you said. What is the difference between us master and disciple?" "Commander Liu, why didn't you say this when I was being cut into pieces?" After Fang Shi and Junwen left, Elder Gu Liang squinted his eyes and pondered. This time, the tortoise shell explosion was not due to his lack of skills. Why did it feel like he had touched upon the secrets of heaven? But he was not too sure. After all, he was very aware of his own level. It might be that he was overthinking it if it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. 2 days later, it was time for the banquet. Teacher Gu Liangchang and his 4 disciples were all dressed up and looked very happy and energetic. Master Teng was the first to arrive. Not only did he bring a gift to Elder Gu Liang, he also prepared a gift for Fang Shi, Junwen and Li Zhe. Elder Gu Liang patted Master Teng on the shoulder and said, "Old Teng, you're a good person. Much better than that ungrateful old man Bai Lin." As soon as the voice fell, a sneer came from the door. "Gu Liangchuan, this is all you can do." It was Elder Bai who spoke. If it was someone else, it would definitely be very embarrassing, but Elder Gu Liang didn't take it seriously at all, and even went to Elder Bai to ask for a gift. Elder Bai ignored him and gave Fang Shi and Junwen each a gift, a valuable one at that. Elder Gu Liang immediately became alert. Could it be that the old ungrateful man was trying to steal my girlfriend? Just when he was about to criticize Elder Bai, Elder Bian arrived. Elder Gu Liang really didn't expect Elder Bian to come. After all, ever since he deliberately called the other party, low rate, the two had not had much contact for all these years. Elder Bian didn't even glance at Elder Gu Liang. He gave Fang Shi 10,000 strud stones and Junwen 2,000 strud stones. He also specifically emphasized that these were for them personally and not for them to give them to Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang was amused. "You fool. They're my disciples, you should give them 100 million. But this old guy is really rich. If I had known this would happen, I would have been shameless and tried to get close to him, maybe I could have gotten some benefits." After a while, Elder Zhao also came. As soon as Elder Zhao arrived, he smiled and said to Elder Gu Liang, "Congratulations." "Congratulations." Elder Gu Liang shuddered. Why was this old Zhao suddenly so affectionate towards him? In fact, Elder Zhao felt that Elder Gu Liang was a good person because he did not stop Feng Shi from learning alchemy from him. Elder Zhao gave each of Gu Liangchang's teachers and disciples a bottle of the heart concentrating pill. Elder Gu Liang's eyes almost popped out of his head. You have to know that the concentrating heart and soul pill is an earth-grade pill. With Elder Zhao's status as a 5th-level alchemist, these 4 bottles of pills must have taken a lot of effort. How could he just give them to the master and disciple like that? He suspected that Elder Zhao might have gone insane. After waiting for a while, Sect Master Dai arrived. Sect Leader Dai was quite generous this time. He gave Feng Shi and Zhun Wen each an earth-grade spiritual weapon, and also gave Elder Gu Liang 10 tortoise shells. Elder Gu Liang was so happy that he almost flew away. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one came, they started the meal. Elder Gu Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had only prepared 1 table of banquet. If a few more people came, he would only be able to add salt to the dishes. As the host, Elder Gu Liang naturally had to say a few words. He raised his glass. Everyone, I am very grateful for your presence at my disciple recruiting banquet. I am very touched. If you come to me for fortune telling in the future, I will give it to you for free. Sect Leader Dai and his companions. We don't want change. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1640, Visitors from Xuanji Pavilion. Elder Gu Liang's expression rarely showed any seriousness. I have done a lot of ridiculous things over the years. Thanks to everyone for your tolerance. I won't say anything more. It's all in the wine. After saying that, drink it all in one gulp. When Sect Leader Dai and his companions heard him say this, even though they usually disliked him, they would not refuse him and drank it all in one gulp. Feng Shi didn't dare to drink alcohol, but drank tea. Because she knows her own moral character, she drinks a lot, and not only that, she also acts crazy when drunk. After she finished drinking, she quickly poured wine for Sect Leader Dai and others. Elder Bai looked at this and felt even more sad. Not only is he talented, but he also has good vision. What a good apprentice. It's a pity that that old loser Gu Liangchuan got there first. Elder Gu Liang wanted to raise another cup, but when he saw Feng Shi winking at him, he said to Sect Leader Dai, "Brother, please say something." Sect Leader Dai was quite satisfied that his junior fellow apprentice was becoming more and more successful. As the cups were clinked, the atmosphere at the table became more lively. Feng Shi and Zhun helped serve tea and pour wine, and were as busy as 2 little bees. Li Zhe felt like a big fool compared to the 2 of them. Fortunately, Feng Shi would assign him some work from time to time, so he seemed very busy. When things were getting lively here, Elder Bai received a message and his expression suddenly changed. "Master, Elder Gui from Xuanji Pavilion is outside the mountain gate asking to see you." Sect Leader Dai frowned. The last incident happened several years ago. Why did Xuanji Pavilion come again? Elder Gu Liang, who had drunk a lot of spiritual wine, started cursing. Did that old woman Miao Ruoan come with us too? I didn't bother to argue with her last time. She was clearly destined to have a child, so why did she blackmail me? This time I will make her clear my name no matter what. Sect Leader Dai kicked him away. You don't know what's going on after drinking a little bit of wine. You stay in the yard and don't go out, or I'll break your dog legs. Elder Gu Liang's sanity was kicked back. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Brother, I just said a few words behind your back. I know what should and should not be said." Sect Leader Dai glared at him fiercely and said to Elder Zhao, "You stay here and watch him to prevent him from doing anything wrong." Elder Zhao nodded. He had no interest in anything other than alchemy, so it was just right for him to stay here and have some quiet time. Sect Leader Dai asked Elder Bai to take people to greet them outside the mountain gate, and then took Hall Leader Teng and the others to the meeting hall. While waiting, other senior executives were summoned. Everyone speculated on the purpose of Xuanji Pavilion's visit this time. Such a long time has passed since the incident. Xuanji Pavilion's visit this time should have nothing to do with Elder Gu Liang. What is the reason? After a while, Elder Bai came in with the people who were selecting Xuanji Pavilion. The leader was Elder Gui from Xuanji Pavilion. Behind her was Elder Miao, who was predicted by Elder Gu Liang to have a son. Elder Miao was followed by several of his disciples. Without exception, these people are all women. After a few simple pleasantries, Sect Leader Dai asked, "Elder Gui, what brings you here this time?" Elder Gui. To be honest with Sect Master Dai, I came here this time to see Elder Gu Liang. Sect Leader Dai's heart skipped a beat. Elder Gui, the last matter has been resolved, you. Elder Gui hurriedly said, "Master Dai, you misunderstood. We are not here to bring up old scores, but to ask Elder Gu Liang to tell us a fortune." Sect Leader Dai. Other people. Is there something wrong with your Xuanji Pavilion? Previously, because of the fortune-telling issue, our Tianyan Dao sect was in a state of chaos, and now you actually ask Gu Liangchuan to tell your fortune. Elder Gui guessed what everyone was thinking and explained. Everyone, there were indeed some unpleasantness between our 2 factions before, but it's all in the past. I heard that Elder Gu Liang's turtle evolution technique has greatly improved recently, so we came here because of his reputation. Sect Leader Dai and others. A big improvement. It exploded once 2 days ago. Sect Leader Dai smiled and said, "Elder Gui, to be honest, although my junior brother's turtle evolution technique has improved compared to previous years, it is still very limited. In order to avoid delaying the affairs of your Xuanji Pavilion, you should seek help from someone else." Hearing what he said, Elder Miao behind Elder Gui was visibly relieved. It was obvious that she also did not agree to ask Elder Gu Liang for fortune-telling. Unfortunately, Elder Gui said, "Master Dai, you are too modest. The only ones in Tiang continent who are good at the art of deduction are your Tianyan Dao sect and Xingya sect." Even though Elder Gu Liang had done some ridiculous things before, his turtle evolution technique must have improved as he gets older. The more she said this, the more Sect Leader Dai felt there was a trap. He shook his head like a rattle and refused to give in no matter what. Elder Miao pulled Elder Gui's sleeve, meaning that if they didn't agree, forget it, let's go. Elder Gui ignored her and sighed. Sect Master Dai, now that things have come to this, I will not hide anything from you. We have been to Xingyao Gate before. Palace Master Cao is well known, but unfortunately he didn't come up with any results, so we come to your sect for help. Don't worry, Elder Gu Liang's calculations will not be in vain. Regardless of whether we can calculate the result or not, our Xuanji Pavilion is willing to pay 30,000 spirit stones as hard work fee. If you can figure out the answer, I am willing to give you 1 million spirit stones as a reward. Sect Leader Dai was shaken. It has absolutely nothing to do with spirit stones. He just loves to help people. He coughed twice and said, Elder Gui, our two sects are of the same blood and should help each other. May I ask what you want to do? Elder Gui cursed in his heart, you money grubber. Why didn't you say that when I didn't mention money? Please invite Elder Gu Liang over first, and then I will talk to him in person. Although Sect Leader Dai felt that Elder Gui was keeping him in suspense, he still tolerated it for the sake of the money. He immediately sent a message to Elder Zhao, asking him to come over with Elder Gu Liang. Sect Leader Dai was afraid that Elder Gu Liang would get into trouble, so he sent him a message to tell him that Elder Miao was also here, and asked him to mind his mouth. If you dare to talk nonsense, let Fangxi and Junwen find someone else to be their master. Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he was shaking. I just held my apprenticeship banquet, and you want to change my apprentice's master. Is this what you call human language? Just as Elder Gu Liang and Elder Zhao were about to leave, Fangxi came over and said, Master, please take us with you. Elder Gu Liang waved his hand and said, little kids, please don't join in the fun. Fangxi blinked his eyes. Master, today is a good day for you to accept a disciple. Even if those people in Xuanji Pavilion don't give you a gift, they should at least give me and my brother some gifts, right? Elder Gu Liang, every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of the sect. You should come with me. The physical book has been signed. For the publication progress, you can follow the hotly released VB. Tomato holding hands with fireworks, Duyan, holding hands with fireworks. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1641, what exactly is Xuanji Pavilion? Elder Zhao was somewhat speechless. He began to understand why Elder Gu Liang and Fangxi were master and disciple. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together and people flock together. Li Zhe didn't want to go at first, but since his master and fellow junior brothers and sisters all went, he couldn't fall out of place, so he followed along. On the way, Fangxi and Elder Gu Liang rehearsed the lines about begging for alms. Elder Zhao. You are really dedicated, you deserve to be rich. Although Elder Gu Liang was full of resentment towards Elder Miao and Xuanji Pavilion, because of the warning from Sect Master Dai, he was still polite and greeted Elder Gui and Elder Miao after arriving at the meeting hall. Elder Gui's attitude was very good, but Elder Miao's expression was not so good. She glanced at Elder Gu Liang and sneered. I heard that your total evolution technique has improved in recent years. Could it be a false rumor? Elder Gu Liang suddenly became alert. Has my name as the divine calculator spread to your Xuanji Pavilion? You are absolutely right. After my unremitting efforts over the years, my total evolution technique has reached a new level. I can see through all illusions, trace the past, calculate the present, and look forward to the future. I know everything in the world and all the laws. Fangxi. Master, isn't this the line you said when you first said I have the all-seeing eye? How come you put it on yourself? Elder Miao had a sneer on his face, and it was obvious that he didn't believe a word Elder Gu Liang said. She felt that their pavilion master was just desperate and trying all sorts of methods, and Gu Liangchuan was just a charlatan. What could he calculate? When she thought about how he falsely accused her, an old virgin, of being pregnant with a child, she wanted to stuff him into a turtle shell and burn him. At this moment, Elder Gu Liang asked her with a lecherous look. Miao Ruin, what do you want me to be? Do you want to know the whereabouts of your destined child? Elder Miao was immediately furious. He reached out and gave Elder Gu Liang a slap in the face. Although Elder Miao's cultivation is slightly higher than Elder Gu Liang's, under normal circumstances, Elder Gu Liang would definitely be able to dodge. But he was just floating at the moment and didn't expect that Elder Miao would take action. So the slap was so strong that the wig flew off. Elder Gu Liang is not going to do this anymore. Miao Ruin, you bitch. I've calculated for you 800 times, and you are destined to have one child. Why do you keep hitting me? That is to say, a good man does not fight with a woman, otherwise I will beat you up. Elder Miao said nothing. It's not that I feel guilty, but I'm scared. She thought she had slapped Elder Gu Liang's head off. Elder Gui said unhappily, Junior Sister Miao, how could you be so reckless? Why don't you apologize to Elder Gu Liang right away? Elder Miao was angry and anxious, but thinking of the purpose of his visit, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. Elder Gu Liang took the wig handed over by Fangxi, put it on his head and snorted. Is sorry useful? Why did you, Xuanji Pavilion, rip off a large sum of money from our Tianyan Dao sect last time? If you were really sincere, return what you extorted from me last time. Elder Miao was so angry that he was shaking and pointed at Elder Gu Liang, you. At this time, Sect Leader Dai coughed and said, Junior Brother Gu Liang, Elder Miao is a guest from afar, so don't be so unreasonable. Elder Gui secretly cursed Sect Leader Dai for taking sides. If it weren't for Gu Liangchuan's bad mouth, how could these things happen? Now that you put it that way, it seems that he is right. But now that I need help from others, I can only try to smooth things over. Elder Gu Liang was still a little angry, but he didn't dare to disobey Sect Master Dai's order. Then he heard the young disciple say crisply, Master, what Uncle Master said is right. People from Xuanji Pavilion have come all the way to attend your disciple recruiting banquet. You should be more tolerant. Elder Gu Liang. Yup. I almost forgot to ask for a gift. So, he held out his hand and said, Elder Gui, did you hear that? Today is a good day for me to hold a banquet to recruit disciples. Don't you have to show some appreciation? Elder Gui. Are you crazy because of poverty? Sect leader Dai said unhappily, brother, although today is indeed the day you accept a disciple, you can't force Elder Gui to give you a gift. That's outrageous. Elder Gui, don't bother with him. As everyone knows, you in Xuanji Pavilion value etiquette the most, so you will naturally not do anything disrespectful. Elder Gui. It seems that all of you in the sect have gone crazy because of poverty. Elder Gui looked at Feng Shi, who looked well behaved, and then looked at Elder Guliang, who was holding out his paw. Is she your new disciple? Elder Guliang pointed at Zheng Wen who was standing next to him and said, they're my new disciples. Elder Gui thought to himself, why did Guliang Chuan accept two little gods as his disciples? Yes, even a genius would look down on this charlatan. I heard that his eldest disciple was originally extremely talented, but after becoming his disciple, he became lost in the crowd. Elder Gui is in a very conflicted mood right now. On the one hand, he looked down on Elder Guliang, but on the other hand, he could only place his last glimmer of hope on him. With such a complicated mentality, she took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. This pill is called Yulinglong. It has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. You guys take it. Feng Shi and Zheng Wen did not take it immediately, but looked at Elder Guliang, meaning, do you want to accept it or not? Guliang Chang said sternly, it is a gift from an elder, so you cannot refuse it. Accept it. Feng Shi and Zheng Wen then said in unison, thank you, Elder Gui. Then he took the pill and happily put it into his storage ring. Elder Gui almost laughed to death. You master and disciple performed very well. She decided to get down to business quickly, otherwise Tianyan Dao Sect might cause some trouble. Elder Guliang, I came here this time to ask you to calculate why the Bidu blood lotus of my Xuanji Pavilion has not yet sprouted a bud. Elder Guliang was somewhat speechless, then why are you in such a hurry? When it grows, it will be fine. You can't force it to grow faster, right? Elder Gui. She began to understand junior sister Miao a little. This Guliang Chuan has such a mean mouth. Even a well-mannered person would be driven crazy by him. She explained patiently. Normally, the Big Dipper blood lotus will grow about every 100 years and bloom within 7 days. This is very important to our Xuanji Pavilion. On the one hand, many of our Xuanji Pavilion's elixirs will use the Big Dipper blood lotus. On the other hand, we need to use the Big Dipper blood lotus to determine the candidate for the Pavilion Master's successor. But more than a decade has passed since the 100-year period ended, and the Bidu blood lotus still shows no signs of growing buds, so we want you to do the math. Sect leader Dai and the others suddenly realized what was going on. Xuanji Pavilion is famous for its alchemy, and the importance of Bidu blood lotus is self-evident. As for how Xuanji Pavilion uses the Big Dipper blood lotus to determine the candidate for the successor to the Pavilion Master, outsiders do not know. Sect leader Dai said to Elder Guliang, brother, then you do the math. Anyway, even if I can't figure it out, I can still get 30,000 spirit stones. This deal is a sure win. Elder Guliang still gave face to Sect Master Dai in front of outsiders and immediately took out the tortoise shell. Sect leader Dai hurriedly said, well, Elder Gui, the hall is too narrow, let's go outside. Elder Guliang. If you are afraid that I will explode, just tell me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1642 It turns out that Guliang Chuan is a late bloomer. After hearing what Sect leader Dai said, Elder Gui behaved relatively reservedly. The contempt in Elder Miao's eyes was almost tangible. She thought to herself, I almost forgot that this old charlatan's nickname is Guliang Jia. The Pavilion Master is crazy to pin his hopes on this old loser. After Elder Guliang noticed Elder Miao's gaze, he cursed in his heart, you don't trust me, but you still come to me. Do you have no place to spend your Xuanji Pavilion's spiritual stones? Or maybe you really have a son. Although you scold me, you admire my turtle evolution technique in your heart and think I am a modern-day fortune teller. That's why you came to me to calculate the matter of Bidu blood lotus. Correct. That's it. You are a double-tongued bitch. Thinking of this, Elder Guliang suddenly became full of confidence and walked to the small square outside. In front of outsiders, Sect leader Dai couldn't set up a protective formation, so he asked Elder Guliang to stay away, and further away. Elder Guliang was unhappy, but he had to give face to Sect leader Dai in front of outsiders, so he had to walk several dozen feet away. Snort. This time, Guliang Chuan must wash away the shame and let everyone in the world know his name as a divine fortune teller. Elder Guliang was more serious than ever. In the past, it was okay to have an explosion in the sect, after all, they were all family members. It's different now. In front of outsiders from Xuanji Pavilion, especially with Elder Miao, the unreasonable shrew, around, he must show his true abilities. He picked out the best turtle shell in the storage ring, and roasted the turtle shell with spiritual flames while muttering to himself. He had made great progress in studying ancient books recently, but unfortunately, when he was calculating the whereabouts of chess pieces 2 days ago, his turtle shell exploded before he could execute his calculations. This time, he must get back his lost face. I don't know if it's because Elder Guliang's belief is too strong, or if it's because he has exploded several times recently and used up all the quota, so he didn't explode this time. Elder Guliang suddenly felt that he was 2 feet tall. The moment for Guliang Chuan to be proud is finally coming. It is true that gold will shine sooner or later. It turns out that Guliang Chuan is a late bloomer. His good mood disappeared when he was visualizing the hidden lines. This pattern is so strange, it seems to be true but it is not. Why is it so hard to understand? Could it be that his method of improvement was wrong, so he failed to make all the lines appear? He was so panicked that he could only count on his fingers to cover it up. In the eyes of others, Elder Guliang kept calculating with his fingers, which made him look like an immortal. Even Elder Miao looked at him with some respect, thinking that this old charlatan had indeed improved compared to before. Only Feng Shi noticed something unusual about Elder Guliang. Because when she was fooling the old senior from the underground palace in the secret realm of the heavens, she used this trick to delay time. When the master is in trouble, the disciple must go there. Anyway, the turtle shell can't explode at this moment, so it should be fine if we get closer. Thinking of this, she said to Sect Leader Dai, Uncle Master, this is a rare opportunity. I want to contemplate the heavenly patterns with Master, is that okay? The reason why Sect Leader Dai could become the Sect Leader was naturally because he had extraordinary qualities. Several thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. Lu Yi was a very sensible girl and it was impossible for her to rashly make such a request when there were outsiders around. I guess he realized that his unreliable junior fellow apprentice was in a state of humiliation. So, he nodded and said, okay, be careful and don't disturb your master. Feng Shi nodded and hurried to the side of Elder Guliang. When Elder Guliang saw Feng Shi coming, he felt like he had seen a savior. He quickly sent a secret message to Feng Shi, Yi, hurry up, make up a story for Master, or Master will lose all his face. I don't know how that crazy bitch Miao Ruan will slander me. Feng Shi. She subconsciously looked at the tortoise shell, and a pattern with golden lines appeared in her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, she only understood 9 out of 10 aspects of the turtle evolution technique, in short. She knew nothing about it. She felt a little regretful and decided to ask her chief master for some introductory books on the turtle evolution technique. At least she would have something to base her stories on. What can we do now? She knew very little about the Big Dipper blood lotus in Xuanji Pavilion, so how would she know why it didn't form buds? When she was at a loss of what to do, Commander Lu said, I never heard of Xuanji Pavilion when I was alive, but I did hear of Bidu blood lotus. The biggest feature of this spiritual plant is that 7 buds will appear on one flower stem and bloom at the same time. Feng Shi, it turns out to be the Calabash brothers of the Lotus World. Commander Lu continued. I heard that this spiritual plant grows deep in the illusionary ruins sea. When it blooms, it will cause those high-level illusionary ruins beasts to engage in fierce fighting, which will cause the illusionary ruins sea to shake. I didn't expect that Xuanji Pavilion actually transplanted it into the sect. I guess it was a great opportunity. Feng Zai's heart moved. The greatest feature of the fantasy sea is naturally the power of time. So, could it be that the Big Dipper blood lotus has not yet budded because it lacks the power of time? Maybe just get some water from the fantasy sea and water it. No matter whether it works or not, there is no other way now, so why not just do it? So, she began to whisper to Elder Guliang. Elder Guliang pretended to calculate again, then stood up. I already have the answer. Elder Gui asked hurriedly, hurry up and tell me. Elder Guliang put his hands behind his back and said calmly, I'm thirsty, Miao Ruan, pour me a cup of tea. Just as Elder Miao was about to refuse, Elder Gui winked at her. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and asked, where's the tea? Feng Shi hurriedly took out the teapot and teacups. What a sensible girl she is. Elder Miao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Elder Guliang, thinking, you might as well drink it to death. No matter what she thought, Elder Guliang had never tasted such delicious tea in his life. Just like those gas-relieving pills. I feel so happy. Miao Ruan, you have come to this day. What an eye-opener. After drinking the tea, he started to speak some mysterious terms, the main purpose of which was to set an example. Then he said, the cause and effect are revealed by the reversal of the Big Dipper, and the flowering period is not right. The Big Dipper blood lotus in your Xuanji Pavilion lacks the origin of time, so it has not yet grown flower buds. There are 2 ways to solve it. One is to use the power of time to bless it, and the other is to try to irrigate it with the seawater from the Wangsu Sea. After these words were spoken, not to mention Elder Gui and Elder Miao, even Sect Leader Dai and others looked at Elder Guliang with shock. He actually figured it out. Even a solution was given. The turtle evolution technique is so terrifying. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1643, his Guliangchuan spring has finally come. When Elder Guliang saw the shocked looks on everyone's faces, he didn't even know how to show off. Spring has finally arrived in Heguliangchuan. He was about to brag about himself when Feng Shi whispered, Master, I know you are happy, but don't be too happy too soon. You have to leave a way out first, otherwise if Xuanji Pavilion does what you said, and the Bidu blood lotus not only fails to grow buds but also withers, even the Master Uncle will not be able to protect you. Elder Guliang was shocked. Yup. The last time he calculated that the shrew Miao Ruan was destined to have one son, she spent all of his senior brother's private property, and the public deficit has not yet been made up. If anything went wrong with Bidu blood lotus, wouldn't Xuanji Pavilion blackmail Tianyin Dao sect? Thanks to my beloved disciple for being alert, otherwise it would have been terrible. Thinking of this, he said calmly. Although the hexagram shows this, I am not well educated and my calculations may not be accurate. Therefore, let me be frank with you. Whether or not your Xuanji Pavilion adopts it, or what consequences may arise after it is adopted, Guliangchuan and Tianyin Dao sect will not be held responsible. Sect leader Dai suspected that his unreliable junior brother might have been possessed by someone else. Otherwise, how could he speak human language? But then he thought about it and understood that it must be Lu Yi who told him that. Although the girl is young, she is very thorough in doing things, which is really rare. He immediately said to Elder Gui, what my junior brother said is very true. Although his tortoise derivation technique has improved, it is inevitable that there will be mistakes in deduction. Furthermore, the Bidu blood lotus is your clan's most precious treasure, so you should be cautious. Elder Gui smiled and said, of course. Regardless of whether the reason Elder Guliang deduced is accurate or not, we are very grateful for it. Elder Gui was very prompt in his actions. After he finished speaking, he gave Sect Leader Dai the 1 million spirit stones that had been agreed upon in advance, and then said goodbye. Sect Leader Dai tried to persuade Elder Gui to stay again and again, but was declined by Elder Gui. Sect Leader Dai had no choice but to give up and asked Elder Bai and others to send Elder Gui and the others out of the mountain gate. Because Elder Gu Liang showed up today, even though he was full of resentment towards Elder Miao, he also followed him to the outside of the mountain gate. Seeing that Elder Gui and the others were about to leave, Elder Gu Liang coughed twice and said, "Miao Ruan, can you please talk to me for a moment?" Elder Miao frowned and was about to refuse, but Elder Gui gave her a look. Now Elder Gui has a new respect for Elder Gu Liang. No matter how unreliable this man was before, his current turtle evolution technique is indeed extraordinary. Maybe he'll need his help in the future, so it's better not to offend him if possible. Elder Miao had no choice but to follow Elder Gu Liang to the side. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Elder Gu Liang said earnestly, "I have calculated for you several times since then, and the hexagrams have always shown that you are destined to have a child. Why don't you think about it again? No matter what happened between you and the child's father before, the child is innocent." Elder Miao raised his hand and slapped him, but fortunately Elder Gu Liang dodged quickly and flew away more than 10 feet away. He is so angry. He clearly meant well and even went out of his way to avoid other people, yet this shrew actually wanted to hit him. It is unreasonable. Elder Miao's eyes turned red with anger. She pointed at Elder Gu Liang and said, "Gu Liangchuan, I will kill you sooner or later." Elder Bai and others hurried forward to mediate and finally sent the people from Xuanji Pavilion away. Elder Gu Liang was still standing there stupidly, like a wooden sculpture or clay figurine. Fang Shi came over. "Master, master." After shouting several times, Elder Gu Liang finally came to his senses and said angrily, "That shrew actually wanted to kill me in revenge. How unreasonable." "Humph, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I don't bother to pay attention to her." After saying that, he looked at Elder Bai and said, "Bai Lin, are you shocked by my performance today? Are you ashamed of your previous low opinion of others?" Elder Bai sneered, "It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse." Elder Gu Liang put his hands on his hips and said, "A dead mouse is still a mouse. I just want to ask you whether you are convinced or not." Hall Master Teng was afraid that he would quarrel with Elder Bai, so he hurriedly said, "Elder Gu Liang, the Sect Master is still waiting for our report, let's hurry back." Elder Gu Liang still gave face to Hall Master Teng and really kept his mouth shut. After the group arrived at the meeting hall, Sect Leader Dai praised Elder Gu Liang and asked him, "Junior brother, Xuanji Pavilion gave you 1 million spirit stones as a reward for your deduction. What do you plan to do with this money?" Elder Gu Liang thought, "Aren't you pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth? Of course I have to keep my money in my own pocket." But thinking of what Sect Leader Dai said a few days ago, and the large amount of gifts he received at the disciple recruiting banquet, he bit his tongue and said, "Brother, I haven't made any contribution to the sect over the years, and I've caused you a lot of trouble, so out of these 1 million spirit stones, I'll give 10,000 to the sect and 10,000 to you, and I'll keep the rest for myself." Sect Leader Dai, "You put in a lot of effort, and in the end you only get 20,000. You are really stingy." Fang Shi kept winking at Elder Gu Liang, who struggled for a long time before reluctantly saying, "Brother, I was just joking with you. Without the sect, how could I, the divine calculator, be where I am today? Therefore, I don't want a penny of these 1 million spirit stones, I will donate them all to the sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall was in an uproar. Is Gu Liangchuan crazy? He was so shameless these past few days holding a banquet to recruit disciples and make money, why is he suddenly so generous? Sect Leader Dai also thought he had heard it wrong. "Junior brother, are you telling the truth?" Elder Gu Liang's voice trembled slightly. "Of course it's true. I, Gu Liangchuan, always keep my word." His heart is bleeding. But he knew Fang Shi would definitely not cheat him, so he could only do as he was told. Sect Master Dai showed a look of relief. "Junior brother, it seems that what Senior Dagong said is right. You are indeed the backbone of our Tianyan Dao sect." Elder Gu Liang forced a smile and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Senior brother. This is what I should do." After saying this, he fell silent. Because he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would cry out loud. 1 million spirit stones. He risked his face to hold the disciple recruiting banquet but only collected more than 200,000 spirit stones, but ended up donating 1 million in one go. Big loss. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1644, at the critical moment, it still has to be your senior brother. When Elder Gu Liang was feeling heartbroken, he heard Sect Leader Dai say, "Junior brother, although you are sincere, it is not appropriate for the sect to accept all of it. How about this, the sect keeps 500,000, and you keep the remaining 500,000 for daily expenses." Elder Gu Liang was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he could still keep half of it. At critical moments, it is still your senior brother who helps you. He pretended to refuse, but really did it because he was afraid that Sect Leader Dai would take it seriously. Although Sect Master Dai was somewhat speechless, Elder Gu Liang's performance today was much better than he expected, and he rarely showed a smile. "Junior brother, from now on, just concentrate on studying the turtle evolution technique. The sect will definitely give you strong support so that you don't have to worry about anything." Although Elder Gu Liang felt painful about donating the 500,000 yuan, he still pretended to show his determination. Sect Leader Dai praised Elder Gu Liang again, and discussed the Big Dipper Blood Lotus and Xuanji Pavilion with everyone before letting them leave. Then, he called Gu Liangchang and his 4 disciples to the study. "Brother, tell me, what's going on?" Elder Gu Liang said with a pained look, "Are you talking about donating money? It was only because Yi kept winking at me that I donated." Sect Leader Dai, "I'm asking about the hexagram of the Big Dipper Blood Lotus." Elder Gu Liang pretended to be confused. "Hexagram? Of course I deduced it." Sect Master Dai snorted coldly. "Don't I know your character? It must be Yi who deduced it and told you." "Okay, shut up, Yi, tell me." Elder Gu Liang, "You were calling me the backbone of the sect just now in the hall, how come you turned against me so quickly? Besides, I acted pretty well. How did you see that?" Fang Shi knew that he couldn't hide it from Sect Master Dai, so he quickly said, Uncle Master, you also know that I haven't started learning the turtle evolution technique yet, so I am just making it up. I think since Bidoof Blood Lotus is a lotus, it must be inseparable from water. Ordinary water definitely won't work, so I thought of the fantasy sea, but I had to find a reason, so I thought of the power of time, and then I made up this excuse. Uncle Master, I know I am a bit rash, but if I don't do this, my master will lose face. Besides, Fang Shi seemed to be hesitant to talk here, as if he had some concerns. Sect Leader Dai said gently, Yi, we are all family, just speak directly if you have anything to say, don't worry. Fang's eyes stiff body relaxed slightly. Uncle Master, that Elder Gui said the Palace Master Cow of Xing'Yao Sect didn't figure it out, so I think this is a good opportunity for us to suppress them. No matter whether the calculated result is correct or not, at least we have calculated it. If there is good news from Xuanji Pavilion, it will prove to the world that our Tinyan Dao Sect is the orthodox one, and Xing'Yao Sect is nothing but a clown. Sect Leader Dai nodded repeatedly. It's rare that you can be so far-sighted at such a young age, not bad. By the way, why did you hint to your master to donate all the 1 million spirit stones to the sect? Uncle Master, my master has mentioned you to us many times, saying that you have cleaned up a lot of messes for him over the years, and many people in the sect have complained about you. I just want to take this opportunity to let my master make you proud and shut those people up. If you take care of my master again in the future, you will have a reason to do so, and others won't be able to say anything. In addition, although we have made the ugly statements clear today, it is inevitable that Xuanji Pavilion will go back on its word. If something really happens to the Bidoof Blood Lotus, they might come to cause trouble for my master. If my master had put all the spirit stones into his own pocket, the other people in the sect might have stood idly by, but now that everyone has benefited, they naturally cannot escape responsibility. Elder Gu Liang slapped his thigh and said, so that's what you mean. There's no need to donate everything, just a few 100,000 will be enough. Sect Leader Dai looked very disappointed. Your brain is not as smart as Yi's. Can the effect of you donating 100,000 be the same as donating all of it to people? Besides, with me here, how can I really ask you to donate everything? Elder Gu Liang scratched his head and said, I don't want to think about these twists and turns. You are still good at this, after all, those who wanted to be the sect leader were tricked by you. Sect Leader Dai. Fang Shi was also speechless. She originally had a plan, which was to make Elder Gu Liang a fortune teller and then make a lot of money by fortune telling. As long as you create the right momentum, it won't take long before you become rich. But her master is not that kind of person. What a good charlatan, with a broken mouth. Sect Leader Dai was too lazy to say anything more. He had asked all the questions he needed to ask, so he sent the 4 masters and disciples away. On the way back, Elder Gu Liang was a little depressed. Li Zhe thought he was heartbroken about the 500,000 spirit stones he donated, and said, Master, I'm not saying anything as your disciple, but the money the sect has spent on you over the years is more than 500,000 yuan. Just donate it, why do you have to keep looking so sad? His original intention was to comfort Elder Gu Liang, but Elder Gu Liang exploded when he heard it. You little bastard, you've forgotten your roots after just a few days of eating well. That's $500,000. I have to teach you a lesson today. So, he chased Li Zhe and wanted to beat him. Li Zhe ran away. Elder Gu Liang is chasing closely behind. Fang Shi and Junwen. We two, who are so normal, seem a little out of place at this moment. Fang Shi and Junwen whispered, Brother, I don't think Master is worried about the 500,000 spirit stones. Junwen immediately revealed a blazing gossipy look. I thought so too. Ever since Elder Miao said he wanted to kill him, he has been a little distracted. Little sister, do you think he is afraid that Elder Miao is really going to kill him? Fang Shi. Forget it, there are some things I tell idiots like you, but you won't understand. She turned to Commander Lu and asked, Master, what do you think? Commander Lu said with a click of his tongue, isn't this obvious? That old loser has been trying to provoke Elder Miao, isn't he just trying to attract his attention? Before, Elder Miao was just angry, and he would be happy to accept it even if Elder Miao slapped him. As a result, this time the matter got out of hand. Seeing that the other party was getting angry and threatening to kill him, he was at a loss. Pooh. WTF. Fang Shi also guessed so. Although Elder Gu Liang was indeed stupid sometimes, he was not so stupid. He kept using the saying, I'm destined to have a son, to provoke Elder Miao. The only explanation is that he wanted to use this excuse to get close to Elder Miao. But his emotional intelligence is too low and the result is counterproductive. She was a little puzzled. Did Elder Gu Liang have a good impression of Elder Miao before, or did he develop a good impression of her after being chased all the way after fortune-telling? The sound of the wooden sword immediately rang out in the divine consciousness. Master, do you even need to ask this? He must have fallen in love with the other person after he was beaten up by her. He is just like me, a cheap bastard. Fang Shi. On the other side, on the flying boat, Elder Gui was counseling Elder Miao. That Gu Liangchuan is just a scoundrel, just treat him as if he is talking nonsense, why are you bothering with him? You too, I originally told you not to come this time to avoid a conflict with him, but you insisted on coming, and ended up getting yourself into trouble. Elder Miao remained silent and just kept sharpening his knife. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1645 Master's love is like a tornado. Seeing that The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1645 Master's love is like a tornado. Seeing that Elder Meow was unmoved, Elder Gui changed the subject. However, Gu Liangchuan is really impressive, he actually figured it out. Although I don't know whether his calculation is correct yet, I think it's 80% accurate. Our trip was not in vain, and we can give an explanation to the pavilion master when we return. Unfortunately, there are too few people who practice the power of time. Even if there are, they're not people that our Xuanji pavilion can invite. We can only send people to the Wangsu Sea to fetch seawater. Elder Meow's sharpening of the knife slowed down noticeably, and he snorted coldly. I don't think he has made any progress at all. Even if his calculations are correct, it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Elder Gui was happy. It doesn't matter whether it's a dead mouse or a live mouse, as long as the Bidu blood lotus can grow flower buds, it's fine. By the way, who do you think will be chosen by Bidu blood lotus as the successor to the pavilion master? Elder Meow sneered. To be honest, I don't think anyone is qualified. We can only pick the best one among the losers. Elder Gui laughed and said, you're just asking too much. I think they're all good. They're definitely better than Gu Liangchuan's 2 disciples. They're only at the spiritualization stage. It is estimated that they will never reach the Mahayana stage in their lifetime. Elder Meow nodded. That's right, his 2 disciples not only have low cultivation, but also just like that charlatan, they are very short-sighted. Fangxi, who was praised by Elder Meow for being short-sighted, was trying to get Elder Guliang to say something. Master, please stop chasing after my brother. Tell me about Elder Meow. Elder Guliang didn't know whether it was because he was chasing Li Zhe or what, but his face turned red. What's there to say about a shrew like her? She might as well practice hard instead of wasting time. Okay, both of you stop following me and go back to practice. After saying that, he ran away like a dog. Fangxi. Understood. Real hammer. There was nothing wrong with her and Commander Lu's affair. It was estimated that Elder Meow might not be that annoyed with her cheap master. Otherwise, given the feud between them, she should have wished she could never see each other again in this life. How could she have come here so eagerly? It's not like there's no one else in Xuanji Pavilion, so we have to send her. Her cheap master said that Elder Meow was destined to have a son. Could it be that the son was born between them? By the way, can they still have children at this age? However, with her cheap master's emotional intelligence, can he win the girl's heart? Originally this was an opportunity to ease the situation, but he ended up saying something mean and offended others. Even if Elder Meow really has some affection for him, he will use up his reputation sooner or later, and love will turn into hate. Commander Lu was speechless. If you have the skills to match people up, why don't you find some time to ask Gu Liangchuan for a set of books on the turtle evolution technique so that you can familiarize yourself with them and not even be unable to make up lies? Fangxi felt that what Commander Lu said made sense, so he hurried to find Elder Guliang. Elder Guliang was looking at himself in the mirror, and his bald head still showed no sign of growth. Or when he wears a wig in the future, should he put some glue on his head? To prevent the wig from falling off at the slightest disturbance. When he was feeling worried, he heard Fangxi's soul calling cry from outside. Master, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Elder Guliang quickly put his wig back on and opened the gate. Why are you coming to me instead of practicing hard? Fangxi thought, you used to smile like a flower when you saw me, but now you are finding fault with me. What did I do wrong? Didn't I just ask Elder Meow a question? It turns out that he values women more than his disciples. Master, can you give me some books about the turtle evolution technique? I can read them when I'm tired of practicing, change my mind, and take a rest. Elder Guliang. Is this what you call human language? The turtle evolution technique is extremely profound, and even if you concentrate on it you may not be able to understand it. Do you still think of it as a rest? If you can understand it in just the time you take to rest, what am I? Pig. However, he still gave Fangxi a lot of books, some of which he had collected before and some of which he brought out from the underground palace. If nothing else, let the little apprentice learn more terms so that the next time when he helps him make up lies, it will be more perfect. If it weren't for his beloved disciple helping him smooth things over today, how could he show up like this? Even that Shrew Miao Ruan poured him tea. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly turned from gloomy to cheerful and he began to ask Fangxi about her well-being. Fangxi, oh, Master's love is like a tornado, it comes and goes as it pleases. She felt it necessary to give Elder Guliang some advice so that he wouldn't suffer from love at such an old age. Master, I have something to say to you, but I will only tell you if you promise not to be angry. Elder Guliang bared his teeth and said, speak, speak. Why should we, the master and the disciple, be angry or not? Master, I'll tell you then. As far as I know, all the female cultivators in Xuanji Pavilion are ruthless and have no regard for love. Yet you repeatedly say that Elder Meow is destined to have a child. Not only are you putting her in the whirlpool of public opinion, but this is also an insult to her. I don't know what happened between you before, but in my opinion, this matter is entirely your fault, and you have let down Elder Meow. A slap on the face from Elder Meow was not enough. He should have stabbed you through the heart with his sword. Do you know why you lose your hair? Because you are immoral. Elder Guliang almost fainted from anger. He pointed at Fangxi and said, you evil disciple, you evil disciple. Fangxi curled her lips. Master, you see, I just said 2 sentences, and you can't stand it. Elder Meow has endured much more than this. Elder Guliang gritted his teeth. What do you know? When your master was alive, you warned me not to mess with the female cultivators in Xuanji Pavilion, so I always avoid them whenever I meet them. If Miao Ruoan hadn't clung to me like a dog skin plaster and insisted that I tell her fortune, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to her. After the calculation was done, she came back to find trouble. She is wrong, and I am even more wrong. I just told the truth, and she brought people to cause trouble in our Tianyan Dao sect and extorted so many good things. I have lost all my reputation and become a laughing stock. She was unkind first, then I was unjust. Besides, I've calculated it so many times and got the same result, so it must be correct. I just wanted to tell her so that she won't regret it for the rest of her life. I mean well too. Forget it, forget it. At worst I won't say anything about it anymore and won't have anything to do with her anymore. Anyway, whether she has a child or not is none of my business. I don't need to worry about it. Feng Shi. Although she felt that what Elder Gu Liang said was a little exaggerated, it was generally true. If that's the case, it's a bit complicated. Forget it. As a little girl, she cannot understand the love, hate and emotions of the elderly. Let them solve it themselves. She took the conversation back and made Elder Gu Liang laugh with just a few words. Before leaving, Elder Gu Liang gave many instructions. Yi, you can read those books but don't try them yet. You are not as tough as me, your master. If you accidentally explode your tortoise shell, the consequences will be disastrous. Feng Shi nodded obediently and went back to her residence happily. Out of curiosity, she took out an introductory book on the art of turtle evolution. She read 10 lines at a glance and finished reading quickly. Then my hands started to itch. Theory must be linked, practice is king. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1646 Feng Shi's first deduction. Feng Shi rummaged around in the storage ring but couldn't find the turtle shell for the experiment. Since it was an experiment, she naturally wouldn't take the risk of using a little turtle. Mu Jian reminded her, Master, you can use the Golden Gang Fantasy Ruins turtle shell that the old charlatan voluntarily gave to you. Feng Shi. She really forgot about this. Because she was afraid that the fire-swallowing Pixiu would steal the food, she placed the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle separately in a storage ring. There have been too many things going on these days and I forgot to return it to Elder Gu Liang. She is too lazy to move today, so she will send it to her chief master tomorrow. If he still doesn't accept it, then she'll just have to stay reluctantly. However, it should be fine to use it for experiments for the time being. This thing must not be tinkered with. So, she took out the Jingang Wangsu tortoise shell, and according to the procedure, she first used her right hand to raise a spiritual flame, and while roasting it she chanted the formula she had just learned. The formula of turtle evolution technique is divided into two parts, consisting of basic formula and advanced formula. Basic formulas are necessary, while advanced formulas are flexibly combined and used according to the content of divination. The effect depends on the level and understanding of the Tianyan master. Feng Shi has just started learning the turtle evolution technique, so he only plans to use the basic formulas. Although the accuracy rate is not very high, it is easy to get started. This method can only calculate two corresponding results, such as good or bad, yes or no, etc. She decided to see if Elder Gu Liang and Elder Miao could be a couple. Commander Lu. You are really free. However, he was also very curious about whether Feng Shi could succeed in her first deduction. After all, she had the all-seeing heavenly eye, which sounded incredible. As the spiritual power burned, the shell of the Jingang Wangsu turtle made crackling sounds. Feng Shi felt very happy. It seemed that she was indeed very talented and much better than her master who could only blow up turtle shells. She was just enjoying herself when she heard a click. She looked closely and saw a very obvious crack on the shell of the Jingang Wangsu turtle. This is different from the lines that appear in divination, this is a real crack. Just when she was a little confused, there was a loud bang. Zheng Wen, who was practicing in the next yard, was blown away by a huge air wave. When he came to his senses, he had already crashed into Li Zhe's yard. Li Zhe was not in a much better condition, as half of his house collapsed. Fortunately, he was experienced and rushed out at lightning speed. He helped Zheng Wen up. Junior brother, what's going on? Zheng Wen had no time to answer him. He immediately looked towards Feng Shi's yard and saw thick smoke and rising flames. He rushed over quickly. Little junior sister, little junior sister. He couldn't care about acting now, and Feng Shi was indeed his junior sister now. Zheng Wen rushed directly into the fire, looking for Feng Shi. He has fireproof beads, so he is not afraid of being burned. Finally, he found Feng Shi, unconscious and bleeding from all 7 orifices, in a corner. At this time, Li Zhe also rushed in. Seeing this scene, his heart rose to his throat, and he said to Zheng Wen, hurry up and carry junior sister outside. I will send a message to master and ask him to come over quickly. In fact, there is no need to send a message. With such a big commotion, many people have already come here. Sure enough, as soon as Zheng Wen carried Feng Shi to the open space, many of his disciples came over. No matter how these disciples usually look down on them, the 3 brothers and sisters, they all came to help at this moment. Some were holding water, some were holding pills, and some were helping to wave people. At this time, Elder Zhao hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. The reason why he came so timely was because he wanted to borrow Linglong Dan from Xuanji Pavilion from Feng Shi, but he didn't expect to arrive just in time. He quickly checked Feng Shi's condition, then took out the pill and fed it to her. Zheng Wen hurriedly asked, Elder Zhao, how is my sister doing? She was just knocked unconscious. The bleeding from all 7 orifices should have triggered the root of the disease left in the secret realm of the universe. She should be fine after a few days of rest. Zheng Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zhe also let out a sigh of relief. He was a little puzzled. Why did the explosion and fire happen out of nowhere? Generally speaking, isn't this what his master does? At this time, Elder Gu Liang arrived. When he saw Feng Shi unconscious, his head buzzed. Although Elder Zhao said it was nothing serious, but his beloved disciple had his eyes tightly closed and his face was covered in blood, who wouldn't be worried? Fortunately, Feng Shi woke up at this time. She was a little confused at first, but after seeing Elder Gu Liang, she felt a little guilty. Teacher, master. Seeing her like this, Elder Gu Liang immediately guessed what was going on. Did you deduce it secretly? Fang Shi laughed dryly twice. Elder Gu Liang pointed at her and said, what did I tell you? I told you not to speculate. Do you think I was talking nonsense? You little bastard. You've only just come into contact with the turtle evolution technique and you dare to deduce it. Do you think your life is too long? I must beat you to death today. He was shouting happily, with his hands raised up, and he refused to let them fall. Because I can't bear to do so. The disciples who were watching changed the previous warm attitude and started to chirp. As expected, the disciple will be taught the same way as the master. Elder Gu Liang would explode his tortoise shell whenever he had nothing to do, and this Liu Yi is no less capable than him. To be precise, he is better than his teacher. He blew up 3 houses in his first deduction. This is much more destructive than Elder Gu Liang's. I have a feeling that the miscellaneous affairs hall will be busy. Ellipsis. Elder Gu Liang was reluctant to hit Fang Shi, and was not polite at all to these disciples. He kicked several of them away in the blink of an eye. You little bastards are so lawless that you dare to frame me in front of me. You are really rebellious. When the situation was in chaos, Sect Master Dai arrived. He sent away all the outsiders and only kept Master Gu Liang, his disciples and Elder Zhao. Yi, tell me, what's going on? Fang Shi looked at Elder Gu Liang with a guilty conscience and told him what had happened. Elder Gu Liang screamed. What, you blew up the Golden Gang illusionary turtle shell? If I had known this, I would have kept it for myself. Fang Shi laughed dryly and said, Master, if you had stayed here, it might have exploded more severely than me. I am helping you to deal with the disaster. Elder Gu Liang, stop talking nonsense. You are not good enough in your skills, so you blew up the tortoise shell. If it was me, I would be fine. Elder Zhao's mind moved. The Golden Gang Wangsu tortoise shell can be used as medicine. Even if it exploded, there should be some fragments. I will go and look for it. After saying that, he searched for the fragments of the Jinggang Wangsu tortoise shell in the ruins. Unfortunately nothing was found. Were they all blown to pieces? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1647, your mentality is 1 year ahead of us. Elder Gu Liang looked very distressed. There's not even a dregs left. If I had known this would happen, I would have touched it a few more times. After saying that, he looked at Fang Shi and said, you are worthy of being my apprentice. You can even fry turtle shells better than me. Sect leader Dai and his companions. Are you just praising me? Fang Shi sighed silently. In the past, she had often laughed at her cheap master for blowing up a tortoise shell. As a result, her first fortune-telling session ended with the blowing up of 3 courtyards and the blowing of the Jinggang Wangsu tortoise shell into powder. Alas, the boomerang of fate hit me right between the eyes. But this was also because the broken turtle shell was not strong enough. Old Thief Lu said the thing was so rare, but she blew it into pieces without any effort. If I think about it this way, I feel a little proud. She sighed in her heart and motioned Zhang Wen to help her stand up. It's not that the ground is just quite cold. Fifth brother, you should spread a blanket for me. Zhang Wen carefully helped Fang Shi up, and then let out a cry. The sound was so sudden that Fang Shi staggered with fright. Sect leader Dai and his companions were also startled and all looked at Zhang Wen. Gu Liangchang said with a sullen face, what are you yelling about? Zhang Wen said nothing and pointed his finger at Fang Shi's back. Elder Gu Liang followed Zhang Wen's gaze and also let out a roar, which was even louder than Zhang Wen's. Elder Zhao was somewhat speechless. You and your disciple are both of the wolf element, right? It's okay, what's up? But when he turned behind Fang Shi, he almost screamed out. The one who had to be mentioned was Sect Master Dai. Although he was screaming like a wild boar in his heart, he looked calm. Yi, you have to be mentally prepared. At this time, Zhang Wen had already taken out 2 mirrors and motioned Fang Shi to look at them herself. Fang Shi saw that there was an extra turtle shell on his back. It was the Jinggang Wangsu turtle shell that should have been blown into pieces. This is not the strangest thing. The strangest thing is that the turtle shell has grown together with her back, as if she was originally a transformed little turtle. Spirit. Fang Shi. Could it be that I draw too many turtles every day and this is my retribution? Sect leader Dai and the others were afraid that Fang Shi would be upset, and when they were about to comfort her, they saw her chuckling. This thing is really good. Isn't it like I have an extra natural shield? In the future when we fight, I only need to protect the front. If I really can't win, I can just retreat into my shell and be a little turtle. Sect leader Dai and his companions. Apart from anything else, your mentality is 10,000 years ahead of us. Fang Shi twisted her torso left and right, admiring it for a long time, saying, the golden spots on this tortoise shell are so pretty, and they suit me very well. Originally, Sect leader Dai and the others thought that she was just being stubborn, but now they no longer have any doubts about that. She really didn't take it seriously. How could they know that there were a bunch of strange people living in someone's sea of consciousness, 5 dog spread roots in his dungeon, and 49 Sanskrit characters living in a small puddle hidden somewhere? She doesn't need a few more little turtle shells. As for image and aesthetics, they are all created by public opinion. As long as she wants, the tortoise shell outfit will soon become popular in Tiang continent. At this time, Zhang Wen discovered a very critical problem. Little sister, why didn't you see this turtle shell when you were lying down before? Did you feel uncomfortable just now? Fang Shi shook her head. No, not at all. To verify, she lay on the ground again, and the turtle shell did not disappear. Fang Shi chuckled. From now on, I don't need to go to bed anymore. I can just sleep on the floor. If I feel happy, I can even turn around a few times on the spot. Sect leader Dai and his companions. Again, you are in such a good mental state. At this moment, the turtle shell that was originally on Fang Shi's back fell off and fell to the ground with a bang. Fang Shi felt quite regretful. This thing isn't strong. It turns out that human flesh can't stick to a dog. Everyone. Elder Gu Liang thought that he had originally wanted to give the tortoise shell to his beloved disciple, but now it seemed that keeping it in her hands would be a waste of resources, and it might explode again one day. It would be better for him to use it first, and then give it to her when his beloved disciple has learned something. So he quickly rushed to the turtle shell and reached out to grab it, but he couldn't. The turtle shell seemed to be welded to the ground. Elder Gu Liang asked Feng Shi, "Did you refine it?" Feng Shi shook her head, "No." "Then why can't I lift it or put it into the storage ring?" Feng Shi, "Maybe it doesn't match your zodiac sign." Elder Gu Liang, "My zodiac sign is not compatible with mine. Is it compatible with you? Were you born in the year of the green bean? Were you two attracted to each other?" While he was speechless, Feng Shi walked forward and picked up the turtle shell easily. In fact, when it was in the underground palace, the turtle shell was very large, but it was not that big after it came out. "Master, this is for you." Feng Shi brought the tortoise shell to Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang's originally speechless mood suddenly blossomed. However, his head shook like a rattle. "Master appreciates your kindness, but some things cannot be forced. This turtle shell has obviously recognized you as its master." Sect leader Dai thought that although his junior fellow apprentice was unreliable, he was very kind to his disciple. Seeing that Elder Gu Liang refused to accept it, Feng Shi had no choice but to put the tortoise shell into his storage ring. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time. Sect leader Dai reprimanded Feng Shi quite seriously. Feng Shi was as obedient as a little quail, and repeatedly assured that she would never use the tortoise shell deduction again without Elder Gu Liang's permission. Only then did Sect leader Dai leave. Elder Zhao also said goodbye and left, but before leaving he borrowed Feng Shi's Ling Long Dan. In the end, only 4 masters and apprentices were left. Just when Elder Gu Liang was about to criticize Feng Shi a few more times, Deacon Yi arrived with a large group of people. "Elder Gu Liang, I will bring people to repair the house." Elder Gu Liang looked at him for a long while and thought a lot. For example, those hard days when he and his silly apprentice carried bricks. For example, the excuses Deacon Yi gave in order not to repair his house. Deacon Yi was so frightened by being stared at, but fortunately Elder Gu Liang just spat at him and turned away. Feng Shi greeted them with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Deacon Yi and fellow disciples." Deacon Yi said a few polite words and began to direct the people to clear the ruins so that they could build houses on the original site. In fact, there is no need for him to direct it personally, but he wants to perform. Elder Gu Liang shined today, and their status as master and disciple will surely rise. If not now, when will they try to please him? Otherwise, if Elder Gu Liang brings up old issues, he will definitely suffer the consequences. Among so many deacons in the miscellaneous affairs hall, he is the one who does the best, and the main reason is that he knows how to adapt to the times. Although Feng Shi was not seriously injured, he was a little tired after all the trouble, so he simply found an open space to meditate and regulate his breathing. Zhang Wen naturally had to accompany him. Wherever the junior sister is, there he is. Li Zhe also accompanied him. On the one hand, he was worried about Feng Shi, and on the other hand, he had nowhere to go. More than half of the house had collapsed and needed to be repaired. While Feng Shi was meditating, he heard a commotion. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1648. What are you playing? Feng Shi opened her eyes and looked over. I saw the disciples who were cleaning up the ruins gathered together and discussed something. Deacon Yi noticed something unusual and walked over to ask. What happened? Those people said in unison. Deacon Yi, look, this place has collapsed. It seems to be a stone chamber below. Ellipsis. Before Deacon Yi had time to think about it, Feng Shi and Zhang Wen had already arrived. Deacon Yi. Lu Qi is fine, but Lu Yi, weren't you so weak and unable to take care of yourself just now? Why are you happier than a rabbit now? Feng Shi stretched his neck to take a look and saw that there really seemed to be a stone chamber below. There must be something good in there. She felt so regretful. If I had known this would happen, I should have let Fugui crawl underneath to take a look. But now he's exposed in broad daylight and I have no choice but to hand him over to the police. It seems that it is necessary to let Fugui dig underground when he has nothing to do in the future. Maybe he can get a lot of good things. Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. This stone chamber should have originally been surrounded by a barrier, so even if a mutated Earth Digger Thorn Beast got underneath, it wouldn't be able to find it. I guess it was just a coincidence that the barrier was blown apart by the tortoise shell, which is why it was revealed. While they were talking, Deacon Yi had already reported the matter to Elder Bai. Elder Bai reported this to Sect Leader Dai again. Sect Leader Dai had just returned to the yard and had not even sat down in his chair yet, so he had to rush over again. What an exciting day it was. Feng Shi secretly sent a message to Elder Gu Liang. Otherwise, they will have no say when the spoils are divided later. Soon, several sect leaders met here again. At this time, the ruins around the stone chamber had been cleared away. After confirming that there was no danger, everyone went down into the stone chamber. The result was empty. Feng Shi was looking forward to dividing the spoils. Play. After all this fanfare, the house is empty. Sect Leader Dai and the others were also greatly disappointed, but the end of the house could be seen at a glance, and it was indeed an empty house. Feng Shi did not give up. He jumped around like a badger eager to eat a melon, afraid of missing any clues. Even if I can find a spread stone, it would be fine. At least it can mend her broken heart. She suddenly remembered that when she was in the Wangu Xianzong, Gong Yechen hid the sect master's order inside the wall of the Nether City Purgatory. So, this guy started to read the blue bricks on the wall. Although there may have been a concealing formation originally, it was probably destroyed after her earth-shattering explosion. You won't say it, she actually found something strange about one of the blue bricks. She quickly took out her dagger and began to pry carefully. Sect Leader Dai and the others noticed her actions and gathered around. After the blue brick was pried out, there was actually a jade box inside. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Among them, Elder Gu Liang's voice was the loudest. Baby. It must be a baby. Yi, don't open it yet. I have something to say. Elder Gu Liang looked at Sect Leader Dai and said, Brother, if it weren't for Yi exploding the tortoise shell, we would never have discovered this stone chamber in our next life. If it weren't for Yi's intelligence, we would have no chance of finding this jade box. Therefore, it is reasonable that the things in this jade box should belong to Yi. If you agree, I will let Yi open it and let you open your eyes. If you don't agree, I will let Yi put the jade box into the storage ring. Sect Leader Dai. So whether I agree or not, this jade box will belong to your apprentice. He said with a sullen face, how dare you? Although Yi has made great contributions, the reward should be decided after discussion. How can we make a promise now? Step aside, and if you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. Elder Gu Liang rolled his eyes. When we were master and disciple, you always called us family, but now you act like a sect leader. However, he didn't really want Sect Leader Dai to give the jade box to Feng Shi. He just wanted to create momentum so that it would be easier to talk when dividing the spoils later. When it comes to money, his brain is much sharper than usual. At this time, Feng Shi handed the jade box to Sect Leader Dai. Uncle Master, please deal with it. Are you kidding? Even if Elder Gu Liang hadn't said anything, she had no intention of opening the jade box. Who knows if there was an ambush in it? She wouldn't take the risk. When Sect Leader Dai took the jade box and was about to open it, he saw that Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were not only desperately adding protective shields to their bodies, but were also ready to escape at any time. Sect Leader Dai. He signaled everyone to disperse, then put on a protective shield for himself before opening the jade box. It turned out that there was a scroll of animal skin inside. Feng Shi was the first to jump over. How fast it ran before, how fast it comes now. Uncle Master, please open it and take a look. For a moment, Sect Leader Dai didn't know whether to praise her for being clever or scold her for being cunning. He was also curious about what was recorded on the scroll, so he opened it immediately. Feng Shi stretched his neck and saw that there was a map drawn on it. Strangely, there were no locations marked, only some places were marked in red. Just as she was wondering, the animal skin scroll in Sect Leader Dai's hand suddenly caught fire. Because the accident happened so suddenly, by the time Sect Leader Dai reacted, the animal skin scroll had already been burnt to ashes. At the same time, inside Feng Shi's sea of consciousness, a fight began between the black and white jade sips. Before Feng Shi could say anything, Mu Jian shouted angrily, Master is still injured, what are you doing? If you want to fight, wait until Master dies. Feng Shi. However, the black and white jade sip really stopped fighting. Feng Shi felt that he had solved a cold case. Before, when she was in the Changsheng sect, the animal skin scroll spontaneously combusted as soon as she saw it. Tao Wu also said that it was caused by the power of time contained in her eyes, but now it seems that it is the jade sip's fault. She said that she would never do anything immoral to damage public property. At this time, Elder Gu Liang shouted. Brother, why are you so careless? How did you burn the parchment roll? Master Dai, percent and asterisk hash at percent. Feng Shi hurriedly said, Master, you wronged my uncle. I saw clearly that the parchment scroll was self-ignited. Zhang Wen also quickly testified. Yes, Master, I saw it too, the parchment scroll spontaneously combusted. Sect Leader Dai felt somewhat comforted. Although his fellow apprentice was unreliable, fortunately his nephews were more sensible. He ignored Elder Gu Liang and took out a pen and paper to draw the map he saw. Unfortunately, the map was too complicated and he only remembered the general idea. When Master Teng and others came over, they only took a quick glance at the map, and then it burned, so they could not remember it anymore. Feng Shi weakly raised her little paw. Uncle Master, can I add a few more strokes? After Sect Master Dai nodded, Feng Shi filled in the mistakes and omissions in Sect Master Dai's drawings. Elder Gu Liang was immediately proud of it. My apprentice. This is my apprentice. Follow me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1649 is really good. Elder Gu Liang was about to show off when Elder Bai said. This map is so strange. Why are there no locations marked, only these red dots? His words immediately attracted everyone's attention and everyone started talking about it. Perhaps due to time constraints, the person who drew this map did not have time to mark the location. The terrain of this map is also somewhat special. It looks like a valley, but not quite. Anyway, since it is hidden so secretly, this map must be very important. Ellipsis. Elder Gu Liang saw that everyone was discussing enthusiastically and no one was paying any attention to him, and he immediately thought that Elder Bai was doing it on purpose. The old guy was jealous that he had such a good disciple like Yi, so he deliberately sabotaged him. Snort. A petty-minded and ungrateful person. But when he thought about how he had snatched Li Zhe from Elder Bai in the past, and this time he had taken the initiative to accept the Lu brothers and sisters as his disciples, his mood suddenly became sunny. Forget it, he is a magnanimous man and won't bother with the ungrateful old man this time. Feng Shi listened to Elder Bai and the others' discussion for a while and felt that it was boring. It was just the same repetitive sentences over and over again. She was somewhat disappointed. I thought there was some treasure in this stone chamber, but it turned out to be just a tattered map that made no sense. She felt a little tired, so she just sat on the ground leaning against the wall. Zhang Wen came over happily and asked about his well-being. Elder Gu Liang also came to express Master's love. Li Zhe looked at the scene and thought, you two are like the eunuchs who follow the emperor in the secular world. An old eunuch and a young eunuch. He couldn't get a seat here, nor could he get a word in there. Just when he was at a loss, he saw the blue bricks placed aside. This piece of blue brick was exactly what Feng Shi had pried out with a dagger. Perhaps out of his professional ethics as a bricklayer, or perhaps because he felt that he was just like the blue brick that no one cared about, Li Zhe bent down and picked up the blue brick. Elder Gu Liang looked up and saw Li Zhe holding a brick, so he asked, what are you doing with it? Li Zhe was feeling sad, and Elder Gu Liang's voice was so sudden that his hand loosened and the blue brick fell to the ground and broke into two pieces. Elder Gu Liang was full of disappointment and was about to reprimand him when he heard Feng Shi say in surprise. "Ha, why is this blue brick black inside? There are also some small golden particles. Could it be gold?" Although gold is of little use in the world of immortal cultivation, Feng Shi likes things that glitter with gold, so he immediately picked up half a green brick and looked at it carefully. "It's really beautiful. It looks like the starry night sky. You can take it back and use it as a decoration." She took out the dagger and pried out another brick, then threw it to the ground. Sure enough, the inside was made of the same material. Just as she was thinking about prying out a few more pieces, Master Teng exclaimed, then walked over quickly, picked up a piece and identified it carefully. Others noticed the situation here and came over to check it out. Elder Zhao also picked up a piece and said in surprise, This can't be star sand." Hall Master Teng nodded excitedly. "Yes, it is cinnabar sand. And it is cinnabar sand of very high purity." Elder Bai and others were also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking blue bricks are actually made of star sand? This is too luxurious. Feng Shi asked Elder Gu Liang, "Master, what is star sand?" Elder Gu Liang coughed twice and said, "Do you really need me to answer such a simple question? Bai Lin, tell me." Elder Bai. "If you don't know, just say you don't know. What are you pretending to be? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, it will probably be around 12 o'clock, you can read it tomorrow." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1650 Buying a coffin and returning a pearl. Although Elder Bai disliked Elder Gu Liang, he felt that this was an opportunity to showcase his rich knowledge, which would allow the Lu brothers and sisters to see clearly who was the more suitable master for them. "So," he said, "there are many reefs in the Wangsu Sea, and a very small number of these reefs contain star sand ores. After refining, we can get star sand. Star sand is a top-quality refining material, and it is very difficult to obtain, so the price is extremely high. A blue brick like this can be sold for at least 10,000 spirit stones." Elder Gu Liang screamed. "A lot. How much?" 1. 10,000. Let me calculate. This stone chamber must have at least 5,000 blue bricks. Doesn't that mean 50 million spirit stones? Sect leader Da and others were also very excited. The 1 million given by Xuanji Pavilion could make them cheer, but this is 50 million. Oh my god, their Tianyan Dao sect's days are getting better. Although Feng Shi was a little excited, that was all. After all, that idiot King Long was able to extort 100 million spirit stones from the Xingya Gate, and these 50 million are only half of that. The same is true for Zheng Wen. Ever since he followed his junior sister, spirit stones are just numbers in his eyes. Li Zhe's expression didn't change. He was not calm, but shocked. Oh my god. This room is not made of blue bricks, it's all spiritual stones. Elder Gu Liang bared his teeth and said, "This stone chamber was blasted out by Yi, and the blue bricks were broken in half by Li Zhe, so at least half of these blue bricks belong to us, master and disciple." Sect leader Dai. "Why do you seem to have a completely different mind when it comes to money? You and your disciples have indeed made great contributions, but how to distribute it needs to be decided after everyone discusses it. Besides, these bricks may not all be made of star sand, so let's wait and see after we finish dismantling them." Elder Gu Liang curled his lips and said a lot of things, but his meaning was only one: he didn't want to share the money. "You are just my senior brother, otherwise you have to split it out for me." Sect leader Dai immediately ordered everyone to pry down the stone wall and the blue bricks on the ground. Although the blue bricks on the ground are just ordinary blue bricks, the blue bricks on the surrounding walls are all made of star sand, with a total of 5,396 bricks. When Feng Shi was thinking about how to get benefits from Sect Master Dai, Commander Lu sneered. "Humph, a bunch of fools who bought the casket and returned the pearl. They only know that star sand is valuable, but they don't know that the blue bricks on the ground are rare treasures." Feng Shi. "Master, my dear and respectable master, who is well educated and knows everything about astronomy and geography, please tell me something." Commander Lu. "You are so realistic. When they need me, they praise me to the sky, but when they don't need me, they keep squeezing me." Although he wanted to keep it a secret, but thinking of the possibility of being cut into pieces, he said quickly. "In addition to cinnabar sand, the reefs that produce it may also have a companion mineral called green soil in very rare cases. Although green soil cannot be used to refine weapons, it has a most special function, which is to improve the quality of spiritual plants and may even cause them to transform. Just sprinkle the green soil powder into the soil. The more you sprinkle, the better the effect. Green soil looks no different from ordinary bluestone. People who don't know the value of it will mistakenly think it is just ordinary bluestone. That is to say, I have personally led people to dig green soil, so I can recognize it." Feng Shi's heart was immediately filled with joy. That old thief Lu is really knowledgeable. It is true that blessed people do not have to work hard. Master Dai should leave the big cake for himself to eat. She can do it herself and have enough food and clothing. She began to make some plans in her mind, but did not show it on her face. However, Sect leader Dai felt guilty and said to Feng Shi, "Yi, you have made great contributions this time. After we discuss it, we will definitely reward you." Elder Gu Liang curled his lips and said, "Brother, I've heard you say this so many times that my ears are almost calloused. I think we shouldn't bother with that. Just reward Yi with 10 million spirit stones." Sect leader Dai, "I think you are worth 10 million spirit stones." At this time, Feng Shi said, "Uncle Master, my master is joking. Our sect needs money for many things, and my cultivation is low now, so I don't need so many spirit stones. Therefore, you don't have to rush to give me this reward. Just keep it in mind. It won't be too late to redeem it when my cultivation level improves in the future." At first, Sect leader Dai thought Feng Shi was playing a trick of retreating in order to advance, but when he saw her serious expression, he felt warmed in his heart. Yi is a really good kid. At least in terms of vision and understanding, he is 100 times better than his junior brother. he said with a look of satisfaction. Okay, Uncle Master, I won't say any more polite words, but I can promise you that when your cultivation level improves in the future, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Fang Shi said a few flattering words and then kept silent. Elder Gu Liang stomped his feet. No matter how smart the precious disciple is, he is still young and was fooled by the old fox Dai Chanfang. No matter how big the pie he paints for you is, you can't eat it now. It's better to be thick-skinned and ask for some benefits. When Sect leader Dai and the others saw that nothing was happening here, they all left. Only Master Gu Liangchang, Deacon Yi, and the disciples who were responsible for repairing the houses were left. Fang Shi said to Deacon Yi, those blue bricks look good. It would be a shame to throw them away. Let's use them to pave my room. Deacon Yi naturally agreed readily. This person can even find treasures out of a turtle shell. Only a fool would offend her. Elder Gu Liang called Fang Shi aside, with a look of disappointment on his face. Your uncle finally agreed to give you some benefits, but you turned them down. Are you stupid? What's going on? Money bites your hand. You are a good kid in every way, except that you are too honest. Li Zhe on the side. Master, why don't you go and have your eyes checked? Why do I feel like your eyesight isn't very good? Let's not talk about the distant future, just take the banquet for accepting disciples as an example. Isn't this just a way she came up with to make money? You actually still say she is honest. Fang Shi behaved very well and admitted her mistakes with a very good attitude. Master, you were right. I was too honest. I thought that it was not easy for my uncle either, so I said that on impulse. Don't worry, I will definitely change it in the future. I will definitely learn from you. Li Zhe. Are you too honest? This is the first time I heard that Mafengmo is honest. Seeing Fang Shi was so well behaved, Elder Gu Liang didn't know what to say. He remembered that he was able to discover the star sand thanks to Li Zhe breaking the blue brick in two, and immediately praised Li Zhe. Li Zhe's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. It was not because he couldn't help but be praised, but mainly because Elder Gu Liang had praised him only a few times. While the four masters and apprentices were talking, Deacon Yi was so busy that his teeth were fuming. Under his command, it only took 2 hours to repair Fang Shi's yard. Fang Shi took a look around and was quite satisfied. Not only was the house built in a grand manner, but the swing was also installed for Fang Shi in the yard, and flowers and plants were planted. As Fang Shi said, the whole house was paved with blue bricks. A full set of furniture was also given for free. There was even a plate of snacks and a plate of spiritual fruits on the table. Deacon Yi smiled and said, your new house is now completed. I don't have much to express my gratitude. Just consider these as my little token of appreciation. Li Zhe, who was listening on the side, said, Deacon Yi, not only do you make me feel strange, you also make me feel sick. My master has renovated new houses hundreds of times, but I have never seen you give him a single onion. Now you know how to give a gift. Although Elder Gu Liang also felt that Deacon Yi was not a human being, this did not stop him from showing off. What belongs to the apprentice is his, it would be a waste if he doesn't eat it. Deacon Yi ordered his men to build a house for Zhang Wen and Li Zhe. A few hours later, Zhang Wen and Li Zhe's yards were also repaired. Although it is also very good, it is still inferior to Fang Shi in terms of details. For example, swings, flowers and plants, snacks and spiritual fruits. They don't care. Because they all knew that this was all thanks to Fang Shi. After Deacon Yi said hello to Fang Shi, he took his people away. As these people spread the word, Fang Shi's great achievements soon spread throughout the Tianyin Dao sect. Have you heard? Lu Yi, like her master, also fry turtle shells, but she can fry out treasures. I heard that the treasures that were blown up are worth tens of millions of strud stones. It's more than tens of millions, I heard it's several hundred million. Is that a tortoise shell? It's obviously a cornucopia. If that's the case, then we might as well let her explode a few more times. Maybe our Tianyin Dao sect will become richer and richer. Don't tell me, this is definitely a shortcut to getting rich. Once the tortoise shell explodes, you can get tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Ellipsis. The next morning, Fang Shi and Zhang went to the Dharma hall together to attend Elder Bian's practice class. On the way, he met an inner sect disciple. Junior Sister Lu, are you doing fortune telling today? Fang Shi was a little puzzled, and said with a smile, I am not very good at learning skills, so I won't count it for now. The man immediately looked disappointed, and then said with great sorrow. Junior Sister Lu, you have to be confident. We all support you. Although Fang Shi was a little confused, he still expressed his gratitude. Soon I met another disciple. Junior Sister Lu, are you going to class? Don't go, find a place to have your fortune told. The place I live in is pretty good, do you want to go and have your fortune told? Fang Shi, thank you, but it's not necessary. Are both of them possessed? The first question from the people I met next time was, have you figured it out? When she arrived at the classroom for the martial arts class, she was surrounded by people, who all urged her to have her fortune told on the spot. Although Fang Shi didn't understand, she still patiently explained that she was not very skilled at the moment, and the sect leader had also ordered that she not be allowed to tell fortunes for the time being. Sect leader Dai was eating watermelon in his study when a subordinate came in to report. Master, many disciples are outside petitioning you to allow Lu Yi to use the turtle evolution technique. They are also willing to provide a place for fortune telling as a friendly gesture. Sect leader Dai. Are you all crazy? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1651 The reason why Elder Gu Liang blew up the tortoise shell. Sect leader Dai didn't understand. Very incomprehensible. When his good junior brother blew up his turtle shell, the people in the sect wanted to bury him alive. Why is it that when it comes to Lu Yi, the treatment is completely different? Soon, Sect Master Dai found out the reason. Because the slogans of the petition outside were loud and clear. One explosion of the tortoise shell will bring you 10,000 taels of spiritual stones. Sect leader Dai. Although Lu Yi did find the treasure yesterday, it was just an accidental event. To put it bluntly, it was a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Can't you have some judgment? Sect leader Dai didn't need to step in personally to deal with this minor situation. Soon, someone evacuated the petitioning disciples and gave an explanation. Lu Yi is only at the level of a spiritual transformation now. If she rashly practices the turtle evolution technique, she may cause harm to herself or even endanger her life. When her cultivation level improves in the future, the sect will definitely support her in learning the turtle evolution technique. Those disciples who petitioned were just joining in the fun and dispersed immediately. When the news reached Elder Gu Liang's ears, the old man began to doubt his life. They both fry turtle shells, why is the treatment so different? He called his beloved disciple Li Zhe and asked him a soul-searching question. Why? Li Zhe was somewhat speechless. Master, do you even need to ask this? My junior sister was able to fry a treasure out of a tortoise shell, but what can you fry out? A wig. Elder Gu Liang gave a flying kick. Get out. The farther the better. He must have been possessed by a devil at the time, which was why he used all sorts of means to snatch the hammer from Bai Lin. In the next few days, Fangxi was still as busy as a little top. Although she no longer actually practiced the turtle evolution technique, she would read the books she got from Elder Gu Liang whenever she had time. She originally thought that the turtle evolution technique was just a trick, but she didn't expect that it actually had some tricks. This thing seems to be related to the power of time. Thinking of Elder Gu Liang's description of the all-seeing eye, looking back to the past, calculating the present, looking forward to the future, knowing all things in the world and the myriad laws, isn't this turtle evolution technique equivalent to traveling freely in the long river of time? By traveling to the specified time point, you can naturally calculate the result. Thinking of this, she seemed to know why Elder Gu Liang exploded his turtle shell from time to time. Using the turtle evolution technique will cause fluctuations in the power of time. The turtle shell has limited tolerance and will explode if you are not careful. This could also explain why she had caused such a big commotion before, because she herself had cultivated the power of time, and with the blessing of the turtle evolution technique, the fluctuations of the power of time became even more violent. Only the shell of the Jinggang Wangsu turtle is relatively durable, otherwise it would have exploded into pieces long ago. Speaking of the shell of the golden Gang Wangsu turtle, nothing has happened since it was put into the storage ring. Fangxi even took it out and tried to stick it to his back several times, but failed every time. Commander Lu's evaluation of her behavior is that it is crazy. Although Fangxi had grasped some of the secrets of the turtle evolution technique, she still hadn't figured out how to solve the problem of exploding the turtle shell. But Sect leader Dai wouldn't let her put it into practice, so she could only put the matter aside for the time being. Anyway, the knowledge she has now is enough to make up lies. It is more important to find a way to quickly improve your cultivation. The competition among disciples will be held soon, and she is still waiting to get first place. Sect leader Dai promised that she could get 3 treasures at once. Commander Lu tried to hold back, but couldn't. Don't be so optimistic. Most of the disciples have reached the 5th level of fusion, and some have even reached the 6th level. But you are only at the 7th level of spirit transformation. There is a huge level of Liangsu in between. Besides, during the competition, you have to hide all your shady tricks. Forget about being first. I think you and Zhang Wen will be lucky if they are not at the bottom. Fangxi asked in confusion, Master, do you have no confidence in yourself? How can a disciple taught by an old monster like you not be able to deal with a group of young fools? Commander Lu. For a moment I didn't know whether you were praising me or scolding me. In short, take care of yourself and don't take it lightly. In fact, Fangxi was just saying it with ease, but he knew in his heart that it was not so easy to get first place in this competition for direct disciples. Unfortunately, the big competition is coming up soon. Even if she practices day and night, her skills won't improve much. She can only respond as the competition progresses. While she was preparing for the personal teaching competition, someone from Xingyao Sect came. The one who came was an old acquaintance, Palace Master Cao. Palace Master Cao's face was beaming with rosy light, and it seemed that he was in a good mood recently. Of course not bad. King Long has already said that in a few days it will be able to break through the limitations of the storage ring and eavesdrop on the conversation between Elder Fang and others. By then, Tianyin Daozong will have no secrets in front of him. After the greetings, Palace Master Cao explained the purpose of his visit. Sect Master Dai, I won't beat around the bush, I'll just get straight to the point. If I remember correctly, your sect will hold a competition for disciples soon, right? Sect Master Dai nodded and said, that's right. The disciple competition will be held in half a month. Palace Master Cao smiled and said, isn't this a coincidence? Our Xingyao Sect's direct disciple competition is also taking place at about this time. In fact, there is no point in competing with one's own family. So, our sect leader thought that it would be better for our 2 sects to have a competition together. Several thoughts flashed through sect leader Dai's mind instantly, the first one being the 2 spies that were captured in the previous stage. Those 2 people came for a treasure in the treasury of their Tianyin Dao sect. Now the Xingyao Sect has taken the initiative to propose a joint competition between the 2 sects. Could it be that this is also the purpose? Could it be that those 2 spies were sent by the Xingyao Sect? He suppressed his thoughts and was about to find a reason to refuse when Palace Master Cao said, of course, I also know that this proposal is a bit rash, and we in Xingyao Sect also have our own difficulties. Sect Master Dai should know about our Xingyao Sect's forbidden area, right? Sect leader Dai raised his eyebrows slightly. I have heard something about this. He said this, but he started cursing in his heart. When the Xingyao Sect defected from the Tianyin Taoist sect, they not only took away many treasures, but also occupied the Tianyin Taoist sect's dojo. At that time, Tianyin Taoist sect was the largest sect in Tiang continent. Not only did it cover a large area, it also had a Taoist temple. As for the purpose of the Taoist temple, it is impossible to verify it due to the passage of time. There are 3 main theories. The first theory is that the temple was set up to observe celestial phenomena. The second theory is that the Taoist temple was the place where Master Tianyin practiced seclusion. The third theory is a bit mysterious, saying that the Taoist temple is the treasure trove of Tianyin Taoist sect. The traitors of Xingyao sect probably believed the third guess, so they deliberately occupied the Taoist temple as the place to establish their sect. I don't know if it was retribution, but even though they set up their sect near the Taoist temple, they were still unable to enter the core area. Over time, it became a forbidden area for their Xingyao sect. Sect leader Dai wondered what the competition between the two sect's disciples had to do with the forbidden area. Next chapter will be around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1652 Good luck, great luck. Palace Master Cao sighed. To be honest, we have always wanted to enter the forbidden area to find out what's going on, but we have never been able to do so. Maybe it was the right opportunity, as we accidentally found a way to enter the forbidden area not long ago. Although our Xingyao sect can open the forbidden area independently, our sect leader takes into consideration that our two sects have some connections, so he wants to let your Tianyin Dao sect have a share of the profits. It just so happens that our two sects are going to hold a competition for direct disciples, so we thought we might as well use this as an excuse to allow the direct disciples of both sects to enter the forbidden area. As for what treasures you can get, it depends on your ability. Master Dai, what do you think? As soon as Palace Master Cao said this, there was a commotion in the hall. Others just chirped quietly, but Elder Gu Liang didn't have so many concerns. He curled his lips and said, "Don't talk so high-soundingly. Can you be so kind? Even if I use my heels to think, you guys are not holding back any good shit." Although sect leader Dai agreed in his heart, he scolded him, "Junior brother, don't be rude." Then, he looked at Palace Master Cao and said, "My junior fellow apprentice is a scoundrel. Palace Master Cao, please don't bother with him." Palace Master Cao smiled and said, "Master Dai, you are joking. I have dealt with Elder Gu Liang for many years. It's just a joke. I won't take it seriously." Elder Gu Liang suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that the man surnamed Cao has been possessed by someone? Otherwise, how could he speak human language? Sect Master Dai had some guesses in his mind, and asked tentatively, "Palace Master Cao, if I want to enter the forbidden area of your Xingyao sect, do I need the cooperation of my junior brother?" Palace Master Cao was obviously stunned for a moment. Sect leader Dai knew at a glance that he had guessed right. No wonder Xingyaman invited him to enter the forbidden area at the meeting. It turned out that they couldn't open it themselves. Some things are useless even if they snatch them away. This is true for the four symbols stellae in the Taoist temple. God's law is clear, retribution will not be happy. After a moment of astonishment, Palace Master Cao smiled and said, "Sect Master Dai is worthy of being the leader of a sect. He is indeed very smart. Yes, although we also have ways to open the forbidden area independently, it is somewhat difficult. It would be better for us to cooperate with your Tianyin Dao sect, so that both parties can benefit. Let me just say it. In order to open the forbidden area, in addition to the star key of our Xingyao sect, we also need Elder Gu Liang to use the turtle divination technique to divine the 28 keyholes and determine which one is the real keyhole. If Elder Gu Liang's calculations are correct, the competition will proceed as scheduled. Any opportunities that you, the direct disciples of the Tianyin Dao sect, get in there have nothing to do with our Xingyao sect. As for the determination of victory or defeat, it is also very simple. According to the information we have, there is a stone tablet of the Tianyin Taoist temple in the forbidden area. Whoever can bring it out will be the winner. It doesn't matter if Elder Gu Liang is wrong. Just think of it as you visiting our Xingyao sect. I wonder what Dai Zongji thinks." Sect leader Dai couldn't make up his mind for a moment, so he asked Palace leader Cao and his entourage to go to the guest house to rest first, and then he discussed the matter with a group of senior leaders. Xingyao sect wouldn't be so kind. I think there must be something fishy going on here. The disciples are almost one level stronger than ours. If they really have bad intentions, our people will be in a very passive position. Yes, if they do something during the competition and cause all our disciples to die, that would be terrible. Let alone the forbidden area, even if they do something in the sect, we will be in a very passive position at that time. I don't think it's that pessimistic. Although Palace Master Cao said that their Xingyao sect has a way to open the forbidden area independently, I think it's probably fake. They must rely on Elder Gu Liang's turtle evolution technique. This forbidden area is not a one-time deal. If they want to enter again in the future, they will not offend our Tianyin Dao sect. Ellipsis. The two sides were arguing, and at this time, Elder Gu Liang put his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and said calmly, "It's useless for you to say so much. Why don't you let me tell your fortune?" If Elder Gu Liang had said this before, many people would have expressed opposition. However, this guy just made a big splash some time ago and earned 1 million spirit stones from Xuanji Pavilion, so people's views of him have changed somewhat. Although sect leader Dai knew his junior fellow apprentice's background, he still agreed. Because some things are left to God's will to decide, which is much better than having him, the sect leader, make the decision. This time, Elder Gu Liang did not need Sect Master Dai to remind him and took the initiative to go outside the hall. After walking a distance, he recited the spell while using the spiritual power flame to burn the turtle shell. It didn't explode. Elder Gu Liang was very happy. It seems that he has completely gotten rid of the bad reputation of Gu Liang Jia. From now on, he is truly a fortune teller. He thought happily while looking at the lines, and then said excitedly, "Good luck, very good luck." Sect leader Dai immediately felt at ease. Although he also knew that his junior fellow apprentice's turtle evolution technique was sometimes effective and sometimes not, he at least had sufficient reasons to agree to the competition between the two factions. That's right, he actually tends to participate in this competition. First, the opportunity in the Taoist temple belongs to Tianyin Taoist sect, so naturally we must seize this opportunity. Second, the Xingyao sect has been suppressing their Tianyin Dao sect over the years. If they can win the competition this time, they can also destroy their fighting spirit. The third and most crucial point is that Liu Yi has bribed the four symbols. With them as internal support, if there is really a conspiracy on the part of Xingyao sect, they can also take precautions in advance. Furthermore, young people always have to go through ups and downs. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Maybe after this competition, this group of disciples will grow up. Although some senior officials held opposing opinions, the minority obeyed the majority, and Sect leader Dai made the final decision and agreed to participate in the competition. Sect leader Dai sent someone to invite Palace leader Cao back to the main hall. Palace Master Cao, we agree to participate in this competition, but we must write down the agreed terms in advance to avoid disputes in the future. What do you think? Palace Master Cao readily agreed. He was obviously well prepared and took out the prepared documents, which were stamped with the seal of the leader of Xingya Sect. Sect leader Dai took it and looked at it, then frowned slightly. Because one of the rules reads, within the forbidden area, everyone relies on their own abilities, and life and death are at your own risk. The subtext is that if two factions fight in the forbidden area, any death will be in vain. Palace Master Cao smiled and said, Sect Master Dai, do you have any objection to this? In fact, it's not that serious. After all, everyone enters the forbidden area for opportunities. Who has time for fighting? I added this just in case. Sect leader Dai naturally didn't believe his nonsense. After a moment of hesitation, he thought of the good fortune calculated by Elder Gu Liang, and he made up his mind and stamped the Sect leader's seal. Junior brother, you have cheated me for half my life. I hope you can be more reliable this time. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1653, each one is more greedy than the other. Rather than saying that Sect leader Dai was pinning his hopes on Elder Gu Liang's deduction, it would be better to say that he was looking for a reason to burn his boats. The Tianyan Taoist sect has now fallen to a low-ranking sect and has become a coveted piece of fat meat. If it sticks to the old ways, it is only a matter of time before it is swallowed up. Although this competition with Xingyamen is full of crises, it is also an opportunity for the revival of Tianyan Dao sect. There were 2 copies of the document, and Sect leader Dai had one of them handed to Palace leader Cao. Palace Master Cao put away the document and said, as if he had just remembered something. By the way, Sect Master Dai, for the sake of fairness, only the current disciples of our 2 sects can enter. Those who have been admitted temporarily in the past few days will not be counted. Sect Master Dai was somewhat speechless. Palace Master Cao, you underestimate our Tianyan Dao sect. We act in an upright manner and never do such despicable things. As for your clan, I remember that you have a total of 59 disciples. Could there be a few more people suddenly appearing? Palace Master Cao laughed and said, originally, there were indeed only 59 direct disciples, but not long ago, 11 disciples were promoted from the inner sect disciples, making the total number exactly 70. Sect leader Dai. Although he knew that Xingya sect had never treated people as decent people, he did not expect them to be so shameless. Tianyan Dao sect originally had 56 direct disciples, plus the newly accepted Fengxian Junwen, a total of 58. He originally thought that the other party was 59 and he was 58, which was pretty much the same. I didn't expect that Xingya sect had a trick up its sleeve. Elder Gu Liang did not have the good self-control that Sect leader Dai had, and he immediately jumped up and started cursing. Okay, I told you guys from Xingya sect are full of tricks, it turns out you're waiting here. You have more than a dozen people than us. When we enter the forbidden area, won't you have the upper hand? Not going. I'm not going. You guys from Xingya sect can have fun by yourselves. Palace Master Cao sneered, Gu Liangchuan, stop making a scene here. We both have it written down clearly in black and white. You have to go now, whether you want to or not. Elder Gu Liang immediately took out the tortoise shell and said, believe it or not, I will blow you to death right now. By then, the document will be nothing more than a piece of waste paper. Palace Master Cao. At this time, Elder Ruin from Xingya sect came out to smooth things over. Elder Gu Liang, please calm down. Palace Master Cao is just talking to you. He definitely has no intention of forcing you and your clan. This competition is beneficial to both of us, why bother about the details? After all, the forbidden area belongs to our Xingya sect. As the host, it is only natural for us to allow a dozen more people in. Besides, after entering the forbidden area, we will be dispersed, so a dozen more or less people won't be a big problem. Sect leader Dai also knew that at this point, he could only accept reality. But, we can't just let it go like this, we have to take the opportunity to propose conditions for exchange. Palace Master Cao, what Elder Ruin said makes sense. You are the host, so you should indeed give some preference. It would be fine if you had just stated this matter in advance, but it's not very fair of you to wait until we signed the document before saying it. How about this, if you want to send 70 people, then send 70 people, but you have to agree to one more condition for us. What conditions? It is said that your sect's star dome is very mysterious. My disciples all want to see it. Can you arrange for them to visit it? Palace Master Cao's face changed several times. He knew that if he didn't agree, there would be a lot of arguing between the 2 sides. Not only would it waste time, but if he missed the next opportunity to enter the forbidden area, it would not be worth it. Besides, it's not that he looks down on those disciples of Tianyan Dao sect. They're just the best among the best with mediocre qualifications. Even if they're allowed to enter the Xingya Dome, they will not gain anything. So, he immediately sent a message to Sect leader Chu, and after receiving a positive reply, he agreed to Sect leader Dai's conditions. After the 2 sides reached a consensus, Palace Master Cao politely declined Sect Master Dai's request to stay and took his men away. After they left, Sect leader Dai and the others began to discuss who would lead the team this time. Elder Gu Liang raised his chin and said, why do we need a team leader? I can handle multiple duties. Sect leader Dai. Can't you have a clear and correct understanding of yourself? For someone like you, it's good enough that you don't cause any trouble, but you still want to lead a team. Don't they all have to be taken to the ditch? After discussion, it was decided that Hall Master Teng would lead the team, assisted by Elder Zhao. The reason why Elder Zhao was asked to go was that if there were injured disciples coming out of the forbidden area in the future, Elder Zhao could provide treatment immediately. It can also prevent the Xingya sect from making any tampering before entering. Although the possibility is small, the Xing'ao sect is capable of doing anything, so we have to be on guard. In addition to Hall Master Teng and Elder Zhao, there are 6 other elders accompanying them to deal with various situations. At this time, Elder Bai said, I think we should not let the Lu brothers and sisters go this time. Their cultivation is too low, and the disciples of Xing'ao sect are all ruthless and cruel. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives. This statement was recognized by many elders. It's better not to get involved with the 2 little gods. This is no different from seeking death. Even Elder Guliang was a little hesitant. On the one hand, he wanted to let his 2 disciples train in the forbidden area, but on the other hand, he was afraid that their cultivation was too low and they might be in danger. At this time, Master Teng said, have you forgotten that Lu Qi has a contracted beast? Although the mutated burrowing thorn beast is in the middle stage of fusion, its combat power is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late stage of fusion. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might even have the upper hand. As for Lu Yi, she is very smart and will be able to counter the opponent's moves and won't be caught so easily. Furthermore, the shell of the Golden Gang Wangsu turtle should have recognized her as its master, and could perhaps be used as a shield at a critical moment. She also had the cloud pattern silent whisk given to her by junior brother Gu Liang, so she had no problem escaping. This is a rare opportunity to gain experience, and they are the variables calculated by junior brother Gu Liang, so it is better for them to participate. After Hall Master Teng said this, many people thought it was okay to let them participate. Finally, Sect leader Dai said, how about this, junior brother, you ask them for their opinions later. If they want to go, then they can go. If they don't want to go, they don't have to go. Elder Gu Liang felt that those 2 guys would definitely agree. Because each one is more greedy for money than the other. How could I miss such a good opportunity to make money? He decided to have his fortune told after he returned. If it was a good omen, he would let them go. But if it was a bad omen, he would rather break their legs than let them go. After making up his mind, Elder Gu Liang returned to his residence to tell fortunes, and then it went viral. Maybe the house was built more solidly this time and did not collapse completely. Only a big hole was blown in the roof and black smoke billowed out. Elder Gu Liang's inflated self-confidence wilted in an instant. He thought that his turtle evolution technique had reached its peak, but it seemed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Soon, his 3 beloved disciples arrived. After all, with the black smoke billowing, it's hard not to see it. Fang Shi saw Elder Gu Liang standing there with a bald head, and asked hurriedly, Master, are you okay? Elder Gu Liang finally came to his senses and quickly took out a new wig and put it on. He didn't explain why the turtle shell exploded again, but told about the forbidden area competition. Whether to go or not is up to you 2. Fang Shi and Junwen said in unison, go. The eyes of both of them turned into the shape of spirit stones due to their laughter. Next chapter around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1654. Is she going to the competition? She is going to buy goods. Fang Shi was very happy. She had long wanted to go to Xing'ao Gate to pick up money, but was worried that she wouldn't have the chance, and then it came right to her doorstep. That idiot King Long could extort 100 million spirit stones. She couldn't even imagine how happy she would be on this trip. Is she going to the competition? She is going to purchase goods. What makes Junwen happy is that he can have fun with his junior sister again. Li Zhe frowned and advised. Junior brother, junior sister, the disciples of Xing'ao sect are all ruthless and cruel, and your cultivation is low, so you'd better not go. Elder Gu Liang also echoed, yes, your senior brother is right. Most of the direct disciples of Xing'ao sect are at the 5th or 6th level of fusion, and there are even 2 at the 7th level. You are like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, so you'd better not go. Fang Shi said with a stern face. Master, senior brother, I don't like what you are saying. How can you boost the prestige of others and destroy our own spirit? We are the honorable Tianyan masters. Not to mention that they are only at the fusion level. Even if they are at the Mahayana level, it would be useless. As long as my shell explodes, I guarantee they will all be finished. Elder Gu Liang. You may not have learned any other skills from me, but you have learned the skill of bragging 100%. Next, Fang Shi talked a lot and finally made Elder Gu Liang give in. Only Li Zhe looked worried. Whatever. At that time, even if it means risking my life, I will protect them both. While the 4 masters and apprentices were talking, Deacon Yi arrived with his men. Elder Gu Liang, we will repair your house right now. Do you want to repair it as it is, or install a glazed stone slab here in the hole so that you can observe the stars at night? Elder Gu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a good suggestion. I thought you were a good person before, and now it seems I was right. Deacon Yi smiled and said, you are a fortune teller, so your vision is certainly not bad. Then you can find a place to rest first. I will instruct them to repair your house. It will be repaired in an hour at most. Ellipsis. Li Zhe. This world is getting crazy. Seeing that there was nothing for Fang Shi to do here, she brought Junwen to see Elder Zhao. After meeting, Elder Zhao asked them both whether they wanted to go to the Forbidden Area competition. After getting an affirmative answer, he began to take out pills. To stop bleeding, restore spiritual power, restore physical strength, repair spiritual consciousness. There are dozens of porcelain bottles in total. Fang Shi felt warm in her heart. She knew it was useless to refuse, so she accepted it. Of course, Junwen also has a part in this. Since the 2 of them came together, Elder Zhao couldn't favor one over the other. After Fang Shi received the pill, he said, Elder Zhao, you know my master is very proud, and he is going to Xing'ao sect again, so he urged me to get the hair growth pill out quickly. I want to go to the herb garden and see if I can find the herbs needed for the hair growth pill. If I find it, can you grant me a special alchemy room? If someone else had made such a request, Elder Zhao would have definitely refused it outright. You've only been practicing alchemy for a few days and you want to use the alchemy room. There are no doors. But since it was Fang Shi who said this, Elder Zhao only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. So Feng Shi and Junwen happily went to the medicine garden. Feng Shi gave a wink, and Junwen went to get close to the steward of the medicine garden. The medicine garden itself is very large, and Junwen deliberately took people far away, so Feng Shi's side is very easy to operate. She took out the green soil that had been crushed into powder and sprinkled it on the roots of several purple dendrobiums, then waited quietly. Although Commander Lu described it as miraculous, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she had no idea what the effect of the green soil was. When she was feeling very nervous, the purple calamus flowers changed. There wasn't even a bud originally, but now it bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the flower that was supposed to be single petals turned into double petals, it actually mutated. This is Feng Shi only spreading a little green soil. If he spread more. Commander Lu said, don't overestimate the effect of the green soil. The grade of the purple flower is relatively low, so the effect is so obvious. Master, even if I think it's exaggerated, there is no use. There are no high-level herbs in this medicine garden. Commander Lu. That's true. Although this medicine garden covers a large area, it does not contain any high-level medicinal herbs. Feng Shi didn't care too much about this. Anyway, what she wanted to refine were pills for stopping bleeding, detoxifying, and recovering. These low-priced herbs would be enough after they were mutated. She immediately started to get busy, spreading the green soil, harvesting, and also taking time to feed the 5 dog sprit roots. The 5 dog sprit roots were so excited that they were about to bubble. After waiting for so long, today is finally here. While Feng Shi was busy, he also had to observe the movements in the distance to avoid being discovered. As she was busy, something in her heart moved. Why should she work in the herb garden? Her house is paved with green soil bricks. Can't she just throw the herbs on the ground? Thinking of this, she started to take advantage of the situation. I picked all the herbs that could be used. After she finished pulling them out, she came to find the steward of the medicine garden. Because she had already greeted Elder Zhao, the deacon of the medicine garden didn't say anything. Besides, Junwen had already coaxed him into pouting, so he just turned a blind eye. After Feng Shi returned to his residence, he activated the isolation array in the room. Deacon Yi is really thoughtful. When building the house, he also gave away an isolation array plate. You only need to put in the strut stone to activate the isolation array. Feng Shi threw the herbs he had picked from the medicine garden onto the ground, then took out the talisman paper and began to make talismans. Although we should despise the enemy strategically, we must also take the enemy seriously tactically and make all necessary preparations. Make sure to prepare enough pills and talismans. After entering the forbidden area, she would find an open space to try out the turtle evolution technique. After all, there would be no need to worry about explosions there. Feng Shi quickly drew a stack of talismans, and then she stopped drawing. It wasn't that she was tired, but the room was filled with all kinds of herbs. The floor of this room was all green soil, and what she threw in were all earth-grade herbs, which multiplied very quickly. It can be said that they have grown crazy. Feng Shi quickly used his spiritual power to harvest the herbs. One crop after another. Just when Feng Shi was busy and happy, the dead branch said weakly, Master, I also want to grow wildly. Feng Shi. Just say it if you think of it. What kind of nonsense words are you using? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1655 I am trying hard to transform into a dragon. Feng Shi put out the dead branch while complaining in his heart. The dead branch immediately buried itself in the green soil, and secretly used its roots to squeeze out the surrounding herbs. It has long been eyeing Qingrang. However, it knew that it was just a freeloader and had not made any contribution since following Feng Shi. If it rashly proposed, it might be rejected. It doesn't matter whether it saves face or not, the key is that it wasted an opportunity to speak. So, it decided to wait. Now the opportunity is coming. It can finally have a big meal. Because it was so happy, its only leaf couldn't help but shake happily. After a while, the small tender bud at the top stretched out, and it turned out to be a leaf. Then a small bud popped out from the top. It kept repeating in its heart, grow, 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 I want to grow wildly. Although it wanted to absorb as much nutrients as possible from the green soil, it soon became too full and its roots could not move any more nutrients into its body. It can only give up with great pain. But this time, it has grown 7 leaves and there is a small emerald green bud on the top. He looks much better than before, looking so pitiful. It remembered the idea that Mu Jian had given it before, which was to ask it to pretend to be King Long, but unfortunately it failed after many attempts. It has grown so many leaves now, so it should be okay, right? So, it began to try to transform into a blue dragon. Feng Shi was drawing talismans when he suddenly saw a big green worm in a cricket pupa out of the corner of his eye. He was shocked. Xiao Hong, what are you doing there? Originally, Feng Shi named the dead branch Xiaohong, but Mu Jian thought it didn't sound nice, so Feng Shi changed it to Shukaihong. As a result, Mu Jian kept calling it Rainbow Fart. In the end, it felt that Xiaohong was more suitable for it. Down to earth and approachable. When the dead branch heard Feng Shi's words, it quickly changed back to its original form. Master, I am trying to transform into a dragon. Feng Shi, oh, go on. After she finished harvesting this batch of herbs, she continued to draw talismans. It's strange to say, she just drew a group of 5 books runes, and she succeeded without using the soul-burning talisman. Could it be that her cultivation level has improved secretly? Commander Lu was somewhat speechless. You are overthinking. The reason you were able to draw the 5 books talisman without using the burning talisman is because the spiritual plants in this room are growing wildly, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the room. It has nothing to do with your cultivation. Feng Shi suddenly realized it. She never expected there would be such benefits. It seems that this green soil is indeed a good thing. Ever since the green soil bricks were paved in the house, her efficiency in practicing the Chaos Sutra has improved a bit compared to before. This green soil is produced from the Fantasy Ruin Sea, and the Star Sand and Big Dipper Blood Lotus are also produced from the Fantasy Ruin Sea. It seems that the Fantasy Ruin Sea is a treasure pot. The key is that it comes with a watchdog, so she doesn't have to worry about security issues. Commander Lu. What's wrong? Do you treat the fantasy sea as your own? Do you regard those high-level fantasy beasts as your watchdogs? Can you still have a face? Fang Shi continued painting until dawn before stopping. I didn't feel anything while I was painting, but when I stopped, I felt weak all over and sat down on the ground. Commander Lu wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Young people should endure some hardships. How could it be more painful than being cut into pieces? Fang Shi slowed down and then started picking herbs. As she was picking, she found that the dead branch had disappeared. Just as she was wondering, a purple calamus flower next to her shook twice and suddenly turned back into the shape of a dead branch. Fang Shi wasn't too surprised, because dead branches have the ability to impersonate other spiritual plants. But the next moment, she was stunned. The dry branch actually transformed into the shape of a green dragon. If you don't look carefully, you can really mistake it for the real thing. Fang Shi said excitedly, Xiao Hong, fly up and let me see. Then, she saw the blue dragon, lying on the ground, one cricket pupa after another. Fang Shi. I think too highly of you. Okay, at least this static, green dragon, looks pretty realistic, maybe it will come in handy someday. As he was in a hurry to attend the martial arts class, Fang Shi put the dead branch back into the spirit beast bag, and released the small black ball, letting it absorb all the remaining spiritual energy and herbal scent in the house. The little black ball was very reluctant. After all, Niu Hulu is a spirit of chaos, but it is always forced to do such trivial things. Isn't this a waste of talent? However, after Fang Shi promised it a purple beast core, it suddenly felt that there was no distinction between high and low jobs, and cleaning exhaust gas for its master was also a very glorious mission. Seeing that there were no emissions, Fang Shi went to the martial arts class with Junwen. After class, Elder Bian called Fang Shi and Junwen aside. You two are going to participate in the Forbidden Land competition. With your cultivation level, don't even think about competing for the dojo monument. As for the opportunity, don't force it. Saving your life is the most important thing. Got it? Fang Shi and Junwen nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they would do it or not, they all knew that Elder Bian meant well. Elder Bian added, considering your actual situation, I will teach you a method that can improve your cultivation in a short period of time, which may come in handy. This technique is called the blood burning technique. It uses burning the meridians as a means to greatly improve the level of cultivation within a few breaths. The specific extent of the increase is related to the degree of meridian burning. Generally speaking, ordinary people can only withstand about 30% of their meridians being burned, otherwise they will explode and die. In addition, it is also related to the user's cultivation level. The lower the cultivation level, the more obvious the improvement effect. Take you, Yi, for example. You are only at the 7th level of the spirit transformation. If you burn 30% of your meridians, you should be able to reach the first level of the fusion. Although there is still a big gap between me and other disciples, but with the surprise and the other party underestimating me, I should have no problem escaping. After Elder Bian finished speaking, Fang Shi asked curiously, Elder Bian, what if I burn all my meridians? Elder Bian, then you might as well just commit suicide. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1656 Strength is the best means of social interaction. Fang Shi, I'm just saying if, can you please help me solve this problem? Elder Bian had no choice but to say, if you burn all the meridians, with your cultivation level, you may be able to reach the early stage of Mahayana. However, this is no different from seeking death, because your meridians simply cannot bear it. What's more, you have left a chronic illness in the secret realm of the heavens. Don't seek death. Even if one burns 30% of the meridians, the risk is still extremely high, because after using the blood burning technique, one's cultivation will rapidly regress within a period of time, which could be as short as a few hours or as long as several days. So, don't use it unless you have to, okay? Fang Shi and Junwen nodded quickly, got it. Elder Bian emphasized it again and again before he began to teach them the burning blood technique. Fang Shi and Junwen learned very quickly and mastered it in just 1 hour. Elder Bian asked them to try burning their meridians a little bit to see what the effect was. Junwen was only 1 step away from the refining void stage, so even though he only burned a little bit, his cultivation reached the first level of refining void. Fang Shi also advanced from the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm to the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. The two were overjoyed. It seemed that the blood burning technique was really good. However, it was just as Elder Bian said, after using it, not only did he feel a little tired, but his cultivation also regressed. It seems that it is better not to use it if possible. Fang Shi originally planned to make pills in the afternoon, but the current situation was obviously not suitable, so she brought Junwen to find Elder Fang. When Elder Fang saw Fang Shi coming, his originally serious face suddenly lit up. Yi, are you here? As for Junwen standing aside, the fact that he spared no time to look at him showed that he respected him very much. Fang Shi asked about the other person's well-being for a while before getting to the point. Elder Fang, am I not going to participate in the Forbidden Land competition? Just in case, could you lend me the rubbing of the Shaoyang stele? By then, I will be able to communicate with King Long at any time, and if Xing our sect has any trouble, we can also take precautions. Elder Fang said without any hesitation. I'm sure there will be no problem on my end, but I need to ask the sect master for instructions. After saying that, he sent a message to sect leader Dai. Soon, sect leader Dai gave a positive answer. Fang Shi thought that this master uncle was quite generous in other aspects as long as money was not involved. Elder Fang immediately took out the rubbing of the Shaoyang stele. Fang Shi took it and put it into a separate storage ring. Fortunately, she has a lot of storage rings, otherwise they would not be enough. After returning to his residence, Fang Shi took out the rubbing of the Shaoyang stele. King Long, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Soon, the shadow of a green dragon emerged. What are you calling me for? Even though Feng Shi helped it extort a lot of spirit stones, as one of the 4 elephants, it still looked down on Feng Shi in its heart, but it just didn't show it so obviously. Feng Shi smiled and said, "I'll show you a rare sight." As she spoke, she released the dead branches. King Long's eyes almost popped out. Because it saw another self. It's like looking in a mirror. King Long, I just want to ask you if you were surprised or not, At this time, King Long also saw the clue. Although the King Long on the ground looked very similar to himself, if you look closely, you can still see some differences. Where did you get this thing? It looks a bit like a spiritual plant to me. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Why do you care what it is? I just want to ask you if it looks like it. If you are not convenient to show up someday, I can use it to fill the void for you." "There is no way, I'm a kind person, I like to help people." King Long. "Don't think I can't hear that you are threatening me." It had been gloating over the fact that she had a spirit pet that could impersonate Xuanwu, but it didn't expect that it would be its turn so soon. King Long lowered his noble head instantly, and his voice became several degrees lower than before. "I don't need it to help me out for now. What do you want me to do?" Feng Shi thought, "See, strength is the best means of socializing." As she thought about it, she put the dead branch into the spirit beast bag, to prevent it from turning into a cricket keeper and making a fool of itself in front of King Long. Next, she recounted the events of the Forbidden Area competition, and then said, "Originally, this matter has nothing to do with you 4 elephants, but I calculated the date and you should give Palace Master Cao some reward, otherwise it will be difficult to extort spirit stones from you in the future. Therefore, you should provide him with some information about the Forbidden Area competition in a couple of days, such as who is leading the team, the strength ranking of our disciples, and our strategy after entering the Forbidden Area, etc. Although we may be in a passive position after telling him, as long as it is beneficial to you, it doesn't matter if we suffer a little loss." King Long was so moved that he burst into tears. It even felt that the little girl in front of it was shining like the sun in the sky. It felt it had to do something, so it said, "I will also help you get some information about Xing Sect so that you can be prepared." Feng Shi showed a pleasant surprise. If that's the case, that would be great. However, you have to be careful with your words, lest Palace Master Cao discover the clues. "Well, let's put it this way, you guys said so." King Long felt for a moment that he was being tricked, otherwise how could Lu Yi come up with a tactic so quickly? But in a moment it felt that it was overthinking. Lu Yi has always been smart, so it's nothing that she reacts quickly. After Feng Shi gave King Long some instructions, she began to make promises for him. "I have never been to Xing Gate before, so I only have a vague understanding of many things. This time, I will take advantage of the Forbidden Area competition to take a stroll around. Maybe I can get more benefits for you. It's a pity that Xing Sect has locked you up in the 4 Symbols Holy Land, otherwise I would be able to meet with you and have a cordial and friendly exchange. This Xing Sect is really a piece of shit. They actually locked up you, the 4 symbols, like dogs. Isn't this a naked insult to you?" Although King Long felt that the Xing Sect locked him up in the 4 Symbols Holy Land to prevent theft, he still felt a surge of anger when he heard Feng Shi say that. "I silently decided that the next time I see Palace Master Cao, I will give him a beating." Anyway, that bastard was so mean that the more he fell, the more he smiled at them. After Feng Shi sent King Long away, Commander Lu said, "You were too impatient. You gave King Long advice the moment he proposed it. Even if he was too stupid to notice it, Xuanwu and the others would definitely be able to see the trick. Master, you don't understand this, do you? I did it on purpose. If I perform too perfectly, they will be wary of me, fearing that I will betray them. I have to act a little smart and let them see some flaws, so they can use me with confidence." Commander Lu withdrew his prepared sermon and said lightly, "Since you know what's going on, that's good." The old man's inner thoughts, #and%. The next afternoon, Feng Shi arrived at the alchemy room. Because Elder Zhao had informed her in advance, the deacon in charge asked her a few simple questions before opening an alchemy room for her. He explained the specific usage of the room and then left. Feng Shi first took out the spirit stone to open the isolation array of the alchemy room, and then took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron. That's right, it had eaten the alchemy furnace with a corner of the lid missing. It thinks Elder Zhao is not polite. He promised to give the unscrupulous master a higher-grade alchemy furnace, but he ended up pretending it never happened. There has been no follow-up, and his words don't count at all. I don't know if Xing Gate has any lonely alchemy furnaces or something that can provide them with a warm home.